Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Gamer of the Desert. In hindsight, the answer was simple. I was here because I wanted to be. I could see it, clear as day. After all, what kind of psychotic idiot would choose a life like this one? Me, of course. I died that day. I died from a head wound, or bleeding out, or shock, or the half-dozen things that went wrong with my decision to introduce some excitement into my life by skydiving. That's enough of that, for now. Yes, I died, but that's not where the story ended. Dare I say, it was where everything started. Like all my life before death was some sort of prologue. Some first chapter of an infinitely long book still in the process of being written. The real story starts with the answer to the age-old paradox. Is there life after death? For me. Yes. For you. I have no fucking idea. Fuck you. When I died, I met someone or something at the end of the universe, at least that's what it called it. It had worn my face as easily as I had and told me it had an opportunity to offer me. Rebirth, it had called it. Not even like the Hindus, but real rebirth with memories and shit in an anime world it had already chosen. I'd been tempted to say no out of hand, but once it had mentioned that I'd be ending up in the world of Naruto with the power to make my life not but a game, I'd been jumping at the idea. When it gave me the power to choose my body, it had become even more attractive. That's how I ended up here. I chose to be born in this body, universally hated by all, not even regarded as human by my father and siblings. Even now, knowing what I did, I'd take it all again. The options had not been numerous. The titular character had way too much attention on him from the beginning for me to think that a romp in his body wouldn't land me in a cell of some sort. Besides, he was integral to the plot. The same plot I intended to take full advantage of at some point. Fucking around in the body of Naruto Uzumaki guaranteed that everything I knew would happen in the anime would never even happen. In a similar vein, the members of the Konoha 9 were similarly crossed out. Not like I'd ever even considered any of them not named Uchiha Sasuke in the first place. Uchiha Itachi was a no-go, and considering I wasn't going to be one of the two surviving members, there was no chance I'd accept reincarnation into a clan with the Grim Reaper knocking on their door. Niji Hyuga and Rock Lee, the other characters from a similar enough generation, were ruled out quickly as well. One had a glorified slave brand on his forehead, and the other couldn't use chakra or do much ninja bullshit. Hell no. In the end, my choice had to logically be my favorite character. Was there some bias? Of course. A fuck ton. Gaara had as many reasons not to go for him as any other of the characters, but he was my favorite, so fuck that. My game, my rules. I was reborn in Gaara at the moment of childbirth, and before I even heard the words of Shikaku, the one-tailed raccoon, a notification came in that Gamer's mind had silenced his voice and his influence. It had been a risk, but after I confirmed with the being at the end of the universe, I'd been sure as I could be that Gamer's mind would work in suppressing the tailed beast's psyche. If it hadn't, I'd have been fucked and stuck using my one elective course on psychology to try treating a millennia's worth of insanity. Not a fun outcome at all. My stats had come in then, and I'd been blown away. Gaara's body was legitimately perfect. Shikaku had been sealed in him while he was in the womb. This body had grown and developed to fit the chakra of the tailed beast. If there was ever a body perfectly made to host a tailed beast, this would be it. I was born with level 50 sand control, and since I guessed that skills maxed out at level 100, I was already halfway there. The scary part was that even with only level 50 control, the sand did whatever I wanted it to. I tried grinding it throughout infanthood, but I'd literally gained only a single level from all that practice. My chakra. Practically infinite and continuously growing. Not growing by much, mind you. My working theory was that the combination of Gamer's mind and Gamer's body had done something to fuse Shikaku and I. His chakra, at least. His mind and will had been purged with extreme prejudice, but that good chakra was all mine. It let me control the sand like it was one of my limbs. I regenerated practically instantly, and I was already beginning to suspect that higher levels of sand control would allow me turn my body into fucking sand. Well, not suspect. I had it confirmed. When I tried turning my hand into sand, a little pop-up appeared telling me I needed level 75 sand control for that. The Gamer was broken with those two abilities alone, and when you added the ability to view everything in a series of stats, know exactly what needed improving, and could see your skills improving in a real-time progress bar, I was God. Not yet, but soon. Sage of Six Paths. I'd fuck him 7 ways to Sunday eventually. I'd come into this world 6 years ago, and today was the day I took my first step into the wider ninja world. I'd be joining the academy. Yoshimaru had been really cute when he raised the idea like I'd had any other choice. He'd made it seem like it was up to me to make the decision, but I'd never delighted in self-deceit. For all the power I had right now, any jonin could fuck me 7 ways to Sunday, so my Kage father was so far above me it wasn't even something to consider. If I'd ever said no, I'd have been made to attend one way or the other. Besides, I wanted to be a ninja. I love power, and my desire to be a contrarian shit wouldn't be getting in the way of that. Speaking of Yoshimaru, he served as my primary caretaker as from the moment I'd been weaned, I was kept separately from my family and raised by the Chunin, constantly surrounded by umbu that didn't even bother to hide. I could see why Gaara had been so insane in the anime. Me. I couldn't care less. I loved the solitude. Whenever I got bored, it just took a quick walk into the personal library they'd built me once I conveyed my desire to read. There was always something to read there. It was almost like they feared me getting bored. I could see why though. Last time I was bored, I considered killing Yoshimaru to make sure Kanon stayed the same and ended up accidentally leveling enough killing intent at him to make the young man almost attack me in self-defense. Another thing I'd inherited from Shikaku. Massive fucking killing intent. Nowhere near as powerful as his, of course. His psychotic impulses that added a certain gene sais to regular killing intent were gone, so I had to make do with the vanilla shit. We walked to the academy and looked, to all the world, like a regular family. Just an older brother walking his sibling to school. Except, all the world knew exactly what I was and would never draw such a conclusion. It was my first time outside the compound I'd grown up in, and the looks I received were properly amusing. I wondered how they recognized me so easily, but it was a fleeting thought, and quickly abandoned in favor of examining the quest I'd received this morning. The first quest I'd gotten in 6 years. I'd just woken up and saw it floating right in the center of my vision. Quest: graduate the academy in 1 year. Rewards: 10 stat points. 20,000 XP. Not being in the academy. Penalty: 5 years of the Suna Academy. I'd considered rejecting the quest immediately. Graduating in 1 year was a massive middle finger to Kanon. I mean, at least I thought it was. It was unknown when Gaara actually graduated the academy, and wasn't particularly relevant to anything, but the fact was that there was no way I'd be remaining a genin for 5 years if I graduated in 1. I'd be fucking with Kanon, and bad things happen to ninja who meddle with Kanon, Harry. But on the other hand, could I spend 5 years around a bunch of children? Maybe. That's why I decided to hold off on accepting or rejecting the quest till after my first day. Welcome everyone. This is your first day at the Sunagekyo Shinobi Academy, and for this year, we'll be covering reading and writing, along with basic arithmetic and physical exercise, the teacher said as she handed out the syllabus booklets. Syllabi more like, since they'd not bothered to separate the outlines for each individual year. Looking through everything, I quickly clicked accept. I was not going to spend 2 weeks of my life on addition. It would not happen. Of course, after accepting the quest, I realized that I had no idea how to apply for quick graduation. Well, that's a massive oversight. In my defense. Nothing. I had no defense. The lack of forethought was disgusting but not unexpected. This is exactly the kind of decision-making that had me end up here. Luckily, my problems were solved when the teacher, or sensei, I guess, asked those who wanted to test out of the first year to wait behind. I sat still, along with 3 other children, and tried my best to ignore the looks they kept shooting me. None of them, not even the Chunin teacher, were able to hide the fear they felt of me. She actually tripped as she walked over to the end of the class to hand me my question paper. I guess now that they were stuck alone with me without the safety of numbers, their fear was skyrocketing. It was almost sad. I looked through the questions and scoffed. It was all too easy. Much too easy. I mean, that was to be expected, considering I'd made it all the way to uni in my first life. I finished in less than 5 minutes. Any other child would have been met with a patronizing look and an offer to explain the questions if they'd gone to submit so early. For me, it was a look of fear and silence. That suited me just fine though. I walked out to Yoshimaru and asked the Chunin, who looked like he'd been waiting there throughout the school day, a simple question. Can you teach me? Like taijutsu and all that stuff. School is boring. Of course, Gaara. Of course, he replied, ceding to my wishes instantly, and I received a notification that I'd completed the quest. What the actual fuck? Chapter 2, Training. The Kazekage will see you now, the secretary said, as Yoshimaru and I approached the desk. He'd woken me up today to tell me I had a meeting with the Kazekage for the afternoon. I guess, they'd probably explain why that quest had shown up as completed. I mean, it probably meant that I'd graduated from the academy already, but that was a bit ridiculous considering I hadn't done any practical tests or anything of the sort. You don't just graduate from the ninja academy like that. At least, that's what the books had said. Gaara. The Kazekage, my father, said in simple greeting as I walked in. I was no stranger to the man. He came visiting every year, and when I'd first shown off my control over the sand, he'd come into the house the next day and asked me to show him all that I could do, which had been a lot. After that, he'd left, and not mentioned it again or even come to see me. Considering that had been 7 months ago, this was a bit too early for a visit. And calling me to his office was a bit too unusual. Kazekage-sama, I acknowledged without dropping to my knees as Yoshimaru did beside me. The disrespect might have pissed off someone else, but the man across from me just cracked a smile. A thin one, but still a smile. I knew it. He liked me. He had to. You've done well, Gaara. Do you know why you're here? He asked. Complimenting me and then asking a question in the same breath. I resisted the frown that threatened to break out across my face. Just like everyone else, he treated me like a wild animal. Instead of saying what was on my mind, I just tilted my head to the left, watching him. The test you took yesterday, you passed it. Perhaps with the best marks the Academy has ever recorded. He said, leaning back from the upright position he'd maintained since I walked in. I was careful to relax my posture in mimicry of his own. I had to show myself to be easily managed. They kept me around because of that. They gave me freedom because I showed them I was predictable and open to manipulation. His beige robes caught in the wind as he moved and I watched as they moved in a distracting pattern. They were baggy, very baggy on him like most clothes in Suna tended to be. The heat was too bad for anything else, and just like every other building in this desert, this tower was designed to maximize shade, as well as manage access to the wind. During the day, the wind cooled us down. At night, when the desert chose to stir, it could flay the skin from your bones. I left my thoughts behind as I noted everyone in the office staring at me. I just tilted my head further. Yoshimaru, the one who understood me best, repeated what had just been said. The Kazekage said you've graduated the academy completely, Gaara, he said, and I turned to my father, eyes wide. Yes. You passed all the academic requirements to graduate, and I have personally judged your ninja skills to be good enough to be recognized as a genin of the village hidden in the sand. He paused, waiting for some sort of reply, and I nodded to show that I was listening. He just picked up a headband on the table and tossed it at me. My sand moved of its own accord and caught the band in its grip before moving it towards me. I felt a cold sweat break out across my neck after that. Note to self, no letting the sand do its thing around trigger happy umbu. It felt to me like I'd just narrowly escaped sudden death. That is your headband. Wear it with pride, he said grandiosely before pointing to the left, and a man appeared in a blur of sand. This will be your Jounin instructor, Baki. He is an A-ranked ninja of Suna and will be in charge of helping you achieve your full potential as Suna's weapon. I just nodded at father's rant before giving my sensei an appraising look. He didn't look very different from the guy in the anime. Same curtain covering half his face along with the incredibly tan skin and everything. Seeing him here actually made me relax a bit. It's possible that Gaara did actually graduate in a year in canon. Now, just to figure out when I'm actually supposed to be offing Yoshimaru to keep things nice and steady. From then, I quickly found myself in a training ground alone with my new instructor. Yoshimaru had hovered like a hen until the Jounin had told him in no uncertain terms that he was to leave. Gaara of the desert. Do you know what you are? The man asked me the question and I just stared at him like he was an idiot. At least I stared at him until I felt something slam into my midsection. What the fuck? I couldn't see straight. My sand was everywhere. When I came to, in what might have been a minute or 10 hours, still clutching my stomach in pain, I found myself in a dome of sand. Of course. Impenetrable defense, my ass. If you're done with your tantrum, get out of there. We'll have words, the psychotic ninja's voice sounded out from outside the dome. I dispersed the dome, allowing the sand to fall to the ground and turning to the idiot with a snarl building on my face. What the fuck was that? I said, my voice coming out in barely more than a whisper. Good. You can talk. They told me you don't like to. That was your first lesson. When I ask a question, you answer, he said with a smug smile on his face. Sand took over my vision, a tendril of it heading straight for him and the rest of it moving to the left, where I felt he was most likely to dodge. Once again, my midsection exploded in pain. Fuck. This time, I was barely able to keep the sand in control. Good. You can learn. I asked you a question, but I'll give you the answer. You, Gaara of the desert, are nobody. Nothing but a weapon for Suna to wield against our enemies and discard when its usefulness expires. That is the answer to the question. I am here to turn you from a useless weapon into a useful one. I am not your friend, I am not your brother. I am not your teacher. I am your blacksmith. And I'm going to turn you into something useful or you'll die trying. I just stared at the psycho. What the fuck is this? Canon didn't mention anything about Baki being insane. Now, we move to the first lesson, Taijutsu. You have no ability with the art, and without it, you have little utility as a weapon. Follow my movements exactly. If you fail, I will know and I will punish you, he threatened with some cruel mockery of a smile on his face. Okay, I amend that. It wasn't a threat. It had been a promise. He showed me the basic katas for the Suna basic taijutsu, a series of punches and kicks and grapples. Whenever I fucked up, my midsection exploded in pain. I checked my HUD after the third punch and was shocked to find out that the punches weren't actually doing much damage to me, and what little damage they did was healed in seconds. I just had shit pain tolerance. Like zero. None of it. How do I know? After the fifth punch, I got a new skill. Pain resistance, at a beautiful level 1, and after a day of training with Baki the Psycho, as he'd forever be known in my head, it had gotten up to level 5. Good, you can learn. Practice those katas for the rest of the day. Tomorrow, we will spar, and when you disappoint me, you will know pain. He just said and disappeared in what I guessed to be a shunshin. Fuck. I slumped and just lay in the sand for a few minutes, watching my stamina bar refill. Speaking of, I'd received a few notifications. Let's see the stats. I'd gained 2 levels yesterday, so things were looking comfortable. Status, I said to myself in a whisper. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 6. Level. Title, Genin of Sunagakure, 10% increased growth when trained by Suna Ninja, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert. Chakra capacity, 20,000/20,000, regeneration, 100 CP per minute. Stamina, 102/120, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Durability. Intelligence. Stat points. Perk points. Skills. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Most of my skills were simple bonuses from being the Jinchuriki to the One-Tails. Without that, I had shamefully little to boast about. Before today, at least. With a sensei at hand, even as much of a bastard as Baki was, I could see myself beginning to improve already. Taijutsu had gone from level 1 to level 11 in only a single day, and if my hunch that skills maxed out at level 100 proved itself to be true, I'd just gone 10% of the way in a single afternoon. Enough thinking though, my stamina bar showed it well. I wasn't really tired. I just felt like I should have been, and that was enough to make me want to rest. Contrary to what the name might make you think, Gamer's Mind didn't actually give me the mind of a gamer. It only gave me a mind immune to foreign influence. Lovely for fighting against pesky Uchiha and their genjutsu fuckery. I only had the other half of a million hacks abilities Kishimoto gave them to worry about. Thinking of the fucking Uchiha made me think about Akatsuki, and that was enough to motivate me to get off my ass and continue the kata. I doubted the organization of 10 S-ranked ninja would be willing to just peacefully fuck off once I told them the Ichibi, or most of it, at least, was gone. Gamer's Mind was thorough. All that remained of the once omnipotent tailed beast was the barest echo of an echo locked within my seal. I'd checked. My best theory was that once I arrived here, Shikaku had tried to completely overwhelm and break my mind with all its power, and Gamer's Mind just turned it to nothing. There was no real way to verify one way or the other, so all I had were assumptions and guesses. Without Baki here, it was even easier to go through the katas. I didn't make a single mistake the first time I tried it, and all the other times were just to burn them into muscle memory. Some part of me was beginning to suspect that the bastard Jounin wasn't only punishing me when I made mistakes. At the end of the day, I was forced to return home by the darkness of the night. My HUD showed that it was getting to 11 p.m., and knowing that if I didn't get at least 5 hours of sleep, I'd end up with a sleep-deprived debuff, so I decided to call it a day. Taijutsu had only gained 2 extra levels. Are you okay, Gaara? Yoshimaru asked, eyes searching over me as I walked into the house, probably looking for any signs of damage. I just waved him off, declining the offer to eat dinner and making my way to bed. I didn't really get hungry, so I could just have a large breakfast tomorrow to get the nutrients I needed to keep growing. Gamer's Body made things easier, but not automatic. Of course, my statement about breakfast turned out to be tempting Murphy. I woke up by exactly 5 a.m. and found myself staring straight into my sensei's visible eye. The man's grim face was not a beautiful sight first thing in the morning, and I clamped down on the urge to drown the men in sand for the incursion. All my attempts, and they had been many, yesterday had done naught but land me in more pain. Good, you're learning, the bastard said like he could read my mind. Follow me. I didn't even bother asking for permission to take a shower or change clothes. I could read people well. It was the one talent I'd been born with, and all the vibes I got from Baki told me he'd use even the slightest challenge to his authority as an excuse to punish me. He just smiled, a long, cruel thing as I arrived at the training ground a few minutes after he'd woken me up. I jogged the entire way and was already working up a bit of a sweat. The Suna sun was beginning to rise, and in a few hours, it would be suicide for anyone to remain outside for any long period. The books I'd read and the little I'd witnessed from Suna Genin showed that most teams did their training a few hours into the evening, when the weather was most favorable. In comparison, yesterday's training session had started in the middle of the afternoon. "Show me what you learned yesterday," was all he said as he settled into a stance. I mirrored him and moved in with a 1-2 punch, kick combo that he knocked to the side with contempt. I didn't allow it to bother me. He was a jounin. I just started learning taijutsu yesterday. Of course he'd be much better than me. He was content to remain on the defense, so I went through all the katas I learned yesterday and then some. I tried improvising different combinations, and got to feel by myself what would work and what wouldn't against a real sparring partner. An hour in, down to the minute, if my HUD was correct, it always was, the bastard switched things up. He went on a total unrelenting attack, and it took all I had to survive the onslaught. The fucker was ruthless. Even holding back as I knew he was, his punches still hit like trains, and his blocks were solid as steel. After I tried blocking the first punch, I never made that particular mistake again. We kept at it until I suddenly clutched my midsection. The pain was every bit as terrible as the first time, as I struggled to see through the tears that had automatically flooded my eyes. "That's enough. Now, we will focus on chakra control. I've been told that you have no training on the subject," he said, backing off from me and plopping down on the ground in the lotus position. I followed his lead, doing my best to ignore the quickly vanishing pain. Follow my lead and do what I do. Close your eyes. Feel within yourself. Don't search for it, let it find you. I did my best to follow his instructions, and I was welcomed by a completely new sensation. It felt wholesome and complete. It felt like I'd been missing something my whole life. Like everything before now had been monochrome, and then suddenly, I could see color. Everything just became more colorful, more vibrant, more beautiful. Life just became life. XXXXXX the Kazekage POV. 2 months Baki. I have given you Gaara for 2 months, and what have you achieved? I was close to screaming at this point. The man was prostrated on the ground before me, trying to explain what he had done for 2 whole months. His taijutsu is impressive, my lord. He learns at a speed I've never seen before. He learns, and he doesn't stop. He's well paced to become a taijutsu master beyond all in the village by the time he turns 10. The jounin said, clearly trying to divert my attention. Gaara is the Ichibi Jinchuriki. He is Suna's weapon. His taijutsu is meaningless. Teach him to use those chakra reserves for something beyond physical enhancement, or I'll find someone who can. Don't test me, Baki, I said, ending the conversation before rethinking things and adding one last bit. And Baki? I asked. The ninja, not having gotten up from the floor, met my eyes with him, and I flooded the room with all the killing intent I could safely muster within the village. Gaara is Suna's weapon, yes. He is also my son. Your training methods are not appreciated. Dismissed. I couldn't outright stop him from training his own genin how he wished. I'd have a rebellion on my hands nearly instantly if I tried to do something like that. The ninja of this village cherished nothing more than their independence. I turned away from my desk and looked out towards the village. We were still surviving for now, but definitely not thriving. The idiot of a daimyo had begun sending out for foreign ninja for missions, and advising the rest of the court to do the same. He thought this would bring us to heel, bind us closer to him after he starves us out. I'd never seen such stupidity in my life. But the daimyo's foolishness was still beginning to hurt us. Clients were beginning to dry up. Not just the daimyo and his nobility, but even the merchant class of the Land of Wind were beginning to reduce their requests for aid and rely more on foreign shinobi to complete their missions. I had to do something, and soon. Sure, we could survive a few more years before things truly become untenable, but what kind of Kage would I be if I didn't solve the problem before me as it stood right now? Especially when the solution was so easily in sight. The next Chunin exams will take place in Kusa, yes. I asked my secretary to make sure. Yes, my lord, she replied, and I nodded, beginning to mull things over in my head already. The exams were 4 months away, and Gaara was already showing skills beyond the best of our Chunin. His taijutsu was something else. Excellent for his age and only held back by his body. His use of the Ichibi's gift was also spectacular. He could control the sand almost as well as I could control my gold dust. 4 months was more than enough time to ensure he could dominate the exams. Total and complete victory on such a wide stage would neatly put our problems to rest for the short term, allowing me to come up with a longer-term solution for the daimyo's foolishness. Chapter 3, The Bastard. I stretched out my hand, allowing the sand to mimic my motions, moving from shape to shape as Raza had taught me last week. After 2 months with Baki focused only on taijutsu, Raza had begun to show up and help me with my sand. He gave me exercises and goals to complete. Everything he asked me to do was done with ease, but the more things he asked for at the same time, the harder it became to maintain. With how things stood, I suspected that the first 50 levels gave me total control over sand, but the true multitasking I needed to take things to the next level would be found in the next 25. In that same vein, I suspected the last 25 levels of the skill would center around transforming my body into sand itself and learning to fully transform into the one-tailed raccoon. Fuck, I could already drool at the awesomeness. Even with Raza's attention though, I still spent most of my days with the bastard. We didn't focus on taijutsu as religiously as we used to. Instead, we switched things up and were now working on nature transformation and chakra control. My wind nature had already gone up 4 levels in the past few weeks and I'd learned a fuck ton of jutsu in the relatively short period. I'd thought jutsu had to be difficult to learn, but with the power of the gamer, it was easy as pie. I just had to perform the jutsu successfully once and then the jutsu was counted as learned. All I had to do was then train my mastery of the jutsu itself over time to increase its effectiveness and efficiency. Speaking of jutsu, I moved my sand into a barrier to block the wind breakthrough that Baki sent at me from the left. I kept a careful eye on the sand that was still going through shapes as it was supposed to. The first time Baki had tried a surprise attack like that, I'd fucked up the exercise because of how surprised I'd been and been forced to start the entire thing again to appease the bastard. Now, it was just part of the daily training. Speaking of training, I moved part of my chakra in a specific pattern, trying to use one of the few original jutsu I had in my disposal. The sand clone formed out of the ground beneath me, only to fall apart at virtually the last second. Fuck, seal-less jutsu was still beyond me. I grinded my teeth together at the thought. Sand was easy. I could control sand. It was second fucking nature. But for some reason, when I tried to add the chakra components that allowed me to make a sand clone, it fell apart when I didn't use the seals I'd set aside for it. I couldn't for the life of me figure out why. Perhaps I should be experimenting with an easier jutsu like the regular clone or the substitution jutsu, but they weren't as useful to me right now as the sand clone jutsu, and so there wasn't as much use in learning them without seals. Perhaps the only disadvantage I'd seen in being the gamer was that skills so rarely translated from one area to another. Learning to use one jutsu without the seals was not going to help with using others. It was a question of each jutsu's individual level and sand clone just wasn't there yet. I looked at the jutsu's page with a scowl on my face. Suna Bunshin no Jutsu, level 43, user creates a clone made of sand that shares the user's consciousness. Cost, half of user's CC. That bit about sharing consciousness was no joke at all. I couldn't just spam Suna Bunshin the way Naruto could spam Kage Bunshin. Every clone was me, and I was every clone. Quite literally. It was like directing 2 bodies with the same brain. I don't know how to accurately describe it without sounding a bit barmy. The cost was also something else. Every clone I created cost a half of my total available chakra capacity. Even when I created one and then created another. I couldn't even try gaming the system by creating more than one at a time, it just didn't work. Even with all those downsides, I still felt like the jutsu I created was better than the one I was trying to reverse engineer. Baki swept right at me from the right, and I dodged away from him, picking up a kunai I'd begun to store on my person when he started whipping out the bladed weapons in our fights. Funny enough, kunai use in hand-to-hand combat still fell under taijutsu, so I hadn't gained a kenjutsu or even bukijutsu skill when I'd picked it up. His first attempt to kick my head off my head was denied as I dodged backwards again, taking a deep breath as I forced my hands to form seals around the kunai clutched in my left. Tiger, ox, dog, rabbit, snake, I mentally recited to myself as my fingers contorted themselves into the strange movements I'd been forced to get used to over the last few months. Wind release, great breakthrough, I thought to myself in the space between taking a deep breath and preparing to exhale. This jutsu shared similarities with the great fireball jutsu those Uchiha fuckers were so fond of. It was a C-rank jutsu at base, but with the right amount of chakra and skill, there was literally no limit to where one could take the move. With a literal nuclear reactor in my gut, all I had to do was stoke the winds I'd inhaled with all the power I could safely add and exhale a fucking hurricane. The winds blew apart everything in front of me, picking up the sand that had sat peacefully on the floor and creating a literal sandstorm. The jutsu was only level 40 so far, but with this much power already, I didn't mind the slow progression. I searched the area around me for the bastard. A quick check with my senses told me he hadn't gone underground. Not like anyone would be stupid enough to try anything like that against me, in the middle of the fucking desert. Not even being a fucking Jounin boogeyman would save the bastard if he immersed himself so deeply in my domain. I dodged to the left, relying on instincts I'd built from practice sessions, and found myself dodging right into a massive left hook. The punch sent me spiraling, seeing stars. Fuck. Level 17 pain resistance, and every hit still hit like a tank and hurt like a motherfucker. At this point, I was beginning to suspect that he was accounting for my growing pain resistance and modulating his strength to make sure every hit hurt as much as possible. It was just the kind of assholery I'd come to expect from the bastard. The wave of sand I'd instinctively sent at him had done nothing but slow his advance by a few seconds, and our taijutsu dance began anew. The better I got at the physical combat that marked taijutsu, the more enjoyable these were. I leaned out of the way of a punch, jumping and using my smaller size to my advantage to stay ahead of his lumbering hits. My kunai remained clutched in my hand as I took swipes and stabs at him whenever he slowed his attack for more than a second and gave me room to attempt countering. It was annoying how easily he fended me off, but still fun. I could no longer feel myself getting better as easily as I once did, but it was still there. I felt something when I changed how I punched or blocked or dodged in minute ways. Being the gamer was actually a fucking headache. The question of whether growing in levels would give me skill or whether growing in skill was the only way to level up was like a chicken or egg question. It was nearly impossible for me to pinpoint whether I learned things on the go and that helped me level up particular skills, or just leveled up skills and suddenly gained the knowledge required to use them better. It was all irrelevant though, as I got hit by another moving train and dove straight into the ground. The amount of time I was allowed to spend in the ground was limited to 30 seconds. The bastard's face when I'd submerged myself and refused to come out had been the most hilarious thing ever. I gathered the sand around me and lashed out at him. He dodged away from the grasping tendrils, and I had the sand shoot me out straight at him. Fuck. I definitely didn't think this through, I thought to myself as I sailed through the air uncontrollably. I'd underestimate the power my sand could have as a platform, especially when enhanced by wind-released chakra. I flew at a speed beyond what I could even keep up with and didn't stop until I flew straight into a fist-shaped brick wall. I felt my body fold around the punch with the kind of detachment that only came with the most extreme forms of pain. I felt nothing but pain, and nothing at all in a few seconds. Fuck. That was just brutal. I don't need to tell you that that was a monumentally stupid idea. I'm surprised you could come up with such stupidity on your own. I ignored the bastard's voice ringing in my ear as I coughed and tried to find my feet. That is enough for today. Practice the other jutsu I gave you to work on. We will be going on our first mission tomorrow. I couldn't even gather the energy to be surprised by the declaration as I remained slumped on the floor, grounded by the debilitating attack. It felt like he'd actually broken a few of my ribs this time. My HP was slowly regenerating, so it was only a matter of time till I felt fit as rain, but this pain was still a bitch and a half to deal with. XXXXXX. I stood at the training ground we always met in, waiting with frantic energy for the bastard. My first mission. It had to be something good. I knew it couldn't be a D rank. I remember Baki's reaction when I'd brought up the idea. Baki. When will we be going on missions? All the other genin have gone on a few. I asked while doing my 70th push-up of the day, resting on a platform of sand. Stupid monster. All the other genin are going on D-rank missions, he'd replied without even looking at me. So when will I be getting one of those? I asked, ignoring what was practically a term of endearment at this point. Never. You are Suna's weapon. Do you think the village will waste its resources by having you clean gutters and paint houses? You might bear the rank, but you are no genin. Don't get it twisted. When war breaks out, the other genin, as you call them, will be messengers, specially kept away from combat. Where do you think you will be? He asked, his tone getting into that unique flavor of disdain that I'd become accustomed to hearing from him. Right in the thick of it, I imagine. I said sarcastically. Indeed. The higher-ups will toss you at all the most dangerous enemy shinobi until you kill them or they kill you. That is the sum of your worth, Gaara of the desert. Maybe if you kill enough enemy shinobi, the village might even mourn you for a day before replacing you. Well, aren't you just a ball of sunshine? I tried to inject as much venom in my tone as possible. Fucking bastard. After that conversation though, I'd removed the thought of missions from my head, and instead focused on getting better as quickly as possible. I had no doubts that Suna would place me right at the front lines in any conflict building between the villages. They wouldn't even hesitate to unleash the Ichibi if they felt it would give them the slightest advantage over the other villages. That's why, every day I went to bed with the thought that I still wasn't doing enough in my head. It's why I trained from dawn to dusk in the burning Suna sun. It's why even now, I train. Almost as if on schedule, I gained another level in chakra control. I paid little attention to the beads I was sending running around my palms with chakra alone. Doing my best to both train my ability to focus on multiple subjects at the same time as well as my chakra control itself. It was good, hard work. I am the gamer. For me, hard work means more. I can see the fruits of my labor in real time. Every day, I feel myself getting better. Perhaps, without this advantage, I'd have given up already. Training to be a ninja was hard. No one ever said it in the anime, but jutsu were not easy things to learn or master. Taijutsu literally required you to beat yourself bloody day after day and keep going back for more. Genjutsu was even worse for me. As it didn't work on me, I had no frame of reference for making one. Baki didn't even bother teaching once he noticed what a drag it would have been. What use does a blunt weapon have for a tool as nuanced as Genjutsu, he'd said when I pressured him to continue the lessons. In case it hasn't sunk in for you yet, Baki is a bastard. With a capital B. The man was petty, vindictive, and most annoyingly, an actually good teacher. A good teacher for me at least. It hadn't taken him any time to figure out what things I excelled in and what methods worked best for helping me get even better at those things. In 4 months under his tutelage, I'd gone from being just on the level of the average Chunin to being able to take on Jounin. That's what Yoshimaru said, at least, and I trusted my caretaker to at least be honest about things like this. Weapon. Don't just stand there looking around like an idiot. Move. We have a mission, Bastard said, appearing over my shoulder from nowhere and disappearing in Shunshin a second later. I focused my chakra and followed along with him. My Shunshin was nowhere near as good as his, but for a straight line within the village, following him was not difficult in the slightest. The jutsu worked in 2 ways. It created a corridor of chakra, eliminating things like air resistance and friction for the moving shinobi, while at the same time, giving the shinobi a boost like being shot out of slingshot. Because of that, following someone else's Shunshin was easy enough. You just had to search out those corridors of chakra that marked the jutsu's path. The bastard hadn't even taught me about that tidbit, he just kept following me when I used the jutsu during our spars until I figured it out. It was another one of his teaching tactics. Letting me figure things out for myself, while punishing me when I failed. Effective, but brutal. When we arrived at the village gates, we were met with a procession of carriages. The bastard had waited for me, and began to speak as we walked forward. Our mission is to escort the Lord Chidori on his visit to his cousin in the Land of Water. His safety is trusted in our hands, so we must not fail in this. I just nodded as we walked, not even commenting on his strange lack of insult in the entire sentence. I'd have expected to be called an idiot at least 3 times in that sentence. I guess he had to shape up around clients. You must be on your best behavior. Lord Chidori is aware of your twisted nature and your behavior will reflect on Suna. You must not show us as a village incapable of controlling our weapon. There it is. The dehumanization. If I wasn't a whole adult who'd lived a fucked up life once already, his not-so-subtle attempts to change how I saw myself might even have worked. I suspected that along with training me, the Kazekage had asked him to ensure I continued to view myself as Suna's tool. Joke's on them though. I'd never be giving up my life for Suna of all places. Not just Suna, really. Anything. No one in this world is worth dying for. I'm the only one here who truly matters. They are 0, and I am 1. I could spot the noble from a mile away. Flowing robes, surrounded by samurai and staring at everything around him with visible disdain. The black eyes, pug nose, and obnoxiously high cheekbones weren't doing him any favors, to be honest. Not the most handsome of men, but not the ugliest I'd ever seen. The bastard took that throne. Why else would he cover half his face in a curtain? When we got to him, Baki slightly inclined his head, and I did the same. Shinobi only bow to their kage. They spoke between themselves about the mission, but I tuned them out as I thought about what it would be like beyond Suna. Beyond the land of wind itself. Mizuno Kuni was a while away, and we'd have to cross through both the land of rivers and the land of fire before taking a boat to get to the island country. Looking at the carriages around me, and trying to calculate the distances described on the maps I'd memorized, my best guess was that it would take us at least a whole month to even get there. Getting back was another matter. We'd be away from Suna for quite a while. This doesn't make any sense. Last I checked, I was supposed to be some sort of last resort weapon for Suna. Why would they be sending me away on such a long mission? Something else has to be going on here. Chapter 4, The Road Trip. You have gained 1 level in meditation. The system flashed at me as I leaned out of the lotus position before standing up and beginning to stretch. We'd been on the road for 6 days now, and this was one of easily 100 such stops we'd made in that period. For some reason, Lord Chidori was intent on stopping the procession at every minor opportunity, to either have lunch, laze about or even just enjoy the night breeze. Traveling in the desert was inconvenient, and the noble didn't seem to realize that the longer he made us spend here, the longer he'd be spending in the desert that he seemed to loathe with all his being. The entire thing was just a mess, and taught me that bodyguard missions had to be the absolute worst. And the worst part was that since we were supposed to be protecting a client, I couldn't even train to my heart's content. That didn't stop me from practicing taijutsu with my clone or even meditation, but anything too flashy or likely to exhaust me had been banned by the bastard. Even in this, he was determined to make my life here. I'd understand the rules if he put them in place when we reached the land of fire, or even in the land of rivers, but this was still in Suna. We were still in friendly territory, and he seemed to be keen on making me waste the opportunity. My young genin friend, Lord Chidori, called from his carriage as he was being bustled in. Would you care for a game of shogi? I just nodded at him, making my way into the carriage to join him. Fucking Baki. Fucking Kazekage. Do not get it twisted, our missions here are different. I am to safeguard this carriage, a mission you are thoroughly unsuited for. You, however, will be entertaining Lord Chidori. He has a known preference for humans your age. Maybe he'll even mistake you for 1 inch. The bastard sneered down at me. If I were a child, I might have even missed the subtext of what he was saying. He was sending me to a known fucking pedophile. Is this a honeypot mission? I asked, trepidation building in my body. I wasn't yet ready to abandon Suna's protection. Do not be stupid. Of course it isn't. Any such advances are to be subtly discouraged. All you need to do is make sure he enjoys himself on the journey and is more likely to seek Suna's services in future. That was a load off my back, but I still couldn't claim complete comfort with this idea. It was almost like Suna just had to find me the mission most likely to turn me into Rouge Ninja. While I had no love for the shinobi village, I also wasn't quite ready to strike out on my own. Akatsuki and all the other deadly fuckers out there would be gunning for me the moment word got out. I couldn't see Danzo of all people allowing a Jinchuriki remain rogue without going after them. I also doubted Pain would hesitate to take me out even if he wasn't yet ready to go after the others. Since that day, of course, I'd been doing my best to advance in my skills, so when the day eventually came, I'd be ready to leave. I needed to become an S rank in the next 5 years. It was just what needed to happen. Because Suna was a fucking stupid village. They managed to engineer the assassination of one of their own strongest shinobi. They had a history of making bad decisions, and I would never allow myself become one of those. Left, right, wave it aside, step in, haymaker to solar plexus. I mentally recited to myself as I engaged my clone in a bout of furious taijutsu. After a client displayed an interest in watching me train, Baki had been more willing to lift some of the restrictions placed on me when the mission started. So now, I was allowed to work on some more interesting things like taijutsu and even minor ninjutsu. Of course, I couldn't do anything too likely to exhaust me or cause damage to the carts or even scare the civilians and their camels. Yes, you heard that right. Camels. The very first time I ever see them, and I'm not exaggerating when I say those things are fucking glorious. Just aggressive trolls in every respect. In 9 days of traveling, they'd already managed to cause 7 injuries to their minders. I'd fallen in love with them when one bit off a minder's ear in the middle of an attempt to calm it down. Turning my mind away from all that, I returned to the battle at hand. My clone couldn't truly think for itself since we were connected, but training with it was still good when it came to taijutsu. The goal wasn't to surprise myself with shocking moves or tactics, but to experience what it was like to fight myself, and study my own attacks and defense from an outside perspective. I'd already fixed a few holes in my defense in the last few hours of training. They weren't a lot since I was still at the same level of myself and couldn't train myself the same way Baki could, even if I was beginning to suspect that I'd soon reach the limit of Baki's own ability to help me get better. After all, he'd as much as admitted that he was no taijutsu master, and from what I'd seen with all the training Chunin I'd gotten to watch, I was already better than they were. I was probably knocking on the door of Jounin level. I guess that's the power of single-minded focus on a single field, a Jinchuriki's endurance and healing factor, as well as the power of the gamer. I dodged out of the way of a wave of sand and continued my barrage of my clone. Now, it was a 2-on-1 thing, with one of my clones being relegated to long-distance support. I needed more expertise with using my sand against actual targets. I was much better at Gaara had been in the first part of the anime, when it came to taijutsu, but my sand control lagged behind. Okay, that's a bit misleading. Not the sand control itself, but my ability to use the sand in battle. I had exactly 0 experience in the field since Baki barred it when he trained with me, and even when he allowed it, he was much too fast for me to have even the slightest chance. Speaking of speed, I did my best to barrel roll in the air to weave through the shuriken made of sand sent at me before landing and dodging out of the way of a kick sent right at my head. Fuck this, I thought to myself as I slid out of the way of the follow-up kick and began weaving seals. I ended with the bird seal and puckered my lips, wind release, wind bullets, I said to myself as bullets made entirely of wind shot out of my mouth like a machine gun and went right for both clones. This jutsu would never make sense to me. There were no guns in this world, so where did the word, bullet, come from? One would think that if one wanted to make a jutsu for penetrating at a distance, they would have focused on making kunai or even arrows, which were the preferred weapons of this world. How did bullets even come into the picture in the first place? The thought left me as quickly as it had come, as my attack was blocked by a wall of sand. I took in a deep breath and weaved even more seals. My great breakthrough scattered the wall of sand into the wind, creating a sandstorm that surrounded the 3 of us. At this point, I was beginning to suspect that Baki would not be pleased at the end of this. He hadn't banned ninjutsu as a whole, but I had a feeling that the Great Breakthrough was one of those jutsus he'd intended me to avoid using. Well, serves the bastard right for not being more specific with his words. What did likely to cause damage to the carriage or delay our travels even mean in the first place? Nothing useful, that's what. I covered the ground between us, using the sand in the air to feel out my clones' locations as I made my way to them. The taijutsu clone swept in with an axe kick from above. I just made a shield of sand block his attack. He pushed off, using the sand as a platform and moved backwards until he was caught in another platform of sand. He pushed off that one, heading straight at me like a bullet fired from a gun. I used the sand beneath my feet to drag me backwards, away from the attack and fired a gust of wind from my mouth to disperse a tendril of sand seeking to wrap itself around me. I smiled at the fact that I'd managed to do it seamlessly, gaining a level in wind nature for my trouble. I moved in for the ninjutsu clone, dodging around some more shuriken made of sand and trying to get in for close combat. Of course, the taijutsu clone just had to interfere at that moment. XXXXXXXX. Finally out of the land of wind. When I observed the borders between the two countries, I almost cried. We lived in a land of endless sand, wind, and hardship, while just across the border laid water. The land of rivers was named aptly. Even just a kilometer away from the land of wind, and I could see bountiful grasslands only broken up by streams and rivers that stretched as far as the eye could see. My eyes, at least. I didn't have the best eyesight out there. I wanted nothing more than to just jump into one of the streams and enjoy the abundant water supply, but a stern look from the bastard stopped those thoughts in their tracks. We kept moving for a few hours before we finally stooped. The land or rivers was quite a bit smaller than the land of wind. It would only take us a week to make our way through the entire country at our present speed. The weather here was also so much more palatable. Not like the heat of the desert had been too debilitating for me with my durability, regeneration, endurance, as well as the benefit of being used to it from living there all my life. Here though, everything was so blissfully cool, and the nights were shockingly warm. Even the very air was different. It was moist in a way the air in Suna could never have been. I would have felt right at paradise in this place if not for one key thing. The sand. Don't get me wrong, the land of rivers had more than its fair share of sand, but that still was nowhere near as abundant as it had been in the deserts I'd grown to call home. Without the ability to feel through the sand around me, I felt a bit blinded. That wasn't even the full extent of the situation. If it had been, there wouldn't have been much to truly complain about. The sand here wasn't just less abundant, it was also different. The moisture in the air enriched the sand itself. Sand here wasn't as loose and coarse as the one I was used to. It was more packed, more smooth. I could control it just fine, but it seemed to perform every function a bit worse than desert sand. It moved slowly, sluggishly, and hit too softly. It was heavier so that meant it had more mass to work with, but that also made it move slowly. I had to put way too much focus to get it to hit with the same kind of force I could get it with desert sand. Being in the land of rivers finally answered the question I'd always had when I watched Gaara in the anime. Why the gourd? I mean, he could control sand, and sand was everywhere, so why did he need to carry his own sand with him? I guess the answer was in the quality. Desert sand was more useful for pretty much everything combat related, so he carried it around by himself. Fuck. My outfit of a pair of combat pants and a shirt did not lend itself well to having such an addition to my clothing. Besides, where would I even get a gourd at this time? I guess I could make one for myself, but did I even want one? The utility was undeniable, but it seemed more likely to make things inconvenient for me. A gourd would make taijutsu much harder by getting rid of all my flexibility and much of my speed. Was it even worth the trade-off? I mean, I could go the middle ground and get something similar to what Gaara had in the Naruto movie, small gourds attached to each waist, but I suspected there was more than a little bit of fuinjutsu involved in making those things work. Fuck. Just a few hours away from the land of wind, and I wanted to go back. I felt so naked out here. No sand, no defense. Fuck. I hadn't thought this mission through at all, and noticing the bastard staring at me, I turned to him with a significant look. Did he know? I see you've realized your foolishness. Sand out of Suna is worlds different from the sand in other places. The desert is your home. It gives you your name. It's the source of all your power. Never forget that. He said, giving me a significant look before walking away, and I did my best to avoid showing my displeasure at his words. Now, I could see whose idea this had been. The failed attempt to manipulate me stunk of Raza. Of course, send me on a mission outside the village, leaving me stranded without my source of absolute defense to get me even more dependent on sand, and thus, Sunagakure. I would have even respected their bullshit if it wasn't being directed at me. It was an admirable method of indoctrinating a child into a certain ideology and inspiring a sense of nationalism. It was also very fucking risky. Were they really going to risk me outside the village without my primary form of defense? I tried to think it through from their perspective, and I could already see the logic behind the risk. This mission was only a B rank because of the distance being covered and the fact that Lord Chidori was actual nobility. In terms of real danger, I found there was little to worry about. Lord Chidori was going to visit his cousin, and made this trip twice every year, and according to the bastard, there had never been an issue. The only real challenge would be the distance. I could see the rationale. Expose me to danger without actually exposing me to danger to teach me that Suna was safe, and everywhere else was not. Fucking bastards. I turned away from Baki's back and split off 2 clones from myself. Even forming clones from the sand here was a bit different. The moist sand lent itself well to being molded, so that was a bit easier, but the sand was still a bit heavier. In this case, it was actually a good thing since my chakra didn't have to do as much work in converting the sand sculptures into actual clones of me. Both clones joined me by the water and began to practice ninjutsu. Without sand to fall back on, I had to make sure my ninjutsu was up to par. There was more at stake now. If even the slightest thing went wrong, I could end up dead as a fucking doornail. That could not happen. I would never let it. Both my clones focused on wind release while I worked on earth release myself. As I kept using the jutsu, more and more things about my unique clone jutsu revealed themselves to me. For one, I could share consciousness with my clones, but they did have some consciousness of their own. They could make decisions and use jutsu, but I was still aware of every decision they made or jutsu they used and why. It felt less and less like I was one person in 3 bodies, but more like I had become 3 people in 3 bodies who shared a deep mental link. I don't think that description made much sense. All you need to know is that I experience things as my clones do, and through some form of chakra fuckery, I wasn't going mad from the experience. That would not have been fun, to say the least. I went through the hand seals as the scroll depicted them. Ram, dog, ox, snake, I mentally recited to myself before saying out loud, earth release, earth wall, and slamming my hands into the ground, filling it with my chakra. Predictably, I wasn't able to create more than a small mound of loosely packed stone that only bore the most superficial similarity to an actual wall. Slashin', here is the updated stats for Gaara. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 6. Level. Title, Genin of Sunagakure, 10% increased growth when trained by Suna Ninja, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert. Chakra capacity, 20,000/20,000, regeneration, 100 CP per minute. Stamina, 102/120, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Earth release, earth wall. Chapter 5, Things Go Wrong. Earth affinity has gained a level. I smiled at the notification as I watched the wall form from my jutsu. The clone across from me moved at my signal and went through hand signs before blowing a nearly invisible series of bullets from his mouth. I smiled as I noted that the wall was undamaged from my side. I jumped over it and admired the marks the wind bullets had made as they ravaged the wall. They'd failed to penetrate, but they'd come quite close. I exchanged a thumbs up with my clone as I finally considered myself passable with the earth wall jutsu. At least now, I had a good defensive option. With one of the jutsus in the scroll successfully learned, I opened it even further to look at the next one. Instead of a defensive jutsu, this one was more supplementary, and not for the first time, I wondered where Raza had gotten the scroll from. I wasn't naive enough to think Suna Ninja made it, especially when we had so few Earth Release users within our walls, and our environment made it close to impossible for anyone to build such an affinity to this level. The scroll went into a lot of detail on the jutsu themselves, clearly written by a master. Now, the only thing I wondered was if it was written by someone from IWA or Konoha. Those were the obvious suspects and also the 2 villages Suna had most contact with. We had an old rivalry with IWA and an alliance with Konoha. So the scroll was probably stolen from one of those villages. I leaned more towards IWA since no one in their right mind would risk an alliance with the greatest of the 5 to get their hands on some B and A rank techniques. Yes, you heard me right. Greatest of the fucking 5. No matter how much the books might have tried to make me believe otherwise, knowledge of canon made it easy for me to detect the exaggerations in their portrayal of Suna's role in events. After all, one of the history books even went as far as saying the third Kazekage was so feared by Suna's enemies that they formed a coalition to assassinate him to challenge Suna's dominance. Considering I knew Sasori was responsible for that particular death, and that there were lots of ninja in other villages who could have taken out the third Kazekage with little trouble, I didn't place much stock in anything the history books claimed as fact. Konoha won the Third Great Ninja War, and even if they'd suffered from the Kyuubi attack and the Uchiha massacre, I was loath to rule them out of the running for the position. Kumo was a strong contender, but I knew too much about the strength of Konoha's monsters to give them the throne. After all, Tsunade was immortal, and Jiraiya had been able to give Pain a good fight with his Sage mode. Those two, along with the God of Shinobi, were enough to tip the scales in Konoha's favor. For now, at least. I'd soon be stronger than them all. Okay, maybe not so soon, but eventually. The bastard whistled for me to join the caravans, and I packed up as we made our way back to the road. Lord Chidori was clearly enjoying this weather as he called for way more stops here than he had in Suna. We moved through the land of rivers slower than we should have, but our multiple stops were useful for my training, so I tolerated them. Without as much sand to rely on, my wind and earth ninjutsu were my primary focus, and they saw much improvement. Even my taijutsu had improved by a small bit, so that was good. Everything was going surprisingly well on this road trip. Of course, that had to change eventually. After all, the only things truly certain in life are death, taxes, and getting screwed over. Hold on, speaking of taxes, did I have to pay them? Did ninja pay taxes? I mean, there had to be some sort of taxation system to keep the economy running, but were ninjas exempt? We were kind of the major source of business in Suna, so I didn't think so. But I also found it difficult to believe that taxes would have followed me across universes. That was some serious dedication to messing with my life. Well, they were taxes. Even the Bible mentioned them. The last enemy to be destroyed is tax, or something like that. I was never the best Bible scholar in my past life, and here, ninjas did not have religion. Not massive organized ones, at least. Most people prayed to one of the old gods or the other. Some psychopaths even worshipped the Bijou. Yoshimaru had been very clear when he warned me to stay away from them. Where was I? Oh, getting screwed over. Well, according to Baki, Lord Chidori had made this journey 15 times with no trouble. Of course, the 16th time had to be the charm. It started quietly. I was awake, practicing my chakra control in the dead of the night, and that might have been the only reason I survived the first attack. Senses trained from months fighting against a Jounin much stronger than me allowed me to move out of the way of the initial surprise attack. I rolled backwards, moving out of my lotus position into a crouch, and ran through hand signs reflexively. I was forced to duck again as a sword moved through the space my head had just occupied, and I finally got a glimpse of my attacker. Black combat clothes with a plain mask were all I noted before I was kicked and sent flying through the air. I felt blood build in my chest as I noted the quest notification that appeared in my vision. Warning, you have attracted the attention of Shimura Danzo. Survive the route Umbu. I couldn't finish reading because I had to get running again. Freaking route. What kind of pure chaos was this? I couldn't even get a look around me as the Umbu guy occupied the entirety of my vision, not letting me weave seals or even take my eyes off him for a second. It was taking all I had to remain alive, and even then, I'd already secured a cut across my arm and a cracked rib. He moved in for another slash, and this time, I blocked with the kunai I hid in my boot. He came in again for another one, and I took a deep breath before infusing the kunai with all the wind chakra I could channel into it. It was rudimentary and terrible, but the blade lit up to my senses, and when we next crossed blades, I cut through the Umbu's blade like it wasn't even there and forced him to retreat to avoid losing his head. With a second's respite, I formed the tiger seal with both hands and forced my chakra into the moist sand around me. I felt my chakra cut in half as I rose out of the ground in my second body. Fuck. Would this ever not be trippy? My clone shook his head at me, silently saying no as he moved after the ANBU member. I moved my eyes around the clearing, silently tracking the happenings. The night was still deathly silent for a few more seconds until one of the samurai sounded the alarm. I could see the rest of them begin to wake up and note the deaths around them. The route ANBU had been ruthless. All the sentries were dead, and even some of the samurai guards had been killed in their sleep. The rest of them, awake as they were still being hunted in the chaos of the attack. Baki was nowhere to be found. I ducked down, planted my hands on the ground, and lashed out with a kick as my clone had instructed me to do, and the ANBU behind me blocked with his vambrace. I took some pleasure at the creaking I heard. No other 6-year-old could generate the kind of damage. Then my sand clone came in from the side, wind chakra enhanced kunai slicing through the air as he made for the ANBU's head. The bastard dodged, wouldn't be much of an ANBU if he couldn't. He also dodged the extra edge created by wind chakra, so I silently cursed in my mind as I ran through hand signs, ending in the tiger seal and whispering under my breath, earth release, earth flow river, and slamming my hands into the ground to channel my chakra into the medium. The ground, where both the ANBU member and my clone dueled in furious taijutsu, was suddenly turned into mud and began to flow downhill, carrying the two of them with it. I smiled and executed the last bit of the combination my clone had whispered into my head, stretching out my hand and accepting control of my clone's body and thoroughly binding the root agent in sand. When I clenched my fist and performed Gaara's signature jutsu, I did it with a form of melancholy. Gamer's mind thoroughly shut off any form of guilt or hesitation I'd have felt at making my first kill, but I could still feel the gravity of the event. It was now, perhaps for the first time, that I could truly accept that I was now a member of this cursed world. I was one of them now, destined, perhaps cursed, to fight and kill and struggle to live. Blade over heart, I whispered to myself as my eyes searched the clearing. There seemed to be only 15 samurai left alive in the clearing, and they were being thoroughly trounced by 3 of the root ANBU. I scowled and dove at one of the ANBU as he was about to cleave a samurai's head from his shoulder. The wind chakra in my kunai practically screamed in the air as I slashed right at the agent's throat. He leaned out of the way of the attack and even dodged the wind enhancement by some luck of the universe as he grabbed my wrist and kicked me back where I came from. Of course, I instantly collapsed into sand and reformed myself because I was nothing but a clone. The original body appeared from a different direction, but his attempts to blend in with the night were obvious even to me. His surprise attack failed quite badly, and he joined me on the floor a few seconds later. Unlike me, however, the Umbu kept on him. He rolled out of the way of a stab to the head and managed to block the slash that would have decapitated him with a twist of his kunai. That was one difference I had noticed between this world and the one in the anime. Throughout my training, Baki had taught me to always go for the head. It was the only sure target, and it seemed like literally every other ninja in this world learned a similar lesson. It made sense, I guess. Half the turnarounds we see in the anime would never have been possible if the attackers had just gone straight for the head out of hand. It was just common sense. I scowled as the original body slipped up in his form a bit due to the panic he felt when his opponent's blade was suddenly lightning enhanced. If he were thinking clearly, he would know that wind trumps lightning and squash the fear he was feeling. Sadly, he wasn't. I guess even with the gamer's mind, killing someone was always killing someone. I turned and dashed across the floor, joining the original as we pressured the root Umbu. As we danced with our unwilling partner, I thanked Kami that we had spent so much time focused on taijutsu. Literally any other discipline, and we would probably already be dead. With taijutsu though, we were good, yes, but that wasn't the entirety of our advantage. We could also rely on being smaller than every opponent the Umbu had faced in a long while. It was taking the bastard time to adapt, and that was a lapse I used to my advantage. If he wasn't fully ready to deal with me, then I had to dispatch him before he got fully ready. The original spun in the air as he lashed out with an axe kick for our opponent's head, and I wove through our opponent's feet as I reached to slash his hamstring apart. He jumped, while leaning back, to avoid both of our blows. In an impressive display of acrobatics and sheer chakra bullshit, he somehow managed to actually do that while landing on his feet. That still took time though, and we had the initiative as we finished going through our hand signs in unison. Wind release, great breakthrough. I shouted as the original shouted his own jutsu, earth release, earth flow river. Our quasi-combination jutsu took effect at nearly the same time as the ground around our opponent turned to mud while I created a veritable swarm of wind around him. The wind buffeted his clothes, but he dove right into the sea of mud before the jutsu could do any damage. I felt my head turn to sand as a blade cleaved right through what had been my neck. The original got the warning from my own attack and was able to dodge the attack that would have turned us into a very dead Jinchuriki by the skin of his teeth. With the attack avoided, we were barely able to begin a reprisal before another of the Umbu joined the battle. Fuck. I guess things were beginning to take a turn for the worse. I could see the original's chest heaving as he did his level best to keep up in the life and death battle. I could already feel my chakra capacity approach dangerously low levels. Having to reform this body so many times was taxing, to say the least. Each reformation took nearly a fifth of the chakra I'd been granted at formation. Let's not even get into the crapload I was spending on physical enhancement to even let me keep up with this battle. The original was definitely going to feel the strain from enhancing his muscles so much in the morning. If we lived till then. I searched the clearing and found Baki where I'd last seen him. He was engaging 4 of the fuckers this time and still managing to maintain a protective encirclement around Lord Chidori's tent. It was impressive but managed to get on my nerves. I knew I was nowhere near his level, but a reminder like this one might have been a bit excessive, especially when it was coming off the heels of certain revelations about my strength. One of the Umbu, the one on the left, spoke to the other in blistering quick sign language, and they both moved in seeming unison. Only my chakra-enhanced brain allowed me to pick up on the fact that the one on the right had moved first and the lefty just matched his pace. Fuck. They were even faster. I scowled at nothing as I swept my hand out, reaching into the sand around me with a practical truckload of chakra and forcing it to do my bidding. The sand blocked their approach for a few seconds, and I had a eureka moment right then and there. I jumped back, begging the original to take my place in the battle. XXXXXX. I moved in to take my clone's place as he retreated to parts unknown. Not truly, but you get my point either way. His idea was impressive, and if it worked, it would mean the difference between dying here and cementing myself as a future Kage-level shinobi. The first of the Umbu broke through the wall first, and he did his best to avoid engaging me on his lonesome. I guess they already figured out how deadly my taijutsu was. His efforts were for naught, though, as I was eventually able to force him to commit to a dawn macabre with me as blades of wind and lightning flashed across the dark clearing. In my seconds of clarity, I found myself wondering why this was so easy. I mean, I knew I was strong, stronger than any 6-year-old had any right to be, but Umbu level. That was a bit of a stretch for even me to believe. Surely the combination of being the gamer and the Ichibi, Jinchuriki, couldn't just grant me so many advantages that I was rewriting what it even meant to progress as a ninja. The other route Umbu's success at breaking through removed my focus from that and forced me to consider other things, like how the fuck was I going to take on both of them at the same time, for one. The second consideration on my mind was whether the clone's plan was working. It seemed to be working, but it was a relatively slow process. Of course, that thought had me coming up with my own idea and sending it off to him. We both smiled in unison, as even though the root Umbu were beginning to put me on the back foot, for the first time since we entered the land of rivers, I was beginning to feel safe. I was beginning to feel like I could make it out of this unharmed. I ducked under a punch, dismissing what felt like the 100th notification to pop up in my line of sight as I blocked a slashing blade with my own. The screaming electricity ground against whistling wind for a few seconds before giving way. Of course, he managed to get his blade out of our lock before I could begin to damage it. Fucking Umbu. We moved in again, and seemed to be right where we started. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Victory. We moved across the grounds, heading towards each other for the umpteenth time. However, this time was different because our ace was ready. I could feel it underground, just at the edge of my senses, a sea that felt practically limitless. Of course, it wasn't limitless, but with how little I had gotten to use in the past week, it was heaven for me. It was a form of safety that I could not overemphasize. We moved at great speeds, and right before our blades were set to meet, I stopped. I stopped right at the end of his swing, and as he prepared to block an attack that would never come, sand rushed out from the ground beneath him and surrounded him as he stood there, shocked. Yellow, almost golden sand burst out, and my heart sang. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I was home. I was safe. I took control of the sand as my duplicate ceded to my influence and I wrapped it around the first of the root Umbu before he could overcome the surprise at the move. The second one, cold as ever, calmly dodged out of the way of the first few sand tendrils I sent for him, but after that, he found himself quickly overwhelmed by their speed and number as he got wrapped up. Sand burial, I whispered to myself as I used Gaara's signature jutsu for the second time in this life, but on 2 targets at the same time. Squelch. As I dropped the crushed remains of their bodies, I felt myself drawn in by how the sand looked with blood coating parts of it. It was almost beautiful. No, it was. It had a beauty to it. Not of the traditional kind, but the kind of beauty one could see in art. Donna Tartt's quote from The Secret History came to mind, "True beauty is terror. Whatever we call beautiful, we quiver before." Reciting the rest of the quote that I had been obsessed with for so long, I found it calming, freeing, and beautiful. I turned away from the sand and searched out Baki, only to find him staring straight at me, having dispatched his own share of the root agents. Not a complete failure, then, he said as he looked at me with a glint in his eyes that I couldn't fully understand. In some ways, it was like he was seeing me for the first time. In others, it was like he wasn't even looking at me at all, and was seeing into, and beyond me. Like he was beginning to recognize me. I pushed the thought out of my mind before I dwelled on his insanity and led myself to join him with my own hands. Still a failure, however. You realized the attack and moved to engage without bothering to ensure the safety of the client. Not just that, though, you also failed to seek out the client's safety even after dispatching your first opponent. I accepted the chiding with what I hoped looked like good grace to any onlookers, but inside I was boiling. 3 Umbu ninja, and he wouldn't even acknowledge my efforts. Any child in my place would have been devastated. Me. I was just fucking pissed off. I could see what he was doing clear as day. He was trying to starve me of approval to ensure I craved it even more than any other drug or addiction. With Gaara, it might have worked. With anyone else, it would definitely have worked. With me. It was a waste of both of our time and a source of displeasure. "Pack up your things, we return to Suna once the sun rises," he said, and I had to do a double take at the news. The attack has spooked Lord Chidori, and he no longer seeks to visit his cousin in the Land of Mist. We will be taking him back to the capital, where he will return to his place in the daimyo's court. I nodded at the news. My first real mission, and it was a failure. A failure on my very first try definitely wasn't the best start to a career that I hoped to crown with the achievement of becoming Kazekage. In any case, it didn't go according to plan, and it was not my fault. I'd done even more than I should have ever been required to. I'd done my share and then some. I turned away from the bastard and dismissed my clone, returning the sand underground. I'd move it under our feet as we moved to ensure I'd never be so unsafe again, and when we return to Sunagakure, I definitely have to look into sealing as a way to solve the weakness of not being much use outside the desert. I could already fantasize about the idea. Maybe a gourd with the same kind of seals as a sealing scroll, able to contain an actual ocean of sand. Or maybe even something like the bandages Sasuke had in Shippuden with seals on them to allow me to basically call upon sand right at my fingertips. Not bandages, of course, that would look stupid. But I could just imagine having a tattoo right on my palm, allowing me to use my sand wherever I went no matter what happened. A notification to the side of my vision reminded me that I hadn't noted all the improvements I gained during that attack or even the success of the quest itself. Being careful to ensure no one was paying much attention to me or seeking me for any purpose, I took control of the sand and formed a dome around me before plopping down in the lotus position. In my first life, I detested sand with a passion. It was itchy and had the infuriating ability to get everywhere. Now, sand felt like home. It didn't itch, and it felt so fucking comfortable, even on my pale, soft skin. I checked out the quest rewards first of all. Quest success. Main objective, survive the attack of the Root Umbu Heavy checkmark. Rewards, 500 XP, 5 stat points, 1 rare loot roll. Bonus objective 1, kill 1 Root Umbu Heavy checkmark. Rewards, 250 XP, 1 common loot roll. Bonus objective 2, kill 3 Root Umbu Heavy checkmark. Rewards, 250 XP, 1 special loot roll, increased rep with Samurai, increased rep with Lord Chijiri. Bonus objective 3, ensure Chijiri's safety, failed. Rewards, nil. Bonus objective 4, kill Baki in the chaos, failed. Rewards, nil. Bonus objective 5, capture one of the Root Umbu for interrogation, failed. Rewards, nil. Well, the bonus objectives were a bit disappointing, especially since the game had been willing to reward me for killing Baki. I won't lie that the idea did not cross my mind at all, but I weighed the odds and found that even making the attempt was not worth the risk. I'd keep it in mind for the next time we found ourselves in a situation like this one at all. I'd be getting Baki's head sooner or later. Now, the rewards. The XP gains meant I leveled up twice. 1000 XP from the quest plus another 200 XP from each of the Umbu I killed was just barely enough to push me over the threshold for the double level up. That also meant I had an extra 10 stat points to play with from the level up itself. All in all, it was a good haul, and that wasn't even including the rolls. A rare loot roll was pretty much the holy grail. I could get anything from one of those. Well, not anything that needed a legendary roll, but even the rare ones had some good stuff in them. Game, make the rare roll, I thought at the game and watched as a wheel appeared in my vision. The wheel began to move at speeds I couldn't keep up with, flashing intermittently during every spin. Eventually, it settled down, and I got a look at my reward. New affinity, fire-type affinity unlocked. Fuck. Nice. A fire-type affinity was going to get a world of use. I mean, it would be difficult to explain away, but I didn't really care right now. I just wanted the ability to set shit on fire on demand. Besides, call me biased, but all the really cool jutsu in the anime had been fire-type. Just look at that fire release, great fire annihilation shit Madara pulled out in the war. I wanted to be able to do that kind of shit. The rare roll didn't disappoint at all. Game, make the special roll, I thought at the game next, excited for the possible rewards I'd get from that one. A different will flashed before my eyes this time, and I patiently waited for the reward to get chosen. This time it was a jutsu. New jutsu scroll, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. I looked through the scroll and whistled appreciatively. It had to be the jutsu Jiraiya had used so often in the anime. It was A-ranked, required only 2 hand seals, and the size of the swamp was entirely dependent on the amount of chakra the user pumped in. Was it the perfect jutsu for me to expand my Earth Release repertoire? Maybe, probably, most likely. It was ideal for my purposes and would probably be a challenge to learn, but that was fine by me. Now, for the common roll. Game, make the common roll, I called out in my mind and waited as it spun through what looked like hundreds of options. That was the thing about loot rolls, the names were deceiving. They had nothing to do with the availability of the items or boons, just the value. Rare meant I was getting something immensely valuable. No one can deny that a brand new nature affinity without any training is immensely viable. I'd received the boon and suddenly had the knowledge of how to mold fire chakra in my head. I could do it. If I wanted, I could pick up any leaf here and set it on fire in an instant, all without any training. The special roll gave me a jutsu used by one of the Sannin. Not knowledge of the jutsu, but a scroll. Knowing a jutsu without learning it might have been too valuable even for a special roll. The common roll gave me a sealing scroll filled with kunai from the land of iron. That wasn't bad at all, I thought to myself as I took a good look at the blade I had in my holster. Enhancing it with wind chakra had worn through the metal, and clashing so much against a blade enhanced with lightning chakra had not done it any favors. It was brittle and would probably break if I applied any force to it. Kunai from the land of iron, though, were something else. Made from stronger, purer metal, they'd last even longer than the ones I'd been previously using and would resist wind chakra enhancement. They weren't made of chakra metal, though. If I wanted any of those beauties, I guess I'd have to save up and buy them myself. That was something I actually looked forward to. The pay for this mission would be a good addition to my bank account. Okay, I don't actually have a bank account. Did ninja even have banks? But you get what I mean. There are very few things money won't be able to buy, maybe even a few ninjutsu teacher since I needed knowledge of the art to take my sand carriage to the next level. A gourd would be inefficient, cumbersome, and make my taijutsu close to useless, considering that was my second greatest weapon behind my sand control. Speaking of weapons, I took a look at what had happened to my skills during the attack. Stat sheet, I thought at the game and whistled at the improvements. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 6. Level. Title, Genin of Sunagakure, 10% increased growth when trained by Suna Ninja, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert. Chakra capacity, 20,000/20,000, regeneration, 100 CP per minute. Stamina, 102/120, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Taijutsu, 38. Ninjutsu, 41. Genjutsu, 2. Sand control, 63. Pain tolerance, 19. Meditation. Chakra affinities. Wind, 36. Earth, 30. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone, 54. Wind release, great breakthrough, 42. Wind release, wind bullets, 26. Earth release, earth wall, 10. Earth release, earth flow river, 17. Shunshin no Jutsu. I gained 10 levels in taijutsu alone in just those few minutes. My evolution in the Shunshin Jutsu was also noteworthy. I had been using it throughout the fight to keep up with the ANBU operatives and even move ahead of them, not to mention all the use my clone got out of the jutsu. Gaining 14 levels was not unexpected. From what the stat sheet, and hence the game, were telling me, I would keep growing from training. But if I wanted anything like this kind of growth, this kind of leap in ability, I would have to put my life on the line. I gained levels and grew because my neck would have been slit if I didn't. I could already see the facts coming into place in a new meta in my head. I wanted, nay, I needed to fight for my life. It was the only way to gain the strength I needed as quickly as I needed it. After all, in 5 years, Suna would be invading the Hidden Leaf, and I needed to be strong enough to take on a Kage by then. I needed to have the kind of strength that would have the elders of Suna backing me as the next Kazekage the moment my father's death became known. I needed to not just be strong but known as strong. My stat points itched at me to spend them. I had 40 of them, and quite a few stats I needed to strengthen right now. If I increased my strength, chakra enhancement would become even more useful when I needed it. If I increased my dexterity, Shunshin would be even more effective. Intelligence was always a stat worthy of investing some resources into. Durability is durability. I closed my eyes and dumped 10 points into each stat with the exception of endurance. The rush as my muscles grew and adapted, and I felt my mind itself beginning to expand was just indescribable. A/N, that's the chapter, guys. Thanks for reading, and here are Gaara's updated stat sheet. Stats. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 6. Level. Title, Genin of Sunagakure, 10% increased growth when trained by Suna Ninja, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert. Chakra capacity, 20,000/20,000, regeneration, 100 CP per minute. Stamina, 102/120, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 7, Chio. I stared up at Baki as we covered the ground to the village in a blur. I wondered if I should ask. If I even could ask. I know Baki had had several conversations with Lord Chidori before we dropped the shaken men at the capital. I'd not been allowed into those conversations, and what was discussed there was anyone's guess. If I was a gambling man, I'd wager that they'd at least discuss the attackers. Baki hadn't even broached the subject with me. Beyond giving me the duty of sealing up the bodies for return to Suna, he hadn't even acted like the attack had happened at all. I led with, trying to get his attention, but remaining hesitant as to how to raise the topic exactly. Use your words, boy. You should at least be capable of that much, he said in reply, ticking me off and making me blurt out my next words with much less care than I would have liked. Who were those ninja, and what did they want? I asked bluntly. Perhaps too bluntly, because the bastard just turned to me with a raised eyebrow. The face curtain covering half his face swayed a bit in the wind, letting me make out the scarred visage that lay beneath. I didn't flinch. I'd seen his scars before, and the first time I'd caught a glimpse of them in sparring and frozen up for a second or two, I'd had my head rung like a bed, and the rest of my body pushed to the limit of their regeneration. He broke no bones, but he was in love with the idea of hairline fractures, and small bits of damage that would not be visible, but would hurt like hell in all likeliness. It was actually impressive to me how no one in Suna had offed the bastard yet. Surely his psychopathy had to extend far beyond me. None of your business, weapon. You did your job, albeit haphazardly. That is all you should concern yourself with. He said, and that was all for the matter. XXXXXX, the fourth Kazekage POV. You maintain your suspicion that the Umbu were from Konoha? I asked Baki, trying to get his read on the matter. Yes. As I said in my letter, they used a wide selection of techniques, from lightning chakra conduction to mud clones to even water-style jutsu. It's difficult to place them as belonging to just one of the five, but our location and the fact that both Konoha and Mizu would have been able to find out about our trip means they're the most likely suspects. Given that Mizu can't do much of anything right now, it has to be Konoha. But that could also be taken advantage of by another one of the five, seeking to rupture our alliance. He said, not lifting his head from where it remained, looking down on the floor. I just nodded along to his words. Many saw the rough demeanor and scarred visage and took that for a summation of what he was. Even for ninja, who were supposed to be masters of deception, very few could see the keen intellect that laid behind that curtain he covered his face with. Indeed. My thoughts have moved in similar directions. What would you suggest we do about it? I asked, testing the intellect even further. There's not much we can do, can we? Konoha is never going to admit to it, and apart from the interesting fuinjutsu on their tongues, there's nothing notable about any of their bodies. Their chakra systems show signs of training consistent with all five great nations, and even a few minor ones. We can't get any actual evidence against Konoha, so I suggest we learn what secrets we can, and burn the bodies. There was a reason I wanted him to succeed me as Kage. He thought just as I did. If he was just a bit stronger, just a bit more polished as a shinobi, I'd have named him my successor and been done with it. Now, the village remained in limbo, the succession unclear, and the future shadowy. Those are my thoughts exactly. My next question is about Gaara. How was he? The report said he killed 3 of them. I asked the question I'd been really itching to ask. It had taken all I had in me to not personally seek him out once they had returned to the village, accepting the reports that he was unscathed at face value. It would not be becoming of the village leader to run around checking the well-being of just one shinobi when there were over 1,000 actively in the hospital at any given moment. Yes, he did. His taijutsu was superb and he employed his ninjutsu expertly. The ANBU agents weren't much to write home about, clearly more suited to stealth missions than direct combat. Each of them must have been just a cut above the level of the average Chunin, he said, not going into the detail I needed from him. I see. 3 Chunin is still quite a feat. Do you think he was the target of the attack? I asked, prodding for more detail. It is possible. From what I could see, none of the enemy ninja were truly aiming to kill until they were pushed and near death. Even then, they still held back from true attempts to put him down, even at the cost of their own lives. Their mission might have been to kidnap him, but I fail to see why they just didn't kill him when it became clear that the mission was impossible to complete. It's what any ninja with a brain would have done in that situation. And what about his sand? You said he made a breakthrough, I asked again. Getting Baki to talk about Gaara was beginning to feel like pulling teeth. I'd have reassigned the boy to an instructor with less reason to hate him, but Baki was producing results, impressive results. 3 Chunin-level kills at 6 years old. Even the least disgusting prodigies could never compare to the kind of feat we'd have our own Hatake Kakashi soon, and I'd love to see how Sarutobi would still be able to view himself as superior in the face of the sand's rise. Sand covers all. Yes. Yes, he did. As you told me, one of the reasons for this mission was increasing his loyalty to the village by showing him how different the rest of the world was, but somehow, he managed to produce his own sand in the middle of the land of rivers. Produce his own sand? I asked. No Jinchuriki of the Ichibi has managed such a feat before. Are you sure he didn't just call the sand over from Suna itself? I asked, astounded by the feat. No. We were much too far for that to be possible. As you are fond of saying, once you rule out the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Calling sand over across dozens of kilometers has to be impossible. Besides, the sand had come rushing out of the ground, not from the skies as it would have if he'd summoned it from a distance away. I nodded at his quotation of my predecessor's favorite saying. Attributing it to me was a bit misplaced, but I wasn't going to bother correcting him. I see. I will ask him about it personally when we meet up for training. Beyond that, what do you have to report on his progress? There is nothing of note to mention. He continues to improve in all the areas we've worked on. His Earth-style ninjutsu is coming along nicely, and his wind release has become something most Jounin would be proud of. His progress remains nice and steady. He will be ready for the next Chunin exams. I nodded in agreement with the previous statement. The Chunin exams in Kusa were a significant factor in my decision to push for intensified training for the boy. I needed him to be strong and visible to show the world that Suna was still a formidable force. I also needed him to demonstrate to the daimyo that we were not inferior to Konoha. And what about our ally in the court? I asked. Lord Chidori remained steadfast in his support. The attack shook him, but it may have worked in our favor. I made him believe that the Umbu had been targeting him, and he was grateful that we saved him from what he saw as certain death. But he still terminated the mission. As a side effect of making him believe that assassins were sent after him, his paranoia has increased. He somehow believes that the hired killers were sent by his cousin from the land of water. I don't mind him thinking that because it does not harm us in any way and may make him more reliant on our protection in the future. This time, I didn't nod, but I hummed in agreement. If Baki wasn't going to be strong enough to become the Kage, then I would need to reassign him to train Kankuro and Temari after Gaara becomes a Jounin in his own right. A mind like his must be involved in the training of our village's future, and I preferred the idea of Temari succeeding me. She had the temperament, pedigree, and I would ensure she had the strength. It was almost perfect. What about the mission pay? He asked, causing my lips to turn downward. I fought the urge and returned to my placid expression. Money had been scarce in the village, and any payment would have to come from our own coffers. However, I still could not refuse to pay Baki his due. A Kage who did not pay his people did not remain Kage for long. You will receive the standard A-rank pay. Gaara will not receive anything, I said, and he nodded without questioning me on the matter. Of course he didn't. His disdain for the boy blinded him even more than the scars that prevented him from fully opening his eyes. It would have been sad if it weren't so pathetic. XXXXXXX, Gaara. I scowled at the man. He was saying something, but I wasn't really listening. His first sentence had completely ruined my mood. I should have expected it, but the sheer audacity of it was a shock to me. I wasn't going to get paid for protecting Lord Chidori because he didn't actually make it to his destination. It's not like I had risked my life to save the rich idiot or anything. Fucking hell. The Kazekage has authorized me to offer you some sort of reward, though. I don't see why, but he believes you deserve some incentive to ensure future good behavior, he said, after he was sure I was done glaring at him. I scowled at the bastard. After weeks under his tutelage, I had gotten used to his methods. He had waited until the last minute to mention that to ensure I spent as much time with him angry as possible. He enjoyed getting under my nerves for some reason, and I found it nearly impossible to resist falling for his tricks. I guess that was the thing about being a Jounin, he would always be leaps better at deception and deception-related things than me. What do you want, boy? I don't have all day to spend staring at your ugly mug. My scowl returned as I racked my head, trying to figure out what I actually wanted. It had to be training of some sort. Money was good, but definitely not something I'd use a favor like this for. Well, I had already decided what kind of training I wanted to pursue. Fuinjutsu training, I said after a minute's thought, just making sure there wasn't anything else more pressing that I might have desired. The bastard had the stones to burst out laughing. Not even a chuckle. Just full-bellied laughter. Overwhelming laughter. The kind that racked his entire body and had tears building up in his lone visible eye. No, he said, and then proceeded to fall into laughter once again. When he finally straightened up, he looked at me and fell into laughter again. My scowl grew and grew until I found myself lashing out with my sand unconsciously. The Jounin sobered up and dodged the attack before he swept me off my feet in a movement I could barely keep track of. At least I could see him move now. That's an improvement. From the floor, I could barely make out his next words. You are a Jinchuriki. There is no way we would ever let you get close to learning about Fuinjutsu. Pick something else. His words brought an interesting sobriety to my life. I mean, sure, I never forgot what I was. That would have been impossible with how many reminders there were in the village. But I'd also never really been bothered by it. I had no interest in making friends or even socializing, so being a Jinchuriki had helped rather than hindered. But now, it was actively preventing me from learning the things I needed to grow. Pick something else before the offer expires. His words drew me back to reality, and I just blurted out my next words without even thinking. Medical training, I said, shocking both of us. He just nodded and disappeared with a blur, perhaps to set it up. I sat up and began to think about the fallout of my actions. Would asking to learn Fuinjutsu make them think of me as more of a threat? Were they going to tighten my leash? And medical ninjutsu? Where did that even come from? I mean, now that I thought about it, it seemed to be a good idea, but I hadn't felt in control of myself when I said it. I mean, if I couldn't learn Fuinjutsu and I had to pick something I would not normally be able to learn in my regular training, it might as well be medical training. I had the chakra for it, and I could already imagine how badass I would be if I could just heal myself no matter what happened and keep on fighting. A strength of 100 seal wouldn't hurt either. I mean, I couldn't learn Fuinjutsu, but I already had a seal practically designed for storing chakra and feeding it back into my body as needed. That couldn't be too hard, could it? I walked into the hospital with a bounce in my step. Not through the main entrance, of course. That would have caused a riot. I walked in through a side entrance and followed the instructions Baki had given me as I searched the place for the mednin that had been requested to take me under her wing. Considering I was who I was sure that the request had been nothing less than a direct order with very direct consequences for disobedience. No one in Suna would willingly spend time with me for such long periods without some serious incentive. I waited patiently in front of the office door after I knocked. There was no name on the door, just a title. Visiting Specialist, it read. When I was finally asked to come in, I opened the door and was met with the face of the oldest woman I'd ever seen. Her skin was pale, paler than mine by quite a margin. It was Orochimaru levels of pale, and not just pale, it was wrinkled, almost like she didn't have a straight stretch of skin on her entire body. Her black hair was tied in a bun, and she was dressed like every other person in Suna, wearing a dark loose-fitting outfit with a poncho above it. Are you just going to stare, boy? Or will you sit? She asked in her croaky voice, and I felt my face blush of its own accord. She was right. I'd been staring, and not politely either, considering I was just managing to close my mouth for the first time since I entered the office. I am sorry, I said with a bow as I took a seat opposite hers. Doing my best to ignore her eyes that seemed like they were staring their way through my soul, I focused on the office instead. It was white, very white, the kind of white you'd see in all those interior design Instagram pages. Beautiful to look at, but not all livable. It was also sparse. Apart from the desk separating us and the chairs we sat on, the only other piece of furniture in the office was a small examination bed. I've been asked, not asked, ordered really, to give you a chance to become my apprentice, she said, beginning the conversation after either finding or failing to find what she was looking for on my face. A chance. I asked the question she clearly wanted me to. People like her were simple to figure out. Yes. A chance. I will test you now, and that will determine your suitability to become my apprentice, she said, fishing out a scroll from somewhere I couldn't quite see. I looked at her in shock as I opened it and saw it was filled with examination questions. Medical examination questions, to be precise. I have no medical training, sensei. I said, unsure as to whether the woman had gone senile, or was just misinformed as to my capabilities. I do not care. Answer the questions or fail the test, was all she said, and I scowled as I turned to the scroll again. Like I said, people like her were easy to figure out. Complaining about the test or being obstinate was only going to tick her off and make her fail me out of hand. I just had to make a few guesses here and there and try to use the knowledge of high school biology I had from my previous life to pass the exam. I read through the first question and almost put my head in my hands. Fuck. I moved from that one without even scrolling down an answer. I finished the test in 2 hours, according to the hourglass on the table. She produced one from somewhere I couldn't see when I started the test and chose to use it to time me. When I turned it in, she just smiled at me and then took out her own quill and began to grade it right in front of me. I guess no delayed punishment here. Everyone said the waiting was half the pain, so maybe just being told I failed here would be much better for me in the long run. When she finally looked up from the scroll, I expected her to be scowling or even disappointed, but she was neither. She was actually smiling. Your grasp of anatomy is basic, but serviceable. Everything else is complete trash. Very good, she said. Good. I repeated after her, sure the woman was cracked in the head. Yes. Good. It means you have nothing in your head I'll need to take out. Your cup, as they say, is empty, so I just have to fill it up with the right knowledge. I just stared at her, still unsure what to make of her assessment. I mean, it was a good thing she was going to train me, but I still couldn't completely figure out her motives. If the test hadn't been about my knowledge, then what was she trying to test? I couldn't buy the bullshit about empty cups. She wouldn't have needed a test for that. I'm only 6. There was literally nothing I had in my head that she couldn't get out of it. Now, I will introduce myself. Be honored, boy, for you sit in the presence of Chiyo of the Hidden Sand, famed Kunoichi, leader of Sunagekyu's legendary puppet brigade, and medic Nin, she said. I fought the urge to gape at her. That must have been what had been niggling at me since I entered the office. This was Sasori's grandmother, a legendary shinobi in her own right. She actually brought Gaara back to life in the anime and fought against Sasori even after being weakened by age. She was a relic of a bygone era, yes, but she was living history. I couldn't actually believe that a woman like this would be teaching me. I am honored to meet you, Chiyo-sensei, I said, recalling the manners Yoshimaru had instilled in me. I stood up and bowed to the woman. A boy with manners, Raza's boy at that. The world must be coming to an end, the woman said sardonically, silently gesturing for me to return to my seat. I obliged her, feeling embarrassed for the second time today. I knew she was savage in the anime, but this was something else. Let's discuss your training, boy, before you make even more of a fool of yourself, she said. I nodded, not trusting myself to reply. Why were all my sensei such bastards? There was the head bastard himself, and now this old lady who would kill me with embarrassment if the head bastard didn't manage to off me with his training. You requested to learn medical ninjutsu, and that is what we will focus on. I will require your presence here every other day. Traditionally, medical nin training is not something one embarks on part-time, and it definitely isn't something you see many 6-year-olds trying, but I've been assured of your intelligence and determination, so we shall be putting both of these things to the test. She fished out 2 thick books from a place I, once again, could not see. This was getting ridiculous. I chanced a glance at the titles of both books and felt my eyebrows lift of their own accord. Secrets of the Body and Production of Medical Chakra, a Guide, were the names of the books, and I could already tell what each of them was for. You can read, I am told. You will have to have finished both of these books by the time you return to me the day after tomorrow. Do not skim them, for I will know. Digest the knowledge and return to me with a few drops in your cup. She dismissed me with a wave of her hand. XXXXXXX. I stretched my chakra through my sand as I moved it around me in a spinning tornado. The goal of today's training? Nothing. Just perfecting various movements with the sand. My high level of sand control meant I had no real difficulty doing whatever I wanted with it, but things I'd done before were also much faster and smoother to execute. This probably had something to do with chakra memory. The book on producing medical chakra had mentioned it offhandedly in one of the chapters. Speaking of the books, I turned to my clone, who was sitting cross-legged in the shade of a sand umbrella, reading through the one on anatomy for the second time. I was able to get the first read of the thick book down by essentially making a clone to stay up all night reading it while I went to bed. It was one of the freakiest things I'd ever done. I could actually feel myself both sleeping and awake at the same time. I couldn't even describe it without sounding like a complete and total nutcase. Just take my word for it that it was strange. Still, I had finished each book once, and only had one more read to go before I felt totally confident in my knowledge of the text. My intelligence stat made it so understanding the material was as easy as just reading it. I could also virtually recall 40% of it word for word. The second read was just to cement what I learned and raise that number up to 90%. I had no idea how I knew that would be the most efficient way to study the text. I couldn't even chalk it up to my intelligence stat since intelligence didn't give knowledge. It just made reading and understanding things much easier, and basically improved everything to do with learning, prediction, or comprehension. At my present level, I doubted I'd compare to someone like Shikamaru in terms of brains, but I gave myself good odds against any of the Chunin in the village. The sand stopped moving as I arrested the momentum of the tornado and forced the sand I was standing on to turn into a raised platform and take me up into the sky. Higher and higher, I went until I had to actively circulate chakra in my body to prevent myself from freezing in my light clothes, and the village was little more than a speck from viewpoint above the skies. A/N, chapter complete. How is the story RN? Thanks for reading. Stats. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 6. Level. Title, Genin of Sunagakure, 10% increased growth when trained by Suna Ninja, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert. Chakra capacity, 20,000/20,000, regeneration, 100 CP per minute. Stamina, 102/120, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 8, Training for the Chunin exams. I scowled at the fish in front of me. Even after hours of trying to pump it full with medical chakra, it still remained in the state of suspended animation that Chio had placed it in with only a tap from one of her fingers. Good. Finally, something you are truly terrible at. If you had continued at that pace, I would have begun to suspect you of being something not quite human, Chio said after 10 minutes of my trying with no results at all. I could understand where she was coming from, though. In 2 weeks of medical training, I'd blitzed through most of the preliminary texts she had me study and had an easy time moving through the chakra control exercises she recommended. The first of those exercises, balancing a floating ball of water between my fingers, had awakened my chakra control skill. It was already at level 50 on account of me being the gamer and all that, which was a boon. It also came with the detriment of being nearly impossible to train. What I'd found in the last few months from my own training, seeing what Baki could do, that fight against the Rudambu, and spying on other ninjas in the village was that level 50 was pretty much the bottom of Jounin level, with level 25 forming the bottom of Chunin level. Other people didn't have levels since they didn't have the gamer's body, letting them live their lives like games, but that didn't mean I couldn't gauge their abilities with pure observation. I had Jounin level intelligence, after all. Maybe you should try a different method, Chio commented as she entered the office and still found me struggling to revive the fish. Different method? I asked, repeating her words, a habit I'd picked up recently because of how much it seemed to annoy the woman. Less than 10 total hours spent together, and I was already beginning to pick up on the woman's tells and hints. Your impersonation of a parrot is no more amusing now than it was the very first time you tried it out, she said, scowling and drawing closer. Yes, a different method. Now, you are trying to use your chakra and guide it to go where it instinctively wants to go. That is how most medical ninjutsu works. You only need complex knowledge of anatomy to make sure you don't accidentally break anything in your attempts to ensure things get back to working. However, there is another method. More advanced, but maybe more suited to you. You must learn the exact nature of the injury and use your own willpower to heal the injury. You must not let your chakra flow as it wishes, you must instead force it to do what it needs to, she said as she finally reached the fish in front of me. Maybe that will work just a bit better for you and get some actual results, she said before leaning over and humming at the fish. Or maybe you're just a complete idiot, and the fish died over an hour ago. I looked up at her, eyes wide. Nanny. She shook her head at me, bursting into laughter. Today, Baki showed up to training with a form that was already filled in. He only showed it to me to affix my signature to it and make sure the information there was accurate. It was a Chunin exam form, and I almost sighed in relief when I saw it. The bastard had been getting more and more abusive with his training methods, and I was just about done with dealing with him for any long periods of time. A promotion to Chunin was just what the doctor ordered. Good, you're interested. It would have been a pain to force you, he said with half a scowl visible. I looked at him and resisted the urge to act. For some reason, his words were beginning to get on my nerves even more. It might have been my frustration with medical ninjutsu bleeding over to the rest of my life. It might also be that I'd just had enough of his bullshit over the past few weeks. The exams will be held in Kusa. Your training from now henceforth will be aimed at polishing off every dull edge in your fighting style. You will be the only ninja from Sunagake you're sent to this exam, so your victory must be a foregone conclusion. We risk much for you. The reward must be equally great, Baki said before blurring into motion and making for my head. I backflipped out of the way of the attack before catching myself in a cocoon of sand to avoid the follow-up that was sure to catch me midair. XXXX Kazekage POV. What do you have for me, 3? I asked the ANBU agent kneeling on the floor, the head of our counterintelligence operations. The other villages are aware of Gaara's participation in the exams at Kusa. Their spies sent the reports last week, and word from our spies is that even isolationist villages like Kumo are mobilizing to send their representatives. Gaara's participation has stirred the hornet's nest, he said, and I smiled. All was going according to plan. Beautiful. And the daimyo? The Wind daimyo has been convinced to attend, and he has similarly sent out letters to all his cousins to attend the exams. There was nothing I loved more than a plan coming together. All the great nations danced according to my tune, and at the end of the day, sand will land on top. Thank you, 3, I said before looking to the other side and facing Baki. Is he ready? I asked, unsure of how much of my concern was that of a Kage risking his village's future on the shoulders of a 6-year-old and how much was that of a man who wanted to know the fate of his youngest son, Karura's sacrifice. I did it all for her. He would never know, but it was all for her. Everything was for her. Yes. He might not have the strength of a Jounin, but he is more than crafty enough to kill one if it comes to it. It won't. He will be facing Genin and will be the strongest of them all by a fair margin. I nodded at Baki's words and waited for him to continue. However, if the others in the Great Five are truly stirring, then he might face stiffer competition. I have no doubt that each of the other villages would have their own monsters ready to face him down, he said, head still bowed and tone doubtful. I could understand the doubt. It was unbelievable that there could be other genin as strong as Gaara out there. He was a Jinchuriki, and one with almost perfect control over his creature's gifts. The only other village with a chance of having even a similar weapon was Kumo, and it was well known that they would never endanger their weapon beyond times of war. Might I ask why, my lord? The ninja bowed in front of me, bringing my head from my thoughts, and I gave him a look before ceding his request. You may. Suna is not in a good state. You of all ninja can see this. Our position in the Great Five has never been more at risk. Kusa stumbles and grows bolder and bolder every year. Konoha whispers of re-evaluating our alliance. Our own daimyo contracts other villages to fulfill his missions. This village has never been in more peril, but we've also never had such an opportunity to turn things around before, I said, taking a deep breath before continuing as my sense of his chakra told me he was paying rapt attention. Gaara is strong. I have never seen a genin so strong. He is, without a doubt, the future of Suna. If he sought it, this seat would be his one day and I would never deny him. He is strong, and he is young. That is why we are sending him out now. A 6-year-old at the Chunin exams will draw eyes. A 6-year-old at the Chunin exams alone would draw even more eyes, and that same child winning the entire thing would be the show of the century. Gaara's victory will secure the future of Suna. That is why I am so willing to risk her present. Genin who ought to participate in this year's tournament will be forced to wait another 6 months. I will stall their development for Suna's future, and their sacrifice will be nothing, I said, standing up at the end and projecting my voice. I had my own doubts about the plan. I had my own worries, but I needn't have bothered with them. The plan will work. It just has to. Yes, my lord, Baki said, and I nodded before dismissing him. I pulled out the drawer on my desk and took out the photo frame within. It was Karura, heavily pregnant as she was, and smiling with the radiance of the sun. All for you, my dear. You dreamed of a supreme Suna. I will deliver. XXXXX, Gaara. The exams were slated to be held in Kusa, so that meant I had to deal with lessons on how to fight in the grassland, as well as even more brutal training sessions with the bastard. The good part was that every single one of my stats had seen visible, measurable improvement. The downside was that every day, I tested the limits of my natural healing factor and endurance. I still had not been cleared to use medical ninjutsu on myself, so I had to deal with the pain for the few minutes it took for my natural healing to deal with the bruises and light cuts. The bastard always lived up to his name, but at least he had the good sense to avoid causing any damage that would impair me for considerable lengths of time. After all, I was essentially taking on the role of two different people, studying dozens of medical textbooks and journals while training to become the youngest Chunin in Suna's history. I was more than strong enough to beat virtually any Chunin out there, but we still trained because Baki was a bastard, and I would never turn down an opportunity to improve. God will descend in 10 years. That was the phrase I repeated to myself whenever I was tempted to quit, slow down, or take care of myself instead of charging full speed ahead in self-improvement. Whenever the temptation arose, the knowledge that I was nowhere near strong enough to even be a blip on Madara's radar was enough for me to throw myself back into my training. Sure, it might have been nice to be knocking on the door of Jounin level, but Madara had cut through hundreds of Jounin with no difficulty. Maybe one day, I'd be strong enough to match up to a Kage, but Madara had taken all 5 of them without breaking a sweat. Hashirama was even worse. I had virtually all the benefits of being a perfect Jinchuriki for the One-Tails, but Hashirama had beaten 9 of them and sealed them up. He'd taken on the strongest one while still fighting Madara at the same time. Madara and Hashirama. Those were the monsters I aspired to match and surpass, and I had just 10 years to do it. I had even less than that before pain would come for me. The entire Hidden Leaf could not stand against him. Naruto with Sage Mode could not stand against him. Naruto with Kurama's chakra still couldn't defeat him in battle. Pain could only be beaten when he was talked down. Madara, Hashirama, and Pain. All 3 of them. I needed to surpass them in a decade. With that knowledge in my head, I was much less tempted to consider the idea of resting on my laurels. I moved away from Baki's kick as I shuffled backwards, preparing myself for another exchange of furious taijutsu. The more time went on, the more it became clear that the only thing stopping my taijutsu from getting better was my own body. Chakra enhancement could only do so much, and I had a lot to do before I could even consider Tsunade's strength technique. I suspected I'd have to take my chakra control to level 75 at the least. If 25 was Chunin, and 50 was Jounin, something told me 75 would be the level beyond that. The level where people like Tsunade and Jiraiya dwelled, and then above them, level 100 would have to be the gods of this world. Madara, Hashirama, and Pain. They'd most likely be the very pinnacle of what any shinobi could achieve. I turned to the left, avoiding a right hook and keeping my body on his blinded side. I moved in for my own counterattack, trusting him to block and preparing a surprise if he did. My punch hit nothing but air as he dodged, maybe sensing my plans. I twisted underneath his returning kick and bolted back up with another punch. Once again, he dodged, moving out of the way with ease and ignoring how my punch distorted the air. Your chakra enhancement is sloppy. I can sense it from a mile away. Any ninja worth their salt will be able to do the same, he said as he moved across my body and slammed into my midsection with a kick. I had already started moving backward, so I didn't get the full brunt of the attack. Regardless, I was still sent flying back and had to twist midair to land on my feet and rush toward him in a shunshin to prevent him from gaining the upper hand. XXXX. At least, your control is no longer so sloppy, Chiyo said as she watched me try to revive the fish for what felt like the 100th time this week. After my first experience, she had me go back to the drawing board. I could produce medical chakra, but I couldn't direct it, and unlike virtually every other medic in the world, my medical chakra had no natural inclination to head to the affected areas and solve the problems. Chiyo said it had something to do with the malice of Shikaku influencing my chakra's instincts. I couldn't tell her there was no malice to speak of, and my personal theory was that the gamer's body had somehow purged me of all that. I couldn't tell why or how. I just had to accept it as it was. The solution to the problem, though. Chakra control exercises. Lots of them. Tree walking and water walking were too easy, so I did mezzanine grade techniques. Manipulating chakra strings and senbon with only my chakra were just the beginning of the training. I did anything and everything I could with my chakra to ensure my control was actually improving, and I had seen some rewards in the past few weeks. The day I was to leave for Kusa was quickly approaching, and I had been forced to come to terms with the fact that I would not be able to make good headway with medical ninjutsu by then. Chiyo had offered me a place at the hospital after the exams, though. With all the free time of a Chunin whose expenses were borne by the state, I had nothing to lose from spending months or even years by her side, getting the training I needed. Yes, medical ninjutsu was just that important to me. There were 3 sannin. 2 of them were Fuinjutsu masters, and 1 was a master of medical ninjutsu. Considering I would not be able to learn the former, the latter was where I would shift most of my energy. Especially since the thought of dying filled me with paralyzing dread. I had experienced it once before, and then gotten blessed with a second shot. I would be using this one for all it was worth. Good, just like that. Guide it. Don't let it wander on its own. Force it to go, and it will follow your lead, Chiyo whispered as I felt myself beginning to succeed. I did all I could to prevent myself from being distracted by anything as the fish began to show some signs of movement. I laughed in joy when it began to flop around on the table. It was only Chiyo's cough that brought me back into reality enough so I could actually run a diagnostic check on the fish. All problems solved, Chiyo-sensei, I said as I turned to her with a bow. The old woman just smiled. You might have some future in this field after all, more than I'd ever expected, the woman said, offering me a rare compliment and making my face turn completely red as I nearly exploded from embarrassment. Now, let's move on to the next exercise, she said, taking out another fish from the basin she had moved into the office we used for our training. I just smiled at the challenge. This was getting good, very good. XXXXXXX. You leave tomorrow, Raza said as he stood next to me, staring at the massive sea of sand outside the village. Our training had been moved outside the village as he began teaching me larger and more impressive maneuvers. I will, I said, agreeing and answering as if he had asked a question. You are smart. I'm sure you already understand the situation you're in. You will be the only Suna ninja being sent to this exam. Over a dozen Suna genin are losing their chance at a promotion for the next year to grant you this chance. You have to deliver. Failure is not an option, Gaara. I nodded at his words. From the moment I found out I was the only genin going to write the exams, I had figured that the entire thing was a power play. I wondered how bad things had already gotten if Raza was taking a risk like this. I knew that in canon, they had been forced to attack Konoha because their economy had been shot to death, but was it already beginning to head downhill? I hadn't noticed any signs of things getting worse for the average Suna resident, but I wasn't exactly a good view on how things were for the average Suna resident, considering I never did any actual shopping, and all the things I wanted were paid for and supplied by the state. You are strong, much stronger than I was at your age. Strong enough to win. Strong enough to send a message. That is what I want you to do. Go there, and don't just win. Send a message. That is your mission, Gaara. Succeed, and this hat will be yours one day, he said, making me double take as I turned to him in shock. The look in your eyes when you look at it. I can see how much you hunger for the position. Maybe it's the power, maybe it's the freedom. Maybe you just want to serve our people. The reasons don't matter. All that matters is this: succeed, and you will become Kazekage one day. With Raza's promise, my motivation to do my best on the exams skyrocketed. Sure, I had every confidence that I would eventually become the Kage and have all of Suna at my beck and call, but the support of the present Kage could not be underestimated. Oh, what I would do to have that kind of influence behind me. Just Raza naming me as his successor before meeting his death at Orochimaru's hands was enough for me to be sure of my position. It would happen, one way or another, and I just had to make sure I was the one to come out on top when the dust settled. I stood by Baki's side as we set off for the exams. There wasn't a flashy send-off or anything of the sort. We departed at the break of dawn and expected to be out of Kaze no Kuni by dusk. Our journey to Kusa was not expected to take longer than a few days. We'd be traveling at shinobi speeds for most of it, and I had the endurance to keep up with the punishing pace Baki could set. The anime hadn't spent enough time establishing it, but Baki was a physical powerhouse very few people could match up to. I felt it whenever I punched him, and whenever he punched me. Here I come, Kusa. It's time to show the world that I am here. End of chapter. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 6. Level. Title, Genin of Sunagakure, 10% increased growth when trained by Suna Ninja, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert. Chakra capacity, 20,000/20,000, regeneration, 100 CP per minute. Stamina, 102/120, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Fire release, great fireball. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 9, the start of the exams. Hokage Tower Konoha. And once again, Danzo, you come to me with nothing but failure. I sighed at the men sitting in front of me, taking a sip of my tea. My agents at Route had reported the mission to me the moment it was authorized, but I had turned a blind eye, hoping to see my old friend's impetuousness finally achieve something useful for the village he was sworn to serve. Of course, it hadn't yielded any real results. I would hesitate to use that word, the men said, pretending to take a sip of his own tea. Danzo was far too paranoid to drink anything he did not prepare himself. Even watching my secretary as she made the tea in our presence was not enough to assuage his constant fear for his life. Others might have been offended by his lack of trust, but not me. I found it cute that he believed I would resort to poison if I ever wanted him dead. No, I would crush his skull between my hands and watch his life drain away on the ground. Every day, I fought the temptation, waiting for him to outlive his usefulness or for his audacity to overshadow it. What word would you use, then? I asked, playing his game. A success, but with a different goal. Yes, I did not secure the Ichibi for Konoha, but we now have a much better understanding of the Jinchuriki's strength compared to the other villages. Yes, strong enough to kill 3 of your trained operatives. They were hardly frontline combatants. They were nothing but skilled spies, at best Chunin level, he said, trying to dismiss the accomplishment. Yes, 3 Chunin at the mere age of 6. Even Itachi cannot boast such a feat. His scowl at the mention of the infamous Uchiha traitor almost brought a smile to my face. The young man's threat still lingered in his mind. The fact that I knew Danzo had wanted to recruit the boy into Route after the massacre made it all the more satisfying to me. And why did you terminate the mission there? I asked, addressing the question that had been bothering me. 7 agents already lay dead. The Jounin was much stronger than anyone could have reasonably expected, and the boy was also more impressive. He had yet to unleash the true power of his bijou and was capable of keeping up with 2 Chunin of the same rank. I see. And the sand? I recall previous Jinchuriki of the Ichibi demonstrating that ability. Yes, that's why my agents waited until they were sure he was unable to use it. Despite catching him far outside Suna, he was still able to summon an extraordinary amount of sand. Reports from my scouts indicate that with the sand, he goes from Chunin level to Jounin. Apparently, the sand alone was enough for him to kill the 2 agents he was barely staying ahead of. I hummed and took another sip of my tea, contemplating the situation. It was evident that Suna was in possession of the next prodigy of their generation. Gaara of the Desert would become a threat if allowed to fulfill his potential. The thought of another ninja with the raw talent of Itachi but with the added power of a tailed beast unsettled me. Another Jinchuriki stronger than ours, Danzo stated, and I resisted the urge to bare my teeth at him. Those who didn't know him well would fail to detect the subtle nuance in his tone, but it was crystal clear to me. He wanted Naruto. Again. Naruto is off limits, Danzo. Do not test me on this certain matter. I only tolerate your impudence due to your loyalty to Konoha. You know of my loyalty. You are the Hokage, Hiruzen. You know that to make the great tree flourish, a few branches must be sacrificed. The Nine Tails is one such branch. The attack from its Jinchuriki put us in this situation, and now, with over a third of our shinobi force unable to fight in a war, and no Jinchuriki to speak of, we might be the weakest among the five. Danzo stated. I didn't point out how he was clearly leaving Mizu out of his assessment. He was right. I felt the weight every day. During the last war, we had Minato, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya running interference, and we just barely made it out intact. By the time the other villages sued for peace, we were on our last legs, barely able to maintain the facade of invincibility. Now, without most of those S-ranks and with our forces nearly cut in half, if war were to break out today, we would be the victims, not the victors. Despite that, Naruto was off limits. I made a promise to Minato years ago. His son would know the dream Hashirama-sensei and Tobirama-sensei gave their lives for. No. Not Naruto, I said, shutting down the idea. Then the Uchiha, he said, and I resisted the urge to laugh. Itachi would kill both of us before letting Sasuke anywhere near Root. Danzo also reconsidered the idea and quietly sat. Increased funding and recruitment for Root, then, he asked. I saw where he had been leading. Danzo was perfectly capable of playing the fool when he wanted to get his way, and now, he was going to. I reevaluated and analyzed our entire conversation in my head once again. I could see how he maneuvered me into canceling out all the other options on my own, making me realize that we had virtually no chance of surviving the next war without drastic action. And then he showed that the only drastic action I would even be willing to consider was the one that ended with him getting his way. These days, I didn't particularly like Danzo, but I could tolerate him, and restoring his army to its former glory was a distasteful but necessary sacrifice. I knew Danzo. I could trust Danzo. Danzo was still my old friend. XXXXX, Gaara. I looked around as we jumped through the trees. From the moment we set off, we hadn't slowed down for a second, except for a brief pause for me to create a gourd at the end of the desert, marking the boundary between the land of wind and the land of rivers. I felt it floating behind me as I jumped. I had declined to tie it to my back like Gaara from the anime, not just because I was too short to have the one I made tied to me, it was taller than I was, but also because I didn't feel like sacrificing my flexibility. Baki had commented that having it like that would give away my abilities, but I couldn't care less, and it seemed he didn't either. After all, everyone already knew who I was. The villagers of Suna could recognize me on sight, and only a fool would assume their hidden village didn't have spies. I mean, I had obtained a complete list of all the participants from the major villages, along with a list of their known abilities. The standouts I noticed were Kuratsuchi, the 9-year-old granddaughter of the Kazekage, and Hana Inuzuka, an average genin from Konoha, and a member of the Yatsuki clan from Kumo. I looked straight at the back of Baki's head as he increased his speed, and I began pushing myself to match him. XXXXX, Hana Inuzuka POV. Sensei flipped the chair in front of him around and plopped down on the seat. I looked from him to my roommates and shook my head as neither of them seemed to be bothered by the present setting or Sensei's recent antics. So. You've read the files, I trust. We nodded, and he continued, thoughts. IWA and Suna, I said, and said no more. The Aburaim was prone to being reticent like this, but his constant silences were beginning to grate on me. There was something going on here, and the fact that I couldn't see it was driving me mad, slowly but surely. Yes, IWA and Suna, Sensei confirmed and then turned to Rin. What about IWA and Suna, he asked with a smile. They both sent family of their Kage. Young family, Rin said, and I was beginning to catch the drift. Gaara of the desert was only 6, and Kuratsuchi wasn't much older either. I was older than both of them, and I was still the youngest ninja from Konoha. Yes. Reports from both villages show that they're prodigies of a unique caliber. Both Gaara of the desert and Kuratsuchi of IWA are said to be strong enough to be strong contenders for these exams, he said, and then gave me a look, silently asking me to ask the question on my mind. That was one of the things I hated about Bakira-sensei. He could read us like open books with those eyes of his. The Byakugan wasn't active, but even without them, those pupil-less eyes of his always saw more than I ever wanted to show. But why? Why are they here, and why does it matter to us? I asked, and instead of Sensei, it was Rin who answered me. They sent prodigies to the Chunin exams. Remember the speech Hokage-sama gave before we left? These exams are a substitute for war, and 2 of the Great 5 sent their most promising ninja here. 3, Sensei corrected absently. When we all turned to him, he just shrugged and pulled out a file from his own folder. When he flipped it over to me, I could see a name underlined. Noel Yatsuki from Kumo. I'll take over from here, Rin. Thank you. The truth of it is this. The other villages have sent their strongest genin here in the hopes of making a statement and also getting a feel for the other villages. Suna sent only a single ninja, but reports show that he's at least as strong as a Jounin. I felt my jaw drop at that statement, and even high and mighty Isejai was shocked. A Jounin. The same as Sensei at just 6 years old. Half our age and more than thrice as strong as us. Yes, I see your shock. I'll teach you a simple lesson. There are ninja younger than you but stronger than me. Gaara of the desert might even be one of them. He isn't the only threat here, though. Kuratsuchi of IWA is another threat. She's the granddaughter of the Kazekage and has been trained from before she could walk to be the next leader of her village. Whispers in the wind say that Kazekage himself announced her as his successor a few months ago, and these exams are going to be her debut to the wider world. The more sense I spoke, the more I could see I didn't belong here. A genin as strong as a Jounin. The next Kazekage. And the third one? Rin asked, pulling me out of my thoughts, and I noticed that Sensei had taken a pause. He just smiled widely and showed the name once more. Noel Yatsuki has been a genin for 10 years. He was promoted at the age of 7, and since then only attempted the Chunin exams once when he was your age. Back then, he had dominated the competition and beaten all the competitors before becoming the winner of the exams. Somehow, that wasn't enough to get him a promotion from his village, but reports show that his strength has continued to grow since then, and he's clearly been going on missions far beyond the genin level. Of course, the last one had to be another monster. 3 monsters, and we were going to be fighting them. No, you probably won't have to fight any of them. I'm sure you noticed something off about Konoha's role in these exams. We have no prodigy genin on the level of the monsters I just mentioned, so the higher-ups chose a different strategy. There are 20 teams of genin from Konoha here. More than twice the number of teams from even the host nation, Kusa, and also much more than the number of ninja from any of the other villages. Konoha's strategy here is simple. Instead of competing on quality, we'll use quantity. The village plans to flood the exams with genin and at least ensure we have a majority of the ninja that make it to the finals so we can share the stage. I was confused. What was Sensei saying? You're lying. What you're saying? You're saying they don't care about us. That they're just going to throw numbers at the situation and hope that solves the problem. That's not possible. This isn't war, I said, and at the end, I was well out of the normal vocal range for speaking. I didn't care. It wasn't possible. Not Konoha. Konoha would never do that. The Hokage would never do that to us. We're not Mizu. Hana, you're wrong. This is war. I see it now. The Hokage's speech. The Chunin exam fulfills 2 purposes. 1, they let us fight each other without going to war, and 2, they let the villages advertise the strength of their ninja. I don't have the data, but I suspect whichever village performs best at the exams gets a huge flood of clients, Rin said, and Sensei nodded before speaking. At least a 70% boost in clients in the first year after the exams. Rin nodded back at Sensei and continued right from where he stopped. If whichever village does best gets a huge economic boost, and 3 of the other villages are showing up with strong ninja, we have to do something to fight that. Towson told me something a year ago. There are no new clients in the shinobi world. When one village gains, another loses. We can't afford that in Konoha right now. We have to be the ones to win the exams. Or at least not lose as badly as the others, Sensei interrupted with a bright smile. And this is the best way to do that. I guess the reason Sensei is making sure we know this is that he wants us to cooperate with the other teams to make sure as many Konoha ninja make it to the finals as possible. Sensei just started clapping then. Slow and slightly mocking, before flipping off his chair and landing in front of us on his feet. Rin is right. Your mission is this, make sure as many Konoha shinobi make it to the finals as possible. You must not fail, no matter what. XXXXX, Gaara. When we finally arrived at Kusa, we'd done a quick registration at the gate and were then assigned a shinobi escort to take us to the hotel that had been set aside for the visiting shinobi. It was quite a ways away from all the important centers I could make out with my eyes, so they were being logical and separating us from the truly valuable spots. On our way there, our guide chatted our ears off with information about the sleeping arrangements. There were 2 hotels chosen for the visiting teams, and we were to be using the same hotel as the ninja from Konoha, Taki, and a few more minor villages. I guess they expected that we'd be less likely to stab each other to death if we were kept away from the truly problematic ones. When she finally left, after showing us to our rooms, I went into mine and swept through it with my sand. After I was sure every nook and cranny was clean and that I wasn't being spied on from within the room itself, I walked to the curtains and took in the view of Kazekage from here. The hotel was quite a few floors high, so I could get a good view of most of the village. It was definitely much more active at night than Suna was. I could see figures moving across the streets, shambling from place to place. When I had my fill of people watching, I shut the curtain and went to bed. Not to sleep, but to train. My meditation skill had slowed down its growth quite a bit, but I still worked on it whenever I could get a second of free time to myself. One day, Senjutsu would be open to me. XXXX. The first task is simple. There are 20 clues hidden in this hall, apart from the one each team has been given. The clues spell out a message. 5 clues will be enough to get the message. Use any means possible to get the clues, the message, and make your way out of the hall. The first 20 teams to make their way out will advance to the next stage, the proctor said, running his eyes across the large hall we were in. I was impressed that Kusa had an indoor hall more than large enough to hold over 100 hostile ninja and trusted it not to fall apart once conflict inevitably erupted. I looked to my left and right and noticed the ninja around me shifting towards me subtly. They probably planned to get my clue the moment the task started. I couldn't fault the strategy. It was much easier to get clues from other participants than it would be to waste time searching the large hall, and the clear child was obviously their first target. Of course, I had the same idea they did, and they all looked like easy pickings to me. Begin, the proctor shouted and disappeared from the hall in a shunshin. Everyone seemed to freeze for a moment, and then they all exploded into motion. I just stared at the team of ninja rushing at me with a menacing smile that made them hesitate for a second. That second was all I needed to appear between them and punch the first one into instant unconsciousness. Let's fucking go, I thought to myself with a smile. A/N, chapter complete. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 6. Level. Title, Genin of Sunagakure, 10% increased growth when trained by Suna Ninja, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert. Chakra capacity, 20,000/20,000, regeneration, 100 CP per minute. Stamina, 102/120, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Fire release, great fireball. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 10, Noel Yatsuki. XXXXX, Hana Inazuka. It was pure pandemonium that ensued the moment the proctor started the test. Kazekage tugged at both Rin and me with his bugs, silently telling us to follow him as he made his way from the hall. I guessed he had already gotten the requisite amount of clues. As we ran, I searched the hall with my eyes, taking note of the standouts in the chaos. I searched, especially, for the 3 prodigies. Kuratsuchi was the easiest to spot. There was a wide berth around her and her teammate as she had already roasted someone with what looked like lava. Fuck. Kekei Genkai, too. Gaara of the Desert was a bit more difficult to spot, but once I did, I could barely keep up as he moved across the hall. He was a storm of taijutsu as he moved from victim to victim. I couldn't believe my eyes. When I first saw him, with that gourd floating beside him, I had assumed it was his primary mode of fighting, but just watching him tear through adults like they were nothing was terrifying. His hands had unreal strength, and his feet moved with unreal speed as they lashed out and broke bones and tore muscles. He was something else, and I was forced to admit it. Sensei was right. He would chew me up and spit me out if given the chance. When I looked away from him and searched around the Konoha teams, I noticed that most of them were also heading towards the doors. Had they all come up with the same strategy? Get to the door and steal people's clues as they attempted to leave the room. Not a bad strategy, of course. Just something I would never do. I saw a flash out of the corner of my eye, and when I turned, I saw the blonde-haired, muscular Noel Yatsuki standing in front of the prone forms of 6 different ninja. He turned to me and stretched out his hand. I watched in shock as a disc appeared right in front of his hands. Motes of light gathered within it, and Kazekage suddenly shouted right behind me. Get down. I obeyed, almost as shocked to hear my teammate actually shout as I was to see, or rather not see, what happened next. There was a flash of light that nearly blinded me, and when I could open my eyes again, 7 of the ninja that had been running for the door by our side were slumped on the floor twitching. They had been electrocuted. What the hell? Noel Yatsuki. Kazekage covered us in his kikeichu, and they fell to the floor, roasted, a second letter. I watched, my heart in my chest, and nothing more than a puppet in my own body as Kazekage grabbed both Rin and me and dragged us the last few feet to the door. When we finally made it out and I could breathe again, I nearly burst into tears. Only thoughts of Rin's mockery stopped me. Right in front of us, sitting down and looking to all the world like he was having the time of his life, was Gaara of the desert. I looked behind me and saw him still tearing through multiple genin. But I looked in front of me again and saw him sitting down. I lost sight of the Gaara in the hall as the door swung closed once more. Well, that was interesting. Gaara of the desert. How do you do? He asked, stretching his hand out to us. I looked at Rin, only to find him staring at me. I scowled and took the boy's hand. And when I took it, it truly sunk in that he was nothing more than a child. His skin was pale. Much paler than I had ever seen, and his red hair seemed to shine with its own glow. He was also small. Very small. Barely more than half my height and strong enough to just tear through me if he wanted to. What kind of world did I live in? Inuzuka Hana, I said, giving him my name. I didn't see any harm in it, and while I was at it, I introduced my teammates. These are my teammates Aburame Kazekage and Yamanaka Rin. We're from Konoha. He nodded, like I had just given him some serious secret. The look on his pale face almost made me awe, but I caught myself in time. My mind just flashed with images of him shoving his knee into someone's face and catching a thrown kunai from another person in midair before shoving it into his opponent's shoulder. Cute, but very, very dangerous. I took my hand back once he let go and waited for him to say the next words, but he only smiled and pointed down the hallway. You should probably get going if you want to turn in your clues. You do have clues, right? You don't seem the sort to have run out just to escape the crazy lightning dude. Ignoring the strange last word, we nodded and thanked him, not keen to pick up any more conversation with the boy. Monsters. The lot of them were monsters, and as we left him behind, I was grateful to be done with them. How was it? Bakira-sensei asked as we left the building that the first task had been held in. We passed, was all I said, and I left the after-action report to Rin. He and Bakira-sensei were two peas in a pod, after all. I just couldn't wait to get back to the hotel room and see the triplets. They'd been down with a nasty case of food poisoning, so I couldn't take them with me for the task. It would be fine, Sensei had said. Nothing but a test of our wits, Sensei had said. I guess that showed me. Never listen to Sensei. Sensei always lies. Always. That was the lesson I was taking away from the first task. XXXXXX, Gaara. I looked to my left and right as I walked through Kusa. I had been guided to the merchant corner and supposedly left on my own to do some browsing. I couldn't detect the people watching me, but I knew they had to be there. Of course, they had to. It would take a special kind of idiot to leave a foreign Jinchuriki wandering around unsupervised, especially with the other people in this district with me. I didn't need special senses to pick out the Kumo, IWA, and Konoha delegations in the crowd. With the exception of the Konoha team, both the other teams to note were duos. They still all moved in huge crowds of their countrymen, though. I was not surprised by it at all. Safety in numbers and all that. Of course, Baki wasn't enthused when I told him of my desire to head out, but he wasn't interested in tagging along for himself, so here I stood. Why was I talking about this so much? Because the Kumo team was walking right at me, with a certain someone at their helm. Noel Yatsuki. I looked at him, pale skin contrasting heavily with the darker skin of the rest of the contingent, and blonde hair slicked back. He was physically imposing. I'd never seen a man with muscles that dominant in this life. He looked like a bodybuilder, except that the muscles clearly weren't for show. He had thrown grown men and women around in that exam hall, and when he found me in the crowd, I had been forced to disperse my clone to avoid giving him too much information for when we eventually faced off, but it seemed he had found me again. Gaara of the desert, he said in greeting, and I inclined my head to him before reciprocating. Noel of the Yatsuki clan, I said, stressing the clan name and giving him an obviously evaluating look. I wanted to know more. That storm release had been the real deal. He had turned the entire exam on its head with one jutsu, and from there, it was off to the races. We were about to start our conversation when we noticed the IWA contingent making their own way over to us. The Tsuchikage's granddaughter, I commented to Noel, not bothering to ask him to introduce the rest of his countrymen. I knew their names, and they were all irrelevant. What I needed was to fish for information on how things stood there. Kuratsuchi of the Black Stone. Her lava release is interesting, he said, but did not volunteer anything more. Not as interesting as the storm release. I'd never heard about it until I saw you at the exam, I said, fibbing the truth just a bit. I had, but never in this life. The files I was given had nothing on that. My best guess was that he had hidden the Kekkei Genkai until his village felt him ready to defend himself. Bloodline theft was no new thing to the shinobi world. That's how Kumo had gotten the lava release they tended to be so proud of. It was also how they had acquired what few magnet release users they had. It wasn't guaranteed to bear fruit, but any chance to have such a unique advantage would be taken by any of the villages. Kuratsuchi and her people finally arrived, and the young girl was much more abrasive. Noel. Gaara, she said in greeting, and we repeated her name with inclined heads. No need to be rude just because she wasn't being completely polite. I expected you to be taller, she said, turning to me, and I let the comment flow off my back like water on stone. I just smiled placidly and replied, I am only 6 years old, after all. I think my height is no problem. Besides, if anyone should be talking. I left the last bit pointedly unsaid as I looked up at Noel. The man was not just muscular. He was also very huge. Kuratsuchi was quite a bit taller than me, but she was just a bit above his waist. I was on his waist level, so I could just imagine how tall he was. Easily 7 feet, I suspected. I was 3.5 feet after all. Noel just chuckled at my retort before looking down at us with a smile on his face. Prodigies are getting younger and younger, aren't they? When I won the exams 4 years ago, they called me a prodigy. Just look at you now. 6 years old and stronger than I was back then. I smiled at his compliment, doing my best not to get too flustered. It was clear what he wasn't saying. He called me stronger than him from 4 years ago, but didn't feel like I compared to him as he was now. I found it difficult to doubt that assessment though. He was strong. He tossed out those storm release attacks in quick succession, turning the entire thing into a race to get away from him, and then disqualified enough people simply by beating them that there weren't even enough genin at the end to fill up the quota for the second exams. It had been moved by a day to account for the new numbers, and I just had to admit being impressed by him. I considered myself a causer of chaos, but even I hadn't managed to throw such a wrench into the plans of the Kusa Chunin exam organizers. I mean, it wasn't like they were especially competent. The first exam was a mess of epic proportions. Giving each participant a clue just ensured that there would be a battle royale. It was the way of shinobi. Completing a mission in the quickest and most efficient way possible was pounded into our heads practically from birth. Even children's games in ninja villages had the same kind of conditioning built into them. It was part of the reason I wanted to be Kage. Root had reminded me of the kind of evil that existed in this world. I could talk a big game about not giving a fuck, but that would always be dishonest. I cared. That was the truth. I cared because I could do better. I could bring real, meaningful change to this world, and if it meant I got to stay where I'd be surrounded by the desert and an army of shinobi loyal to keeping me alive, then so be it. I had to do what was necessary for the greater good, after all. I guess times have changed, old man, I snarked, not sure of how to reply to his comment. He just laughed again. He laughed easily, I noticed. Not small laughs either. They were whole performances. As he laughed, I finally saw the thing that had tickled me about his appearance since the moment I'd seen him earlier today. He looked exactly like a young All Might. I like you, kid. You're funny. Kuratsuchi, not liking being ignored, chose to step into the conversation at this point. You were good at the first exam, but nothing special, she said, looking directly at Noel. I resisted the urge to laugh at the obvious insecurity showing from the young girl. Children could be like that, and I thanked every god out there for not making me an actual child. Noel actually laughed and smiled down at Kuratsuchi before replying, and how would I have been special in your eyes, little one, he asked. By accomplishing the mission. A good shinobi finishes the mission. You didn't bother getting any clues and just started attacking everyone, she said, feeling sure of herself with the answer, and I could see where she was coming from. Noel had been one of the last to leave the hall. The only reason he even qualified for the next exam was that he'd taken out so many people in the hall that there weren't enough candidates for the second. But Kuratsuchi was also missing something. Yes, he didn't complete the mission as efficiently as possible, but he did complete it at the greatest possible detriment to the rival nations. Detriment to another village and benefit to one's own village often went hand in hand. That was why ninja never cooperated on the field. In fact, a foreign ninja would only ever offer a helping hand if the one behind their back was holding a kunai to slit your throat. Baki was very explicit on that. Yes, you are right, young girl. You are right. I must complete the next exam as quickly as possible, he said, patronizing her and making her grit her teeth. She was young, but not stupid. She could hear the mockery in his tone. He just leaned up and looked at the moon, not saying anything more to the obviously displeased girl. I'm afraid I must leave now, he said, and did not wait for a reply before leaving with the rest of the Kumo contingent. That just left me staring at a crowd of IWA ninja. I was suddenly reminded of the age-old rivalry between my village and theirs. Considering I didn't have my gourd on me, I beat a hasty retreat after saying my goodbyes. I passed by the Konoha team on my way back, and beyond complimenting Hana Inuzuka's dogs, I didn't spend much time around them. I could have warned them about the ticked-off IWA princess on the prowl, but I couldn't be bothered, and it would be entertaining for them to cross paths. XXXXXXXX. The second stage of the exams was something even less complicated than the first. On the outskirts of Kusa was a gate that led to a place the denizens had affectionately named the Plains of Sorrow. From what I could see, it was just a stretch of grassland that led to a very tall tower at the end. I had no idea why their geography got weird over there, as the grass there was much taller than what could be found anywhere else I'd seen in the land of grass so far. The grass was taller than even Noel Yatsuki. If there was a stage of this exam just tailor-made for me, then this would be it. At least, I'd thought so, until the proctor began listing out the rules. None of them mattered to me, barring one. No flying, she had said, while pointedly not looking in my direction. Of course, the rule had been aimed at me. I was the only one at these events with any ability to fly, and they were clearly trying to neuter my advantage. I couldn't see why Kusa would care though. All their teams had fallen in the first stage. Most of them had been fried by Noel at some point during his rampage, and a few of them had found themselves on the wrong end of my fists. I was a bit sad. Just a bit. It also meant Kusa had no horses in this race, so why were they trying to fuck me over? It made no sense. I turned my mind away from that and towards the task before me. The strange grass seemed to spread in a circle with the epicenter being the tower, so we all started from different parts of the perimeter. The proctors assured us it didn't matter who started well, except for those who started in snake territory. Of course, the first thing that had happened to me after I stepped into the area was getting attacked by a snake. A viper, or something like that, sprang right at me the moment I took my first step. My sand caught it instantly and crushed it. The screams I heard from my left told me not everyone had been so lucky. I waded through the grass and moved forward, trying to be quick but not exhaust myself. The rules for this stage were simple, just make it inside the tower. That was it. That was the entire thing. No scrolls, no tokens to gather, nothing. Just the first 8 people to make it inside would get to advance to the next stage. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 6. Level. Title, Genin of Sunagakure, 10% increased growth when trained by Suna Ninja, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert. Chakra capacity, 20,000/20,000, regeneration, 100 CP per minute. Stamina, 102/120, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Fire release, great fireball. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 11, the second stage of the exams. I moved at breakneck speeds across the field, not allowing anyone or anything to catch up. My mastery of the Shunshin had grown with time, so now I covered the space between me and the tower at a speed that most Chunin would have difficulty keeping up with. Of course, everything would go wrong shortly. Very shortly. I moved, and it was only a sudden voice in my head that helped me stop in time to avoid running right into a clothesline. However, the person in front of me didn't stop and crashed into me. I scattered into sand, quickly reforming before he could take advantage of my dispersion and search for the original. I could only thank the gods for the forethought in setting a decoy trail. If that was the original, he would have been very dead. Noel Yatsuki just looked down at me from a few feet away, and I resisted the urge to scowl. Thought you were finishing this task as quickly as possible? I asked, snarkily. Oh. Did I say that? I'm sorry. I meant I'd be finishing my mission as quickly as possible, and I'm sure you're beginning to realize what that mission is. Of course, it had to be to kill me. I had no idea who put it in Raza's head that this was even a vaguely good idea. Sending me here alone was taunting the other villages, and if there was any village that would not take well to that, it was the hot-headed Cloud village. The fuckers wouldn't hesitate to just off me. I checked my surroundings for any other attackers, and that was all that allowed me to duck in time as a kick lashed right over my head. Noel Yatsuki had come in a team of 2 and had another Cloud team tagging along with him. That meant there were 5 ninja with me right now. I tried to game out the task in my head, and all I could see was that this entire thing was a very bad idea. Either a bad idea or a genius one. Either Kusa didn't realize what would happen by shunting all the genin in the most tense Chunin exam since their inception in an unsupervised area with a simple goal, or they realized and intended for this to happen. With no other objectives beyond reaching the tower, what was stopping all the genin from deciding to settle whatever long-standing grudges they had with their fellow shinobi? If the Chunin exams were a substitute for war, then what this task was simulating was a free-for-all when ninja from various shinobi met on contested foreign territory. The kind of shit the books had said had happened in AIM in the First War when Konoha, IWA, Kumo, and Kiri had ravaged their way through the region in search of whatever objectives could be denied their adversaries. There was no reason for any of them to stay in AIM. It was all pride and bloodlust that had doomed the region. In much the same vein, there was no reason why the genin shouldn't just rush to the tower at the fastest speed possible. Instead, they were seeking opponents to settle grudges or remove threats. I couldn't be very critical of them either because the original body is doing much the same thing right now. He was taking a circuitous route to the tower to take out as many foreign ninja as possible. My goal as a clone was to arrive there first and save our spot in the top 8 for the third stage. This plan was stupid, but orders were orders, and I didn't have much leeway to flout those for the time being. I broke the staring contest between me and my assailants by blurring into motion right at one of them. My kunai lashed out, aiming to sever his head from his shoulders, but I found my wrist caught in an unyielding grip. With little leverage and much strength, Noel plucked me from the ground and tossed me straight at the ground. I was able to roll with the impact and use it to boost myself right into a shunshin as I ran. I wouldn't give myself good odds against Noel on his own. With a team of Kumo ninja at his back, there was no chance, and with the original holding onto the gourd containing most of the sand, escape was my only option. A chuckle at my side had me looking in shock. With the aura of shunshin around me, turning the world into a blur, I was barely able to see a blonde figure moving at my side, keeping pace with me. And then it disappeared. Only instinct helped me duck underneath the second clothesline. This time, I was paying enough attention for me to hear the word he shouted out as the attack missed: lariat. Another ninja's punch sailed past my head, and I stepped into his guard, being quick and lethal before Noel could intervene to save this weaker teammate of his. He tried stepping back, but that was useless. Most people were terrible at adapting to fighting someone of my height. He showed it in how he overextended his kick. Moving to the left and to the right again, my kunai lashed straight through his leg, cutting it out from below the knee. The wind enhancement made it child's play, and from there, it was easy to send the one in my other hand right into his neck in a fatal jab. The screams that started after he lost his leg died out instantly. I didn't see the punch that obliterated my head from an enraged Noel, however. XXXX, the original. Well, that was a bit unexpected, I thought to myself as I stared straight at 3 of the Konoha ninja who had dropped down to face me from the foliage. I smiled at them placidly while asking them to step aside. I was more interested in IWA and Kumo than Konoha. My orders had been to kill as many foreign ninja as I could without raising unnecessary suspicion or drawing undue attention to myself, and securing my spot in the finals. Konoha had come with the most ninja, so I wasn't surprised they were the ones I ran into the most. This team had a Hyuga along with 2 shinobi I couldn't identify. The Hyuga narrowed those pupil-less eyes at me, and I resisted the urge to salivate with greed. Dojutsu. They were something else. The Tensigen had turned Tonari from a blind creep to someone capable of posing a threat to a fucking demigod. A Dojutsu would mean a lot for my future safety. Not this one, though. The covered forehead and common sense told me all I needed to know. He was of the branch house, and I didn't know anything about Fuinjutsu, so I didn't have a chance in hell of breaking the curse seal the Hyuga were so proud of. They moved silently. He came straight at me with a thrust from 2 extended fingers, and they slammed right into smooth unyielding sand. His shock was his undoing. The sand reached out and grabbed his fingers before he could pull them back. With a thought, his right hand was missing an index and middle finger. With another, the screaming boy was slammed into the ground before being completely encased in sand. Both his teammates had abandoned their own approaches after seeing what happened to their partner. I considered killing him and being done with it, but I ended up changing my mind. I'd need Konoha. There was no way to turn Suna around without a positive relationship with our closest neighbors and allies, and while I doubted this would do much to help, I had a feeling that killing these particular ninja would cause me a headache down the line. I will let you all live. Do not forget my mercy here today, I said, doing my best impression of an anime villain before walking away after releasing the Hyuga from my sand. I thought through the conflict with Noel and came to a simple realization. He was stronger than me. Stronger by a wide enough margin that I was actually beginning to have doubts about my ability to win the exams as things stood now. From there, I moved directly towards the tower. This time, I was less inclined to stop for anything beyond the absolute necessities. Of course, it was difficult for me to ignore all the curious things I caught from the edges of my vision or the various things my sand helped me sense. Speaking of sand sensing, I had to figure out Gaara's sand jutsu. My best guess so far was that it had to have some similarities to the way my own sand clone jutsu worked, just a bit more specialized for sensing. Scratch the espionage bit, please. A giant I made of sand wasn't going to be spying on anyone remotely worthy of being spied on anytime soon. Very few people were that stupid. I quickly passed Kuratsuchi and her team, and I was lucky not to run into the Kumo squad as I made my way to the tower. I had little doubt that they'd be most upset at me for offing one of their own. In hindsight, it might have been better to disperse the clone and forget about that front, but the opportunity to learn more about Noel Yatsuki had stalled my hand. While I learned a lot, I might have actually succeeded in turning the men from a reluctant rival to a most vehement adversary. We'd see how it turned out, though. We'd see eventually. The tower was tall and brown. That was the best description I could honestly come up with. I entered and found that the only team to have beaten me here was the Konoha team with Hana Inuzuka, but minus a member. One of the boys, Rin, I think. I avoided bringing it up as I exchanged greetings with them and moved to find one of the rooms set aside for recuperation. I had a jutsu to reverse engineer. I had been proven right. Most of the ninja were still in the plains, fighting amongst themselves to settle petty, and mostly inherited grudges. I guess stupidity ran in the shinobi world as strongly as it did in the one I'd been first born in. I noticed a clash between some Kumo and IWA ninja, and I took the time to peer in with my eye and noticed that Kuratsuchi was the one at the tip of Iwa's spear. Noel was nowhere to be found. He had been the first one I searched for when I finally figured out the sand jutsu, but he was nowhere to be found. Either he was deeper in the foliage than my eye could peer from this vantage point, or he had arrived at the tower sometime between me retiring to this room and figuring out Gaara's trademark sand scrying jutsu. Returning to the battle at hand, Kuratsuchi was nothing if not deadly. She was weaker than me, I'm sure of that, but not by as much as I had thought. Her taijutsu was nothing to write home about. The one time a random Kumonin had managed to get close enough to her for hand-to-hand combat, she had been sent scrambling and had to rely on her teammate, the burly one, to save her. It would have been pathetic if I didn't also see the kind of ninjutsu she was throwing around. Streams of lava burst from her mouth, causing chaos and redesigning the landscape wherever they landed. It was a fantastic display of skill and power. Her teammate was also impressive in his own subtler ways. He was older than her by a fair bit, which made him more suited to close combat with the other ninja who appeared to be around his age. With fists cloaked in stone, each punch he managed to land was a battle-ending shot on its own. Eventually, the IWA contingent dealt with that group and split up to make their way to the tower. I would have expected them to guard Kuratsuchi until she arrived, but it turned out they had different plans. Following a few of them with my eye, I noticed that they weren't even attempting to approach the tower. They were seeking other ninja. Of course, they were. If any exam was a terrible idea, it was this one. And the worst part was that it was too bad for me to dismiss it as stupidity. Kazekage was making a play here, and it was difficult to pinpoint what it was. XXXXX, Hana Inuzuka, 2 hours ago. Kazekage had been the one to point out what was wrong with the exam. With only one objective that looked to be easy enough, the overzealous foreigners would create their own objectives for themselves. We could already hear it in how violence had broken out across the fields. Our plan was simple, to ignore everything and make our way straight to the tower. We had no need to fight anyone here, and hopefully, all the monsters would fight amongst themselves and eliminate each other before we had to meet them in the third round. A fight between Gaara of the Desert and Noel Yatsuki had to be at the very top of my prayers. Metaphorically, of course. Inuzuka did not pray. Mother had been clear enough on that point. The only god we worshipped was the one who had given us our animal partners, and the only way to pray to him was through a good fight. Sadly, I wouldn't be doing any praying here. I scrapped that assessment as a trio of IWA genin landed in front of us. They were older than we were, late teenagers at the very youngest. That was one thing I had noticed during these exams. Most of the other villages had sent older teams than Konoha had. With the exception of the prodigies, I was the youngest genin at the tournament, and my teammates weren't much older than I was. Rin was the oldest of us all, and he was 6 months older than me. Of course, the dumb rockheads had to point it out in the most annoying way possible. Look at these itty-bitty tree huggers, one of them said in a sing-song voice, clearly attempting to rile us up. I turned to Kazekage, and once I received the signal from one of the Kakechu I had allowed to tag along on my collar, I moved with the triplets following me instantly. The first one to fall was the idiot who had spoken. He was big and wearing the traditional IWA outfit. He showed no fear as I approached, probably expecting me to lose in a battle of taijutsu due to the size difference between us. He reached out with a punch, but it was slow. Too slow. I ducked underneath it, and Himura used my back as a boost to dive right onto him. He tried to swat one of my companions out of the air, but Himura too was already heading for his feet. Caught between a rock and a hard place, he had no choice but to jump backward in an attempt to retreat. It proved to be of little utility as Himura 3 was right on his heels. He had come from the left and jumped in the air at the same time as our adversary. I followed his example, and with a single hand seal, we became 2 whirling tornadoes of power that crashed right into his body. He was forced back and knocked unconscious in short order. When I finally sat up and got a better look at the battle unfolding around us, I noticed that I had been the last one to finish. Kazekage stood above the still form of one of the Kumo attackers. From the way his body twitched in short erratic spurts, I was willing to bet that his Kikachu had had a veritable feast from that one. Rin was staring ahead with unseeing eyes. A look at his opponent told me what had happened, and I rushed to wrap him up in a hug. Kazekage, the bastard that he was, appeared in front of me, stopping me from comforting my friend. His words rang out, "We are ninja of Konoha. We serve the great tree, and to make her prosper, we must make sacrifices. Rin, what happened today was one of those sacrifices. Do not mourn the death of a foreigner, not when we have a mission to complete." And with that, he was off. I hated him for his speech, and I hated myself for immediately following in his footsteps because he was right. Konoha came first. Konoha would always come first, and we had to make it to the next stage for Konoha's prosperity to remain undisturbed. I didn't quite understand the entirety of it, but what I got was simple: we needed to make it to the third exam at the very least, and win the whole thing if we could. It was important for the village, so it was beyond important to us. We were in the home stretch when Rin suddenly stopped. I looked at him, and he just closed his eyes before forming the ram seal. "Someone is coming for us. Someone strong," he said suddenly, the first words the normally talkative boy had spoken since the run-in with the IWA shinobi. "Us? Are you sure?" Kazekage asked. His shades made it difficult to tell what he was thinking at any time. "Yes. They've been on our tail for a while now." I didn't say anything to avoid a false alarm, but now I'm sure, Rin confirmed. I watched Kazekage place a gloved hand on his chin as he thought. "Can we outrun them to the tower?" "No. They'd catch up long before then," Rin instantly replied. "Then we fight. Rin and I will set up the traps. Hana, prepare the brothers. You will take point," Kazekage said, a plan coming together in his head. I nodded in acceptance of my own role in the events that were to follow. Kazekage and Rin moved through the grasslands, setting up a host of traps. Spring-loaded kunai wire traps were spread out with no clear logic to their positioning beyond whatever Kazekage saw with those eyes of his. Rin laid out a host of other traps, most of them of the explosive variety, as his own contribution. The blonde boy even managed to produce a bear trap from somewhere. When all the traps were finally placed, we stood in a line and waited for our assailant. Some part of me hoped it was Gaara of the desert. He was the one most likely to leave us be, but I knew it couldn't be. Rin could recognize his chakra anywhere. He had memorized the feeling like his life depended on it because one day it might. When Noel Yatsuki landed in front of me, I could barely resist the urge to scream out an expletive. A/N, we'll probably breeze through these exams before taking a time skip and getting to the main plot of the story. Thanks for reading. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 6. Level. Title, Genin of Sunagakure, 10% increased growth when trained by Suna Ninja, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert. Chakra capacity, 20,000/20,000, regeneration, 100 CP per minute. Stamina, 102/120, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Fire release, great fireball. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 12, the tournament starts. I asked no questions when I was called down by one of the Kusa Chunin. The task must have been over. The day had given way to night hours ago, and even the most aggressive of genin had made their way to the tower. Even Kuratsuchi had returned a few hours ago. The IWA team had continued their reign of terror until they matched up against a Kumo team. The same Kumo team I'd robbed of a member in my first clash with Noel Yatsuki. They had no interest in dicking around, and the IWA team didn't get that memo until one of them had been beheaded by a pissed-off kunoichi. The fight that followed had been nothing if not interesting, and I got to see so many ninjutsu I'd love to try my hand at recreating. Another revelation I'd gotten from the fight was that none of those shinobi were genin level. They couldn't be. They were only a bit weaker than the Root Umbu from a few months ago. Was Konoha the only village that actually bothered sending genin to this thing? Speaking of Konoha, they'd clearly been a target in these exams. The only team to make it to the tower was the one with Hana Inuzuka, and they seemed to have even lost a member. I got to see the Yamanaka's charred body when I took a look around the fields. My best guess was that Noel Yatsuki had gotten to him at some point. I was impressed that even two of them had managed to escape from him with their lives. I stood up from my lotus position and took a walk down the stairs before ending up in a hall with the rest of the finalists. 8 participants in the finals left us with me, the 2 Konoha Nins, Noel's team of 3, and Kuratsuchi's team of 2. It was almost like it was fate that had it so only those I'd shown interest in ended up making it to the finals. We were all quiet and facing the proctor, with the exception of the Konoha team as they glared daggers into Noel. I guess that's evidence that he was the one who took their teammate from them. The next round will be the public tournament. To decide the matchups, we will be using our random selector, so please turn your eyes to the screen, the proctor said in a voice barely above a whisper that still echoed in the silent room. The only reply he received was a scoff from Kuratsuchi, and I was forced to agree with her. Only a fool would actually believe that the matchups would be random. Kusa was playing a game with these exams. A game I could not see, but a game nonetheless. When the first names to flash on the screen were those of Noel Yatsuki and Hana Inuzuka, I resisted the urge to actually chuckle. The game was becoming too obvious. Sure, matching up the most volatile of the Konoha duo with the guy who killed her teammate was a good idea. The next matchup was between 2 nameless pieces of fodder. Noel's Kumo teammates were destined to face each other, it seemed. Both of the Kumo nin seemed to care little for the matchup, only recognizing it with a grunt from the male and a wry smile from the kunoichi. What was her name again? The third match was between Kuratsuchi and the other Konoha nin, Isejai Aburame. That one was sure to be interesting. The Aburame clan was famed for being deadly fighters, and the lava release user was guaranteed to put up a good show. That meant the last fight was going to be me against the large teenager who was Kuratsuchi's teammate, Akatsuchi. From what I'd seen of his combat skills, he was nothing special, so the real fights would have to wait until the later rounds. The third round will begin in a month, to give the visiting dignitaries and Kage the time to arrive. Now, you may leave, the proctor said and disappeared in a shunshin after those parting words. The rest of the competitors turned to each other for some not-so-friendly banter, but as tired as I was, I just turned away and marched to the hotel. It would be me and Noel Yatsuki in the finals. I had to figure out a way to beat him before them. XXXXXXXXX. Better taijutsu than you say, Baki repeated after me while stroking his chin. Normally, the last thing I'd do would be to approach the bastard for help, but even he had a vested interest in seeing me succeed. If I wanted to be Kage, I needed to win, and if he wanted a better Suna, he needed me to win. And ninjutsu, he asked. Difficult to say. My sand should be a good counter to the storm release, but elemental affinities have a strange way of interacting, and I have no interest in finding out I was wrong in the line of fire. He nodded. Your wind release will be your strongest asset. You are barely competent as it stands now. The next month will be spent finding out if you can go beyond that. XXXX, 14 days later. He was not joking. I looked at my status page with pride as I flipped through the same hand seals for what felt like the 1000th time today but did not feed any chakra into the jutsu. The bastard had spent the last 2 weeks pounding quite a few wind release jutsu into my head. My affinity had climbed 7 levels with the benefit of constant practice, and with that boost, every jutsu became easier to learn. It was an interesting virtuous cycle. Learning more jutsu helped my affinity to grow, and growing my affinity helped me learn jutsu even faster. Today's goal was not to learn any more jutsu but to get even quicker at using the jutsu I'd already learned. My other goal for the day was to convince the Jounin that I needed to spend half of the next couple of weeks working on fire-style jutsu. As my control over wind grew, I saw so many opportunities for combinations with the fire release. Besides, what young man didn't want to shoot out firestorms on command? XXXXXX, 14 days after that. Raza arrived today. He'd shown up with 7 Umbu guards with no prior warning and seemed to have caused the Kusa head Jounin no small amount of fright. He'd been hosted with dignitaries, and the other Kage were expected to arrive tomorrow. I'd barely gotten to spend more than a few minutes with the men, but the words he did end up having for me proved to be of very little use. Raza was not my father, and he never tried to be. That might have actually made me like him a lot better. He was an asshole and never pretended to be anything else. That's why I had little qualms with letting him die in 5 years when Orochimaru would come for him. The only way he'd be surviving that encounter would be if it somehow became more useful for me to have him alive than it would have been to see him dead. 2 days until the tournament, and I was beginning to feel ready. As things stood now, I'd probably have an easy time taking out the Gaara that had shown up to the tournament. Explosive growth was the hallmark of the gamer ability, and it was really beginning to show. Another benefit of these exams was that I'd finally be getting out from under the bastard's wing. His suspicious looks were beginning to grate on me. Earlier in our affiliation, he'd been quick to explain away my growth as a consequence of my unique affliction, but even that was stopping to explain everything. I guess learning close to a dozen jutsu in as many days was a little bit ridiculous. And the fire affinity had been a bitch to explain away. A simple and vague, I trained it up on my own, wasn't as effective as part of me had expected it to be. 2 days were all I had left with him, so I had to admit a bit of excitement for the future and a spring in my step as I went about my day. What would I do after winning the tournament? I had no idea. I was spoiled for choice. Go fully into the medical corps. Live as an independent Chunin taking missions that suited me. Join the UMBU. Semi-retire from missions and spend my days training. Like I said, there were a lot of options in front of me. Picking one and sticking with it was probably going to be quite difficult in the long run. Maybe I'd just end up pursuing promotion to Jounin the moment I acquired the goal. Speaking of which, I'd finally received a quest to win the tournament. I was shocked when one didn't show up ever since, but today, after I spoke with Raza and he reminded me of his promised bribe, the quest had shown up. Quest alert. Chunin Madness. Objective 1, win the Chunin exam tournament. Objective 2, become a Chunin. Bonus objectives, hidden. Rewards, hidden. For some reason, the rewards were hidden, but I'd accepted the quest either way. It wasn't like I had much of a choice. I'd be getting to win the entire thing either way, quest or no quest. XXXXX, day of the tournament. It was finally here, the day everything would begin, the first day of the rest of my life. I had called it the day of new beginnings, and that was surely what it felt like. I took my time dressing up, ensuring there would be no mishaps with my new outfit. It was to be the first display of the man I had become. As a tribute to the boy whose life I had replaced, the entire outfit was red. I wore a red flowing robe, similar to what Yudikata wore in the anime, complete with an exposed chest. I had no idea why Gaara had conformed to Suna's dressing style in canon. What need did the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi have for protection from the desert? I was the desert. I had to admit it looked a bit ridiculous on my much younger frame, but I knew I would grow into it, slowly and surely. When we made our way to the arena, it was no surprise that we were one of the last to arrive. I had purposely taken my time in preparation for this exact reason. I wanted to ensure we arrived only a few minutes before the event was set to begin. I really didn't want to be placed in a situation where I would be forced to talk to my fellow contestants for a long period. Despite feeling nervous, my gamer's mind had yet to kick in. The proctor appeared in the center of the arena with a shunshin, and the crowd audibly went still and quiet. I glanced around the arena, noting its resemblance to the stadium Konoha used for their Chunin exams, only much larger and heavily advertised. This reminded me of the weird technological era this world lived in. We had portable radios but no cars. We had screens that could show advertisements but no guns. Speaking of ads, there was one on every corner. Every seat was filled, and based on the dressing styles of the audience, most of them weren't even local to Kusa. I missed whatever speech the proctor gave as I tuned him out, instead focusing on playing a game of trying to guess which country each person hailed from based on their clothing and skin coloring. The darker skin tones were instantly attributed to Kaminari no Kuni, and the paler ones were attributed to Mizu no Kuni. Those in between were a bit harder to guess. I had to leave the game when I noticed both Noel and the Inuzuka girl make their way to the battlefield. The girl was determined, and even a blind man could see it. The desire to win wafted off her in waves. In contrast, Noel seemed to care little. However, the outcome of the battle that was about to unfold had only one clear result in my eyes and in the eyes of those who were clearly in the know. Even the civilians didn't give Hana good odds. I could see it in the betting odds that flashed across the screens, 4-1 odds on Hana Inuzuka's victory. Well, if there was anything guaranteed to light the fire under the ass of any prideful shinobi, that was it. Before the battle began, both participants turned to their respective kage in the booths and bowed. Dressed in ceremonial regalia, their individual expressions were impossible to make out, but Hiruzen's body language conveyed how pleased he was with the Inuzuka to maximum effect. In contrast, the Reikage seemed uninterested and bored. When the battle began, they both blurred into motion. Hana moved forward, as did Noel. The triplet dogs at her feet also moved into motion, separating and wrapping around in a strafing run to make their intentions obvious. They wanted to surround their opponent from all sides. Noel blurred through hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground, executing a jutsu I had never actually seen in person. The underground water in the arena burst out around him, dissuading the canines from approaching as they watched him warily and carefully. He took the opportunity to jump towards the pond on the edge of the arena. Dealing with that would be quite challenging. Water could weigh down my sand enough to affect its utility. It was something I would have to prevent before my fight with Noel. One of the dogs attempted to jump after him but was tackled out of the way by its brother. It would have received a bolt of lightning to the face for its troubles. Another thing worth noting about my adversary was his quick seals, so fast that they appeared instantaneous to the odd civilians in the crowd. I observed something else about the tournament. Noel could have won this fight in 1,000 ways, but he was putting on a show. He had avoided taijutsu that might have done little to impress the audience and instead focused on showy ninjutsu, prolonging the fight and providing him with more opportunities to show off. In my mind, I applauded him for understanding the nature of it all, marketing. While I had recognized it logically, it hadn't truly sunk in until now. I had to re-evaluate my strategy for dealing with opponents after this realization. Winning as quickly as possible was no longer the goal. Hana Inuzuka should have resigned the moment her opponent took his place on top of the pond. By doing that, she could have spared herself a great deal of suffering and perhaps even secured a promotion. Instead, she filled the arena with smoke bombs, tossing them into every corner before executing some tactical move. It took a few minutes for the smoke to disperse enough for me to get a good look at the field. It came as no surprise that the Inuzuka girl lay unconscious on the floor, nor that her dogs were in similar positions across the arena. I re-evaluated the situation in my mind. Hana Inuzuka was unconscious, and her dogs were dead. No living creatures could be so still. I had a strong suspicion of how it had happened. My best guess was some wide-range but relatively powerful lightning release jutsu, potent enough to render her unconscious and kill the dogs. Gasps escaped the civilians as they realized the fate suffered by the Inuzuka puppies, and I resisted the urge to smirk as a scowl broke through Noel's perpetual smile. While I didn't know the Inuzuka girl well, I had a fondness for dogs. Killing dogs would never be cool. The proctor swiftly ushered him away and called down the next participants. I noticed that he didn't bother clearing out the arena. The water that had percolated the ground and formed puddles around the field remained as they were. When the two Kumo shinobi took the field, I wasn't expecting much of a fight, but I was quickly proven wrong. Both of them carried katanas and began a deadly dance that I couldn't tear my eyes away from. Their skill was impressive, and their choreography was beautiful. Every slash was met with another, and the sparks that flew when their blades made contact added to the spectacle. It had to be choreographed. They were putting on quite a show as it stood. Kumo had clearly understood the memo. The exams were an opportunity for advertising, and they were maximizing its potential. I could see how this village had transitioned from being unable to challenge Konoha, even with an alliance with IWA, to being a strong contender for the position of the greatest among the five. At the end of it all, after 5 minutes of riveting, fast-paced combat, one of the shinobi, the kunoichi, took a bow and surrendered to the other. The crowd was ecstatic. A standing ovation. For a fight between two non-entities. I couldn't see his face, but the rakeage radiated pride to all who looked. Fucking Kumo. They seemed intent on taking the crown for these exams. The next fight, between Kuratsuchi and the Aburain boy, was scheduled to begin after a brief intermission. The intermission wasn't as brief as advertised, and the remaining people in the competitors' booth weren't the most talkative bunch. Kuratsuchi and her partner spoke in hushed whispers. The Aburain boy was still. Very still. Noel Yatsuki was smiling brightly and attempting to engage his teammate, but the teenager seemed very reluctant to participate in Noel's very loud assessment of the combat abilities of everyone remaining in the tent. When the next fight was called, both the Aburain boy, Kazekage, and Kuratsuchi were eager to leave. This was a battle guaranteed to interest me. I didn't honestly feel like Hana had stood a chance against Noel. The Kumo shinobi didn't truly fight. They put on a show. Now, it felt like a real fight was about to unfold. Kazekage Aburain carried the weight of his entire village on his shoulders, and he bore it well. His back was straight, and his head was held high beneath the high-collared coat he had chosen to wear for this stage of the tournament. Paired with the shaded sunglasses he wore, he looked every bit the man of mystery. Kuratsuchi's bow to the Kazekage was shallow, perhaps a show of her position as the heir to the throne. Kazegage's own bow was met with an actual nod of encouragement. Even the Hokage could see the pressure the boy was under and seemed to have tried to mitigate it. When they faced each other, Kuratsuchi seemed incapable of resisting the urge to speak. Surrender now. No need for you to suffer as your friend did. Her words received no reply, and when the proctor began the battle, she immediately started weaving seals. In contrast, he stood still. I would have killed for the ability to sense chakra right now because I was sure the boy was doing something. Kuratsuchi finished her seals and spat out a stream of lava straight at the Aburain. The attack missed as he finally went into motion. His hand flashed from his coat, and I noticed the pellets clenched in them quickly enough to close my eyes. That had done nothing for my hearing, though, as I could hear the faintest ringing in them once the flashbangs went off. Those had been powerful. Kuratsuchi was dazed by that attack alone. She definitely had not been expecting it, and Kazekage used it to the fullest, swarming her with the bugs the Aburain clan was famous for hosting. It became a bug storm as they all collapsed on her at the same time, draining her chakra. Her hand seals were barely visible from within the storm, but the effects were not nearly as easy to hide. A grand fireball flowed from her mouth, clearing a way through the swarm, killing quite a few insects. She used the opportunity to attempt to make her way out of the storm, but the insects followed her as she ran. She dove into the pond, but even inside, they followed her. My best guess for the rationale behind the tactic was that she mistakenly believed the water would dissuade the bugs from pursuing her. She surfaced just as quickly once she realized they were still following her. Her fingers flashed in hand seals, creating another ball of fire that incinerated a chunk of the bugs following her. That mattered little, though, as there were still so many chasing her down. The same fingers flashed as she dove into the ground, using what seemed to be the subterranean voyage jutsu. Even there, the Aburame's insects followed her, but with the ground turned into a sludge-like fluid, their speed was greatly hampered. She used the opportunity to head for the genin directing the insects. Kazekage Aburame appeared to be taken aback by her sudden approach, and she shot right out of the ground, intending to punch him with her fist cloaked in stone. The attack made contact with his head, only to pass straight through the bug clone. She found herself surrounded again, and this time, she couldn't form the seals for any jutsu to escape in time as she was drained of her chakra and fell to the ground unconscious. The entire battle had taken just over 2 minutes. It was fast-paced, quick, and aggressive. The crowd loved it. If the Kumo shinobi had them excited, then this had them electrified and intoxicated at the same time. I couldn't deny sharing a bit of what they had felt. That was an upset if I ever saw one. A true underdog victory. I had expected him to fight, to put up a good fight and lose in the end, but as Kazekage Aburame emerged from the foliage he had hidden in, I was forced to give him his due. He deserved it. When he returned to the box, the first words he received were from Noel Yatsuki, who appeared oddly serious. "You cheated," was all he said as the boy entered. Akatsuchi, who had been staring at the ground in shock, suddenly turned to them, fully attentive. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 6. Level. Title, Genin of Sunagakure, 10% increased growth when trained by Suna Ninja, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert. Chakra capacity, 20,000/20,000, regeneration, 100 CP per minute. Stamina, 102/120, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, sickle weasel technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, dust cloud technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, violent whirlwind. Wind release, divine mountain wind. Wind release, blade of wind. Wind release, infinite sand cloud, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Fire release, great fireball. Fire release, phoenix sage fire technique. Fire release, flame bullet. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 13, Matchups. I don't know what you're talking about, Kazekage replied as he walked past Noel, further into the booth, but the teenager from Cloud would not be satisfied with that. Those insects of yours. They were already in the arena before you even got there. You were preparing the stage before you even set off for your battle, he said, and Akatsuchi looked ready to explode. Well, wasn't this interesting? I doubted it would lead to anything worthwhile. All I noted was that Kazekage was crafty and seemed ready to do whatever it took to win. A true shinobi. What I did wasn't against any rules. I followed the rules as they were relayed to us, to the letter, he said in his defense before taking his seat and ignoring the other two. Noel appeared disappointed, as if he somehow had not been expecting shinobi to cheat at a shinobi exam. Akatsuchi looked furious. It was the barest of luck that we were called down for our battle when we were, because I am unsure if the boy wouldn't have exploded at Kazekage if forced to spend even more time in the same enclosure as him. As I took the long route down the stairs and towards the field, I contemplated my strategy for the battle in front of me. Each of the previous battles had shown something. Noel and the Kumo wankers had shown that the goal here was to put up a show. Kuratsuchi had taught me the value of not underestimating one's opponent. As my gourd floated right behind me, I considered the merits of the two possible approaches before settling on one. Akatsuchi was no threat. He would never be a threat to me, that was a fact. So that meant I could use this battle to show off as much as possible. Not taijutsu though, as I had no guarantee he wasn't better than me, and that was not as likely to wow the crowd as good old ninjutsu. When I arrived at the field and bowed to Raza, he stood up and acknowledged me. That sent whispers flowing around the crowd. It was well known that I was his son, but none of the other Kage had stood for a genin before. Even Onoki had only nodded at his hair. Well, if there was one way to guarantee all eyes would be on my fights, then this was it. As I turned to Akatsuchi, I saw him clenching his fist, and I could sympathize with it. The Tsuchikage had not moved since Kuratsuchi's defeat, and it was clear to Akatsuchi that he bore Iwa's hopes on his shoulders. If he lost, they would have a double washout in the first round of the finals. Not if, when. When the proctor began the battle, I said some final words to the boy before beginning. You've done well to come this far. Feel free to surrender when it seems you can't keep up. I did my best to project my voice, and the trash talking had the crowd even more invested in the outcome of this battle. He only chuckled before exploding right at me, fists covered in stone. When did that happen? I weaved out of the way of the first few punches with ease before jumping backwards and weaving through my own hand seals. I was deliberately slower than usual to give him the right amount of time to come up with a defense. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. I shouted as I ended with the tiger seal. My chest expanded as I felt the heat fill my core before I let it out in a single breath that quickly ignited and turned into a massive fireball, comparable to what Itachi could do in the anime. My version probably cost at least thrice as much chakra and moved much slower, but with civilians, all they cared for was the spectacle. As Akatsuchi finished his own seals and used his earth release, mud wall jutsu, the crowd sounded feverish when both jutsu collided, and the wall exploded, tossing the older boy backwards and dazing him for a bit. I stood and waited for him to collect himself. Not needing to worry about promotion meant I could focus solely on creating as much spectacle as possible. When he got back to it, it was to see me weaving seals again. This time, they were just a bit faster, but only because I knew he'd be familiar with the jutsu I was about to execute. I ended on the bird seal and slammed my hand against the ground while clearly intoning, earth release, earth flow spears. The ground around us rumbled as it ached to fulfill my desires. I pumped it full of chakra and watched as it obeyed. Out of the ground rose massive spikes, pointing to the sky. It was all Akatsuchi could do to outrun the jutsu. As he tried jumping from spike to get to me in a display of acrobatics, I weaved hand seals once more, but this time at my true speed so they appeared instant to an onlooker. I ended on and held the snake seal as I intoned, wind release, great breakthrough. The breath I exhaled turned into an actual storm of wind as it crashed against my target and sent him flying back to where he came from. He crashed into and broke two of the earth spears on his way back, and when he landed on the ground, he was already on his last legs. I guess that's enough of a show already. I waited for him to surrender, or for the proctor to end the battle, and as neither option happened, I knew something was wrong. It was only instincts trained from months of fighting against Baki that allowed me to dodge his uppercut as he shot right out of the ground like a bullet. Shocked at seeing his surprise attack fail, he was in no position to oppose my taijutsu. Dismantling him at close range was shamefully easy. A dodge here, a punch here, a kick there, and he was well and truly battered. At the end of it, it was no difficulty for me to send him flying with another wind release jutsu. This time, as he lay on the ground, I was sure it was the real him. Surrender. I asked him, and he only grunted in reply, clearly considering the merits of attempting to stand and continue the battle. I couldn't let that happen. People loved an underdog, and I would not be giving them one to root for. The sand rushed out from my gourd like a tsunami, and I reveled in the shocked gasps of the audience as it reared up before rushing towards the IWA boy as if it were to crash upon him. He screamed out his surrender with visible fear in his eyes, and the sand stopped right above him. I wouldn't have gone through with the threat of killing him if he hadn't. I'd have been in quite a bind if he hadn't, actually. With my battle over, it was time for me to return to the booth. Before I did, I gave Raza another bow, and then bowed to the crowd, enjoying their excitement. The proctor announced a 30-minute intermission to allow the participants to rest, but as the ads on the stadium flashed the odds on each participant every other minute, I was willing to bet that it was mostly to allow the audience to place even more bets. No matter who one bet on, the house always won. XXXXXX, the fourth Kazekage. Your son is something else, Kazekage Dano, I said, in a voice that didn't give much away. The man had clearly grown from the impetuous boy I'd clashed against a few times in the last war. Indeed. He is talented, I concurred, only for a snort from Onoki to interrupt me. I turned to the Tsuchikage, and he saved me from having to ask as he began speaking. Talented? Bah. You have a prodigy on your hands. Taijutsu like that, and ninjutsu like that. He's good. Such a shame he's your Jinchuriki, eh? If not, he'd be the one to take your hat. Of that, I am certain. I just nodded at his assessment, swallowing the shame and guilt that built up in me as I remembered the promise I'd made to him. Gaara could never be Kazekage. Kiri had shown what happened when you gave his kind such power, and even beyond that. Suna's Jinchuriki was her spear and shield. Combining such a position with that of the Kage would be extraordinarily foolish. Neither the civilians nor the ninja would even stand for it. I lied to Karura's son, and I regretted that I would be forced to continue in that vein. The boy needed motivation. He needed something to care about, and I gave that to him. Yes. Gaara-chan shows the makings of something special. Why, I don't think even I was that skilled with so many elements at that age. The compliment from the shinobi no Kami himself made me take a deep breath. Hiruzen was said to have mastered over 1,000 jutsu from every element. It was an obvious exaggeration, but the spirit of it still held weight. Elemental mastery was his thing. Enough of the boy. There's another I wish to speak of. The Aburaim. He cheated, Anoki said tersely, and there was a sudden spike in temperature in the room that we could all feel. It was almost like that Kazekage had not wanted to broach the topic, but hearing Hiruzen's voice was guaranteed to set him off. Nothing he did was against the rules, Anoki. Spare me that bullshit, monkey, the Kazekage replied instantly, placing emphasis on the offensive term. He set up the field to gain an unfair advantage against my genin and prevailed only by the most unconscionable of means. You seem to have forgotten what we are, Anoki. Shinobi. We cheat for a living. I seem to remember quite a few traps and surprises laid out for me on these very plains all those years ago. Turnabout is fair play. And if you would believe the gossip, they'd tell you Konoha and their precious wool of fire are above that. If only everyone knew you were just as deep in the mud as the rest of us. Only pigs roll in the mud and forget to wash themselves, Anoki. Don't blame me for being better at washing than you. There was something in their dialogue. They spoke in metaphors and with a context I could not relate to. From his body language, I could tell the Reikage was in a similar state of confusion. I almost skedded how easy the man was to read. I guess that's what happened when all of one's negotiations were engaged in with fists and not words. The next round will begin shortly, the proctor's voice echoed through the arena. I checked the clock and saw it had only been 21 minutes. A look at the stationary head Jounin of Kusa told me all that I needed to know. I could sympathize with his situation. No one wanted two Kage fighting within their village, and if one wasn't accustomed to interactions between these two, they'd assume a fight was destined to break out. The proctor wasted little time in calling out the next fighters to the field, and Hiruzen and Anoki paused their constant sniping at each other to focus on the next fight. Noel Yatsuki and Kira of Kumo stood facing each other in the arena. After the customary bow to their Kage, who remained still, barely acknowledging them, they began the fight. Like the first fight between two Kumo-nin, this one was more for show. Although, this time the goal was to display taijutsu and not kenjutsu. A ninjutsu battle would have been a more exciting display for the crowd, but none of them had the required chakra reserves to pull off something like that and have enough in the tank to face Gaara in the next round. As a show fight, the outcome was never in doubt. Noel Yatsuki was a taijutsu powerhouse. I saw it in the way he held back to allow his countrymen to shine. I saw it in the way no hit ever even came close to touching him. He was strong. I had predicted that he and the IWA girl would be Gaara's greatest opponents in these exams, but IWA, like always, was fated to disappoint. When Noel Yatsuki finally disabled his opponent, the crowd was ecstatic to have witnessed such a great show. However, their reaction was nothing compared to their response to Gaara's ninjutsu. Fire, wind, and earth releases in quick succession, combined with his massive chakra reserves and chakra control to execute them with such speed. Gaara's promotion had never been in doubt, never. I turned to the field as he took the stage once more. When he bowed, I stood and bowed to him again. It was a display of humility not traditionally expected from any of the Kage, but multiple consultations had confirmed it was the right course of action. Gaara was my son, and very few would find it odd for me to acknowledge him in such a manner. Besides, if they assumed it was an acknowledgement of Gaara as my heir, then all the better. The hat would belong to Temari one day, but until then, Gaara would serve as an excellent red herring. As the Aburaim boy faced him, I noticed Gaara's eyes narrow, and the gourd floating behind him twitched. It was impressive that he had gotten this far barely even using his greatest weapon. He was well on track to becoming Suna's most powerful Jinchuriki in history. None of the previous Jinchuriki had been well-rounded shinobi. Gaara would break the mold comprehensively. The moment the battle started, Gaara's hands were off. The fireball he breathed out flashed right through the space where his opponent had been before the Konoha genin dived away. Something in Gaara's eyes must have given away his intention to attack. The boy was nowhere to be seen. He had dived right into the ground the moment Gaara's attack passed over him, using the distraction of the flames to execute his disappearing act. Gaara searched the arena with his eyes before bending to one knee and placing his palm on the ground. The Aburaim boy would learn a valuable lesson today. Only fools use subterranean voyage when in battle with superior users of the earth release. Of course, there was a method to the madness. Several of the Kakachu insects, the Abirame's pride, swarmed Gaara in the blink of an eye. However, the Gaara they swarmed collapsed into sand, and I tracked my son to a tree in the mini-forest within the arena. He weaved hand seals at great speed, and I tracked them, ram horse snake dragon rat ox tiger. The buildup of chakra was so palpable that I could sense it from here without even trying. It was evident that a powerful jutsu was being prepared. My lack of knowledge on fire release would need to be remedied sooner or later. I watched as he took a deep breath while holding the fire seal, and 3 blasts of fire shot out of his mouth in quick succession. I traced their path through the field as they curved in different directions. One went straight into the swarm and exploded, destroying most of the insects. Another blast hit the area of the ground where the Abirame boy had jumped into, and another hit him just as he dove out from a different area. It blasted straight through him, destroying the bug clone and leaving little hint of where the boy had gone. No fight had gotten the crowd as excited as this one. Gaara's fight against the IWA boy had been a one-sided beating from start to finish. This? Yes, Gaara wasn't in any real danger, but he had yet to land a single real hit on his opponent. The gourd in the center of the arena twitched before a veritable tsunami of sand shot out of it, scouring the arena in search of its target. When Gaara found him, it was obvious from the way his head twitched. He turned right behind him, and this time I recognized the jutsu from the very first seal and the feeling of his chakra. The great breakthrough tore apart the entire forest behind him, and this time, it was clear that Kazekage Abirame had taken a direct hit. He lay still amidst the destroyed foliage, but no one allowed that to deceive them. The boy was tricky. Instead of approaching, Gaara sent out a tendril of sand that wrapped around the boy's wrist and lifted him off the ground. The flashbang that had been clutched in the other hand was quickly set off but did nothing to distract Gaara. His control over his sand was absolute. Even without sight, he was able to direct more and more sand to encase the boy until only his head was visible. Now, Gaara spoke, surrender. You've put up a good show, but this is over. His high-pitched voice echoed around the arena, serving as a reminder to all involved that he was just 6 years old, 1/3 the age of the average Chunin exam participant, and well on his way to winning the entire event. I surrender. You win, Kazekage Abirame said to the applause of the audience. When Gaara guided him down to the ground with his sand and offered a handshake to the boy, the crowd erupted in applause. The display of sportsmanship had them captivated. One thing was certain, both Konoha and Suna were going to experience a significant boost in business after this. I just had to ensure that we were the ones who gained the most from these exams. The matchup for the finals was announced, Noel Yatsuki vs Gaara of the Desert. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Gaara vs Noel. When I squared up against Noel, the last thought on my mind was how to make the fight interesting, how to turn it into a spectacle of some sort. I had no need to waste my energy figuring that out, it was practically guaranteed. I was to face off against the strongest genin at the tournament. If the show wasn't good, then that would be my fault. When the referee started the fight, Noel wasted no time in blurring across the arena, rushing at me to engage in taijutsu, as if I would ever allow that to happen. This time, I didn't hold back in my hand seal speed as I flipped through them, ending in a bird seal and focusing on my chakra. Multiple bullets of air screamed across the arena, slowing down his approach and forcing him to dodge and change direction suddenly. That did little to completely halt it as he came either way. The first punch was waved to the side as I backflipped to gain some space. As I landed on the ground, it was with my legs as much as it was with my hands as I slammed my palms down, pushing my chakra into the earth beneath us and forcing it to obey my will. Spikes shot out of the ground, forcing my opponent to also jump back to avoid being impaled by the attack. He kept dodging as 2 massive bullets of fire followed his escape. I was never more thankful for my nature than when I unleashed my ninjutsu. With the amount of chakra I'd pumped into those 3 jutsu just now, the average Chunin would have been on his last legs. Me. I was just getting started. Noel jumped into the water, but what did I care that a water release user was in the center of his element? Before this fight, I thought it would be a problem, but now I knew it didn't matter. He would never compare to me in a battle of raw ninjutsu. As I thought, my fingers flashed and moved through hand seals, ending on the bird seal again. I tried to snipe him in the water with the wind bullets I could create. I sent them screaming into the water blindly, but from the lack of blood pooling on the pond, I'd failed to make contact. When Noel surfaced and stood on the pond, he looked messy. His hair dripped down to his shoulders, upset from its previously slick-back style. His outfit, in many ways the traditional Cloud Nin outfit, was riddled with holes and tears that told me my attack had gotten closer than I'd previously thought. My gourd exploded into action, and the sand pulled next to me as I prepared my next move and his inevitable counterattack. He would not remain on the defensive forever. Even I could see that as clear as day. He could not maintain a defense if I did not relent. He spread his palms out at me, and the smile on his face looked bittersweet. 2 discs of light formed around his palms, and I waited for the storm release. This was sure to be a fight to remember. Storm release, laser circus, he shouted for the heavens to hear, and suddenly, the world was bathed in light. The discs in his hand served as a launching base for an actual swarm of laser beams. My eyes failed to track how many there were, and a bit of Naruto trivia told me he'd be able to control where each single laser struck. This was worlds beyond what he'd shown off prior to this point. I guess I wasn't the only one holding back. Since my sand was already at my feet, it was time to put Gaara's famed ultimate defense to the test. The sand spun as it woke and did my will. A dome of sand surrounded me, protecting me from all sides. I waited for the outcome as the lasers struck the sand and penetrated with the ease of a hot knife passing through butter. The lasers passed through me with similar ease. XXXXXXX. Well, fuck. I guess the answer to whether my sand could provide any protection from Noel's storm release was answered. I sighed as I focused on my chakra and exploded out of the ground, another clone forming from the sand around me and following my will. We jumped out in unison and spent a few seconds floating, staring right at the cloud Nin. At the apex of our flight, our seals completed, and we released our jutsu in unison. The sand clone channeled a good portion of its chakra into a massive great fireball, and I did the same with the great breakthrough that fanned the flames. The fireball, previously the size of an elephant, positively ballooned in size as it came in contact with the wind release attack. I'd never practiced that particular combo before, but we all knew it would work. I had underestimated how well, though. Noel did not even bother attempting to block the attack with his water release. Instead, he used his Shunshin to escape from the vicinity instantly. That was probably the only thing that saved his life as the fire attack landed on the pond and surrounding ground before exploding. The wind from the explosion pushed both me and my clone backward, but I was able to keep us steady with some tendrils of sand. It was actually impressive how much damage that had managed to cause. When the dust settled, there was no pond. Much of that entire half of the arena had been devastated by the explosion. I smiled at the result, and only my clone keeping an eye on things allowed me to dodge out of the way of a quickly moving laser that almost tore a hole through my skull. I saw through his eyes as Noel cursed to himself in a whisper before weaving hand seals from his position hidden in what little remained of the forest. This time, when the lasers shot out, I was ready. The sand all around me rose to my will. Not just my will. Our will. Clone Gaara worked with me with frightening symmetry. It was almost like we were the same person, as we sent a tendril of sand spearing at each individual laser. I could never have hoped to track all of them on my own, but just half. That was easy. What was different about our approach this time? Each tendril was chock full of my chakra, transformed into wind nature and shaped in front of each tendril like a spear tip. Just as I expected, they tore through the lasers, making it look easy as they did so. Noel was forced to Shunshin from his position again as the sand tore that part of the forest apart as we searched for him and tried to end things. When he moved away from the attack, we did our best to keep track of him with our eyes, but at some point, we could no longer follow his movement. He was fast, and as I barely leaned away from a punch that would have cleaved my head from my shoulders, I added that he was strong to that assessment. Clone Gaara tried to get him from behind, but he simply was no longer there before he kicked right through my clone's impulsive guard, almost dispelling him. I scowled as I found my feet again and jumped right on him, with a kunai clutched in each hand. I ducked underneath a haymaker, using my height to force him into an uncomfortable taijutsu exchange, and keeping us close to prevent him from using his superior reach to his advantage. Don't get me wrong, Noel Yatsuki was not my equal in taijutsu. He was far superior. The only thing allowing me to even keep track of his movement was the fact that my clone kept an eye on the entire battle to prevent me from being caught off guard, and I was doing my best to shove as much chakra into my brain as safely possible to improve my perception. Another advantage of being a Jinchuriki was that more often than not, I crossed the limit of safe. Only my healing factor prevented the fight from ending on account of me falling to the ground brain dead. I jumped into his line of sight, attempting to shove one of my kunai into his left eye. He leaned backward to dodge, and I used the opportunity to stab down with my other kunai. The steel plates on his gauntlet screeched as he waved my kunai away with one of his hands. I avoided a standoff by flipping that same kunai into the air and spitting a blast of air that sent it sailing right for his head. As he dodged and retreated, I followed him, keen on preventing him from gathering his composure and making this fight any harder than it already was. Even on the back foot, it was all I could do to ensure he remained there. A single slip-up, and I'd be either dead or lost. In spite of that, though, I was smiling. I was having fun for one of the first times since I woke up in this body. What I felt was not an emotion. It was something deeper, more primal. My body sang to be in combat, to lay everything on the line in every exchange as my opponent tried to kill me and I returned the favor. Of course, all things were destined to end. Out of nowhere, Noel began to move even faster. I could see he loved to be pushed like this, as he slowly began to overwhelm me, and I went from having him on the ropes to being in that position. I narrowly escaped death from a sudden kick to the head by a shield made of sand that rose from the ground at my clone's direction. He took that as his cue to jump into the fight. Facing two of us, he held back a bit less, and he moved faster than either of us could react to. Only instincts trained from combat with Baki, who was similarly superior to us, allowed us to remain alive and intact as he turned his full attention to us. As we fought, we silently strategized between ourselves on what to do next. That's why we were able to come up with the perfect plan in seconds. As Noel spun into a roundhouse kick that was sailing straight at my head, Clone Gaara jumped right into the path and clutched onto that same leg before collapsing into sand. I took charge of the sand instantly, using my chakra to amplify its weight and prevent Noel from retreating as I swarmed him with sand, capturing him in a sand coffin. Surrender? I asked, stretching a hand to control the sand while taking deep breaths as the tension began to leave my body. He just smiled at me placidly. Surrender, he asked, repeating my question. Oh. I should be the one asking you, Gaara of the desert, he said before his chakra suddenly began to skyrocket. A single explosion sent all the sand flying off of him, and similarly sent me flying off, only caught by a platform of sand. I searched for him through the dust, and what I found sent my heart dropping to share space with my stomach. I'd never seen that jutsu in this life, but after watching the anime, reading the manga, and also reading fanfiction for years, I'd recognize that jutsu anywhere. The jutsu that allowed the third Reikage to tangle with the eight tails on equal footing. The jutsu that the fourth Reikage used to survive multiple encounters with the world's most notorious killer of men, Minato Namikaze. The pinnacle of the lightning release. The lightning armor. It sent his hair that had flowed around his face spiking straight up, and I watched in a mixture of awe and dismay as he took his first steps in that glorious form. XXXXXXX, the fourth Kazekage POV. So, Konoha was the only one to bother sending actual Genin to the tournament, the Hokage commented idly, seemingly making a casual observation, but the rest of US could hear the accusation in his tone. The Chunin exams were created by a treaty that expressly forbade what we had done here. Furthermore, the treaty ignored the impossibility of proving the occurrence of the prohibited actions. IWA came without any monsters like those, Anoki grunted, staring at both Gaara and the Yatsuki boy with hardened eyes. I could predict what was going through his mind. He was observing the future of the two other villages and found no examples in his own village that could match them. However, I wasn't surprised. Gaara and Yatsuki were clearly exceptional talents. The fact that both of them were competing in the same Chunin exams was statistically improbable, making this exam likely to be remembered for that reason alone. Nonetheless, neither of them would become a Kage. Gaara was a Jinchuriki, and Noel had been born into the wrong family. In Kumo's history, the Reikage had always come from the same family line as the first. The first and second Reikage had been cousins, the second was an uncle to the third, and the third was the father of the fourth. Kumo operated more like a monarchy than any of the other villages. Even Konoha, where every Kage had been a student or a student of the previous Kage, was more egalitarian. Gaara is a genin. I can submit the necessary documents. I am unaware that it has become a crime to send exceptionally talented genin to the exams, I said, slipping into the defense I had expertly crafted. Nothing we did was illegal because Gaara truly was a genin. In fact, he had been one for more than a year. However, we all knew that the innocent had more to fear from the law than the guilty. I only grunted and remained silent. He clearly had no interest in proclaiming his innocence as he watched the Yatsuki boy assess himself in the lightning armor. I was genuinely impressed by how well the boy had performed. The lightning armor is beyond what any of us expected to see here, I commented, doing my best to imitate the Hokage's casual and idle tone. I grunted again, and the Tsuchikage decided to add his own input. Indeed. Witnessing a genin wield the pinnacle of lightning release rubs me the wrong way. Are we to consider this a declaration of a successor, Kazekage Dano? His comments were directed at I this time. Don't waste my time with that. The boy is strong. He's good. I taught him the jutsu because I believed he would excel with it. It doesn't mean anything, I replied, revealing his inexperience in this field. We both became Kage in the same generation, but while I had to navigate the Wind Lord's court and all the perils it entailed to ensure Suna's security, I had everything handed to him. He had no idea how to maneuver in this political sphere, which was why he told such a terrible lie. The lightning armor represented the pinnacle of hidden jutsu, only learned by those in line to become the Reikage. I wasn't aware of Kumo's inner politics, but I couldn't recall an instance where a shinobi outside the line of succession demonstrated mastery of the jutsu in any context. I was lying, and I wondered why he would tell such a terrible lie. Unless he was lying, but not about what we think he's lying about. Looking underneath the underneath was becoming exhausting. I turned my attention back to the battle as Gaara watched in amazement, allowing his opponent ample time to acclimate to his new form. Well, that was one aspect of his training that needed improvement. Noel moved, and I struggled to keep up with the sheer speed using my eyes alone. XXXXXX, Gaara POV. When Noel crashed through my sand platform, all I could do was command the sand to wrap around him, slowing him down enough for me to dive off the platform. This time, when I caught him in a sand coffin, the sand burial swiftly followed without any concern or hesitation. However, to my surprise, he jumped off the disintegrated platform seemingly unscathed. As we both fell to the ground, I seized the opportunity as quickly as possible. In midair, there was no leverage or chance to exploit his speed. Multiple spears of sand shot out at him while I caught myself on another platform. In response, he unleashed a shot that caused the lightning surrounding him to scatter the sand spears. I blinked at the display. It was truly impressive. The moment he landed, he immediately launched himself towards me, but this time, I was prepared. Multiple shields of sand materialized between us as I dove off the platform, instantly catching myself on another one. It proved to be the right decision as he effortlessly crashed through all my shields and my previous platform, and I finished my seals just as he reached the peak of his jump. Wind release, sickle weasel technique, I whispered as I breathed out, unleashing an actual scythe made of wind that sliced through his chest, despite his attempt to dodge it in midair. I smiled as my theory was partially confirmed. He had easily withstood the sand burial, but the wind jutsu had effortlessly torn through his thunder armor. As he fell backward from the impact, I held my breath, hoping it would be enough. However, as he flipped and landed on the ground with his feet, I realized I would need to do more to end this. He met my gaze with a grim yet wicked smile, ignoring the bleeding wound on his chest. Then, he raised a hand covered in lightning to the injury and cauterized it, all the while maintaining eye contact. The message was clear: look at what I'm willing to do to myself. Now imagine what I'd be willing to do to you. I couldn't deny that a part of me trembled at that prospect. When the intensity of the lightning surrounding him increased, it didn't come as much of a surprise. Of course, he still had more tricks up his sleeve. This time, there was nothing between him shifting his stance and me shooting off my platform. The only sensation I felt was a jolt in my chest. I silently counted. 3. He had broken 3 of my ribs straight through the sand armor that always surrounded me. Without the armor, that attack would have caved in my chest and turned me into a donut. I took a breath, realizing I was still free-falling through the air. Was this what it felt like to be in shock? I caught myself on another platform, quickly shaping it into a dome as I saw him preparing to move again. His punch crashed against the dome, sending me flying across the arena. At least the dome had held up against him this time. Now, I needed to figure out how to overcome this particular challenge. As he landed on the ground, multiple tendrils of sand lashed out at him, but he effortlessly evaded them. Drawing on more chakra, I split some of the sand around me to create a clone. It was my third in this battle. It spoke volumes about my dwindling chakra reserves and the drain of the sand clone jutsu, considering each iteration had cost me more chakra than all the other jutsu I had used in the tournament combined. My hands flew through the seals, and the great breakthrough jutsu forced him to abandon his plan of charging straight at me. The clone, now in control of the wind, molded the great breakthrough into a tornado that enveloped both of us on our platform. With our defense momentarily secured, we needed to devise a plan to defeat the lightning-wielding opponent waiting for us on the ground. The tornado couldn't last forever since it was essentially a repurposed great breakthrough jutsu, so its duration was limited. And then, I glanced to the left and barely caught sight of what I needed to strengthen the dome surrounding us. Noel had breached the hurricane to attack, and only the wind in our immediate vicinity had slowed him enough for me to react. However, even so, he cleaved through the dome and pierced my clone with his hand as he leaped in front of me. I trapped him in a sand coffin to impede his movement and jumped away, dispelling the tornado before it harmed me. As I landed on another platform and Noel landed on the ground, I noticed numerous cuts covering his body. It was evident that he hadn't emerged from the tornado unscathed. But why? It was clear that the jutsu couldn't have been maintained indefinitely. The answer came when the lightning surrounding him momentarily flickered before swiftly returning. Chakra. He was running out of chakra. Maintaining the lightning armor must have been taxing, and the prolonged battle was stretching his endurance. The realization left a bitter taste in my mouth, but all I had to do to win was outlast him. There was no need to defeat the lightning armor when I could simply defeat the men within it. I swiftly weaved hand seals as my plan began to take shape. Wind release had proven effective against him, so I needed to utilize as much of it as possible to slow him down. XXXX, the fourth Kazekage POV. Not completely ready for the jutsu, is he, Reikage Dano? Anoki posed the rhetorical question, and I only grunted in response. The Yatsuki boy was starting to weaken. His chakra was rapidly depleting. It would take an exceptional sensor to accurately assess a shinobi's chakra capacity from such a distance, and I certainly wasn't one, but it was evident to all of us. Noel Yatsuki was beginning to slow down. His lightning armor had deactivated twice already, only to be reignited through sheer stubbornness. Well, if there was one thing the potential future Reikage would share with the current one, it would be that determination. Gaara did an outstanding job capitalizing on his opponent's predicament. He remained out of reach on his sand platforms, utilizing wide-area wind ninjutsu to discourage his opponent from closing the distance or, alternatively, punishing him if he dared to do so. It was impressive how effortlessly and powerfully the jutsu flowed from him. Hiruzen had already emitted a few hums, indicating that he was just as impressed as I was. Gaara would not only be the future of Suna but also the entire shinobi world. With him by Temari's side, I pitted those who would dare challenge Suna in the future. It's all for you, Karura. All for you. When the Yatsuki boy finally collapsed, it happened without much fanfare. He assumed a stance to leap at Gaara once again when the lightning surrounding him suddenly extinguished and didn't come back. He fell to the ground, unconscious from chakra exhaustion, and the proctors wasted no time in declaring Gaara the victor. For the first time in years, a genuine smile crossed my face. Do you see me now, Karura? Do you see me? A/N, how does the chapter feel? Was the fight scene good for you? Thanks for reading. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 6. Level. Title, Genin of Sunagakure, 10% increased growth when trained by Suna Ninja, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert. Chakra capacity, 20,000/20,000, regeneration, 100 CP per minute. Stamina, 102/120, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, sickle weasel technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, dust cloud technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, violent whirlwind. Wind release, divine mountain wind. Wind release, blade of wind. Wind release, infinite sand cloud, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Earth release, earth flow spears. Fire release, great fireball. Fire release, phoenix sage fire technique. Fire release, flame bullet. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 15, Disaster. As I watched Noel fall to the ground from exhaustion, I should have felt elated. I should be joyful. I should feel accomplished. Even the chime from the system at my completed quest did nothing to assuage the feeling in my stomach at the victory. I didn't win. Noel had just lost faster. Nothing I could do could touch him with that lightning armor. I was jolted out of my thoughts as the crowd began to explode in noise. I stared at them, unconsciously shifting my platform all around so I could look at every corner of the stadium. That made them even more ecstatic. I smiled at them, doing my best to swallow the bizarre thoughts that were ruining my mood. This was not the time for that. The proctor signaled for me to come down and join him, and I did so as Noel was being carted off the field. I spared him a look but no more. When I reached him, he took a hold of my hand and lifted it to the skies, making the audience even more rapturous. Over the applause and noise, he whispered into my ear, "Now, everything will change." I had no idea what those words were supposed to mean as I was ushered to the Kage as they came down from their box. I went down on one knee as Raza got close enough. The display of submission offended my pride, but I settled myself with the knowledge that this would be the last time. This would be the last time. The Hokage was the first to speak. "Gaara-chan, what a display. I dare say no Chunin exams will ever be as memorable as these ones." I nodded at him, breaking off a smile at the acknowledgement. The Kazekage went next. "You understood the purpose of the exams, and your performance has left no doubts in our minds. The Reikage continued, "You are hereby conferred with a promotion to the rank of Chunin." Raza spoke last. "Well done, my son," he said, unsealing a vest from a scroll he fished out from his pocket. I beheld the Chunin vest, and as I put it on, I noticed a few things. It definitely wasn't the standard issue vest. It looked much different, and it swallowed me comprehensively. "That is the vest I wore as a Chunin of Sunagakure, and the one my sensei wore before me," Raza explained, and I could barely prevent myself from gaping at him. His sensei had been the third Kazekage. This vest was history. Actual history. The worn pockets and scuffed collars had a whole other weight to them, even beyond the already heavy weight of the vest itself. The thing swallowed me, going down to my knees easily and probably weighing just as much as I did. "Well done," the Hokage said, and some of the weight of the vest disappeared as I felt lighter than the air itself. This was it. I'd done it. Mission fucking accomplished. XXXXXXX. I stared at the rewards I'd received from the mission to win the exams. It was actually something else, and I was reminded that this was supposed to be a pivotal moment in my life. This was it. This was a high point, and I felt no joy. No elation. None of that great happiness that I would have expected to find at such a victory, and I knew exactly why that was. I stared at it now, Gamer's Mind Mark II, LVL Max. I felt nothing because a game character would feel nothing but a vague sense of achievement. Gamer's Mind didn't fully rid me of emotion. It just muted them so I could never get overwhelmed either way, positively or negatively. We had returned to Suna immediately after the exams, and there was even a festival being held to celebrate my victory. However, they weren't celebrating me, they were celebrating Suna, the Kazekage, Baki, and even Chiyo. Everyone except me. I just sat in my room on the outskirts of town, watching them with my Sandai Jutsu, trying to train and improve it. Even now, all I cared about was training. I felt nothing beyond the desire to improve, to get better at everything. I had initially thought it was due to my desire to survive, but I began to wonder if it was the gamer's mind pushing me in that direction. Why was all of this important? Because I had completed a quest, and as a result, I had rewards. A shit ton of rewards. Quest success. Main objective, win the Chunin exam tournament, heavy check mark. Rewards, 1500 XP, 15 stat points, 1 legendary loot roll, new title, winner of the Chunin exams, plus 25 rep in all hidden villages. Main objective 2, become a Chunin, heavy check mark. Rewards, 2000 XP, 20 stat points, 1 legendary loot roll, new title, Chunin of Sunagakure, plus 50% training efficiency when training in Sunagakure. Plus 15 rep with all inhabit apps of Sunagakure. Bonus objective 1, prevent Noel Yatsuki from using the lightning armor, failed. Bonus objective 2, defeat Noel Yatsuki with the lightning armor, heavy check mark. Rewards, 800 XP, 3 stat points, 1 common loot roll. Bonus objective 3, make it to the finals, heavy check mark. Rewards, 500 XP, 3 stat points, 1 common loot roll. I smiled at the rewards again. A total of 41 stat points was a life-changing sum, and the experience gains meant I had gained 3 whole levels, giving me another 15 stat points. I had 56 stat points to do whatever I wanted with. Now, it was settled. The power of the gamer was much too OP for this power system. Not that I'm complaining though. The only thing that had me pensive was the result of the loot rolls. The first one had yielded a power. I had gained an inventory. A whole fucking inventory like in video games. The thing had some rules attached to what I could and couldn't use it for, but the ability to carry everything I owned in a separate subspace that only I could access was OP as hell. And I could fill it up with sand too, so there goes the need for the gourd I had spent some time designing. It was good, but it wasn't the standout. The standout was the second loot roll. It gave me something I had never thought about, and it was the reason I had been so introspective lately. It upgraded Gamer's Mind. It didn't change the capabilities, it just added a toggle to the ability. It gave me the power to turn off the mind of the gamer so I can truly feel emotions again. I had no idea why that was a legendary ability on its own, but I wasn't complaining. The common loot rolls had given me a beautiful sword and an archery set each. The weapons were well made, much better than what the blacksmiths of Suna could make, but I couldn't focus on them now. The button stared at me, tauntingly. I couldn't even remember pushing it. All I remembered was a voice booming in my head. I'm free, and the world going black. XXXX, the fourth Kazekage. That chakra. No. Not now. Not today. Gaara is supposed to be the perfect one. The one who doesn't fail. What is this? The Ichibi. No. I heard the voice for the first time in a long while, and I just closed my eyes as I took off the hat and robes before grabbing the scroll that leaned against the wall of my office and jumping out through the window. As I moved, I saw multiple Jonin and Chunin move towards the tailed beast, hoping to contain it. Gaara had been harbored at the edge of the village to contain the violence he could cause if he gave in to his tenant, but we had gotten lax. Our anti-Shikaku measures were rusty. It had already reached the commercial district, and with each swipe of its hands, it killed dozens of villagers. Shikaku, the most murderous of the tailed beasts, cackled and laughed with each life it took. Thought he could suppress me forever. Not me. Not Shikaku. Its voice grated on my ears. A squad of Jonin rushed in, and Shikaku only turned towards them before taking a deep breath. By the time they were about to fall upon it, it unleashed an actual windstorm that tore their bodies to shreds. The earliest residents of Suna had learned to mold wind release by watching Shikaku, and it showed that it was the true progenitor. The fan core scattered one of its feet with a massive collaboration jutsu, but that only worked for a second before the limb regenerated. Wind. Shikaku will show you wind, it shouted before taking another deep breath, visibly sucking in the air around us, making my lungs strain to keep taking in air. I was finally close enough. I threw up the scroll with one hand and tapped the center without even looking. My awareness of the golden dust I controlled was instant, and I noticed I had even less than I expected. Without Shikaku lashing out, I had been more willing to sell off more and more of my dust as I needed to keep Suna afloat financially, and with more and more pressure coming my way, I had kept procrastinating the mining trip to get more of the dust. This was the worst-case scenario, but I was the Kazekage. Sensei said it best. Suna is mine. I am Suna's. The blast of wind sent at the fan core was stopped in its tracks by a wall of pure gold. It caught the light from the few traffic lights still functioning and gleamed with power as it stood intact from the Jinchuriki's power. I ignored the whispers from my ninja as I made my presence known. You, the beast asked, and I placed a cocky smile on my face before replying, me. I turned to my subordinates as I stepped forward. Thank you for your sacrifice, but please step back and maintain a perimeter. I will defend Suna from here on, I said, and they instantly obeyed. As Shikaku reared up to face me, my traitorous mind began to ponder the benefits of this attack. It was bad and would be expensive in terms of lost lives, manpower, and infrastructure, but there were still advantages to be had. Our victory at the Chunin exams might have done a bit to unify the people of Suna, but true unity was only found in tragedy. A tragedy like this would thoroughly awaken the nationalist spirit in even the most disillusioned of shinobi. I was sure they would begin to give their 110% in missions and assignments after this. The shinobi we lost in this attack would be covered for and eventually replaced by more enthusiastic and fresher brethren. This attack had the potential of being good for Suna in the long term, but only if I stopped it here. I'm sorry, Karura, but what is good for Suna and what is bad for Gaara are once again aligned. They would unite and do so most vehemently against outsiders, and Gaara will always be, when all was said and done, an outsider. It stretched its hand to swat me into the ground, but a platform of golden dust took me far out of the reach of the attack. I took control of the dust on the ground, shaping it into bullets that I splattered the tailed beast with. It tanked the attack with little difficulty before sending another wind attack against me. A shield rose from the platform I stood upon and took the attack with little trouble. Sensing that the shinobi had followed my orders, I took hold of the dust that I had used to defend them in the meantime and splashed it against the Ichibi. It could do little as I piled more and more golden dust upon it to weigh it down. It was weaker. Much weaker than it had ever been. Something about being sealed in Gaara had weakened it so badly that I was able to defeat it with much less golden dust than it had taken the last time. XXXXXXX Gaara. When I regained consciousness, it was accompanied by the feeling of having been run over by a train. My body felt as if it had been put through an actual meat grinder, and my mind wasn't any better. The exhaustion I felt was overwhelming. Suddenly, I heard the voice of the Ichibi in my mind, and in a panic, I scrambled to activate Gamer's mind. As I did, I realized what had happened. Shikaku had been set free. That explained the headache. I was mistaken in thinking that the game had destroyed him, it had only suppressed his consciousness, allowing me to utilize his chakra as I saw fit. With mental clarity restored, I finally assessed my surroundings and noticed that I was in a sealed cell. Seals covered every corner, which explained why my body felt so weak. I couldn't access my chakra, rendering me as powerless as a 6-year-old. Fortunately, it didn't take long before someone appeared in front of my cell. Chiyo stared at me with her usual blend of disappointment and boredom, a look she should consider patenting soon. It was that good. As I awkwardly shifted on my feet, she opened the cell and gestured for me to follow her. I scrambled to comply as we traversed through an unremarkable hallway, taking numerous turns before she bothered to speak. You're feeling better now, aren't you? Less likely to repeat whatever you did to release the Ichibi, she said. It took a moment for her words to sink in, and I looked at her in shock as she sighed. I am Suna's seal master, boyo. I got a good look at your seal while you were unconscious. The thing about tailed beasts is that they rebel. They resist their captivity. They test the limits of their confinement and try to break free. This means that every seal used to contain a tailed beast undergoes a certain amount of stress and begins to deteriorate over time. That's why individuals like you rarely live past their 30s. However, your seal shows no signs of wear. It's almost as if the Shikaku was dormant until yesterday. Each word she spoke landed like a bomb, and I could sense that I had been caught. She locked eyes with me before smiling and relenting. You can keep your secrets. Raza-chan doesn't pay me enough to care, and I don't want to get involved in whatever mess is going on in your head. I nodded, immensely relieved and glad to be done with the entire ordeal. Of course, she gave me another intense look and filled the hallway with a threatening aura. But now I know that whenever the Ichibi is released, it's your choice to do so. You're an asset to Suna, for now. If I see the one-tailed tanuki roaming free again and killing villagers, you will not be forgiven. Believe that, she warned. I audibly gulped before she resumed walking, signaling for me to follow as we exited the current building and made our way to another one. For an elderly woman, she moved remarkably fast. At some point, it almost felt like we were running, yet whenever I glanced at her, she appeared to be strolling casually. A casual stroll at a speed that forced me to essentially jog to keep up. Chakra was truly unbelievable. She had to be in her 70s by now. We arrived at another unremarkable building, and after she nodded at an oblivious receptionist, I found myself in a different location as she made a seal on a blank wall. We had entered a vast underground complex that stretched as far as my eyes could see. White-clad individuals gathered around different patients. This was Suna's medical ninja division, not to be confused with the Suna hospital. It was one of Raza's main initiatives since becoming the Kazekage. Dozens of shinobi were trained here at all times to become skilled medical ninjas. It was a source of pride and joy for Suna. I was certain that Konoha and Kumo had better facilities, but as I took it all in, I couldn't deny a flicker of nationalistic pride burning within me. However, even with that pride, I realized that this was a form of punishment. The medical ninja corps was a competitive field in Suna. Gaining admission was difficult, and the training was grueling. The few conversations I had with Chio about it were enough to dampen any interest I had in pursuing that path. All I had wanted was to learn the mystic palm technique, but it seemed Raza had made the decision for me. Chio cleared her throat, drawing my attention back to her as she pointed to a corner of the cavern where wide-eyed teenagers in black robes congregated. "That's your class. I wish you the best of luck," she said before turning to leave. I shuffled over to join them, not particularly thrilled about being there, but determined to make the best of the situation. Medical ninja training took an average of 6 years, but I needed to leave here in 1. I had too much training to do to waste time lingering. Canon was only 5 years away. The clock was ticking. XXXXXXXXX. When I first introduced myself to my classmates, they were far from enthusiastic about my presence here. Considering my rampage had occurred just yesterday while they were present, I couldn't blame them too much even if I didn't appreciate it. It was likely also because of my young age, but it was too early to tell for sure. Our first class was anatomy, and I resigned myself to being bored out of my mind as we were taught things that Chio had already made me read. However, I was quickly surprised to find that Chio's books had barely scratched the surface. They were enough to learn the mystic palm technique, but not sufficient for becoming a fully fledged medical ninja. I had to ask for some paper and a pencil from another trainee, and it was a struggle to keep up as we frantically took notes. The lecturer showed no interest in making the coursework enjoyable or even understandable. They were content to ramble on from topic to topic without a discernible thread connecting everything. What irritated me the most was the fact that I seemed to be the only one confused by what was going on. I tried to keep my arrogance in check, but it was difficult when all I heard was how much of a genius I was supposed to be. I saw it in people's eyes. Even Baki had called me a genius a couple of times in his kinder moments despite utterly hating me, but surrounded by these people, that illusion began to shatter. As one of my classmates asked a question I couldn't comprehend, only to be answered by another classmate whose response I couldn't grasp, and then corrected by yet another whom I also couldn't understand, I accepted that this was going to be an uphill battle, at the very least. By the end of the lecture, after 2 hours of discussion, I had completely run out of paper. I had printed my words in the smallest font possible and filled every corner of the sheets I had been given, but it wasn't enough. The next lecturer arrived and dropped a bag full of materials at my desk without even acknowledging my presence. I opened it to find writing materials and scrolls. I simply nodded and retrieved paper and a pencil for the next round of note-taking. This time, the lecturer didn't bother seeking any input from the class. They just rambled on and on about the effects various chemicals could have on the body. Things were not looking up at all as they named chemical after chemical that I couldn't even spell, let alone understand. And once again, the entire class seemed to be keeping up. At the end of it, I glanced at the timetable that came with the bag and realized we were supposed to have a 30-minute break before the next class. I waited for the students to gather into groups and socialize during the break, but they didn't. Everyone remained at their desks, pulling out scrolls or notes to study. Was this what medical school was like? If it was, then I definitely owed my cousin an apology for teasing him about dropping out. Not that I would ever see him again. I highly doubted that the afterlives of this world and mine had any overlap. I looked through the notes I had just taken, and even after reading them a second and third time, I still didn't grasp the entirety of the material. I could recite it from front to back, but that wasn't impressive. I'm sure everyone here could do the same. I opened my stat sheet and stared at the 56 stat points I had accumulated from the last quest. The temptation to allocate them all to intelligence was strong, but I managed to resist. I closed it and turned to the bag I had been given, rustling through it and examining the scrolls that were inside. XXXXXXXXX, the fourth Kazekage. I stared at the elder who had just finished speaking, silently waiting and watching him until he backed down and returned to his seat with a mumbled apology. My decision to send Gaara to the Mednine Corps as punishment wasn't being well received by anyone involved. Chio had screamed for a bit before reluctantly accepting it, and now these old geezers wanted to make themselves heard. Suna's council was an advisory body only, and it seemed they were beginning to forget that. I have no need to explain myself to all of you. I have already done so as a courtesy, and nothing more. Suna's Jinchuriki is our greatest weapon. Gaara single-handedly won the Chunin exams. Your advice would have me discard such talent by forcing him into mission after mission until he breaks or betrays us. No. The path I have chosen is the right one. He will learn medical ninjutsu. He will learn patience, and in 6 years, he will still be in a position to meaningfully contribute to Suna's future, I stated firmly, triggering another round of shouting. If I were completely honest, it was only my fondness for Sensei that prevented me from dissolving the council entirely. They were short-sighted and afraid. The absence of an attack from the Ichibi for the past few years had made them complacent. They had forgotten the days when we had to deal with the beast every week. Fear made people do foolish things, Sensei had taught me, and that fear was leading them to entertain some very foolish ideas. They wanted to throw Suna's greatest weapon into mission after mission to extract the maximum use from him before killing him and transferring the tailed beast. One outburst had them dismissing Gaara as a failed project. They were a bunch of short-sighted fools. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 6. Level. Title, Chunin of Sunagakure, plus 50% training efficiency when training in Sunagakure. Plus 15 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert, winner of the Chunin exams, plus 25 rep in all hidden villages. Chakra capacity, 20,000/20,000, regeneration, 100 CP per minute. Stamina, 102/120, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, sickle weasel technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, dust cloud technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, violent whirlwind. Wind release, divine mountain wind. Wind release, blade of wind. Wind release, infinite sand cloud, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Earth release, earth flow spears. Fire release, great fireball. Fire release, phoenix sage fire technique. Fire release, flame bullet. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 16, Medical Corps. 2 weeks. It took me 2 weeks to come to a decision on what to do with my stat points. I'd spent the last 2 weeks hoping and wishing that the first day was a fluke, but it wasn't. I was getting my ass kicked academically by these nerds, and the worst part was that they could see it just as clearly as I could. When the lecturer asked a question I couldn't answer, the deafening silence was all I needed to know how they mocked me in their heads. Whenever I answered, they didn't even bother to debate my answers, treating it like the barking of a dog in the middle of their serious academic discourse. The only place I bettered them was in the actual ninjutsu itself, but that was a small consolation prize. Suna's program was aimed not just at building medical ninjas. It was ambitious in that it wanted to create fully fledged doctors who also happened to be ninja. If I failed the theoretical aspect, then no matter how well I did in the practical aspect, I wouldn't be graduating from this place anytime soon. That's also why I chose today to make the stat upgrades. The longer I waited, the more suspicious a sudden increase in intelligence would become. 2 weeks in, and it would look just like I needed some time to hit my stride. Any longer and I might find myself strapped to a table to be dissected. Now, wouldn't that just be funny? I pulled my stats and took a deep breath before I sent the intelligence stat soaring to a level of 100 by adding 43 of my accumulated 56 points to it. I could actually feel my brain twisting and changing to accommodate the sudden change, and that twisting dialed up to 11 before my entire world blacked out in pain. When I regained consciousness, I could somehow tell it had been exactly 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 14 seconds since I'd made the increase. I looked around me and silently dispelled the orb of sand that surrounded me. If there was something I'd done right, it was picking a Saturday night for the upgrade. Sundays were the only days we had completely free from lectures. The others spent the day in their tents, studying in groups, and I did the same, studying alone. I was the only trainee given a separate tent, so it played well to my need for privacy but wreaked havoc on my possibility of socializing and maybe building a friendship with the others. With my increased intelligence, once I turned my attention inward, it took virtually no time to puzzle out the meaning of my stats. Every interaction I'd had with the game since I was born was a data point I could rely on, and I quickly began to experiment. The first thing I did was try to add a single stat point to intelligence, and when it didn't work, it was another data point in my favor. My stats topped out at level 100. My best guess was that was the literal human limit, and considering my physical stats had their own seemingly soft limits, I could tell that age was a factor, in those stats at least. No matter how I tried it, my dexterity refused to inch past 40. I shunted another 10 points into my strength to test the hypothesis, and it also refused to inch past 40. Nodding my head, satisfied with what I'd figured out, I picked up my books again, and as I studied, I planned for the future. Parallel processing seemed to actually be easy with my new brain power. Graduating here in a year would be impossible. I could see it in the lecturers and how they behaved. This wasn't the academy. The goal wasn't to churn out doctors as quickly as possible. If I want all of them, all that would happen is that more and more would be piled onto my plate to fill up my time here. The only silver lining I could see was that I probably would not be forced to do the 3 years of practical residency at the hospital. After the attack those weeks ago, I was sure that if I showed up at the hospital, a riot might actually break down. Even before I'd unleashed Shikaku on the village, there had been fears about me entering the hospital through the actual front door. No. Practical residency wasn't in the future for me. I'd be sent back to the Shinobi Corps the moment my 3 years of theoretical training were up, and that was actually a good thing. With the benefit of hindsight, graduating the academy so early might not have been the wisest choice. I could have spent the time doing my own personal training and preparing myself for the world instead of declaring myself ready because I felt it would be boring to sit with children. Now, I was getting a second shot at gaining the benefits of the academy. I could do all the training I needed to do in the next 3 years and then take the shinobi world by storm. Raza had lied. I could see it now. He had no intention of making me Kazekage by naming me his heir, but I still longed for the seat. It wasn't entirely logical, but even at that, I could still see logical justifications. I'd be powerful. By the time I turned 12, I'd probably be Kage level. I'd probably be too powerful for the likes of Pain to take on single-handedly by the time Shippuden came along, but that mattered little when they could send endless sets for me and hound me with Akatsuki members wherever I went. Eventually, I'd be tired out or even worse, forced so deeply into hiding that I'd never be able to enjoy whatever freedom I gained by leaving Suna. No, becoming Kage was my only choice. Who said I'd ever be strong enough to match up with Pain? I had limits. Hard, actual limits. The gamer seemed to give me quick growth but not limitless growth. I contained the weakest of the tailed beasts, and who was to say that even after I did my best and trained all my skills to the maximum, I'd be able to take on the leader of the Akatsuki. People in my old life had underestimated Pain. They forgot that he'd killed Jiraiya, a Kage-level shinobi, with no trouble. They forgot that he'd actually beaten Naruto, forced him to use the Nine Tails and almost triggered a full-scale transformation just to escape the Chibaka Tensei, and then even after all that still had to be talked into committing suicide to grant Naruto the win. The entire fight was plot armor taken to the max. I didn't have that. Pain scared me, for a good reason. Instead of heading to the wilds where he could hunt me at his leisure, I'd remain here in the center of the desert, at my most powerful, with an entire village of shinobi around me. I'd do my best to make myself as unattractive of a target as possible. Akatsuki had come after Gaara first, in canon, but by then I'd be more than strong enough to swat both Sasori and Deidara away. When I did, I just needed to make sure they decided I wasn't worth the effort of coming after. Mind made up, I stretched my chakra into the sand around me and formed a clone. Not a regular sand clone with half my chakra. This one had 3/4 of my total chakra capacity, which had grown handsomely since Shikaku's escape for some reason, and was going to be sent on a completely separate mission. He had enough chakra to make 5 more clones with enough chakra to be useful in their own rights. He nodded at me and blurred away. His job was simple. He'd sneak out of Suna and into the deep desert to train. I had 3 years here, and while I couldn't do much for my taijutsu as it approached my body's limits, my ninjutsu had all the space to grow. That's what we'd be focusing on. XXXXXXX. 3 months in, and the first class rankings were posted on the walls of the cavern. I had joined my class 2 months late and had to make up for dozens of missed assessments, but I still stood at the top of the class with an average of 97%. The runner-up had 95%, and the numbers went down from there. Where my classmates had previously been content to ignore me, they now glared at me. Yesterday, 2 of our mates had been dropped from the program. Their scores were good. Definitely outstanding, but here, we were graded on a curve. I had thought, when I didn't notice any close friendships among my classmates at the beginning, that they were all simply antisocial creatures. But it turned out to be something even more insidious and much less innocent than that. The grading system meant we were all in fierce competition. The better your classmates did, the worse you did. I struggled to come to terms with it in the beginning. The entire system seemed illogical to me, but I settled for not caring. If the Corps felt this was the best way to create Mednin, then I hadn't the energy nor the authority to argue against their methods. I closed my eyes and looked through my clone's eyes as he weaved through more and more seals before an actual dragon made of wind took shape around him and slammed into the sand, creating a dust storm of epic proportions. I smiled as the jutsu proved to be a success. Our foray into shape manipulation was beginning to bear more and more fruit. As I watched another clone lose a hand while trying to add the wind release to the Raisnon, I figured that we would need at least another 3 months to master that particular jutsu, unless we tried doing it with clones, but I was loath to rely on such a crutch. I smiled as I noted a presence leaning over my head to peek at my grades. Isn't that cute? Little Gaara-chan is top of his class. I just turned to Mabuki with a smile on my face. The teenager had grown on me over the month since we'd met. It was a few days after I'd turned 7, and I had run into her doing my own practical rotations of the training rooms. She had insisted on sharing a work table with me and had talked my ears off throughout. The girl was loquacious but still tolerable. I suspected her intelligence had something to do with it. She was an orphan, and only 16 years of age, but still, she was already in her 3rd year in the Mednin training corps. So are you, I commented, ignoring the way she pulled on my hands as she led me to the mess hall. Obviously. Mabuki-senpai is awesome like that. I just nodded at her. She was so different from everyone else here. It was both a breath of fresh air and a ray of sunshine at the same time. She didn't bother with the toxic backstabbing and competition that filled the training corps. Of course, she didn't. She was so far above her classmates that she had no need to compete with them, and after a whole year of being shown up by her, they didn't bother competing with her either. Everyone understood their place when it came to her. When we arrived, she didn't hesitate to pick up 2 plates and pile mine just as high as she piled hers, not caring for the fact that she was at least twice my size. I just nodded and accepted the food with a grateful bow. I had learned my lesson about arguing with her. She had been something of a big sister in the orphanage she'd grown up in and seemed to see me as one of her little siblings from the orphanage. New. I stared at her as she shoveled spoonful after spoonful of pepper soup into her mouth, and I did my best to eat my own food at a more reasonable pace, but still with good enough speed. When Mabuki finished her food, she began staring at me, and then I reduced my speed even more. Frustrating the teenage girl had become an irreplaceable part of my daily routine. Eventually, I couldn't drag out the eating any longer, and I let her pull me up to wash our plates. From there, we had library time. It wasn't a real library, as the entire corps stayed in the same cavern. It was just a corner walled off with thicker curtains than usual. When we got there, her stack of books and scrolls would have intimidated the most dedicated of academics in my old world. With a similar stack, I joined her in studying. She was reading up on her schoolwork, and I was working on the 2nd-year material, almost completely finished with it, actually. Unable to use clones as I had to keep the ones in the desert active, I was limited to studying only when I could set aside my own personal time for it. With maxed out intelligence, even those sparse minutes and hours across the month allowed me to push beyond my entire 1st year of work and enter into the 2nd-year coursework. If the 1st year was like jumping from middle school to college in terms of complexity, then the 2nd-year coursework felt like jumping from high school to a doctorate. I could handle it, but the coursework was still imposing. Our number of courses was going to double, and each one was going to be twice as complex as what we were dealing with. I guess there's a reason Suna had so few medical ninjas. I spent hours there, moving from treatise to treatise. Everything I needed to study was catalogued and then delved into. By the time Mabuki was dragging me off for dinner, I'd managed to complete 2 of the 2nd-year courses and make it halfway through another. As I set back the scrolls in their proper places, Mabuki struck up a conversation. "You're a scary kid, you know that, right?" she asked, and when I didn't deign to reply, she continued as if she had never expected me to. "I've never seen a 6-7, I corrected absently, enjoying the way her eyebrows twitched. "I've never seen a 7-year-old sit still and focus like that." "You went through what? 2 whole courses worth of coursework in 6 hours? I can't do that." "No one can." "You'll give me a big head, Mabuki Wani-san," I replied in a sing-song voice and enjoyed the way she glared daggers at me. "Wani-chan," she said with emphasis. "Say it with me, Wani-chan." I just chuckled and swept away from the library with her hot on my heels. The older doctor screamed at us to stop, but we were already out of earshot by the time they finished with their words. By the time we got to the mess hall, Mabuki was already panting. "You've let yourself go, Wani-san," I mocked, and that set off another chase. XXXXXX. 1 year and 3 months at the medical corps, and I could barely even recognize myself as I stared in the mirror I had hung in my room. Mabuki had bought it for my 8th birthday, thinking it atrocious that I had lived so long without one. My red hair reached past my shoulders now, and I tied it back in a ponytail with a bit of string. My clothes had seen little change. Mabuki had taken some convincing, but she had been willing to just buy me the same outfit I always wore, but a few sizes bigger. My stats had seen similar explosive growth. Over a year in the desert, and my clones had taken my ninjutsu so far that it was clear that would be my major strength moving forward. I clenched my fist, focused my chakra, and then opened it again, enjoying the swirling Raisnon that appeared without any fanfare or noise. It was silent. Apparently, the grinding noise it customarily produced was a result of inefficiency. Each strand of chakra grinding against the other produced the noise and also caused the noticeable aura bleed of the Raisnon. With a clone spending the better half of a year working on creating an elemental variant of the jutsu, I was probably the foremost expert on the Raisnon alive. No one could possibly have spent so much time directing so much brain power to a singular jutsu. Because of that, I had it easy manipulating the shape of the jutsu to my whims. It suddenly flattened, turning into a disc, a perfect one, mind you, and then I snuffed it out as I closed my hand. The wind release Raisnon and its variant had just been mastered, so now my clone was working on doing the same with fire release, which was proving to be much more volatile. He had to be replaced 12 times already. One thing I had noticed from having a clone active for so long was that my chakra never actually refilled fully. It was almost like all the chakra the clone took in formation could not return to me until I actually dispelled it. Considering I spent my days learning, studying, and meditating, it mattered little, but it was still something worth noticing. A weakness of my seemingly invincible clone jutsu. I walked out of the room and went straight to the grade wall again. We had started our second year here some months ago and had just finished our first round of assessments. My class of 17 now numbered only 13, and more were sure to drop out this year. I looked for my name and found it at the top, as had become customary. This time, instead of a 97%, a bright gleaming complete 100% stared back at me. I guess that's what had caused the commotion. As I walked to the mess hall, I noticed way more eyes on me than I was used to. A shifting of my chakra, and suddenly there was a pillow in my place as Mabuki crashed into it from behind. "Gaara-chan," she whined out loud, and I only smiled at her. She had started part-time rotations at the hospital and had become a much scarcer sight as a result, but she always made sure to return here every Sunday. "Mabuki-san," I said, giving her a formal bow that I knew would tick her off. A few minutes of playful chasing later, we were sitting together with our meals in front of us. "Special Gaara-chan. Never expected you to actually get a perfect score. They used to say it was impossible. The best I ever hit was a 98%, she said, and I just hummed along to her words. The exams had been easy. I had already covered the entirety of the coursework in my private studies, and I now spent my time studying rarer and more obscure scrolls outside the curriculum. The treatise on the 8 inner gates was something truly fascinating. With a medic's perspective on all that could go wrong with the gates, I was much less interested in messing around with them. Opening the gates wrongly even once could permanently cripple a ninja. It made it even more impressive that Rock Lee could open 5 of them after only a year and change of training. The genius of hard work indeed. "Are you listening?" she asked, sensing that I had gotten lost in my own head again, and I quickly nodded to show her I was still with her. Mabuki could do strange things when she felt unappreciated. "Good," she said, and then moved on to telling me all about the patients she had been working with. I just smiled and focused on her words. My thoughts could wait. XXXXXXXX. Another failed meditation, I thought to myself as I stood up from my sand platform and jumped to my feet. 2 years here, and 6 months of meditating whenever I was capable, and I still couldn't even sense the barest signs of nature energy. I was able to get the skill up to level 50, but all that had given me was increased chakra regeneration and faster healing while meditating. I hoped Senjutsu would come at level 75, and not 100 like I was beginning to fear. I also hoped that just leveling up meditation would be enough to get some hint of how to achieve it after all. If a summoning contract proved necessary, I would be quite fucked. My clones had been forced to move a bit away from the desert as my earth release had lagged too far behind the rest of my skills. Now, they spent their time in the mountains that bordered the land of Earth. They had yet to be disturbed, but they had come close to encountering a few patrols. It was risky to remain there, but that risk was mitigated by the fact that they could simply dispel themselves if they were in any actual danger of being seen. I stepped out of my tent and joined the rest of the class as we were escorted to one of our first human patients. Our subject was a shinobi. Civilians were treated at the hospital, and only shinobi with serious injuries were ever sent straight down here. The fact that we were being placed in charge of the patient meant things couldn't be that serious. I swallowed my words as I approached the bed and saw a man whose stomach had practically been bifurcated. This was the first time we were left in charge, but not the first time we were working on a human, so all 8 of my classmates barely even flinched as we got to work. Gaara, you take point, our instructor commanded, and I ignored the glares I received from some of my classmates as I got to work. I first started with a diagnostic. I ran it myself since I didn't trust the rest of them to not be incompetent, and then began issuing orders. In virtually no time, I was holding a scalpel to his insides, searching for the bit of shrapnel that had gotten lodged in, while one of my classmates held a weaker variant of the mystic palm to his side to keep him from dying, and another held both hands to his head to maintain his unconsciousness. It would be really fucked if he woke up suddenly. Satoru, the bowl, please, I asked one of my classmates as I finally noticed the offending bit of metal lodged in my patient's large intestine. From there, it was child's play to use the mystic palm to clean up his wounds, seal the internal bleeding, and then seal the opening in his gut after we had stitched it up. I nodded at my classmates, signaling that we were finally finished, as I examined his body one more time. Applause from the corner drew my attention, and I turned to find Raza walking into the tent with Chio trailing behind him. Well done, my son. Well done. The rest of the room dropped to their knees as they noticed the Kazekage. I didn't even bother to nod at him, keen on making my displeasure known. We have talking to do, Gaara, he said, the smile still pronounced but less honest. I nodded and followed him out of the tent. End of chapter. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 8. Level. Title, Chunin of Sunagakure, plus 50% training efficiency when training in Sunagakure. Plus 15 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert, winner of the Chunin exams, plus 25 rep in all hidden villages. Chakra capacity, 10,000/40,000, regeneration, 500 CP per minute. Stamina, 200/200, regeneration, 1 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, sickle weasel technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, dust cloud technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, violent whirlwind. Wind release, divine mountain wind. Wind release, blade of wind. Wind release, infinite sand cloud, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Earth release, earth flow spears. Fire release, great fireball. Fire release, phoenix sage fire technique. Fire release, flame bullet. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Raiznon. Wind release, Raiznon. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 17, Graduation. I'm sure you're wondering why I've called you here, Raza said as he took a seat behind the desk in the office, normally reserved for the head of the medical ninja corps. Chio plopped down on a different seat, looking none too pleased with the happenings. I just grunted at him, not really interested in whatever bullshit he had for me. I made you a promise, he said, and I just lifted an eyebrow. I made you a promise, and nothing will change. The position of Kazekage will be yours, but for that to happen, your stay here must come to an end. You sent me here, I reminded him. I know. But circumstances have changed. We've ridden out the economic windfall of your victory as best as we could, but that is beginning to dry up, he said, and I waited for him to include the bit where any of that was my business. Sure, I wanted to inherit an economically stable Suna, but I didn't really care either way. I knew enough about 21st century finances and business that I was sure I could turn things around with enough time and absolute authority over the economy. After all, Suna wasn't lacking in exports, just the business acumen to maximize profit from them. Reintroducing you into the active pool should drive some renewed interest, and besides that, the daimyo himself has requested you for a mission. Since when did the daimyo make demands of a kage? His eyes darted to mine at my words, and his tone changed as he replied. Requested, not demanded. Mind your words, boy, he said, stressing the words as he spoke. I just smiled placidly. He could dress it up as he wanted, but he had sent me here for a minimum of 3 years and was now summoning me after only 2. Raza didn't seem to me to be the sort to change his mind so easily. I apologize, father, I said, enjoying the way he stilled at the words. If there was one thing time spent with Mabuki had taught me, it was how to read people and know exactly what to say to get under their skin. The daimyo will be making a royal progress across all the lords of the Land of Wind, and your mission is to be his bodyguard for the duration of the mission. Doesn't the daimyo have shinobi guardians of his own? I asked. You will be expected to work with the guardian ninja where you can, but never mistake yourself for one of them. You only take your orders from me, he said, and I didn't have enough data points to go off of, but I was guessing there was something between Raza, the daimyo, and the guardian ninja. With my mission given, Raza stood up, clearly preparing to leave before dropping some last words. You will be expected to set off the day after tomorrow. Do your best to prepare. Your bank account remains active, so feel free to make withdrawals as needed. And finally, dispel the clones on my border before you manage to cause an international incident. The last part of his sentence actually almost sent me reeling. He knew. How the fuck had he known? He left, and I was left alone in the room with Chiyo. I don't normally let my students leave so early, but the circumstances are anything but normal, she said, and I nodded at her. She still looked exactly as she had 2 years ago. I guess after 15 years, the stress of running 2 separate ninja corps was nothing new to her. However, it would be doing you a disservice to consider you a normal student. You've been ready to graduate for months now, haven't you? She asked, and I nodded in the affirmative. Good. You will be taking your final exams today. XXXXXXXXX. The final exams for admission into the Suna Medical Ninja Corps were famed for their hellish difficulty, but I was confident. I was ready. First things first, though, dispelling the clones. Once I made the decision, I felt my chakra capacity swell as the chakra they had taken to create the clones returned back to me, with a healthy increase on top. I smiled, feeling my power return to full capacity. If I were being completely honest, I was beginning to get a bit bored from staying in the same place, attending the same classes, and reading the same scrolls day in and day out. My exams were all scheduled to take place today, giving me the entirety of tomorrow to prepare for the mission. Normally, the exams would spend 3 days, so it said something about Chiyo's confidence in my abilities. I was called by one of the doctors and I moved into the classroom that had been set aside for my use. I was to complete all the written exams in succession, without breaks in between. The first sheet placed in front of me was filled out by the time they brought the second one. The exams were easy for me. To most others, they would have been something completely different. They didn't just test your ability to regurgitate information. Every single question dealt with real-world applications of the knowledge gained over years at this institution. Although I hadn't spent 6 years here, I had studied the entire curriculum, and with some of the information Mabuki had given me about her rotations at the hospital, I was able to answer the more practical questions that went beyond the official curriculum. For the questions I didn't know, I did my best to guess and then moved on. I finished the entire exam in 2 hours and was quickly shuffled off to the practical exams. I stood in front of Chiyo and 2 other doctors as they asked me to perform jutsu after jutsu in front of them, and then patients were brought in. Most of them were unconscious, and I was given the duty of diagnosing and treating them. It wasn't easy. Most of them had illnesses I had only read about, and some required surgeries that I did my best to perform with the doctors standing over my shoulder, questioning every decision I made. Eventually, the last patient was taken out, and once I set my eyes on him, I knew this was going to be the hardest one. He was pale. My diagnostic jutsu showed that he had a tumor in his brain. It was malignant, my second test told me, and it had progressed significantly, covering most of the anterior region of the brain already. The only hope for him was surgery. I said as much to the doctors, and none of them said a word, neither encouraging nor discouraging me. I took that as permission to continue. Surely they wouldn't let me kill someone in an exam. The sand outside the disinfected tent rustled as I willed it, and 2 clones of me appeared before hurrying inside the room. One of the doctors made a move to object but thought better of it. My clones had no need to speak. We were one mind in 3 bodies at this point. With a flex of my chakra scalpel formed, and I began cutting. It was easy to cut apart the skin to reveal the skull, and as I prepared my tools, one of my clones took my place to cut open the skull with a different version of the chakra scalpel jutsu. When my clone first set his eyes on the tumor, I took a deep breath. It was practically fused to his brain at this point. I scanned it through my clone's eyes as I prepared the instruments, trying to figure out which sections of his brain we'd need to remove to take out the cancer. A hemispherectomy was on the table, but I considered it a last resort. I scoped it and began making cuts once my clone stepped aside. Both of them maintained mystic palms on the brain to give me a good idea of what I was working on. The mystic palm had a diagnostic function that often went overlooked. With the ability to get real-time feedback on what I was doing and what was happening to the patient, I could tweak and change my technique as time went on. I had to remove whole sections of the brain where the tumor had fully taken root and was impossible to excise, but it was still possible for him to live with those sections gone. My only goal right now was to maintain life and as much brain function as possible. It was possible to live a fulfilling life after a whole hemispherectomy, so I had faith. Of course, as time went on, I began to see that it was nowhere near as easy as I had originally expected. In fact, no matter what I did, brain function was being lost. I flooded the brain with chakra to stimulate the neurons as they fired, but that proved to be nothing but a temporary measure. I set my knife aside, removed the sutures, and did my best to reattach the section of the brain I had just cut out with hands as steady as possible. My fingers blurred as I completed the delicate stitching and flooded the area with healing chakra again. The good news was that he was no longer expiring right on the table, but the bad news was that the area I had just operated on showed the largest tumor growth percentage. I looked at the doctors, but they gave nothing away. I turned back to the brain, studying it from 3 angles, trying to figure out the next approach. I tried going in from the right instead, saving that section for last. When I finally returned to that area after finishing with the rest, the problem became even more apparent. He wouldn't survive long with a tumor this size. Even with all I had done, he was still a dead man if I didn't find a way to remove it. Cutting it out didn't work, but was that my only option? I stepped back to think as my clones took detailed scans of the brain and the tumor, trying to figure out where one ended and the other began. How are cancers dealt with? My knowledge from this world told me surgery, but my previous life gave me another answer: chemotherapy. Could I emulate cancer-killing radiation with my chakra? I could try. I could definitely try. Further scans showed that the man wasn't long for this world if I didn't get rid of the cancer. The worst thing that could happen would be that he'd die a few minutes earlier. I placed my hands above the tumor and focused my chakra. The goal here was to kill the tumor without harming the brain. I began, starting with the soothing medical chakra of the mystic palm and twisting and distorting it until the result bore no resemblance to the original. An actual killing jutsu. My clones could feel it begin to affect the tumor as the growth started to detach from the brain on its own. I was visibly sweating as I maintained the concentration to kill the growth. When it was all done, we took another scan, and I felt my heart drop to my stomach. The cancer had been killing him, but it was also the only thing keeping him alive. He was losing brain function, and this time there was nothing I could do. I dropped to the floor as my failure became clear to me. The doctors only watched dispassionately as the patient expired right before our eyes. Return to your quarters and clean yourself up. We will summon you when your results are ready, Chio said as she swept from the room, with the doctors following closely, whispering among themselves. I couldn't even acknowledge her, my eyes remained on the patient. The patient who was very much dead. I stood in front of them. There were 6 people on the desk in front of me, and they all stared with those judging eyes. The doctor to the left was the first to speak. You scored 97% on the written exams, well within the passing range, and actually the highest score we've recorded on those particular exams, beating Dr. Tsubasa's long-standing record, she said with a smile, and the men she referenced just sent me a bright smile. After years here, I had noticed that they weren't as inclined to hate me for the circumstances of my birth, almost like they had forgotten. Congratulations, the men said. Dr. Tsubasa, he was one of the doctors who had been with Chio for my practical exams, so he was the next to speak. For the practical exams, your score is a bit more difficult to determine. First of all, you failed the very first test in the surgeries. Every single person who has passed those exams has done so after requesting nurses to aid them. It was a test of common sense, and you failed it. But there have never been marks allocated to it. Failing that test often meant failing the rest, as very few doctors can carry out difficult surgeries single-handedly, he said, and I resisted the urge to facepalm. I clearly hadn't been looking underneath the underneath. That was my fault. These weren't doctors from my past life, no matter how often they referred to themselves with that word. They were medical ninja. Emphasis on the ninja part. I never saw Tsunade and Sakura carrying out actual surgeries on their own. You did not fail the surgeries and actually performed beyond expectation, except for another test you failed. The last patient was inoperable. As much as our job as doctors is to treat, we must also be capable of recognizing our limits. If a doctor spends all their chakra on patients that are impossible to save, what will they have left for the patients that they can actually save? We are not just blind soldiers. We are decision makers. You must never forget that. Now, before we make an assessment on your practical exams, it has been decided that we give you the opportunity to explain the last jutsu you attempted, he said, giving me a look, and I instantly caught on to the wavelength. They were likely not going to fail me. It might have been my age, my identity, or even just the fact that I'd only failed the 2 tests of character and decision-making. I was getting an opportunity here. The jutsu, I haven't given it a name yet. It works on a similar principle as the Mystic Palm jutsu. Instead of using chakra to simulate radiation waves that aid the healing process by encouraging cellular regeneration, I did the opposite. Cellular degradation was enhanced by the jutsu but directed only towards the cancerous cells because of the scans I had earlier taken, I said, trying to drive home how groundbreaking the jutsu could be without outright saying it to avoid sounding self-aggrandizing. I see. And how were you sure it would work? The patient was dying. No matter what I did, the patient was going to die on the table. This was the method that had the highest chance of success, so I made the call, I said. The doctors looked at me, not giving anything away. Tsubasa, from his seat at the leftmost edge of the table, spoke out, I believe I've heard enough. I vote to pass him, he said, and the woman next to him concurred. Pass, she said. There were 6 doctors on the table apart from Chiyo, and the next one in line clearly wasn't my biggest fan. No, a genius he might be, but he shows none of the maturity expected of a mednin of Sunagakure. This is not Konoha where they hand out participation trophies. Fail, he said, looking me straight in the eyes. I honestly had no idea what the comparison with Konoha even meant, but it clearly hit home with the doctor since the next one quickly agreed with him, also failing me. After the two of them, the next doctor stared at me for a bit before speaking out, yes, this is not Konoha, but maybe there is a lot to be learned from their methods. If ours are superior, where is our Tsunade? If we stick to tried and tested methods, never innovating, then we will always play second fiddle. He passes, she said, and that put the vote at 3-2. The last doctor on the line could have tossed things into a murky tie, but he just lifted his head to the sky before speaking. I've got a good feeling about this one, and I've learned to trust my instincts. Pass, he said, and I felt relief fill me. Chiyo had the last vote. Not ready to be a mednin of Sunagakure. Fail, she said, and even though I was filled with betrayal, I cared little for her vote. 4-3, I passed. It was finally over for me. Done. Notwithstanding my vote, you still pass these exams. Congratulations, Gaara of the Desert, you are now an official medical nin of Sunagakure, she said, and I nodded before bowing to the table in thanks. Thank you, I whispered to them as I left the tent that had been set aside for the judging. I saw multiple people suddenly look away from the entrance as I left, and I just shook my head before heading to my room to pack up. Of course, I shouldn't have been surprised to see Mabuki relaxing on my hammock as I entered. How'd it go? The girl asked, practically pouncing on me as I entered. I passed, I said, and she whooped in joy, threatening permanent damage to my ears. Yes, I knew you could do it. You had it down pat, she said, and I smiled at her faith, not letting on how close it had been at the end. Wait. That makes me your senpai now, Mabuki Imoto, I said, emphasizing the word for little sister. Her screams brought me great joy as she chased me straight to the mess hall, screaming for me to take it back. XXXXXXX. Once I left the med-core hall, I had a day until I was going to embark on my mission, so that meant shopping. I stopped by the old house to find it still in good condition, but no Yoshimaru in sight. We had never bonded as people. He was supposed to be a father figure/handler-like person for me, but whenever I looked at him, all I saw was the guy who tried to blow up the OG Gaara at some point. Without an automatic defense working in my favor, there was no way I was taking the risk of letting him get that close. I preferred my situation to Gaara's, yes, but I honestly felt cheated by the fact that I didn't have that in my back pocket. I mean, my two theories on why it was gone were that either Gaara's mom, whatever her name was, had left the blessing on his actual soul, and I didn't enjoy that since I wasn't him, or that Gamer's mind was doing something to turn it off. The former theory was a long-held one, but the latter had only come after I found out there was a pissed-off chakra monster still messing around somewhere in my head. Wasn't that just a thrilling thought? I looked at my old clothes and decided they were practically unsalvageable. The outfit I wore in the med-core was good, just a bigger version of what I had worn to the Chunin exams, but now that I was going on actual missions and putting my life on the line, I wondered if it would suffice. I wore a yukata that did strange things to my taijutsu and probably stuck out like a sore thumb. Good for the Chunin exams, but not for defending the most important men in all of the Land of Wind. In the ninja supplies store, I ignored the looks I got from the villagers. They still recognized me, even with the longer hair, paler skin, and taller build. Who the fuck was keeping these guys updated on my appearance? They didn't do anything stupid like trying to chase me away, like what always happened to Naruto in fanfiction. That bit never made sense to me. If I was scared of someone, I definitely would not be rude, disrespectful, and abusive to them. I would do what the shopkeeper was doing with me. He cautiously watched my every step, being annoyingly respectful and obviously trying his best to get me out of his store as quickly as possible, while still trying not to piss me off. It was one of two ways they reacted to me. The other option was to completely ignore my presence. I found a nice red jumpsuit that fit me like a glove and matched it up with a utility belt. It was a good outfit, and I could admit that I looked hella good, especially with my hair out of its ponytail and just falling to my shoulders. Oh, what I wouldn't have given for hair like this in my previous life. It was silky smooth and, above all, did exactly what it was told at all times. Looking in the mirror, I could see that I looked quite a bit like Gaara did at the beginning of the series, but only without the gourd, sleepy eyes, and longer hair. Inventory and Gamer's Mind fixed that for me. With my outfit secured in as many copies as I could find at the store, I went straight to the nearest weapons shop. Kunai and shuriken never saw great use at my hands, but still, they could prove useful at some point, and I grabbed a short sword on a whim. I got a healthy discount for some reason, so it mattered little that most of my purchases were in chakra steel. I checked my account and was surprised to find myself with much more money than I had ever known what to deal with. It was good to remind myself that while Raza was Kazekage, it had been Karura who married down. She was nobility. Actual nobility, not one of those merchant families that got some money and thought themselves blue bloods for some reason. No, she hailed from one of the oldest noble families from back during the Warring States era. She was disinherited once she married into the shinobi lifestyle, but it seemed that hadn't had any bearing on the kids. I got a healthy stipend from a trust fund I couldn't touch, which had been accumulating since the day I was born. Raza sent an allowance into my account, but it was a drop in the bucket compared to the money I already had. Shame that I hadn't known about any of that until I became a Chunin. It would have made my earlier days a lot easier. After arming myself to the teeth, and even grabbing some senbon and an actual archery set to play around with, I moved on to the next part of my shopping plans. One thing the anime never showed was that Suna was big, and while not an economic powerhouse, we were actually a literary one. Nobles and merchants from across the nations actually came here to buy books and scrolls, so I was more than spoiled for choice. I made sure to grab a copy of Jiraiya's Tale of a Gutsy Ninja because it was apparently a good read, and while I was at the section dedicated to him, I picked up a few Ika books, the entire book series, actually, just to assuage my curiosity, I assure you. A/N, I am not a doctor. I apologize in advance if that surgery process was extremely inaccurate. How'd the chapter look? Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 8. Level. Title, Chunin of Sunagakure, plus 50% training efficiency when training in Sunagakure. Plus 15 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert, winner of the Chunin exams, plus 25 rep in all hidden villages, medical ninja, plus 10 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure, plus 15% growth in medical ninjutsu. Chakra capacity, 44,000/44,000, regeneration, 500 CP per minute. Stamina, 230/230, regeneration, 3 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity, 40, max. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, sickle weasel technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, dust cloud technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, violent whirlwind. Wind release, divine mountain wind. Wind release, blade of wind. Wind release, infinite sand cloud, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Earth release, earth flow spears. Fire release, great fireball. Fire release, phoenix sage fire technique. Fire release, flame bullet. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Raiznon. Wind release, Raiznon. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 18, A Family of Nobles. The good news is that the Chunin vest was less oversized on me now than it was 2 years ago. The bad news? It would probably still be quite large on me until I was well into my teens. Neither Raza nor the third Kazekage had been particularly large individuals, but I was still a child. I'd be a child, in body, at least, for quite a while. Gaara of the Desert? The burly Jounin asked, and I just nodded, walking past him to take my place with the team tasked with escorting me. That wasn't to be as the idiot grabbed hold of my shoulder and spoke to me in a low tone with menace in his voice. I don't know what Baki taught you, but in Suna, we address our superiors. Now, are you Gaara of the Desert? He asked again, pressing down on my shoulder even harder. I knew the right thing to do. It was obvious. Swallow my pride, answer him, and move on. What did he matter? Of course, knowing the right thing to do didn't mean anything in the face of a complete unwillingness to be subjected to another Baki. I hadn't seen the bastard since I returned from Kusa, and I wasn't so keen to replace him. Especially not with an idiot weaker than me. Sand poured out from my inventory, looking for all the world like it had appeared out of my shoulder and snaked around his wrist. He didn't move. He was daring me, testing to see if I'd commit gross insubordination to assert my independence. Crunch. He cried out as I cleanly snapped the wrist bone and caught his hand in my grip before he could pull it back. Was this doing my reputation any favors? No. Could it end very badly for me? Not reasonably. Gaara had gotten away with a lot of shit in canon, and it was becoming obvious that I'd enjoy similar invincibility in terms of punishment. Besides, this Chunin was a nobody. I never heard about him in canon, and his brown hair and brown eyes marked him as the most NPC to ever NPC. With his hand in my grip, I began to squeeze while applying healing chakra to the breakage. He hissed but let me do my work and waved away his genin as they moved to involve themselves. Good. He knew they wouldn't be a match for me. I trust this will not be happening again, I said, and he nodded before I let go of his hand, fully healed. Let's go, I said to them and took off, not waiting for them to get their bearings as they scrambled to take off. I moved at a comparatively leisurely pace as we made our way to the capital. The genin still struggled to keep up, but that was their fault, not mine. Not even theirs, I thought to myself, as I looked at the pathetic excuse for a jonin that served as their sensei. I knew I'd gotten stronger, but the me from 2 years ago would probably have beaten him with ease if I didn't bother with holding back on my sand use. It really struck home then just how weak Suna was. Weakest of the Great Five, and I could see it. We were pretty much a jacked-up minor village at this point. Sure, we were much stronger than the minor villages, but against any of the other five, I gave us negative odds in war. Even with me at the helm. The other villages, with the exception of Konoha, had their own powerful Jinchuriki. They all had 2 apiece, and I had faith in myself, but not so much as to think I'd be beating 2 fully trained Jinchuriki anytime soon. Even Konoha, without a Jinchuriki prepped for war, had their S-rank monsters. Kakashi, Gai, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Each one of them either comparable to me or outright stronger than me. Against all that, I was Suna's best weapon. At this point only Raza might still be stronger than me. Yup. Suna was fucked. Extremely fucked unless someone with good sense and an understanding of what it took to get stronger was at the helm. That was my manifesto. XXXXXX. 2 of the daimyo's guardian ninja waited for me at the capital's gate, and I was quick to fall in step with them, not bothering to say goodbye to the clowns from Suna. They led me in without a word, and we body flickered to the palace. They moved with no warning and expected me to follow suit and track them. Not a minute here, and they were already testing me. I did my best to not fail, and when we arrived at the capital, I was given a room to wait in. Apparently, the daimyo wasn't interested in meeting me until tomorrow when we would set off. I took up the lotus position and meditated for a few hours until I managed to gain a level in the skill, and then I made my way out of the room, the palace, and into the capital. It was a sprawling metropolis, and I spent my time getting used to the place and just enjoying the atmosphere. The first store I was even vaguely interested in was a silk merchant's. He called me in with aplomb. "Young shinobi, I have just what you need," he said, and I let him pull me in, taking a look around the place. "The best aburame silk, right here," he said, waving to a few lines of silk. I felt them to be sure and nodded. I'd read a few books on the economies of the ninja villages, and one of Konoha's major luxury exports was aburame silk. It was expensive as hell, but it resisted most wear and tear and was very breathable, ensuring it was favored by nobles in all the hotter parts of the world. It was also useful for ninjas, but most didn't bother with the luxury. It was poor armor, not comparable to the multiple layers of cloth ninjas preferred to have their own outfits made out of. You could do the same thing with silk, but that was just a senseless level of luxury. So if he knew I was a ninja, why the hell was he calling me in here? I lifted an eyebrow at him as he showed me all the colors he had, talking up the utility of the silk, and I cut in before he could talk himself hoarse. "Ninjas don't wear silk," I said, and he looked back at me before coughing. That was the older silk. "This is much thicker," he said, showing me the material, and I hummed appreciatively. "Still not as thick as ninja cloth," I said, and he nodded before countering, "Much more comfortable, though." A good point from him. I wanted it, but I was slowed down by the thought that I'd be buying clothing for the second time in as many days. I could probably afford it, but this wouldn't qualify as a reasonable expenditure to anyone with an ounce of business sense. Maybe next time. "Thank you," I said, ignoring his disappointment and making my way from the store. I was serious with my statement, though. I'd return to the capital in a year, and by then I'd be in need of new clothes. After his store, I moved on deeper into the market, and now that I was aware of it, I noticed just how many imported goods were for sale in the capital. I could only spot 2 stores selling entirely indigenous products. The rest of them had some foreign attraction or another. Not a bad thing by itself, but the entire thing was beginning to rub me the wrong way. It was almost like the entire land of wind was similarly in a perilous situation as the rest of Suna. Why did I say so? The stores were filled with products, but apart from the odd noble, very few people were actually buying non-essentials. I'd never claimed to be a master of economics, but that couldn't be a good sign. With curiosity burning in my belly, I moved through the market and continued to explore the capital. I passed through the first set of inner walls and found myself in a drastically different area. When the Guardians had led me to the palace, we'd been moving too quickly for me to get a good look, so now that I could, it wasn't good. Not even a kilometer out of the inner city, and I was already beginning to see residences that looked on the verge of becoming slums. The streets were clean but also dirty at the same time, almost like Northwest Matter what the street cleaners did. There was just a persistent layer of grime on these streets. I walked past homes that looked rundown and homes that would never be mistaken for homes if one couldn't see the signs of habitation. It was bad. Looking at this, it was clear Suna had it easy. We didn't have poverty like this. Sure, we had poor people, but no one was forced to sleep in the streets without a roof over their heads. As I kept walking deeper into the city, I wondered how this had been allowed to happen. The nobility wasn't poor. My account balance could say that. I received more from my noble grandfather in a month than the average Chunin made in a year. Trust me, I'd done the math. I received enough for 60 average paying C-ranked missions every month, and I wasn't even a member of the main line. If the nobles were that rich and were clearly only getting richer, then how could things be so bad for the rest of the city? I mean, I knew how things could get so bad, but wasn't this the kind of shit that sparked revolution? Where was the revolution? When 3 plain children ran into me before running away, I resisted the urge to laugh as I watched them turn the corner only to realize they hadn't gotten anything and I'd instead taken their own money. I looked through the purse containing their loot and sighed before appearing in their midst. "Sorry, Mr. Shinobi, sir," one of them shouted in fear, and the remaining 2 looked like they were about to shit themselves. I just chuckled before throwing their money purse at them. When they opened it, I was already gone. I'd filled it with all the money I had on me, probably enough for them to survive for a while if they were wise about it. If they weren't, I'd done my part to help their situation. I turned around, having seen more than enough to satisfy whatever curiosity I had about the situation in the capital. The poverty was sad. It was terrible, but it wasn't my business in reality. What was my business was that I had to reevaluate my plans on how I was going to get Suna out of the funk it found itself in. My former plan had involved essentially renegotiating whatever deals Raza had with the daimyo, with the knowledge that I would do whatever it took to get a better deal. I'd thought it was just a matter of the daimyo having some beef with Raza, but now it was beginning to look like whatever I did to fix Suna would have to originate entirely from within. The fact that it would be harder to fix things actually made me more excited to take the throne. An enemy I couldn't just punch to oblivion. The challenge would be interesting, at the very least. My mind was already brimming with ideas. Bounty hunting. I remembered that lots of ninjas had really high bounties on them in canon, and that would be fun. Most of them belonged to villages or the Akatsuki, but that could be worked around. Even good old-fashioned warmongering was always said to be profitable. That would be fun. Just say, fuck you to canon for shits and giggles. XXXXXXX. 2 whole months. 2 months on the road, and we still hadn't even reached the first of the noble settlements. Civilians moved slowly. I'd always known this. A genin could cover in less than a day what would take a merchant caravan a week. I knew this, but I still never saw this level of slowness coming. As it stood now, we were to merchant caravans what merchant caravans were to genin. To put it simply, we were fucking slow. The daimyo had packed up the entire court with him. His wife, her ladies-in-waiting, all his children bar one, and all the lords and hangers-on that stayed in the capital. With an entire court with him, he settled with behaving like he was just back at the Wind Palace. He'd stop our travels at random moments for random reasons. He didn't like the way the carriage felt, or he wanted to eat, or he wanted to use the privy, or his children were bored, or one of the couple hundred reasons that made it so we covered less and less time as the days went on. As it stood now, I honestly doubted this entire trip could even be wrapped up in a year. And perhaps most disturbingly was the situation with my stats. Barely any of them had seen any improvement over the period of the last 2 months, and I looked forward to staring daggers into the back of the head of the reason why. I could remember the conversation after the journey began. I'd just made 2 clones to go off and practice my taijutsu when one of the Kazekage's guardians appeared before me in a shunshin. "What did you just do?" she hissed. "What?" "Your chakra. It just went down by 3/4. "Fix it," she said, her tone not lightening up. "I made a clone to do some training," I said. "Then dispel it. You are redundant for the daimyo's protection, but now that you have been demanded, you must be at your best at all times," she said, not budging for a second. I'd done my best to convince her or any of the others otherwise, but they were adamant. I had to remain at 100% for the entirety of the mission. They didn't understand. I could see it in all of them. They were as strong as they'd ever be. They had no need to train. But for me, this was quite a long time without any improvement, which is not good. Sure, I managed to spend hours meditating when I could and practicing katas when I could find some time to myself, but that was nothing. Only 1 level in taijutsu and 5 in meditation for 2 months of work, and nothing in any of my other skills or abilities. I wasn't allowed to do any training with chakra, so I couldn't even improve on my elemental affinities. I was frustrated by the entire thing, but I bore it all with a grin. With no training to take my time, I spent it reading instead. And reading at as slow a pace as I could stomach. Buying a library of books seemed to have been the right choice. Now, I was working through a fictional series about an immortal samurai who traveled the 5 nations in search of the reincarnation of his lover. Don't judge me. I never said the books were particularly good. They were entertaining, and that was all that mattered for the meantime. I moved to the left as a child ran through the space I once occupied. Noble children were little brats, and away from the capital, they seemed keen on exploring every inch of their newfound freedom. I jumped away and picked a different area of the camp to watch from. Yes, the camp. Remember how I said the daimyo had come with the entirety of the court? Well, they needed a fuck ton of guards. It was almost like I was marching with an actual army at this point. The daimyo alone had a retinue of 1,000 samurai with him. Some nobles had as high as half that number. Where we moved, bore deep signs of our passing. The camp was essentially a mobile village. That was another thing that pissed me off. The daimyo had thousands of trained samurai and a dozen well-trained jounin-level ninja. He didn't need me here for any reason. He hadn't even bothered to grace me with his presence for longer than a few minutes, which was the period of time it had taken for me to be introduced to him and for the journey to begin. His wife, on the other hand. While the daimyo had no interest in seeing me, his wife seemed to delight in my presence for some reason. I suspected it was just the joy of being around someone who did not owe absolute loyalty to the daimyo. All ninja were sworn to their kage, and the kage, in turn, swore to the daimyo. That degree of separation was important for some socio-political reason I couldn't care less about. I'm sure you're curious about why the daimyo's wife, of all people, would feel comfortable in the presence of someone who wasn't totally sworn to obey her husband. Well, it probably came from the fact that she was the daimyo's 7th wife in just as many years. The 6 before her had perished in gruesome but purely accidental circumstances. She must have felt like her time was coming, but why she might believe I'd have any interest or ability to keep her safe from the daimyo of all people escaped me nearly entirely. Surely she didn't believe I'd hesitate to step aside if the daimyo asked me to. Of course, thinking of the devil had summoned her. The woman, who could most generously be referred to as big-boned, swept into my presence with all the grace of a bull in a china shop. Gaara of the desert. I've been looking for you. Come, come. Our game awaits. I nodded and followed her, unable to really say no. And despite all the complaining I did, I wasn't all too bummed about spending time with the woman if I was being honest. She was sharp enough in wit, and I was bored enough in condition. A match made in hell if there ever was one. XXXXXXX. I trooped in with the rest of the daimyo's entourage. This was the 6th lord we were visiting, so I was more than used to all the pomp and pageantry, or I would be if the men who kneeled to the daimyo didn't immediately turn to me after the greetings were finished. Grandson. I hope you are well, the old man greeted, and as I stared at him, I realized just where the procession had landed. This was the castle my mother had grown up in. I returned the man's shallow bow and spoke, I am well. Grandfather. I thank you for your many gifts, I said, not sure about what exactly to say to the men. It wasn't like we had much to say to each other. I am glad you have found the allowance useful. I would not leave you on your own the way mine own father forced me to leave your mother, he said, and I bowed my thanks. There was a story there. A story I was not sure I even wanted to know about. Karura was not my mother. No, she was Gaara's. What business did I have with her? And then that's when the game had to rear its meddlesome head in the matter. Quest alert. Objective, find out about Karura and her origins. Rewards, 500 XP, rare loot roll. Well, with an incentive like that, I was more than happy to nod my head to the noble's request to seek him out to learn more about the woman that had birthed this body. A rare loot roll was the kind of thing that didn't come up often. It's in the name, after all. To be honest, I'd have done it for the XP alone. I was close to leveling up at this point, so I might as well take as much as I could get from wherever I could. The daimyo announced that we'd be spending 3 weeks at this particular castle. I mean, it was to be expected considering this was one of the more important and wealthy nobles in all of Kaze no Kuni. My great-uncle has decided to entertain us all with a feast for every day we remain here, the daimyo announced to rapturous applause from his hangers-on. I was shocked at the apparent generosity from my mother's side of the family, but as I kept an eye on both of them, I realized there was no generosity at all. My grandfather was just as shocked as the rest of us at the daimyo's announcement. He covered up the reaction quickly, but even a few seconds was an eternity to a skilled enough ninja. The anger he thought he was hiding was clear for those with the right eyes and perception. I was actually surprised I didn't have a separate stat for that, but I quickly rationalized that much like wisdom, it was folded into my intelligence. Since that was completely maxed, then there should be few things beyond my ability to notice, and yet it felt like there were dimensions to what was happening between the daimyo and my grandfather I wasn't noticing. Even beyond that, the fact that this was the first castle where he was recognizing his blood relationship to the Lord was also something worth noticing. It was a sign of something I couldn't just see. Still, the day was over, and we were all quickly shown to our rooms. Where in other residences I was placed in sparse quarters in the same wing as the guardian ninja, this time I was quickly separated from them and led to the wing the servant, Lee, was quick to point out as the family wing. Lord Naohara, my grandfather, had given me a room that was most handsome. It was large. Easily as large as the entire living area in the home I'd grown up in. And it wasn't just the space. There was luxury visible in every corner, and when I curiously picked up one of the books that discussed the nobility of the land of wind while I enjoyed myself in the hot bath that had been prepared for me, I realized that I'd grossly understated the power of my mother's half of the family. They weren't just one of the wealthier and more influential lords. They were essentially the Lannisters, but instead of gold, they controlled something that was arguably even more valuable in the desert we lived in. They controlled the oases. Apparently, half of the total oases in the Land of Wind were within the lands controlled by Lord Naohara. I should have noticed with how much vegetation was in the area around the castle. They controlled the water, and that made them unimaginably wealthy. So wealthy, in fact, that theirs was the family that married into the daimyoship most often. 7 marriages in the last 2 centuries, the book claimed. It was actually impressive and made me look at everything with new eyes. The other castles we'd stayed at had been luxurious, don't get me wrong. Their inhabitants weren't lacking for currency by any stretch of the imagination, but this was clearly one step above in all respects. The castle was larger. There were probably more staff here than in the others, and we'd been received inside the castle itself, which was looking more and more like a power play. End of chapter. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 8. Level. Title, Chunin of Sunagakure, plus 50% training efficiency when training in Sunagakure. Plus 15 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert, winner of the Chunin exams, plus 25 rep in all hidden villages, medical ninja, plus 10 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure, plus 15% growth in medical ninjutsu. Chakra capacity, 44,000/44,000, regeneration, 500 CP per minute. Stamina, 230/230, regeneration, 3 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity, 40, max. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, sickle weasel technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, dust cloud technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, violent whirlwind. Wind release, divine mountain wind. Wind release, blade of wind. Wind release, infinite sand cloud, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Earth release, earth flow spears. Fire release, great fireball. Fire release, phoenix sage fire technique. Fire release, flame bullet. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Raiznon. Wind release, Raiznon. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Shanshin no Jutsu. Chapter 19, Wasted Opportunities. The Lord will see you now, the serving girl said, guiding me into my grandfather's study. Like everything else in the castle, it exuded unimaginable luxury. The chairs, the tapestries, everything spoke of high class. Having stayed in the castle for a week, I had become accustomed to it and simply took the seat he gestured me towards, waiting as he collected his thoughts. I apologize that this took so long. Hosting the daimyo is not an easy task, he said, and I nodded, aware of the obvious animosity between both men. For the daimyo, it was animosity, but what my grandfather felt seemed more like distant irritation. You are a very silent one, aren't you? When I received the reports, I almost couldn't believe it. A son of Karura rendered mute by the abuse of that buffoon Raza, he growled, and confusion washed over me. What? Abuse? I asked, the words slipping out of my mouth before I could stop them. Yes, abuse. What else should I call forcing a child to live and grow up without their family? But that's not why I brought you here, he said, standing and making his way to one of the bookshelves in the study. He waved for me to join him, and as I did, I was shocked to see him weaving hand seals. He was slow and clumsy, but his chakra obeyed, causing the bookshelf to disappear and reveal a door in its place. Shocking, right? I nodded. Come with me, I will tell you a story. We walked through the door and entered what was clearly a more private study. Portraits of red-headed women adorned the walls, 2 women, clearly, with fewer portraits of a man. It all began nearly 50 years ago. My grandfather was an ambitious man, terribly ambitious. He saw the dominance we held over the waters of Kaze no Kuni and wondered why we had not turned that into the great wealth of the other families. We had the water and the food, but terrible deals meant we were doing little more than breaking even from our businesses. He sought a way to improve this, to make our water and food last longer so we were no longer forced to sell as soon as we produced. He wanted to give us more bargaining power, so he turned to Fuinjutsu on the advice of one of his shinobi bodyguards. He spoke, his gaze fixed on the oldest portrait. But he didn't stop at hiring a few ninja as his bodyguard thought he would. No, he wanted it in-house. He had no interest in being dependent on shinobi forever. So he sought me a bride from the major Fuinjutsu clan of the world, the Uzumaki. My gasp was reflexive. Yes, I'm sure you've heard of me. That's where he found my wife, Karen. She gave me beautiful children, the youngest of which was Karura, your mother. Karura was the apple of my eye from the day she was born. She was the only one to favor my looks over her mother's. When she was born with that tuft of blonde hair, I was ecstatic. And so, naturally, I spoiled her. Whatever she wanted was granted to her. She was the only girl among her siblings, so it was expected that she would marry well. When the daimyo himself sought her hand, we were prepared for her to make us prouder than ever. Of course, she had different ideas. She eloped with a jounin from Sunagakure, your father. He had been hired as a bodyguard a few times, and unbeknownst to me and my father, they had shared letters for years. Enough letters for the foolish girl to decide she was in love. What could we do? The daimyo thought he had a bride, but she had already married a shinobi and lost her maidenhood, he sighed. My father wanted to disavow her actions entirely. Such was his wrath. But I saw how that would be a bad idea. We could not have the other houses believe us weak, unable to control one of our own. So we hatched a plot. We refused the daimyo and told him we had made a different choice. Oh, he was furious at that. Instead of being a family with no control over their own, we became the family arrogant enough to reject the daimyo. It was a better alternative, but it still cost us a lot, I nodded, realizing the immense power the daimyo held in the country. Pissing him off would not end well. Yes, yes. But back to your mother. She was lost to us after her marriage. My father disowned her in every way that mattered, and by the time I had the power to do anything about it, she was already dead. When I assumed the lordship, your mother was already gone, and that will forever be my biggest regret, he said. Instead, I did my best to ensure her children would live beautiful lives. I never wanted any of you to become shinobi, but the jounin who had come to me as a supplicant to spare his life after stealing my daughter is now a kage and believes himself untouchable. The description of Raza was interesting, to say the least. Now that you know your mother's story, come. Sit on your grandfather's lap and tell me about your life. That's all I want to know, he said, and I walked over to him. Normally, I would resist this form of coddling, but now that he was done talking, I could see just how much Karura had broken the man. He was tired, and if telling him fabricated stories about a childhood I never experienced would make him feel better, who was I to resist? XXXXXX. He left me in the study after a few hours. Karen, his wife, had left him with numerous scrolls of Fuinjutsu, insisting that I learn from them. She called it my inheritance. At least, he agreed to let me keep them on the condition that I return them within the next 5 years. 5 years seemed like a long time, so I quickly agreed to the deal he proposed. Finally, I could delve into Fuinjutsu. And then, perhaps even more important than the Fuinjutsu, was the quest. When he left, a quest completion notification filled my vision. Quest complete. Objective, find out about Karura and her origins, heavy checkmark. Rewards, opportunity to learn Fuinjutsu, automatic sand defense, 500 XP, rare loot roll. I now possessed the sand defense, or at least that's what the game claimed. For now, I had no way to test it. If it was true, and the game had never lied to me before, it meant a significant increase in power. No longer having to worry about defense would be a substantial advantage. The rare loot roll had granted me a sword, of all things. A special sword, as the game explicitly stated. Rare item received, Dark Sister. The Valyrian steel blade wielded by Visenya Targaryen. Said to have a thirst for blood. IMG here. The lackluster description failed to divert my attention from what the sword represented. It was special, a sign that the game was not limited to this universe. It could provide me with items from outside this setting. The blade itself was proof of that. While I doubted I would find much use for a longsword, it was still noteworthy. I stowed it in my inventory and focused on my studying. Yes, I could take the scrolls with me, but I was too curious and eager to begin right away. A week later, I stood with the daimyo as farewells were exchanged with Lord Naohara, my grandfather. When it was my turn, he simply nodded at me. We had said our goodbyes hours earlier. The daimyo's party departed, and I joined them in noticeably higher spirits. My Fuinjutsu skill had just reached level 3. It was one of the slowest skills I had ever leveled, but progress was progress, and a part of me relished the challenge. After all, the most worthwhile things were never easy. XXXXX. Of course, my good mood didn't last. The 1-year mark had finally passed, and we were not even halfway through the journey. Over a year of crucial development time had been lost. I made good progress with Fuinjutsu, reaching level 20 in the last few months. However, with the exception of meditation, it was the only skill that saw any progress. The longer this mission continued, the more I despised the daimyo. I couldn't have refused his request to undertake the mission, but I couldn't fathom why he made the request in the first place. Since I joined, he hadn't given me a second thought. Was this what it felt like to be the subject of fickle royal attention? It felt awful. I feel like I might have to kill this guy in the future. My hand jolted as the alarm seal I had created to alert me when my break ended activated, signaling me to get back to work. Fuinjutsu was difficult. Even with maxed out intelligence, every concept stretched my mind to new limits. It seemed that no matter how smart you were, either you had the aptitude for Fuinjutsu or you didn't. At this point, I was convinced I didn't. That didn't mean I would give up, though. I was too stubborn for that. But it did mean I had to constantly reevaluate my growth expectations. I had thought I would be near level 40 by now. XXXXX. I was now 10 years old, I thought to myself with a scowl. That's how much time the daimyo's silly trip had cost me. Very little training beyond physical fitness and taijutsu katas in the peace of my room. Towards the end, I tried to spend as much time away from his presence as possible to avoid the temptation of killing them and myself. It was all over, though. His party had finally returned to the capital, and I was free to do as I willed. I returned to Suna quickly but not before making 3 clones to do some training for me. 1 to work on ninjutsu and the other 2 to train my taijutsu until they dropped. I had so much progress to make up, and I knew exactly what I had to do. I arrived at the Kage's office a minute after logging my entrance at the gate. His secretary waved me inside, and I offered Raza a shallow bow. My knee still wasn't keen on bending. "Welcome, Gaara. It's been a while," he said. I nodded at Raza, much too impatient for any small talk. "Your report," he asked, and I walked forward after fishing a scroll from one of my pockets, not even bothering to act surprised that he was the one asking for it directly instead of sending me to the mission office. "The daimyo sent us a letter," he said. I worked hard to keep the placid expression on my face even though I felt a small jolt of fear run through me. He upgraded the mission and the pay to S rank. And asked that we pass on his gratitude for a job done exceptionally well. What? What in the actual hell was this? Raza watched me, clearly looking for some sort of reaction, but I gave him nothing. "It will be reflected on your mission record," he said, and I began to walk away from the office. "And Gaara." I stopped, turning back to him. "Good job. Just a few more missions till you become eligible to be a Jounin. Get the missions, I will personally recommend you," he said before dismissing me. Raza might have thought himself to be a funny man. 2 years of my life wasted where I could have been running mission after mission to get myself that Jounin promotion, and all he gave me in return was a promise to recommend me. A clown. That's what he was. Still, though, I couldn't deny that his promise had value. Having the recommendation problem solved, all I needed were the missions. 100 B ranks, and 20 A ranks were the remaining requirements, since I already met the S rank mission requirement. Becoming Jounin was an achievement beyond most others. It could be the crowning moment of a ninja's entire career, and some spent years, if not decades working towards it. I had 2 years before canon started, and I needed to hit Jounin in official rank before then. Raza's meeting with Orochimaru wasn't given a specific date in canon, all I knew was that it was sometime between Gaara turning 12 and the Chunin exams. That meant I needed to be ready for Raza to die any moment after I turned 12. I needed to be a Jounin, and the obviously strongest one in the village. I wasn't against killing anyone else who ended up being chosen to replace Raza to ensure my ascension, but it would be so much cleaner if the elders chose me of their own accord. I walked away and went straight to the mission desk. Intentionally or not, Raza's words had reminded me of my goal. When I got there, I wasn't surprised to find the area for A-ranked missions empty. I walked to the Chunin in charge of distributing them, and the men visibly sneered down at me. "What do you want, boy?" "Another idiot." "Great. A mission," I said, resisting the urge to reply sarcastically. "Are you blind? This is the A-ranked mission desk." "I know," he seemed to purple at my reply. "Chunins can't," he began to say before an Umbu appeared next to him and began to whisper in his ear. When the Umbu left, he turned to me with a face that looked like it had swallowed a lemon. "We have an assassination mission in the land of Earth for you," he said and tossed me the scroll. Whatever just happened was none of my business. That was the thought I killed my curiosity with as I made my way out of the tower and out of the village. I had enough supplies to tide me over, and I had no time to waste. The target of my assassination was a merchant who stayed in one of the multiple cities in the land of Earth. Assassination missions themselves had confused me for a while until Baki had explained it in his customarily sarcastic and offensive tone. Apparently, as long as you weren't performing the assassinations in a hidden village's walls and you avoided targets being protected by ninja of the hidden village, then you were free to do as you wished in the countryside. Confusing, right? It confused me too for a time until I realized ninjas were just businessmen. What better way was there to market your services than the fact that those who were protected by your ninja tended to die less in assassinations? And having a competitor or colleague die in an assassination was a hell of a motivation to get your own ninja protection. Passage into the land of Earth was a simple matter. The mission scroll had specified that I needed to present myself to the land of Earth's border patrol and declare my mission before I made my way in, so that's what I planned on doing. It had taken a week to cover the distance to the borders, and the border patrol was even easier to find, considering I made no efforts to hide my presence. "Halt," one ninja said before dropping down in front of me from a tree. "State your name and purpose," he said. I noted the 7 ninjas or so that remained in the tree line, waiting for me to announce myself as hostile. "Gaara of the desert." "Mission," I said, passing the scroll to the Earth Ninja. After inspecting it, he waved me in, and I began to move, knowing that the village's Umbu would probably tail me throughout my time in their borders. XXXXXX. The assassination itself happened with little fanfare. I'd spent more time traveling, 3 weeks, than I did killing the target or even planning the kill. It was easy for me to find him in his residence alone and slit his throat open with a kunai. The man was a small-scale merchant with little protection, and the mission request hadn't required me to make it look like an accident. At this point, I'm sure the only reason the mission was even A-ranked was the existing coldness between the land of Earth and the land of Wind. Of course, I did my best to be in and out as quickly as possible. The mission was a lucky one, and I wasn't about to overstay my welcome or test my luck by remaining for longer than I had to. Of course, the more I spoke about not testing my luck, the more the universe seemed to be keen on making that happen. I jumped over a tree and arrested my momentum on another as a kunai flew past my head. Fuck. I ignored the quest notification that appeared in the corner of my vision as I tried to slow my breathing so I could focus my senses on my surroundings. Meditation had finally paid off and offered me one hell of a boon once I got it to level 75, chakra sensing. It was no good for finding my attackers wherever they hid, but I was able to detect the fluctuation that marked my opponent's shunshin as they sped towards me. Dodging the obvious attack was child's play. But my follow-up also missed. I cursed myself for choosing to travel in the dead of night. I'd felt like I had the energy to continue moving for the day, but I never considered what the lack of visibility would mean for an attack. I dodged away from another kunai and turned tail, continuing to run. This time, caught off guard, my assailants were unable to mask their movements so easily. Some sand out of inventory formed into a clone by my side as I dispelled the ones I had training back home. The clone nodded at me before veering sharply to the left in the cover of darkness and attempting to loop around my attackers. Of course, they noticed him, and 2 split from the group of 5, to take him out while the rest continued forward. I could see them from the corner of my eye and noticed they were gaining ground. Of course, I wouldn't just be able to outrun skilled ninjas like that. I stopped against the next tree in my path and used it to jump right back at them. One was caught unaware and wasted time scattering out of my way. He caught my kunai with one of his own and opened his mouth to say something. He ended up spitting blood as my kunai went right into his lung. Wind enhancement for the win. The other 2 weaved around me, trying to flank, and I finally noticed their outfits. They weren't dressed like ninja from any village in particular or even in the Umbu uniforms used by root ninja. The one to the left weaved through hand seals. I flashed back to my Chunin exams as sparks built across his hands as he prepared to unleash whatever jutsu he was using. I took a breath before exhaling 3 wind bullets. One in the skull and 2 center mass took his life from him before he could even begin. The last one ended their approach, screaming her comrade's name, Lee, she shouted in a voice that screamed of sorrow and shock. I'd have empathized with her if they weren't trying to kill me. What the fuck, she screamed at me. You're supposed to be a kid. An easy target. Those were her last words as a tendril of sand wrapped around her neck from behind and crushed it. She was dead before she even hit the ground. What just happened? I asked myself. I checked the quest notification and almost facepalmed. Quest notification. Nobuki and her brothers have found out about your presence in IWA. Deciding to begin their careers as bounty hunters by cashing in on your bounty, they bribed a Chunin to tell them about your mission and whereabouts and ambushed you. Objective: survive the attack. Bonus objective: let the bounty hunters live after gaining their loyalty. Rewards: 500 XP, 2 stat points. Bonus objective rewards: contacts outside Suna, the beginning of your own spy network. Bullshit. Just pure bullshit. Maybe try not to be so bloodthirsty all the time, boss, my clone said before I dispelled him with a scowl. He was right, though. I'd gone straight to kill first, ask questions later mode. If I was paying attention, I'd have noticed that beyond their tree hopping and shunshin, all their ninja skills were unpolished. Even their clothes weren't ninja gear. They were trained civilians at best. I just scowled and continued my journey to Suna. I'd never wanted a spy network, but missing out on the opportunity to form one when it was right in my face was annoying. End of chapter. Name: Gaara of the Desert. Age: 10. Level. Title: Chunin of Sunagakure, plus 50% training efficiency when training in Sunagakure. Plus 15 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert, winner of the Chunin exams, plus 25 rep in all hidden villages, medical ninja, plus 10 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure, plus 15% growth in medical ninjutsu. Chakra capacity, 44,000/44,000, regeneration, 500 CP per minute. Stamina, 103/230, regeneration, 3 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity, 40, max. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, sickle weasel technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, dust cloud technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, violent whirlwind. Wind release, divine mountain wind. Wind release, blade of wind. Wind release, infinite sand cloud, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Earth release, earth flow spears. Fire release, great fireball. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Fire release, Flame Bullet. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Raiznon. Wind release, Raiznon. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 20, The Trip to Kiri. Lava release is such bullshit, I thought to myself as I jumped over a wooden fence and continued my escape from Kiri's she-devil. How did I get here? Well, the answer to that question requires a bit of a story. It all started 2 months ago. 2 months ago. I walked into the mission room again, and this time, the desk Chunin seemed to have been waiting for me. Gaara of the Desert, the Kazekage will see you regarding this mission, he said, and I nodded before walking away. This was the first time Raza was personally requesting me for a mission since the escort mission a year ago. Since then, I'd basically smashed mission record after mission record. The B rank quota had been met in the first 3 months of my decision to start speedrunning missions. The A rank missions were a mite more complicated. Turns out that the first mission had been something of an outlier. Since then, all the missions required some sort of research into the target, and time spent covering up the assassination or not making it obvious at least. Assassinations were the only missions I bothered to accept at this point. I could accomplish them single-handedly, and there was very little room for my time to end up being wasted by things out of my control, so I could move at my own pace. I avoided escort missions like the plague. I walked into Raza's office with my back straight and my head held high. Gaara, I have another mission for you, he said without taking his head off the papers he was reading. I waited for him to continue. Lord Naohara personally requested you for this mission. A merchant in Kiri has caught his ire. It's A-ranked, but the pay is more commensurate with that of an S-ranked mission, Raza said, probably trying to sweeten the pot, but he had me at Naohara. I owed the man. Staring at the gleaming 47 floating next to my Fuinjutsu skill was enough to remind me of the fact. I'll accept the mission, I said to him, and he fished out some scroll from his desk before tossing it to me. Good. Your team will be waiting for you at the gates. Team? I asked. A Jounin is required to lead teams of ninja on missions. You cannot be promoted without showing some leadership traits, he said, placing emphasis on some of the words he said, clearly passing across some message. I nodded at his words and left the office. I wondered how best to do this. A year of pretty much non-stop missions meant my appearance had taken a bit of a backseat. I checked a mirror as I walked past a store and noticed that my clothes had some scuffs and scratches, but beyond them and my hair, I didn't look too bad. Not badly enough to warrant a change of clothes or a haircut at all. Not in my opinion, at least. I shined towards the gate and found the team that had been set aside for me, and imagine my shock when I was easily able to recognize all of them. Temari, Kankuro, and Baki. I marched towards my former sensei and ignoring the awkward greetings from my siblings, pulled him over to a corner. Genin on an A-ranked mission? I asked him, and he just looked at me. The Kazekage has given his orders, he said. He probably wasn't any more pleased with the situation than I was. Although, we probably had different reasons for our annoyance. I didn't want Genin slowing me down, and he probably didn't want his students dead on a mission far beyond their skill levels. I had to applaud Raza for his ingenuity, though. Baki couldn't go against his orders, and he gave me the one mission I would never reject out of hand once things got too troublesome. I returned to my siblings with a forced smile on my face. I am Gaara of the Desert, Chunin of Sunagakure, and I will be taking point on this mission. Kankuro made to say something, but Temari jumped on him with a hand over his mouth. Please take care of us, she said with a bow, her hand still over our brother's mouth. Good. No awkward confrontations or attempts to bond. I only hope things remain that way. Our mission will take place in Kirigakure. We've been asked to remain anonymous for the entirety of it, so once we leave Kaze no Kuni, we will travel as civilian refugees, I said to them, taking charge with ease I would never have expected. XXXXXXXXXX. We moved as one from the village. At least, if I was going to get stuck with any team of Genin, it was probably for the best that it was this one. Baki's training would ensure that they were at least competent enough to not slow me down too much. Of course, I'd spoken too soon. It ended up taking us 3 days to leave Kaze no Kuni itself. What do you mean you haven't been taught to desert travel? I'd asked Temari with a snarl on my face. Baki just shrugged at me, clearly holding back a self-satisfied smirk. Teaching them the chakra technique to circulate chakra through their coils to prevent themselves from overheating had been an ordeal on its own, and then having to constantly stop for breaks as Kankuro's frankly pathetic chakra reserves made him need to stop more often than I was expecting. At the end of the day, I was able to keep a hold of my temper by imagining a gleaming Jounin vest at every instance. Where the Jounin vest was insufficient, the Kage hat and robes stepped in. At least, with the constant breaks, my clones were able to get even more training in. I'd have to dispel them once we left Kaze no Kuni, though. The farther I got from them, the more chakra was lost in the dispelling process, and something told me I'd be needing every drop of my reserves for this particular mission. Our chosen route was through the Land of Fire. While I wasn't keen on being in Danzo's territory, it was the most direct and subtle route. Besides, our treaty with Konoha meant we had clearance to cross their borders at will. The time wasted in getting out of Kaze no Kuni meant I had to rework the plan to consider the delay. Present yourselves, the Konoha Chunin asked, and I stepped forward. Gaara of the Desert, Chunin of Sunagakure. Moving through your borders for a mission in the Land of Waves, I tossed him a dummy scroll Baki had given me, and he nodded after examining everything. You will be given a Chunin escort, he said before whistling into the tree line. 4 Chunin dropped out of the trees and took places around our group. I just shrugged and said to the one in the lead, I hope you can keep up. He audibly scoffed before I shot up from the ground like a bullet. 2 tendrils of sand appeared behind me and caught both Temari and Kankuro in their grips. Kankuro actually shrieked in fright as the tendrils lifted them up from the floor and forced them to float beside me. We were behind schedule already, and I really needed to make it back before my 12th birthday. It would be pretty fucked if the person I needed to secure my promotion was already dead by the time I actually completed the mission to get the promotion. We were out of the Land of Fire by the end of the day and could move to the Land of Waves at a more relaxed speed. Baki had calmed and irritated Temari and Kankuro during the journey, and I knew I'd lose some points for that stunt. Passage into the Land of Water was easy to find. We found a ship that was going to dock at the Land of Waves for a few hours to restock and make its way to the Land of Water immediately afterward. Posing as a father and 3 kids after changing into the best examples of civilian clothes we had. Luckily Baki had, at least, taught them the value of being prepared, so everyone had the outfits they needed. That just meant all we needed to do was wait on the ship during the transport. It took a whole day for us to even get to Waves. The weather was something else. After restocking, the Land of Water was approximately another 3 days away. The only bright side was that the ship was going to be docking on the same island as our target. 2 days later, when we could see the island under the cover of night, I had Baki wake the kids up, and we dove out of the ship, heading right into the ocean and swimming to the island. We didn't want any record of our passing, and Baki had already genjutsu'd the crew into forgetting our presence here. It wasn't the strongest in the world, but it should be sufficient for a few civilians. We arrived and wasted no time in setting up in one of the half-dozen empty apartments close to the docks, and I set off to do some scouting of my own. The island was pretty close to empty at this point, showing the situation in the Land of Water. My knowledge of canon told me there should be a civil war or something ravaging the land right now, and a look around the island gave me loads of signs that was true. Poverty was common. Starving children littered the streets, making me somewhat of an oddity with my clean clothes and well-fed appearance. I retreated to the apartment after the looks were getting too much and I deemed the information I'd gathered as enough. Our target stayed in the large mansion close to the center of the island. It was a small island, so he was pretty much the only one with any good amount of wealth. He was also the mayor of the island, which the scroll definitely hadn't mentioned. Still, the mission would go forward. So how do we kill him? I asked my siblings and Baki, wanting to get some ideas from them. This would probably end up being my most complicated assassination mission yet. Poison, Kankuro answered instantly. And how do we deliver it? I asked them. Food, Temari suggested. I nodded at the idea. I was more fond of using medical ninjutsu to stimulate sudden heart attacks in my targets, but this might require an even more delicate touch. Good. Temari, you will scout the man's under a transformation and find 2 of the kitchen staff for you and Kankuro to impersonate. I will be taking the place of his food taster. People like him always have one, and Baki will remain here to secure our escape route. Is that fine with everyone? They all nodded, and I smiled. Guess we had a merchant to kill. The plan itself ended up taking little over a month to get all the vectors to come together. To my irritation, I was the main delay. In a shocking turn of events, the food taster and our target were actually friends, so I dedicated the time to learning all that I could about the men I'd be impersonating in a short while. His name was Lee. He spoke with a drawl that I'd have some trouble replicating, and he was prone to making out-of-pocket comments and replies. Day after day, I watched him move across town, from store to store, observing his interactions with the citizenry and his employer. In those rare occasions the merchant deigned to leave his manse. If the scroll wasn't so clear about making the thing look like an accident, I'd have sniped the idiot the moment he showed his head outside. Still, we were ready. I'd seen enough. I dropped down behind the taster as he turned into an unoccupied alleyway. He was head before my feet even hit the ground, and I was quick to stash his body into my inventory and take on his appearance. I walked forward, doing my best to replicate Lee's gait in my movement. It was approaching the time for my target's dinner, so I was forced to make haste a bit. The gate guards let me right in, exposing the weakness of relying on non-shinobi guards. None of them even gave me so much as a second look as I walked right to the dining room. I waited for the target to approach. It was actually impressive how I'd somehow managed not to learn his name over the time spent watching him and his taster. Lee. How's the day going? He asked. Easy. Easy come, easy go. I replied, and both Temari and Kankuro looked at me like I was an idiot. I guess I could see through their disguises just as easily as they could see mine. The merchant laughed, shaking his head. Never change, Lee. Never change, he said through chuckles and waved me forwards once the food was set before him. I walked and took a spoonful of every dish that was set on the table. It was a wide spread of dishes. The variety was good, and every single dish there was poison to the core, but that mattered little to me as I took spoonful after spoonful, conveying my enjoyment to the target. When I finished, he waved me away and dug right in. So how's the mood looking? He asked me as he ate his food. The kitchen staff had since been sent away, so it was only the 2 of us. Good. The people are happy, I said in reply, giving the answer every noble wanted to hear. Piss on that. The people have never been happy, and Lee knows I don't appreciate lies. So, who are you? He asked. When did you figure it out? I asked. The moment you walked in. It was a feeling, at first. But then once I started eating, I could see it. Lee could never stand still for that long, he said, and I resisted the urge to facepalm. My turn now. Who are you? Some rebel scum. I already told your bosses. I'm not interested, he said, clearly mistaking my reason for being here. Not a rebel, I'm afraid. You see, I was sent to kill you. He paled almost instantly, and as he prepared to scream, I shined to his side and paralyzed his vocal cords. I guess that plan was fucked then. The poison was supposed to take hold any moment now, so I just stood and watched him as he coughed and choked at first, and then slumped on the table. Only then did I call for the guards, and in the chaos, I slipped away. Well, that was just a bit fucked. Just a bit. I'd been made in minutes. Well, that was one detail I'd be removing from the report. I returned to the apartment after switching disguises 3 times to throw off any watchers. How did it go? Kankuro asked, clearly nervous. Perfectly, I replied. Mission accomplished. Pack it up. We should be out of here in an hour, I said, and that's when things went to shit. Oh, don't leave so quickly, my dear Sunanine, a voice said out, and I turned in shock along with the rest of the room, including Baki, scarily enough, to see the face of a woman I'd recognize anywhere. Blue low-cut gown, red hair, and boobs that had their own gravitational pull. Mei Terumi. Fuck. You stole my kill, she said, pointing at us with a scowl that clearly didn't suit her beautiful features. Scatter, Baki ordered, and it was only those orders that saved most of their lives. Kankuro and Temari jumped out one set of windows while Baki took the other. I just stared right ahead at my assailants. Not running? She asked, tilting her head. Let's not pretend that you're anything more than a distraction to send us running like headless chickens so the team with you can have an easier time picking us off, I said, moving to where our things had been placed and packing them methodically. Oh goody. A smart one, she said, plopping down on a couch with the scowl now replaced by a more fitting smile. So what is it you want? I doubt a stolen kill would necessitate this kind of reaction, I said. Now, her smile got noticeably wider. You, of course. You think Suna could send their Jinchuriki into our territory, and we wouldn't be interested? She asked me rhetorically, and this time, I didn't resist the urge to facepalm. Yup. You're the target. By staying here with the misplaced desire to buy time for your teammates, you've played right into my hands. You're not scared at all. I'm a big bad Jinchuriki, after all, I said, trying to make her hesitant about this thing. Jinchuriki to the weakest of them all. And a Jinchuriki that's been shown to not be willing or able to utilize his tailed beast's power. My dear, you're the definition of a soft target, she said, shaking her own head at me with clear pity. By some unspoken signal, we both began weaving seals at the same time. She finished first, lava release, melting apparition technique, she intoned while my own wind release jutsu was barely in time to punch a hole in the river of acid she spewed my way, allowing me to remain safe from the attack. 2 ninjutsu specialists battling it out on such a small island. There's not going to be much left standing, will there? Shut up, clone, she said before diving out of the same window the original had used when we were covered by the acid for a brief second. Well, fuck. XXXXXX. I dispelled the clone the second Mei left the room as I retreated for a more open area to fight in. Come back here, she shouted as she chased me through the streets. No, I shouted back. Lava release is such bullshit, I thought to myself as I jumped over a wooden fence and continued my escape from Kiri's she-devil. She burned through the fence just as quickly, and I began to notice that I was being hemmed in. I turned to one alley only to find a few Kiri ninja there waiting for me, and rerouting to another, I could see the approaching dead end. I turned back to her and stood upright. Okay. You've got me. I turned to her with my hands raised up. Good. She said, and I used the opportunity to rush right at her. She had reinforcements coming. If this was going to happen, it had to end quickly. The stream of acid that rushed at me was instantly cooled by a vacuum palm as I jumped over it and weaved my own seals. She jumped out of the way, hopping over a building as my fire dragon blew up much of the surrounding area. When my eyes caught hers, it was to see her smirking as a water dragon floated in the air behind her. I silently prayed for my chakra to not fail me as another fire dragon built up in my lungs. When I unleashed it, it was without a doubt the most powerful fire-type jutsu I'd ever used. The fire and the water clashed, filling the air with steam. Steam I took advantage of to hide my escape as I jumped towards the outskirts of the island. Of course, it wouldn't take a rocket scientist to realize that the area I was running to would also be the area my attacker would have the greatest advantage in. As I ran, I opened my inventory as much as I could, spreading sand over the floor in the general area. Baki and the siblings were nowhere to be found, so I had to do something about that. When Terumi and her posse of Kiri Jounin found me again, I was standing in the center of a desert of my own making. I'd advise you to give up on this dumb mission of yours. Killing you all isn't really that high on my list of priorities, I said to the crowd of shinobi who stopped at the very beginning of my sand island. Before Mei could reply, one of the Jounin ran right at me. He was gone in a shower of blood between 1 second and the next. With wind chakra flowing through every grain of sand in my control, it was child's play to make my sand move at speeds beyond the average Jounin. Mei Terumi. I really don't want to kill you here, I told her. It was a bluff, partly. I wasn't sure I'd actually succeed in killing her. She hadn't pulled out that boil release of hers, and even though wind release should be enough to take care of that, there had to be way more tricks up her sleeve to justify her eventual ascension to Kage. I'm not leaving without you, Ichibi Jinchuriki, she said, and the scowl that broke across my face was very real. I hated that. Being referred to like I was nothing more than Shikaku. Part of me wanted to cast away the sand and beat them all with just my ninjutsu, but I wasn't stupid. Not that stupid, at least. 2 Jounin jumped at me, and a single scythe of sand cut them both in half before they made it halfway across my personal desert. Mei weaved seals and spat out a river of lava. I lifted a single hand and forced sand to cover and consume the lava, while producing more and more sand from my inventory. To an onlooker, it must have been like sand was pouring right out of my hand. The more sand I had on hand, the less of a threat my attackers became. Of course, Mei's attack turned out to be a distraction as 2 Jounin appeared out of thin air right behind me. Their attacks were caught on my automatic defense, and the sand wrapped around them before crushing them to death on its own accord. That was one difference between Gaara and me, it seemed. My automatic defense was far more bloodthirsty than his. The lava was finally buried as more and more sand was consumed. Pure mass had its benefits. Speaking of mass, I partitioned my mind to use part of my concentration to force the sand around me into the earth to make more of the kind of sand I could use. No need to empty my inventory when I could make a desert with a grain, after all. Mei and I stared right at each other. The Jounin with her seemed more hesitant about the entire thing, but she was smiling. It was a slow, steady smile that built across her face and then consumed it. I couldn't see the reason for her smile until a man appeared right next to her, coming out from a shunshin. The eye patch gave him away as Ao, Mei's bodyguard, and General Kiri-Umbu. After he appeared, 7 more Jounin arrived. It took me a few seconds to realize what the bundles they carried were. They better not be dead, I said through clenched teeth and narrowed eyes. Of course not. But that can be arranged, the future Mizukage said with a smug smile on her face. I'm going to enjoy killing you, I told her, and she had the guts to laugh. End of chapter. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 10. Level. Titles, Chunin of Sunagakure, plus 50% training efficiency when training in Sunagakure. Plus 15 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure. Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert. Winner of the Chunin exams, plus 25 rep in all hidden villages. Medical ninja, plus 10 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure, plus 15% growth in medical ninjutsu. Chakra capacity, 44,000/44,000, regeneration, 500 CP per minute. Stamina, 103/230, regeneration, 3 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity, 40, max. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, sickle weasel technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, dust cloud technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, violent whirlwind. Wind release, divine mountain wind. Wind release, blade of wind. Wind release, infinite sand cloud, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Earth release, earth flow spears. Fire release, great fireball. Fire release, phoenix sage fire technique. Fire release, flame bullet. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Raiznon. Wind release, Raiznon. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 21, The Butcher of Okinawa. Fire built in my chest as I held it in and spoke through gritted teeth. This is a stupid move, Mei Terumi. For perhaps the first time since shit went to hell, I was no longer in control. My Jounin promotion was now in danger. No way would Raza ever promote me if I succeeded in getting his kids killed. Oh yeah, and they were my siblings too. Couldn't let them die because of that, could I? A stupid move. No, I don't think so. I itched to wipe the smug off her face. You will surrender now or your brother and sister will say goodbye to their lives. Temari began to struggle against the binds that held her. They'd been taken out of the bags they were chucked in and forced to kneel in front of their captives, facing me. Oh no. This is actually a stupid idea. I can get behind coming for me. If you succeeded, you'd have gained a dangerous weapon while robbing Suna of one. That was one hell of a way to discourage retaliation. No one wanted to face 3 Jinchuriki in the middle of the ocean. But do you see why threatening my siblings is such a terrible idea? No. I'll explain it to you then. You kill my siblings. You piss off Suna, and you have no weapons to match one of the Great Five. You're in the middle of a civil war, divided as ever, and only one of your Jinchuriki is still loyal. But Yagura has been erratic, hasn't he? Yudakata has gone rogue. As it stands now, Suna will crush you like a fly beneath its boot. And that's just what happens to Kiri itself, I said, beginning to walk forward, the desert moving with me as it forced the Jounin to take their own steps backward. As for you, touch those children, and none of you will survive. I pulled on a trick my body had learned when under Shikaku's control. Killing intent. I could see it slam into them as they saw all the multitude of ways I would kill them if they kept pissing me off. One of the Jounin looked like he actually wanted to take off. Guess Kiri's standards weren't really all that. But your siblings will still be dead, Terumi said. My siblings. Please go ahead. I couldn't honestly care less, I said, projecting all my honesty into my voice and body language. Maxed out intelligence made deception much easier, but there was no deception here at all. I couldn't care less about their lives. I cared what their deaths might mean for me personally, but their lives? Nah. Not my concern. Terumi saw something that made her hesitate, and I exploded in motion. A great fireball traveled across the space between us in seconds as I executed the jutsu seamlessly. 2 clones formed from the sand beneath my feet and blasted at the Jounin holding my siblings hostage. Ao tried to get in their way, but I distracted him with an actual waterfall of sand that forced him to dodge out of the way. The mist shinobi themselves were little hindrance to my clones. A grinding sound made one of them hesitate, and his head was gone thanks to Naruto's signature jutsu, and the other lost his life to a slit throat from a wind chakra-enhanced kunai after a single taijutsu exchange. Sand wrapped around my siblings and dragged them over to me. Placed behind me, I commanded a platform of sand to lift itself from the ground and begin flying away. One of my clones joined them on the platform while I dispelled the other for the extra chakra I will be needing. Terumi had fought fire with fire by countering my fireball with one of her own. It was an impressive display of ninjutsu mastery, and I could see why she would become Mizukage one day. Today wasn't that day, however. She was not a Kage-level opponent just yet, and I had to stop treating her like one. Our fingers flashed in unison as 2 matching fire dragons clashed in the air between us before exploding and tossing quite a few of her ninja backward. I anchored myself with my sand, and from the way her feet moved, I guessed she'd done the same with her chakra. I ran for her, only for Ao to get in my way, the Akugan flashing. Fancy eye, I taunted as I sent a kunai I'd summoned from the inventory right at the eye, intent on extracting it. He leaned backward with ease and dodged out of the way of my next attack before landing a counter I was forced to block with my sand. I used the sand to skate past him and make for my quarry. Of course, there was no hope of catching her off guard anymore. Multiple balls of lava shot out at me before being caught in a sand shield that then had to be reinforced with even more sand until the attack lost momentum and splattered to the floor. In that time, she'd gone through more seals, and the ocean behind me began to rise. Oh, fuck this. When the tsunami crashed, I'd shine deeper into the town, chasing her as she tried to escape the impact of her attack. Ram horse snake dragon rat ox tiger, I went through and sent 3 flame bullets screaming after her. The fire managed to hit everything except her as it added damage to the waterlogged town. She turned back to me, fingers spread in the horse seal. Fire release, great flame annihilation, she shouted, and all I knew was fire. When I finally felt the flames stop licking at my sand dome, I dropped the front of the shield to give me some air and got a good look at the town, or at least what remained of it. Mei Terumi had just unleashed Madara-level fire release in the middle of a populated island. What the fuck? I searched for her, only to find her nowhere to be seen. What I did see was some of her compatriots escaping toward one of the only remaining ships. No, fuck that shit. My sand platform carried me towards them as I shaped a wall in front of me before sending it flying at them in a barrage of wind release enhanced bullets. They were turned into bloody mists as I searched more and more of the island for the rest of them. Only my automatic defense allowed me to survive the pressure Lance Terumi sent at me. The sand slowed it down enough for me to dive down to the ground. Watching the water shred through the sand clone I'd left behind like it was nothing was a sobering experience. Now on my feet on the island itself, I did my best to trace the woman. One good thing was that her flames had gotten rid of much of the water from the tsunami she'd created. Well, I guess I was wrong. Mei Terumi is most definitely Kage level in terms of raw power. 2 town-destroying attacks in quick succession was something else. Forget that. 3. My mind told me as I finally stumbled upon what her and her people were doing. Another tsunami was taking shape, but this time it was much, much larger. I had to have a concussion or something, because how the fuck was I just noticing the water rising up? The water got higher and higher, casting a shadow not only over me but over the entire island itself. I could fly away. I could. But I crushed the thought as quickly as it came. For some illogical reason, I wanted to test my ninjutsu against her own and put an end to her for this whole incident. A clone formed beside me as I felt my chakra have itself. I lifted one hand above my head, and the clone did the same. Wind gathered around us as I controlled and shaped it into what was perhaps my most powerful attack. The Rasen Shuriken began spinning, going faster and faster. My clone was doing something far more dangerous. Fire release shaped itself in his raised hand as he controlled and compressed more and more fire to form the core of the attack. When the tsunami slammed down, heading towards us, I threw the Rasen Shuriken right at it, and my clone flashed forward, with the core of the attack complete, and the shell much the same. He reached the Rasen Shuriken right before it exploded and thrust the fire attack into its core. The world went white as the wind release took the fire release and turned it into something else. Boom. XXXXXX Suna. And that's what happened, I told Raza as we arrived 2 weeks after the mess in the land of water. He just nodded, looking introspective. Baki was gone. If he hadn't died when Temari and Kankuro were captured, then there was no way he survived what went down on the island. Well, I'll write that one off as a chaotic success since the 3 of you are alive. The good news is that everyone is too focused on what happened to the island that the merchant's death was never investigated. Just ruled off as one of the countless thousands that died in the battle. He said. By the way, congratulations, he said, handing a book to me. It was the bingo book, and the bookmarked page had me staring right at a picture of me. They worked fast, as I noted the description they had of me. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Moniker, the Butcher of Okinawa. Age. Rank, Chunin. Ninjutsu. Taijutsu. Genjutsu. Intelligence. Stamina. Speed. Hand seals. Total, 31 asterisk. Asterisk, these numbers are a little weird but for context, Itachi's total is 35.5, Orochimaru's is 35, Kakashi's is 34.5 in the bingo book. Danger rating, S. Gaara of the Desert, in a battle against Mei Terumi, destroyed the island of Okinawa in Mizu no Kuni with a series of powerful ninjutsu and killed a dozen Jounin-ranked ninja of Mist's rebel forces as well as several thousand civilians. Bounty, 50 million Ryo. Recommended strategy, approach with caution. Teams of Jounin only. Rely on taijutsu and close-range combat, preventing the target from using ninjutsu. The target has also been shown to ignore all genjutsu. Well, that's something else, I said, my throat aching as I stared at the bounty placed on my head. That was a lot of money. A crap ton of money. Flipping through the book to confirm, the only people with higher bounties were those who had done some serious shit like Itachi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Mei Terumi herself. My bounty was somehow even higher than Jiraiya's. Guess not many people wanted the best author in the world dead. The Kage was, of course, exempt. No bounties were placed on the sitting Kage. That was one of the only rules the International Bingo Book abided by. Indeed. And it is sadly out of date, Raza said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as he handed me a Jounin vest. This time, I had one custom made in your size. I nodded gratefully as I took the thing in my hands. Some part of me ached to question him. To ask why I was still being honored like this after my mission had ended in an epic clusterfuck. Of course, like any kid with expertise in getting away with shit, I took the win and left it at that. Happy birthday, son, he said to me, and I nodded as I left. Today, I turned 12. The game had also shut down to recalibrate and mark the occasion, but that was fine. I felt accomplished, powerful. It felt like there was nothing in my future that I wouldn't be able to deal with. I knew it was a dangerous way to think, or even to live, but it was still the life I chose. I made my way home. A home I hadn't lived in months. It was empty, as expected. Yoshimaru had moved out years ago. My mother's cousin had since determined that I had little need for him. My Jounin promotion meant I'd be spending much less time on missions and whatnot, so I actually decided to clean the apartment. It was all a matter of removing the dust that had been allowed to accumulate over time and scouring the surfaces with ungodly amounts of disinfectant to match my sudden need to be clean. I ate to turn off Gamer's mind to feel some of the regret and guilt that any normal human would after what I'd done. Mei Terumi might have started the escalation, but I was the one who allowed my pride and anger to get in the way of rational thinking. Thousands of people had just been living their lives on that island. The Butcher of Okinawa, they called me. What a fitting name. All I'd done there was butchery. Butchery of the most callous and immoral kind. Butchery not for pleasure or under some misguided sense of righteousness. Butchery because I did not really care enough to prevent it. I wanted Mei Terumi dead, and I ended up killing about everyone there on that island except for her. I grabbed the bingo book and searched out Mei Terumi's entry. I read it over for the second time, even though I could already recite every line of it from memory. She was on my list now. The list of those I would have to kill before the thought of a peaceful life could ever cross my mind. I added her while crossing Baki off the list. He'd always been more of a gag addition, but she. I'd drink wine from her corpse. XXXXXXX. 2 months. That was the time between my birthday and the meeting between Raza and Orochimaru. How did I know? Well, Raza had chosen to take me with him as a sort of statement. He'd told me I was to act as one of his guards and remain silent throughout the entire thing. I wasn't really sure when Orochimaru would betray Raza. I wanted it to happen today for my own reasons, but it could logically take place any time between now and the Chunin exam finals. We moved as a unit, with Raza forming the tip of the spear, and me bringing up the rear. At this point, none of the ANBU that guarded Raza would give me more than a second's pause if I actually intended to kill the Kazekage. But no. I'd just leave that to Orochimaru and also hopefully kill Orochimaru too while we are at it. The risk of being caught out for kinslaying was too high. No matter how strong I was, there was no way Suna would bow to the men who actually killed their Kage. And if I returned with none of the guards and news of a dead Kage, the effect would be much the same. When we arrived at the chosen meeting spot, I almost felt a smile break out on my face. We were in no man's land. The spot of mountainous region that marked the space between the borders of the land of wind and the land of earth. Orochimaru had chosen his spot well. We were well out of the desert. No space for Raza to have hidden any of his golden dust anywhere. The ANBU member holding the sealing scroll that contained the mountain of dust Raza had prepared for this meeting was practically glued to the Kazekage's side as he watched his surroundings warily. Raza thought himself stronger than Orochimaru. That had been clear in the way his words to us during the prep for the mission had been placed. If Orochimaru was to spring a trap, he would deal with the Sannin, while the rest of us dealt with what reinforcements and support the Sannin brought with him. Quite the foolish thought, but I can understand why someone like him would think that. Speaking of the Sannin, when Orochimaru appeared, it was an emotion that most could not track. One of the ninjas next to me actually jolted in surprise and grabbed his weapon, a war fan. Most ninja, not me though, thanks to Gamer's mind, I was able to see through the genjutsu that hid him and his people from view, but when he appeared he was staring at me, intrigued. Seems like you really are immune to genjutsu. Oh, what a fascinating ability, he said in a voice that made me want to rush to the nearest bathroom and scrub myself down. The anime really underplayed how creepy the man's voice and bearing were. He was in a body that looked identical to the original, but I didn't allow that to deceive me. Until I saw some evidence, I'd assumed this was some sort of clone trick from the snake. Kazekage Dano, please accept my greetings, he said with a nod of his head. The Kage robes Orochimaru wore were some sort of facsimile of the one used by the Great Five. Raza seemed to not care about the possible insult, but I could only see his back. He nodded his own head before replying, Orochimaru. You spoke of mutual interests. Okay. He definitely cared. That was a bit rude. Yes, I did, Kazekage Dano. We have a mutual enemy, Konoha Gakur. If Orochimaru was bothered, he did not show it. Konoha and Suna are allies, Raza pointed out. What kind of ally steals missions from their own allies? What kind of ally supports efforts to undermine their own ally? Konoha has not been an ally to you for a long time. And I'm just going to accept your word as truth? Raza asked with played-up skepticism. Orochimaru tossed a scroll that was caught by one of the ANBU members. He stepped away from Raza before opening it, and after checking it for traps, passed it to the Kazekage with a bow. Raza read the entire thing in silence. And you have evidence of all these accusations? He asked. Of course. I stole a bit of it during my defection. Even the assassination of my predecessor. You have evidence that Konoha ordered it. Oh, Orochimaru, you slimy fucker. I guess this is how Suna got involved in this foolish plan. Yes. Yes, I do. If one focused, they could hear the slimy snake in Orochimaru's voice. And what kind of alliance do you propose? Raza asked, biting the bait. An attack on Konoha. When they least expect it. During the Chunin exams. We smuggle as much of our troops into the village as we can, and we begin the attack during the finals. Practically guaranteed victory, he said with a laugh at the end. A good plan. A plan that requires breaking the Chunin exam treaty, however, Raza pointed out, and here the disadvantages of finishing the academy in a single day came out to play. I had no idea what the Chunin exam treaty truly was. In the chaos of the mess, after Konoha is gone, who will be able to say who broke the treaty? Who attacked whom? Besides, the other nations will not care that much. They hate Konoha as much as we do, Orochimaru said. No. No. I am Kage to thousands. I will not risk them for revenge. No, this plan of yours. I will have no part in it, Raza said, making to turn around and leave. I guess that's that, then. Then this will be where you die. Or not. End of chapter. Chapter 22, The Death of Raza. The truth about fighting against a ninja is that it was almost always fast. Very rarely did fights between ninjas last longer than 2 or 3 minutes. However, that rule only applies when both ninjas either have a measurable difference in strength or are objectively weak themselves. For example, no fight between equally ranked genin would cross the 10-minute mark unless they were both extremely stupid and relied only on slow-paced taijutsu. Generally, one or both of them would slump from exhaustion before so much time passed. Between jounin, as experienced as they tended to be with closing targets and killing opponents, a fight between evenly matched ninjas could range from a few seconds to half an hour, but almost never any longer. Why am I telling you this? Because all that was turned on its head when one considered the rare S-ranked ninja and what happened when they fought. As both Orochimaru and Raza were solidly Kage level, it was no surprise that their fight had passed the 10-minute mark in virtually no time at all. And even worse, it seemed to be well placed to last even longer as they continuously faked each other out with near misses, clone substitutions, and tactical switches. Even the ANBU members that were faced against Orochimaru's guards, the Sound Four, were still occupied in combat. As for me, I had my time occupied with a certain bone-dead pulse wielder. Kimimaro was far superior to me in taijutsu, but I wasn't a taijutsu specialist, and between his durability and my chakra capacity, it was virtually child's play for me to extend our fight for as long as possible. My sand swarmed around my head to block the bone bullets that had been aimed at the space between my eyes, and that same sand separated into dozens of bullets that flew right at my target. Kimimaro was quick, so he had time to react and dodge out of the way of the attack. He didn't risk going underground this time, though. Last time he did, it was only my desire to drag things on that made me allow him to come up for air. The near-death experience had shaken him, and he was much more wary and cautious in his approach, which played into my own goals. What are those goals? I hear you ask yourself. Well, for Orochimaru to kill Raza off for me. That was it. I needed the Sannin to kill the Kazekage so I'd have an easier time ascending to the throne. Was this the best time? No, but unless I chose to kill him myself, I didn't see a better opportunity to get rid of Raza in the next few decades. Besides, I'd make a much better Kage than the man ever would. I was kinslaying for the good of the village. Oh, how proud my ancestors would be. Kimimaro blurred around the field before diving right at me. The contouring lines around his body told me he'd slipped into the curse seal. I swung my head down to dodge his kick, and as he switched to a stab with the bone sword sticking out of his palm, I blocked with my sand before slamming that sand right into his body and sending him flying. He was probably much stronger with the curse seal active, but the gap between us was such that even with the boost in his power, I was doing all I could to prevent myself from killing him accidentally. This was the gap between A rank and S rank. I'd thought myself undeserving of the ranking when I first opened that bingo book, but now that I fought with my sand as much as I did my ninjutsu, I realized how little there was that could actually hurt me. I could only hope that this strength allowed me to do what I needed to against Orochimaru. Just surviving would never be enough. I needed to kill the murderer of our Kage if I wanted Suna united beneath me. I needed them to be grateful, confident in my strength, and pacified if I wanted to get the necessary time to win them over with good policy. Well, I could forcefully subdue Suna anyways once Raza is dead, but that doesn't benefit anyone really. Kimimaro scowled at me as he landed on his feet some distance away. He said something about a dance of the willow or whatever and changed his entire fighting style. Bone swords poked out from him on whatever extremities he had, and now he was much faster than before. Not fast enough to overwhelm me, but obviously faster than I was in terms of taijutsu. Chakra enhancement to my brain and my maxed intelligence stat were the only things even keeping me in this little dance of taijutsu. Guess that was one advantage of Shikaku's release. If I hadn't upgraded my intelligence stat when I did, I'd probably be out of my depth at this point. Kimimaro wailed against my sand, trying to both outflank me and break through my defenses at the same time, but it didn't matter where he went or what he did. He didn't have the strength to break through my defenses, and I didn't particularly want to kill him for the time being. I turned part of my attention to the fight between Orochimaru and Raza and watched the snake Sannin breathe out a veritable firestorm with a single hand seal before instantly enhancing it with his wind release. Raza only stared at the jutsu dispassionately before lifting a single clenched hand. His golden dust swirled and surrounded him, doing so in layers with gaps in between to prevent him from getting cooked within his shield. It was small things like this that made me doubtful of my readiness to ascend to the throne of Kage. What Raza just did was so intuitive, but the idea never came to me until I saw him do it. What else could I be missing due to my lack of experience? Training could be good, but could it ever match the power of experience? I didn't think so, but I had to make do and find new ways to improve. When Orochimaru's attack stopped, and Raza dropped his shield, it was to the sword of Kusanagi flying across the space between them. The golden dust dome Raza had just dispelled transformed into a wall to block the sword, but it did nothing as the sword passed through it much like it sailed through the air, stabbing Raza in the shoulder. The sword of Kusanagi cuts through all, Orochimaru cackled before recalling his sword with the hand still attached to it. The Leaf Trader's plethora of body modifications never ceased to appear most strange. Do not turn your attention from me, Kimimaro snarled as he slashed at the sand between him and the back of my neck. I twisted my said neck to look at him and remarked. Prove yourself worthy of my attention, then. He seemed to take that most personally, jumping backward and shifting as his curse mark ramped up to the second stage of its activation. His appearance changed as his already darkened skin got even darker as more and more of his features shifted to become dinosaurian. The bone tail he grew was also a nice touch. All in all, it was a gruesome transformation. Die, Gaara of the desert, he said before running right at me at a slower pace. He was much slower. I experimentally dropped a wall of sand in his path, concentrated into a shield, but he ran through it like it wasn't there. Well, that's one way to get my attention. And he was going to regret that, considering I could kill him now. Raza was clearly already poisoned, so he had no way of surviving this since I was the only Mednin in the squad he'd taken. Multiple bullets of sand slammed against Kimamaro's hard skin, breaking against his skin and failing to penetrate but succeeding in forcing him to slow down as he blocked his eyes with his hand to protect the delicate orbs. The mountainous ground he stood upon shifted and transformed into sand as I forced my sand to multiply by weathering the rock into fine, dry sand. With more than enough sand in my control, it was nothing to slam into him with enough sand to send him reeling. With that, I clenched my fist, and my sand surrounded him from all directions. The sand coffin I encased him in was multiple feet in diameter as I piled more and more sand in to crush his incredibly dense body. Of course, I wasn't as surprised as I should have been when multiple bones ripped out of the mausoleum I was in the process of creating. Kimimaro rode one of those bones and jumped right at me with a bone spear around his right hand that he stretched and speared out right at me. He moved slowly, giving me more than enough time to charge up a mid-power Rasen Shuriken. The jutsu made a telltale whine that drew the attention of all the battling pairs in the mountain range we occupied. When I threw it, Kimimaro had no chance of dodging, and the attack cut him in half before I clenched my fist, and multiple invisible blades of wind spread out from the impact site, atomizing practically everything in its field. When the jutsu had run its course, there was nothing remaining of the dead bone pulse user. Kukuku, Orochimaru's voice rang out. What a jutsu, Gaara-kun. The snake said with his slimy voice. I ignored him as he was forced back into combat with Raza. Instead, I focused my energy on the sound 4. For some reason, all of them had tapped into the second stage of their curse seals and seemed on the verge of killing their opponents. The ANBU guard that had been saddled with the duty of fighting the flute girl was pretty much already done. I shined into motion, heading for her first. She swept the flute at me, but I ducked under it and tapped her heart with a single finger, ending her life in a second. Medical ninjutsu was just so OP, Fatso was my next target. He saw me coming and lifted an earth dome to protect himself from the ground, but I just stopped in front of the dome and touched it with a hand, flooding it with chakra and taking control of the jutsu. The ground shook as he fell to the floor dead from a spike through the skull. The 2 ANBU agents I'd just saved looked at me gratefully, and I just nodded, silently instructing them to help their colleagues while I went for Raza. A platform of sand gave me the high ground as I flew towards the Kage-level fight. Of course, with Raza on his last legs, the fight was turning into a completely one-sided affair. Orochimaru weaved seals so quickly I could barely tell what was coming next. When lightning built around his forearms before spearing right at Raza, I jumped between them, dispelling the jutsu with my wind release jutsu. I placed a hand on Raza, using a diagnostic jutsu to make sure of my initial prediction, and yes, I was right. The poison was wreaking havoc on his system. The only thing keeping him standing was his powerful chakra. But he would not be surviving this. No fucking way. Even if he'd gotten medical treatment the moment the blade had stabbed him, it would still have been a coin toss. The poison was just that potent, and it was also completely unique in its design. What I could intuit was a biological basis, but that was no help in treating the men. I turned to Raza to deliver the bad news, but the man just shook his head at me. I know, he said. Just help me make sure I take him with me. He said after his body was racked by coughs. I just nodded. Orochimaru cackled. A father-son team-up. How cute. You won't be leaving here alive, Orochimaru, Raza said, and the snake just laughed in reply. This time, when Orochimaru weaved seals, I matched him every step of the way. Both our fireballs clashed against each other before detonating when neither could overcome the other. Raza's golden dust flowed around us, before rushing at Orochimaru. The snake dodged every attack Raza sent, keeping ahead of him with a mixture of speed and maneuverability. But thankfully, he'd slowed since the fight started. Orochimaru and Raza had both pushed each other to the max for close to an hour. All I had to do was help the old man make it past the finish line. Of course, that proved to be too much as he dropped to one knee, the poison weakening him even further. Smelling weakness, Orochimaru flew right for us, pressing the attack. My sand shield was enough to delay his attacks and force him to shift tactics. Fighting with Orochimaru was a dance, but I had my trump card waiting. I just needed him to slip for 1 second, and when he did. When he was just too slow in countering a tendril of sand I sent at him, I activated it. A seal. A simple seal that did a simple thing. It flooded us with sand. It was a modified sealing scroll that only had one modification. The unsealing process. I made it nearly 50 times faster. The sand tore the seal apart, and if I wasn't who I was, it would have done the same with me. Only my actions prevented Raza from falling victim to my jutsu. As Orochimaru and Raza had fought on a separate area, the ANBU had enough distance and warning to escape the sudden phenomenon. It was difficult to explain what just happened. Just know that where there was previously no sand, there was now enough to bury us all. I floated to the top of the sand unmolested with Raza caught in the grip of my sand dome. I could feel the Sannin in the sand, and unlike with Kimimaro, I had no interest in letting him go. Sand pressed on Orochimaru from all areas. With so much sand at my disposal, his attempts to flare his chakra to disperse enough sand to move were useless. He was mine, under the influence of my sand. First of all, I crushed his hands in my grip. And then I removed his head, leaving his body in the sand and only bringing up the head. It floated on a platter of sand as I examined it to make sure it was the real deal, and then I plopped it right into a scroll I carried in my pocket as I did the same with his body when I brought it up, sealing both parts in different scrolls. To be honest, despite seeing Orochimaru die right in front of my eyes, I was still expecting him to return sometime later in the future. With that mess over and done with, I turned to Raza, bringing the dome over to me. The 3 surviving ANBU agents also appeared around me as we stared at the barely conscious Kage. I am going to die, Raza spoke, and I nodded. There was nothing any of us could do. Good. Bear, come here. He said, and the leader of his guard detail appeared. Give me a scroll and a brush, he requested, and his request was fulfilled with no delay as the men began to write. He spoke as he wrote so there would be no doubting his intentions. I, Raza, the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure, do hereby name my son, Gaara of the Desert, to serve as interim 5th Kazekage, until my daughter and preferred heir, Temari, comes of age and proves worthy of the POS. You know. You said enough, Raza. Raza had his head swiftly sliced off by a blade of sand. End of the chapter. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Jounin of Sunagakure, plus 50% training efficiency when training in Sunagakure. Plus 25 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure. Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert, winner of the Chunin exams, plus 25 rep in all hidden villages, medical ninja, plus 10 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure, plus 15% growth in medical ninjutsu. Chakra capacity, 44,000/44,000, regeneration, 500 CP per minute. Stamina, 390/390, regeneration, 4 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity, 40, max. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, sickle weasel technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, dust cloud technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, violent whirlwind. Wind release, divine mountain wind. Wind release, blade of wind. Wind release, infinite sand cloud, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, Earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Earth release, Earth flow spears. Fire release, great fireball. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Fire release, flame bullet. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Raiznon. Wind release, Raiznon. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Fire release, Raiznon. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 23, Becoming the Fifth Kazekage. XXXXX, 16 hours after Raza's death. Gaara of the desert, she said in greeting, hiding her surprise at finding me here with expertise. I knew she was surprised though. Chiyo was good, but I was pumping chakra to my brain and eyes, enhancing everything I saw with stunning clarity. With peak human intelligence, honed chakra control, and knowledge of how the human brain worked, my pseudo-Sharingan was something actually impressive. Few things could deceive me. What do you want? The old woman asked, walking further into her office and taking the seat in front of the desk, not bothering to say anything about the power play I was making by sitting on her own usual seat. Shinobi had a good sense of danger, and Chiyo must have felt it if the lack of snide remarks and commentary were any indication. Good. I'd kill her if I needed to. In the time between the meeting and now, 16 hours, I'd done a lot of thinking, and I knew what was necessary to win. I had to win. Raza is dead, straight and simple, to the point. Chiyo jolted at that, showing her surprise openly in a calculated attempt at getting me to drop my guard. The Umbu guards at my side also shook at the reminder. They were Squad Zero, the Kazekage's personal guards. They'd probably been closer to him than his own children, so they were probably the most hurt at his passing. They also took it as a personal failing of sorts. Saving some of their lives, and avenging Raza so quickly along with Raza's dying decree had been enough to get me their loyalty. How did he die? She asked, showing some of the curiosity I'd expect of a famous gossip like her. Alleged gossip at least. I only knew she was one from gossip from the Med Training Corps. Mabuki had loved spreading that bit of news. Orochimaru left him in a near-death state. They met, they fought, the Snake Sannin won and I finished off Raza. And the Konoha Nin. There was a bloodthirsty tint in her smile. Everyone hated Konoha. It must not have been very hard for Raza to get the people of Suna to follow him to war. He beat Raza. I beat him, I said, fudging the details a bit. It was all true though, technically. Did it make it seem like I was much stronger than I actually was? Yes. That was the entire point. May the winds see him well. She said, making the traditional prayer sign that I didn't bother returning. That fucker didn't deserve to be seen well at all. That last stunt he played was just a clusterfuck. Doesn't answer the question, though, she continued, poking, trying to understand. He named me Kage in his place. You're 12, and a Jinchuriki besides. She began with the common objections. They were the ones I'd face first and foremost. I am the strongest ninja in Sunagakure. The Ichibi no Shikaku has no bearing on the matter. Aside from a slip-up 6 years ago, I have been in full control. We both know there is no danger. If you've got it all figured out though, why are you here? This is the decree Raza made, I said, tossing her a copy of the official edict. The Umbu might be loyal to me because I spared their lives, but you can never be so sure if this could still get out. No. I'd let the decree come out, but it wouldn't matter. Raza had limited power in naming his successor, especially after his death. Chiyo devoured the words on the paper, the only sign of her being surprised at them at all being the raised eyebrow she sported after a few seconds of looking at the scroll. I have the feeling I understand what you want, but spell it out to me. I will not bow before a man who cannot say his mind. Raza's decree must be overturned. I cannot ascend to Kage myself on the back of that decree and then overturn the decree. A good chunk of the village does not like me at all and might cause a little trouble. I'd still become the Kazekage and kill everyone who does such a stupid thing, let there be no doubt, but we'd all lose in the end. Look at how bad Kiri is after a civil war. We cannot do such a thing. And I also cannot ascend and accept the decree as it stands. I will never cede the seat to Temari. She is not strong enough. She will never be strong enough. A lot of faith you have in your sister, she interrupted, but I continued, ignoring the elder. And even in the unlikely circumstance that she gains the necessary strength, she'd more likely than not make a terrible Kage. I will see Suna to a brighter age. Having an heir foisted upon me by my predecessor would be a hell of a way to rule. No. I refuse. What I need is for the council to overturn Raza's decree but still crown me regardless. The former is easy. They do it without any prompting. The latter, though. The latter would be all but impossible. She said, not mincing words. This is why Chiyo was my first port of call. It was also why she'd warranted a personal visit. I had a clone speaking to the daimyo now, and another keeping a watchful eye on things, but Chiyo needed personal attention. But will I have your help in achieving the impossible? I asked her. Oh, you fool boy. You've had it since the moment you won the Chunin exams at the age of 6. Raza never saw it, but I did. You are the future of Sunagakure. The only hope we have of returning to the times when our enemies feared us. When we were truly one of the great 5, and not the greatest of the minor villages. You will lead us there, Gaara of the desert. My heart and sword are yours, Kazekage-sama. The last words were joined with a bending of the head. Chiyo did not bow. Old knees don't bend so easily. Good. Now, we have to get to work. Apart from my brother and I, there are 10 other elders for you to convince. To get named as Kazekage, you will need 7 votes from the council along with the approval of the daimyo. I can help you with the former, but not the latter. I have the daimyo vote handled. I assured her. She nodded, and moved on in the conversation. You cannot speak to the entire council ahead of time. News of your presence here and your goal will leak faster than you can quell. No, there are only 2 elders you can speak to. But they are 2 of the thought leaders. With them on your side, turning another 3 votes will be doable. Not easy, but doable. However, you cannot kill them, she said with a severe look on her face. Any disappearances will be suspicious. Too suspicious. If the other elders suspect you of being behind it, then you will have no chance and will damn the village to the civil war you seem keen on avoiding. I nodded at her words. I had to be my most charming self here. I hate these type of village politics stuff, but I can't just be killing everything in my way. XXXX, present. The Kazekage is dead, Ebizo proclaimed to the rest of the council. He has left us with a decree, conveyed through Jounin Gaara. The old man said in his droning tone. One of the umbu at my side passed me the scroll and I walked forwards. As I moved towards the council, my mind took me back. XXXXXX, 21 hours after Raza's death. I am Gaara of the desert, a Jounin of Sunagakure. I spoke to the gathering of umbu agents. It wasn't the entire force. Not even close, but Squad 0 had done their parts in putting out feelers and getting me this collection of umbu captains and leaders. Altogether, they controlled almost 2/3 of the umbu agents. It was 21 hours since Raza's death, and my plan was well in motion. Chiyo was secured. Ebizo was secured, and the daimyo was well on the way to being convinced to see things my way. We know who you are. What we don't know is why you've called us here, one of them commented drily. I paid attention to the mask on their face. Dragon. The umbu commander. They only answered to the Kazekage. Ideally, they were the one I would have gone through to set something like this up. This was not an ideal situation. I could only hope they weren't too pissed at the snub, unintentional as it was. The Kazekage perished in combat 20 hours ago. He named me as his successor. I said, breathing in the shock that traveled through the room. But beyond that, they didn't speak. They showed no signs of what they felt, and once again it was Dragon who spoke. How did he die? Who killed him? Here, I stepped back and allowed Squad 0 to handle this step of the questioning. 8 days ago, Kazekage-sama received a missive from the traitor, Orochimaru of Konoha. Kazekage-sama weighed the risks of the mission and assembled a team consisting of 4 members of Squad 0 and Sabaku no Gaara as his escort. We left for the meeting 2 days ago. When the meeting began, after words were exchanged, the Konoha ninja sprung the trap. Sabaku no Gaara and the rest of us were attacked by the Sannin's own guards, preventing us from interfering in time. Orochimaru ended up succeeding in fatally poisoning the Kazekage, and Gaara of the desert killed the snake for the affront. Shark spoke, giving a slightly edited version of the mission that we had undertaken that led to Raza's death. The umbu watched attentively, hanging on every word that was spoken. Is there any evidence of this? Dragon asked. Shark tossed them the scroll written in Raza's own hand and sealed with his own blood. They stared at it for a bit before nodding and passing it to the umbu behind them. When it had made the rounds, I stood in front of them once again and unsealed Orochimaru's head before holding it up. I couldn't for the life of me figure out why I was doing it. It wasn't logical. It was a feeling. A feeling that gnawed at me, and from the general body language of the group, the feeling had been right. Dragon was the first. He led them in all things. Even in drop to his knees, and they all followed suit. Our hearts and swords are yours, Kazekage-sama, they proclaimed in unison. XXXXXX, present. Umbu, and some of the elders had fallen in easily. Not all of them though. Some had needed more spirited convincing than I'd intended to give them. XXXXXX, 29 hours after Raza's death. I understand all you say, Gaara. But what I don't see is how you expect to convince me to take your side in this. I was your father's most vocal critic on the council, after all, the man sat across from me spoke. Unlike with Chiyo, I actually bothered to give this man some measure of warning at my coming. Not much of a warning. Not enough for him to do something unfortunate. But enough for him to not believe I'd come to kill him. It said a lot about the attitude within Suna that most of the elders I'd already seen believed I was there to kill them before I could get to explain my intentions. How else would I convince you? I am Suna's only choice as it stands, I told him honestly. A lack of options does not necessitate picking a bad one. The council might as well decide to rule Suna itself. He said, taking a sip of his tea, and I had to stare at the balding man like he was actually insane. Tajuro was pretty much the second most powerful man in the council after Ebizo, so to see him espouse such stupidity was a tad bit shocking. You would have Suna downgraded to a similar status as the minor villages? I asked him, trying to show him how stupid that would be. The 5 major villages had Kage. That's how it worked. None of the other villages could claim such an honor. Not even Hanzo the salamander had the guts to name himself Kage. To make Suna abandon the Kage system was announcing to the world that we had no shinobi worthy to be Kage. That we had no S ranks. No nation killers. In a world like that, all our negotiating power would die as quickly as water evaporates on the desert sand. Wouldn't be surprised if all our neighbors took the sign of weakness and invaded within weeks of the decision being made. Suna had an abundance of enemies and precious little friends. And what do you believe naming a child as a Kage will do? A Jinchuriki child. He screamed his words then, and I just stared. My sand ached to crush him for the disrespect. Do you know why Kiri was the first village to attempt a Jinchuriki Kage, boy? Before they hatched that insanity, it was understood by us all what Jinchuriki were. You're kind. All you are meant for is to serve the village as weapons of war. Kiri had 2, that's why they could attempt such. You would have us place Suna's greatest weapon behind a desk while our enemies take that as a sign of weakness and invade us anyway. His tone. His fucking tone. This time, when my sand rose up, I did not stop it. Instead, I harnessed it. Clones. Probably more clones than he could quickly count, but not more than I could handle for such a quick demonstration rose from the ground around us. I control these clones from anywhere in the land of wind. If our enemies will think me occupied, let them. Let them come and see why Gaara of the desert is uncontested in the desert itself, I said, but not in only my voice. All my clones spoke in unison with me in what would have been a fantastic display of coordination if I didn't essentially control them like puppets from the beginning. I see, Tajuro said without saying anything else before he coughed and straightened up. All right boy, I will consider you. Now convince me. How would you tackle Suna's economic problems? He asked while staring at me, and I just smiled. Another one for the list. XXXXX, present. At the end of the day, I'd only been able to personally speak to 4 members of the council to secure their support, and they all met my eyes at different times to show where they stood on this. To show me I still had their support. At least, I thought that was what they intended. I could have been reading way too much into things. But apart from those 4, I trusted Chiyo to speak to those she trusted, and to avoid placing all my eggs in one basket, I'd reached out to someone else. XXXXX, 32 hours after Raza's death. Gaara, she screamed and jumped on me with a hug that I was quick to return. I abhorred physical touch, but this was not a time I could afford to piss off the few friends I had. What's wrong? Mabuki asked instantly once she broke off from the hug, clutching my right hand in 2 of hers. Raza's dead. Oh Gaara, she said, swallowing me in another hug. I couldn't truly tell her I wasn't sad about what happened. I was pretty apathetic to the whole thing besides a certain feeling of satisfaction that came over me whenever I thought of him. He tried fucking me up with his last decree, and that was the only reason I was forced to bother with the village elders. It's fine, Mabuki Amuto, I teased her with the title. The manipulation seemed to work as it made her lean back a bit, and I pounced on the opportunity to change subjects. I want to succeed him, Mabuki. I want to be the next Kazekage. The 5th 1-inch I told her, and her brain looked like it was running a mile a minute at this point. Oh okay, Gaara. How can I help? That's why you're here, isn't it? You need my help, she said, staring at me. With anyone else, that would have been a red flag. With Mabuki, it was simply a statement that she intended to help. It insinuated that I would only ever truly come to see her if I needed her help, and not for the support of a friend, but Mabuki understood me. In a way I didn't even truly understand myself. Counselor Ikanago adopted you to sponsor you into the medical corps, did she not? Yes. Yes she did. Good. How close are you? She sees me as the daughter she never got to have, she replied instantly. Good. I need you to convince on her to support me when the time comes. Can I trust you with that? Of course, Kazekage-sama, she said with a wide smile. Not to you, Mabuki. I'll always be Gaara to you. Her smile got even wider and she engulfed me in another monster hug. XXXXX, present. When Ebizo read through the decree for performative reasons, he passed the decree around to the rest of the council for them to verify its authenticity. When it had made the rounds, Ebizo spoke again. Are there any objections to this final decree? He asked, and Tajuro instantly had a hand up. Yes, Elder Tajuro, Ebizo said, giving the man the stage. What Kazekage-sama, Wind see him well, has left us with his preposterous. It is a decree to name one as Kage, while giving another the hat and robes. In his lifetime, I never knew the Kazekage to be so indecisive. When he made a decision, he stuck with it for good and for ill. I'm sure we all have some memories of that happening. Now, what I believe is that Kazekage-sama was not in complete possession of his faculties when this decree was made. We must set this perverse ruling aside. He spoke, before leaning back in his chair, allowing the others to think through his words, and some of them to whisper among themselves. Elder Chio, you examined his body. What say you? Ebizo asked, bringing order to the room almost instantly. I agree with Elder Tajuro. In my examination, it took me little time to discover the poison Orochimaru used in killing the Kazekage. While I haven't fully broken it down, the poison shows traits and ingredients similar to that found in several well-known hallucinogens and neurotoxins, she said in her customary drawl. This approach had been Tajuro's idea. We could not overturn Raza's decree lightly, so something like this had to be our only recourse. Thank you, sister. Is there anyone to speak in favor of the decree? Ebizo asked when it was clear that Chio had nothing further to say. Yura raised his hand, and Ebizo ceded the floor to him instantly. Yura was one of the few I hadn't spoken to, either in person or through agents. There was no point in doing so, in my opinion. After all, he was never going to take my side. If there was anyone who would never budge, it would be him. And with the whole being a brainwashed spy for Sasori thing, I wasn't going to be touching him with a foot-long pole. While I agree that certain parts of the decree are most unusual, it will not do to toss the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. Yes. I agree that the entire interim Kage ruling has no place in Suna. That does not change the fact that our late Kazekage has given his preferred candidate, his daughter, Temari. We should still endeavor to recognize that. Of course he spoke for Temari. He'd been chosen to serve as her Jounin sensei after Baki's death. He wanted the next Kage to be someone he had guaranteed influence over. The bastard. The doctrine of election, Yura. We cannot approbate and reprobate at the same time. It is not our place to pick and choose which parts of a decree to follow. If we declare it null, then we do so to the whole thing and not just part. Tajuro pounced on the younger man's argument almost instantly, and from the nodding heads, pretty much the entire council agreed with him. Yura made to say something else, but only a look from Ebizo was enough to dissuade him. Now that we have heard arguments from both sides. All in favor of declaring the decree of Raza of the Golden Dust as null and void? He asked. Every hand in the room besides Yura's went up. All against. The motion passes as intended. He spoke, before turning to the rest of the council again. Now, onto other business. The position of Kazekage sits empty. Are there any nominations? Ikanago, the only other woman on the council, rose her hand at that. Yes, Elder Ikanago, Ebizo gave her the stage and she spoke in her low-toned drawl. I nominate Jounin Gaara of the Desert. Son of Raza, the fourth Kazekage, grandnephew of Shaman, the second Kazekage, and great-grandson of Reto, the first Kazekage, the great unifier, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Shikaku, winner of the Chunin exams, and S-rank shinobi of Sunagakure. She said, going through the full list of claims to fame that I might have made. Who seconds this nomination? Ebizo asked. I do. Chio raised her hand. Is there any need for arguments? My bones are beginning to tire, he asked. Let us take the votes first. If the margin is too small, we will begin arguments. Tajuro said. I agree. All in favor of naming Gaara of the Desert as the fifth Kazekage? Ebizo asked, and hands instantly went up. 8 of them in total. And seeing the majority on my side, 3 more hands joined the 8 to make it 11. As expected, Yura was the odd man out. His wife had been killed by Shikaku during that messed up accident 6 years ago, so I could not blame him. And now that that is settled, we must send our nomination to the daimyo for him to make his decision, Ebizo said, preparing to end the meeting. There is no need for that, I interrupted. The daimyo himself has given his approval. I said, walking forwards and handing them a scroll. If anyone was going to speak about the presumptiveness of reaching out to the daimyo before even being granted the position, it would be Tajuro, but that particular monster was on my side, so he held his tongue. I see. Ebizo said, reading through before passing it to the others. Gaara of the Desert, you are hereby named the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure. Our hearts and swords are yours, Ebizo said, bowing. The council quickly followed suit. Finally. The game agreed with me because it chimed at that moment. End of chapter. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Jounin of Sunagakure, plus 50% training efficiency when training in Sunagakure. Plus 25 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, plus 50 sand control, plus 20 ninjutsu, 50% increased growth when training in the desert, winner of the Chunin exams, plus 25 rep in all hidden villages, medical ninja, plus 10 rep with all inhabitants of Sunagakure, plus 15% growth in medical ninjutsu. Chakra capacity, 44,000/44,000, regeneration, 500 CP per minute. Stamina, 390/390, regeneration, 4 SP per minute. Strength. Dexterity, 40, max. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Jutsu. Sand release, sand clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind bullets. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, sickle weasel technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, dust cloud technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, violent whirlwind. Wind release, divine mountain wind. Wind release, blade of wind. Wind release, infinite sand cloud, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Earth release, earth flow spears. Fire release, great fireball. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Fire release, flame bullet. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Raiznon. Wind release, Raiznon. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Fire release, Raiznon. Shunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 24, The Aftermath. XXXXXX, Hiruzen POV. A 12-year-old Kage, huh? The world changes every day, doesn't it, Danzo? I asked my old friend as I took a sip of my tea while staring at the latest report from our network in Sunagakure. An official announcement was still forthcoming, but the boy had been sworn in and anointed as Kage already. I told you we should have killed him when we had the chance, Danzo said, showing his famous short-sightedness. I just sighed before I replied. Yes, we would have robbed Suna of a powerful shinobi and maybe gained a Jinchuriki of our own who would have become useful anywhere from a decade to two from now. But now, think of the benefits. The treaty with Sunagakure is bound to need some revision after so much time, and as inexperienced as Gaara of the Desert must be, Konoha will be able to get even more favorable terms. Why negotiate peace, though? Suna is weak. Their choice of Kage shows that. They would not have chosen a 12-year-old boy, and a Jinchuriki besides if they had any other options. They lack powerful shinobi, their Kage is a boy. This is the time to crush them beneath our boot. And then have Iwa and Kumo fall upon us as we gorge ourselves on Suna's flesh. I doubt the other villages will consider it above them to use the same tactics we used on them after the fall of Uzushio on us after we defeat Suna. Besides, we can essentially turn Suna into a vassal with the right kind of treaty. We could achieve all we desire without ever spilling a drop of Konoha blood. Is that win not sufficient for you? I asked him, staring over the cup of tea I'd raised up to my lips. It hid my smirk well when Danzo conceded my point. My friend was stubborn, so it was especially satisfying when I could get him to change his mind on matters like this. What about the rest of the report? Orochimaru killed Raza, Danzo mentioned, a set to his lips that I recognized from our time on the front lines. He could read between the lines almost as well as I could. Raza was planning on betraying us, I said the words we were both thinking. And he sought to partner with Orochimaru, that stain on the Leaf's history. A dead stain, I pointed out, with a bittersweet feeling. I felt happy to know that the weight on my shoulders was gone. The burden I felt for all of Orochimaru's atrocities was beginning to lighten as the man was now dead and gone. But there was still sadness. Sadness for the boy I'd taken under my wing over and above the granddaughter of Hashirama himself. The orphan boy I'd owed nothing to, but still saw as my son by every metric that mattered. Have you seen the body? Danzo asked, and I very nearly scoffed at the suggestion that I would do anything less. The moment the Suna Jounin had come to cash in the bounty and taken the payment for the corpse, I had the body sent to a private room in the Konoha morgue and booked an appointment to look at it. The separated head from the body had almost made me sob. Orochimaru had been a son, and his headless body made his death sink in even further. Yes. Yes, I have. Good. I have a request, Hiruzen. I lifted an eyebrow. Danzo's requests were always on the ridiculous end of the spectrum. I am listening. The body. I want it. Well, wasn't that just interesting? Why? Orochimaru was at the pinnacle of body modification science. My medical ninja will be able to find and harvest secrets from the body that can aid the entire Konoha ninja force. Just imagine the kind of progress he could have made in the last few years. Vile progress, Danzo. What do ends care for means? Everything. Besides, I have medical need of my own. Why should I give you the body to be swallowed in those roots of yours? Let's not pretend that you will consent to doing what is necessary to gain what we need. I will spare you that pain, my friend. I will. The roots strengthen and support the great tree, Hiruzen. You know this. Fine. You may have it. But I want real results. I decided after a few minutes of consideration. I can trust Danzo. Danzo is my friend. XXXXX, the fence-sitter. Ha 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 ha, my laughter reverberated across the office, worrying my son and the gathered Jounin. A 12-year-old Kage. Now, this is rich. The entire world has gone insane, I said, continuing my mad cackling. This Gaara of the desert would be the third Kazekage I'd have the displeasure of meeting during my reign as Kazekage. And the fifth I'd be seeing in my lifetime. For so-called Kazekages had come and gone, and here I still remained. The Will of Stone, indeed. Reports indicate that the boy is the strongest shinobi in Suna at the moment, and even killed Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin. Katsuchi spoke up, ever attempting to play devil's advocate. And so? The shiniest shit in a bucket is still just that, shit. Besides, those same reports say he managed to kill the snake after the snake had fought his father for close to an hour. Raza was strong, almost worthy of the title of Kage, so I can see how Raza was able to weaken the snake enough for his son to get the kill. I saw the boy myself 6 years ago. He was at most at the level of a weak Jounin. To climb the precipice from Jounin to Kage in 6 years. You yourself know how impossible the idea of it even is. And for a 12-year-old, not even a ninja in the prime of his life. I shook my head. No way the boy was strong enough to measure up with a true Kage. All he had going for him was the tailed beast of his, and IWA has 2 of them. 2 more powerful ones at that. What will you be doing with this information? Shin asked. I liked Shin. Solid head on his shoulders. Much more solid than Katsuchi's on some days. Suna is at the weakest they've ever been. Increase our border presence and prepare our shinobi. Recall Han and Rashi to the village. They must be at the ready for a concentrated push. What about their alliance with Konoha? A Jounin in the group piped up, and instead of glaring at him for mentioning our hated rivals, I actually dignified his question with a response. Konoha is weak. They are not in much of a better position than Suna at this point. We won't launch our invasion until after the Chunin exams in Konoha. The tree huggers would be too busy managing their increased mission load to bother with an ally as weak as Suna. What of the other villages? They won't matter, boy. We and Konoha are the only ones who share borders with Suna. We will push in quickly and thoroughly. When we've taken Suna itself, with few casualties, we will be able to ward off Kumo with that. With the resources of Suna at our disposal, we can easily replenish what we lose in the invasion and prepare ourselves for the rest of the villages. This will break the peace, Katsuchi commented. There was never peace, my son. Peace between hidden villages is nothing but the space between wars. It's better we invade someone else now, than we find ourselves the ones being invaded in a year or 2. I said, passing on some wisdom for the boy to pass to that daughter of his. Kuratsuchi would be my successor, but she was still decades away from being ready for the hat or seat. It would eat her up the same way I knew it would eat up Gaara of the desert. XXXXXX, unruly eye. Has this been verified? Darui asked the Umbu agent who delivered the report to us, and the agent nodded before being dismissed. I turned to my right-hand man and possible successor and waited to see what he thought of the whole thing. I take it we are to prepare ourselves for war, he said, and I fought down the urge to smile. Darui had the brains for the seat. Just not the strength. Not yet, at least. Only a possible invasion at this point. We will let IWA handle taking advantage of Suna's weakness, I said. Would you let them strengthen themselves like that, he asked. I know Anoki and Sarutobi, and I got the measure of this Gaara of the desert. Anoki will invade at the earliest opportunity. Sarutobi will scramble to help his only ally among the 5, and both Konoha and IWA will bleed themselves dry in the deserts of Kaze no Kuni. None of them will find much in the way of strength in those deserts. So we just stay out of things. That doesn't feel like you, he said, and I nodded. The thought of staying out of the fight wasn't one I was entirely comfortable with, but I could no longer think for myself. I had a whole village to consider in all the decisions I made. That was why I could keep my brother essentially locked up, even though it pained me to see his yearning to leave whenever I saw him. He could hide it better now, but not from me. The village bored him, but I could not let him leave. Both for his safety and that of the village. More the latter than the former, if I was being completely honest. I kept a tough shell about it, but I could tell when I'd been surpassed, and we had done that years ago. We have enough problems to deal with on our own without shipping ninja halfway across the continent to participate in an invasion we have no business in. Speaking of, how are the repairs going? I asked, pinning him with a stare. The fight bled into some commercial districts, but most of it was contained. The repairs will be complete in a week at the most, he said, and I nodded. I know how difficult that must have been for you, I said to him, trying to show my sympathy. No, it was not difficult. The Umbu were right. Noel had been in the process of deserting the village, and it was my duty as his sensei to stop him. I've scheduled a public execution for a week from now, he said, and ignoring the words he spoke to understand the feeling behind them with practiced ease, I saw the path I had to take. You understand why I could never promote him past Chunin, do you not, Darui? Yes. Yes, I do. The Yatsuki clan intended to use him to stake their claim on Kumo. Me allowing him to learn the lightning armor without consequence had been a mistake. It gave them hope that one of their number could be Kage, and that is a dangerous thing. Good. Kumo has never been ruled by a shinobi from a clan for a reason. The clans had been unwilling additions to the village. They seek their independence even as they compete with one another constantly. Raising any one clan above the others can threaten Kumo's integrity as a whole. Yes, Reikage-sama, he said. He still blamed me. Perhaps part of him would always do so. I should never have allowed Darui to take the boy under his wing. I should have seen this. Reikage-sama. A messenger screamed as he entered the office, out of breath almost completely. Straighten up, man. And speak, Darui chastised, bringing a smile to my face. The prisoner, Noel Yatsuki, has escaped. His cell was found empty, he said, and my table flew out of the window without me even noticing that I'd moved till I heard the glass shatter. XXXXX, Gaara of the Desert. Player has achieved Hidden Life Objective 3, become the Kazekage. Because of this, game will now be restructured to account for this. Tutorial section is officially over. Special note from System Administrator, good luck, kid. You're now in the major leagues. Initializing begin. Points and levels now calibrated to cater for new upper limits. New upper limit equals Otsutsuki level, previous upper limit equals Madara Uchiha. Stats now recalibrated to include new stats, perception, agility, to replace dexterity, and vitality. Stamina bar now completely removed. Chakra capacity between gamer and tailed beast now separated. You can still use both at will. Quests will now be auto-generated and accepted depending on the circumstances. Player now given the ability to observe other persons in universe. Ninjutsu now separated into ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu. Genjutsu will now affect player if genjutsu level exceeds player's perception stat. The blue screen that popped up the moment I returned home kept going, dictating all the ways the game was either being nerfed or buffed. The part about genjutsu made me want to scream. Look at me, thinking I was Itachi-proof for free. However, apart from that, many changes seemed purely aesthetic, making things more sensible in the game itself. Sadly, the game would take 24 hours to initialize and implement everything. I didn't have 24 hours to spend doing nothing, so I moved through the house I'd grown up in, cherishing the last memories before moving to the home set aside for the Kazekage and his family. Sharing a house with Temari and Kankuro would be awkward after always being separated from them. Still, I couldn't send them away. They were useful tools for anyone with enough ambition and stupidity to consider rebellion. I also couldn't stay away from the house. I needed every sign of legitimacy I could get. I couldn't allow anyone to get any foolish ideas. It was already a few hours after the council had submitted, and I was sure the other villages would soon receive reports about what happened. Spies were everywhere. No weaknesses would be tolerated. Speaking of strength, though, I had an idea after the fight with Kimimaro a few days ago. We would be sending Orochimaru back to Konoha. The bounty was too valuable for us to consider anything less. The money would be a useful boon. My victory at the Chunin exam had solved many problems, but the village was still bleeding money, passed on to the citizens. The first enemy I'd be facing as Kage would be a stagnant economy. So much fun. Instead of going straight to the mansion and confronting the awkward situation with my siblings, I chose to make a detour to the medical corps. Chiyo had been entrusted with the bodies of the Sound Five, and her first mission was to decode the secrets of the dead bone pulse. The Kagaya body was the most valuable thing to fall into our hands in a long time, and I couldn't let it go to waste. As I walked towards the medical corps, I came up with orders and issued them in the same motion to the ANBU guards following me, feeling them leave to carry them out before returning. It was efficient, if a bit unsettling, to speak into the air and know my wishes were being carried out almost instantly. First things first, our Genin and Chunin situation needed addressing. The academy had to be revamped, so I scheduled a meeting with the head of the academy to start. We needed higher graduation rates and condensed academy education for the next 2 years, at least. War was coming, and we had the smallest military of the Great Five. Ordinarily, I wouldn't care about that. In the desert, I was invincible. Suna would prevail against any invasion, but that wasn't relevant to my goals. Orochimaru had left behind a promising ninja village in the land of rice, and the easiest way to avoid being invaded was to invade someone else first. We would strike Oto, hard and fast, plunder their labs and people, and return the spoils to Suna. It was a perfect plan. XXXXXXX. A fascinating Kekkei Genkai if I've ever seen one, Chiyo commented as we stared at Kimamaro's body together. While she spoke, I examined the body using my own diagnostic jutsu, watching and learning how the body responded to specific stimuli. Yes, complete control over his bone structure by manipulating hormone and cell production at will. It's truly unique. However, how's the progress on the second objective? This isn't purely academic, after all. I know you believe Orochimaru had a method, but I still can't see how it's possible. Replicating an entire Kekkei Genkai is impossible. Transferring a Kekkei Genkai from one body to another. No. If that were possible, we'd be doing it all the time. Difficult but not impossible, Chiyo-sensei. Don't delude yourself, boy. I thought little of it, if anything. Doesn't change anything, does it? Indeed, Kazekage-sama. Indeed, she replied mockingly, her use of the title dripping with irony. That seemed to be her preferred way of using such a title. Her constantly shifting means of addressing me would eventually get on my nerves, but not yet, not now at least. And the other option? The body remains in perfect cellular condition, accommodating the cancerous state. Moreover, we can easily extract enough genetic material to start our own Kagaya clan. Ask the question, she prompted, holding back something in her words. I could tell she wanted me to ask by the way she framed her response. Chiyo's games could be quite tiring at times. She found amusement in things that often left others bewildered, even weeks after the fact. Fortunately, this time she didn't break into the kind of laughter that made it seem like she might collapse at the slightest push. However, the chuckle she released was grating in its own right. The Kagaya clan. The dead bone pulse is a powerful Kekkei Genkai, but the inherent madness in the clan is a risk Suna can't afford. We need powerful shinobi, yes, but not at the cost of loyalty. Loyalty is crucial. You're aware of what happened with Bakura of the Scorch release, correct? She asked, and I nodded. Previous Kazekages have been cautious about empowering their shinobi too much. Some might see it as a weakness or unhealthy paranoia, but it's the cold pragmatism the desert demands. We're unlike the other nations. We can't afford infighting and factionalism. That's why I supported your rise to Kage. Your strength will unify Suna, but if you bring in a clan with such instability, you might be lighting a fuse that's set to explode. Maybe not now, but in decades. Is that the legacy you want to leave for your children? She asked, walking past the table that separated us and held Kimamaro's body. When she stood beside me, she placed a hand on my cheek and gazed at me, conveying the weight of her words. The unsaid message was clear through her eyes. I supported you for Kage. That support will disappear if you do this. I merely smiled and nodded, suppressing my anger that flared momentarily, as if I were a gamer. Chiyo's arrogance was familiar to me. I had used it to secure her support, after all. But it seemed it would come back to haunt me much sooner than I anticipated. She would need to be dealt with. Not now, but soon. Have you thought about what to do with Temari? She inquired, her gaze intense. I stared back, trying to discern her motives. No. Keeping her as she is seems wise, I finally said, giving up on figuring out what the woman wanted. No. Yura will use her eventually. She remains a threat to your rule. She's my sister. Of course. I never expected you to do anything untoward with her. The desert doesn't forgive kinslayers. But she can't stay where she is now. What do you suggest? Remove her from him. Yura can't be her sensei any longer. His loyalty to you is questionable, and Temari is a tool that poses the greatest threat to your reign. She's my sister. Don't give me that, boy. Others might buy it, but not me. I've raised someone like you before. Given the chance and reason, you would kill her. Let's not fool ourselves. My Sasori was much the same. I simply stared at her, and she continued. What should I do, then? I honestly haven't considered it. Hand her and Kankuro over to Ebizo. He's one of Suna's greatest shinobi, so their development won't be jeopardized. You can also have someone loyal overseeing them. And you and Ebizo will have leverage for my cooperation. I completed the sentence with the unspoken part she left out. She just smiled, an ugly smile, like all her smiles were. I'll authorize the transfer, but don't test me, Chiyo, I said, staring her down and doing my best to communicate the many ways I'd eliminate her if sufficiently motivated. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Temari and Kankuro. When I woke up the next morning, it was to the notification that the system calibration had finished. Turns out there had been multiple notifications while I was asleep about the game changing a few things it was changing already, so the first notification had become obsolete. Apparently, a system administrator or something had gotten involved in the matter. If I was a more patient man, I'd have spent my time looking through the changes that were made and trying to parse them to understand what had happened. Instead, I just called up my stat sheet to look through everything at once, and oh was it interesting. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 4, 500/6000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. I watched the sheet with a scowl building across my face. Pretty much all my stats had seen a notable downgrade. What kind of nerf was this? It wasn't till I read through the notifications again that I realized that this wasn't a nerf at all. In fact, it was quite the opposite. It was a buff. My power level was the same, but the numbers had changed. That meant my limits were being shifted. The game claimed that it was being shifted to the level of Madara Uchiha or Otsutsuki something, so that was some serious scaling. And even when I hit that limit, I still had ideas for how to improve my powers. Beyond that, there was something else that caught my eye in the stat sheet. I still laid in bed in my old room in my old apartment, so I had the freedom to experiment. I stared right at my index finger for my right hand and watched it shift, becoming a yellow, earth-colored. I focused on it and changed the shape, thinning out the sand that had once been my finger, and sending it floating across the room before I returned it to its original position on my hand and watched it return to flesh and blood. Fuck. That was every bit as cool as I expected it to be. It made all the worries I had, the inner fears that I had even from myself, to fade away. I'd beaten Orochimaru by luck. It was a fluke. I was S rank, but barely. Nowhere near the level of any of the Kage fuckers floating around. But now, I'd basically become unkillable. With this kind of power, I'd gone from bottom barrel scum to hanging with the truly scary big guys. The fact that my effective chakra capacity had gone down by a fuckton didn't even bother me as much as it could have. From what I understood, 3,000 chakra points was more than enough to carry out all the jutsu I needed to. All I had to do was be more careful about how I spent the chakra that had become my own. A quarter of it was already gone in maintaining a clone that I needed to perform special duties at the capital. That was non-negotiable. Speaking of the capital, the first bit of aid was due to arrive today, and I needed to be ready to receive it whenever the time was necessary. It wouldn't do for me to not be there to take the credit for what I had done. I walked out of the room after taking a shower and freshening up. My home had enjoyed amenities beyond the pale for the average home in Suna, and luckily, the place I was moving to would enjoy similar amenities. I couldn't end up moving into the Kage mansion last night. By the time I'd finished with Chiyo, it was well into the morning, and I was happy to take the excuse to procrastinate the awkward meeting. I was also going to be doing that this morning as I walked towards the office to begin my day instead of the mansion like I'd told myself I would. When I was greeted by the secretary, she met me with some robes and hat in her outstretched hands. I accepted them with a smile. The Kage gear had to be resized to fit me, but Suna tailors worked quickly. Very quickly. I put it on and smiled at her, slightly disheartened when she seemed to cringe backwards a bit. She'd been my father's staff, and clearly not one of those ready to deal with me on a daily basis. If I was Naruto or pretty much any other anime protagonist, I would have resolved myself to changing her mind. I wasn't them though. I was more pragmatic. In my position, I needed a secretary I could trust to have my back fully and completely. She wouldn't be able to fulfill that role. Not now. Maybe not ever. Still, I maintained my smile till I walked into the office and made a gesture with my hands calling down the Umbu agents hidden around the office. My orders were simple. We needed information, so I had them liaise with others who would liaise with our agents in all the other villages. I needed to know which villages would be mobilizing and which ones would be staying put. If war would come, we would need to be ready. And I ended things by asking for a map of Ta no Kuni. War against Otogekyur was still months away, but I had to make myself as conversant as I could with much of the geography. My meeting with the academy head was set for a few minutes for now so we could follow up on the changes being made to the curriculum. Toshiro-sensei, I greeted the man as he walked in. His white-haired form dropped into a bow almost instantly. I smiled at the respect. It was manipulative, he wanted something, but being treated like an actual kage by someone who wasn't, the Umbu who had sworn their lives to me was a refreshing experience. Kazekage-sama. My heart and sword are yours, he greeted. Good. Now let us dispatch with all the formality. We have work to do. Yes, Kazekage-sama. You mentioned changes to the curriculum. Yes, we will need a condensed curriculum for the next 2 years to match the village's militarization. The peace the 5 nations have enjoyed will come to an end sooner or later, and the village hidden in the sands shall not be caught lacking when the time comes. A condensed curriculum. This is most unusual, Kazekage-sama. Is it? I have it on good authority that something like this has happened twice before already. Those were all in the middle of war, Kazekage-sama. War is what I am preparing for, Toshiro. Believe it or not, war will come to these lands sooner or later. There has been peace for over a decade, Kazekage-sama. This is the largest era of uninterrupted peace in the history of the 5 villages. Which is precisely why we must prepare ourselves, Toshiro. Our kage was assassinated by a rogue ninja from Konoha. Our allies do not remain as such, we are on our own and must be ready for anything. But a great ninja war. The greatest of them all is coming, Toshiro-san. Think. Use that brain of yours. Peace for over a decade means the other villages have had more than a decade to advance and prepare their war machines to deal with us. Unlike them, we have only suffered since the wars ended. Our daimyo has seen fit to humiliate us at every turn, and Raza's leadership was not the best. Suna is weak. We must fix this, Toshiro. Together. You are the only one that can help me with this. Can you do it? Your Kazekage requires this of you. Yes, Kazekage-sama. What changes are you suggesting? He seemed to have come over to my side of things and took out a notepad and pencil from one of his pockets. I'd had to raise a hand to prevent the Umbu from interfering. First of all, we will condense the curriculum to 2 years. Starting from the first year, Kazekage-sama. He asked and I nodded, ignoring the frown that began to spread across his face. Kazekage-sama is a prodigy with unseen talent, but that is not the situation of the average academy student. The average 8-year-old does not have the body strength or chakra capacity to deal with the rigors of ninja life, he said, trying to put as much respect in his tone as he could to take out the sting of disagreeing with me. It was then that I noticed the fear he was doing his best to hide. Has that always been there? Yes. I understand. That is why the academy will be matched with a revamped Genin Corps. The Jounin track will be abolished, and every academy graduate will be placed in the Genin Corps for a minimum of 2 years. There, they will learn under the tutelage of a rotating roster of Jounin and Chunin. Graduates will be examined and instantly promoted to Chunin, I told him and watched the dread build across his face. 10-year-old Chunin, Kazekage-sama. Do not limit your thinking to the way things have been. Prepare to understand new limits of what is and is not possible. We will graduate the best of the best. The remainder will be sent to various administrative functions within the village and the Land of Wind itself. Within the Land of Wind? Yes. Kazekage-sama. There is another issue. What will we teach in this accelerated curriculum? 6 months of basic education and physical fitness to begin with, and then ninja skills for the rest of the period. Ideally, we will focus on chakra control, the beginning of elemental control, taijutsu, bukujutsu, medical ninjutsu, and fuinjutsu. All of this will be expensive, Kazekage-sama. Do not worry. The daimyo has approved increased funding to the village itself, and part of that will go to the academy. We will also be changing the rotation of academy teachers. All fit and battle-ready Chunin will be sent to remedial training to prepare for active duty, and only injured or aged Chunin will be eligible to teach at the academy. Kazekage-sama. I must protest. Noted and ignored. He slumped back in his seat after he'd made as if to rise. In Suna, the academy was basically a cushy retirement job. Chunin with little future prospects got to retire from active duty and earn a greater than living wage while doing little beyond producing mediocre genin year after year. That had to change. If I wanted to change the way the academy operated, I could not do it with the same staff that had basically upheld and created the system I was trying to change. If there's a fire you're trying to douse, you can't put it out from inside the house or something like that. What else, Kazekage-sama? He asked, with a scowl building up on his face. Nothing for now. My next appointment begins in 5 minutes. My people will reach out to you to schedule another meeting to hash out the specifics, but if you could generate a draft curriculum based on the details I have given you, then I will be most grateful, I said, waiting for him to nod and scurry out of the office. I didn't have another appointment. Not for hours, at least. That meant I had time to solve my secretary problem. Mabuki lived in an apartment building on the edges of town. Adopted by a counselor she might have been, but that counselor also happened to have adopted a dozen other orphans that showed potential to be great in future. It was the business she was into, and while I did not judge, it might have made things more difficult for me in this particular instance. Should I be seen favoring one member of my council over the others so early into my reign? It was a balancing act. How to achieve what I wanted with the least amount of resistance from those who were ostensibly supposed to be helping. Still though, having someone I trusted around me was worth more than whatever ill will or suspicion it could generate within the council. Those old farts were so used to their petty games and backroom dealings that they would never contemplate me appointing Mabuki to such a sensitive position as the one I was about to without some sort of deal having been made. Still, even that would have its purposes. Division amongst the counselors was to my advantage in the end. If they were too busy questioning who had or hadn't made deals with me and being suspicious of each other, they wouldn't have the time in the day to fuck with me or my plans. Like all things politics, it was stupid and illogical, but somehow managed to work. When I entered the apartment, I was actually surprised to find her inside. When she rushed at me with a hug building up, I was only mildly surprised. The Umbu didn't react. I'd already prepped them for this. Mabuki was one of those they were not to harm under any circumstances. I understood the hole it left in my defenses, but I trusted her. And it was also a red herring for anyone who wanted to attack me. They'd see Mabuki as the weakness she was and focus on using her to get to me instead of the 500,000 other things they could try. Sometimes, it was better to have an obvious weakness, because you'd know exactly what to protect against and would have your guard up for it at all times. Even as Mabuki wrapped her arms around me, I scanned her chakra to make sure and my sand ran across and into her body without her detecting it. Years together had made her accustomed to having my chakra run across her body like this, so she had no reason to be suspicious. I'm sorry, she said, suddenly bolting out of the hug once she realized who exactly she was squeezing the life out of. Kazekage-sama, my heart and sword are yours, she said, dropping to one knee and bending her head in deference. I picked up her hand and held it tight as I could. Gaara to you, Mabuki. Always Gaara to you. When she wrapped me in a hug the second time, I did my best to return it in the spirit it was given. After a few minutes, I finally managed to extract myself from her death grip. What are you doing here? Can a man not visit his Wani-chan on his own? Must he have a reason? The first thing wrong with that question is you calling yourself a man. Still have a few feet to go, methinks the laugh her statement got from me was real and full. A full belly laugh ripped itself out of my lips before I could stop it, not like I'd ever try. I've got a job for you, I finally said when I sobered up. I have a job. A better job, then. Head of the hospital? She asked, eyes comically large, drawing another laugh from me. I missed her. I missed this. Just someone who was with me for me. Not my strength, not my name, not what I could do for or to them. Nothing quite so impressive. I'm in need of a secretary. I've never been a secretary, she deadpanned. I've never been Kazekage. We'll learn things together. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. Well, I say it is and I'm Kazekage so I'm always right. The banter was smooth and easy. Just as I preferred it to be. Why me? She asked, and I could tell the question was a serious one. Because I trust you. That's the most important thing to me. I trust you. I trust you to tell me when I'm wrong. I trust you to do what I need you to. I trust you not to hide things from me or spy on me. Am I wrong to do so? Never, Gaara. Never, she said and I nodded, expecting the answer. Good. Now, will you take the job? I asked her and she nodded before glomping me with another hug. Mission accomplished. Hold on. Hold on, she finally said after a bit. I need to negotiate. They said we should always negotiate jobs, I laughed right in her face at that. Mabuki was a genius, but could be an idiot a lot of the time. I'm serious, she said, pouting. Okay. What do you want? I said, trying to take her seriously. A better apartment, she said first. You can have my old house. Apart from the location, it's practically a mansion of its own. Pay. Whatever you decide it is. Just be reasonable and I won't have any problems, she nodded, looking immensely grateful, not realizing she was the one getting the short end of the stick here. If I chose to pay her, I'd most definitely overpay, and the girl would never pay herself a ryo she felt was unearned. It annoyed me that even years after coming to this world, I was still applying lessons learned from my old one. A trick like this was pretty much based on the idea some companies had that if you gave employees unlimited time off, then they would actually take less time off. Using such tactics against Mabuki felt dirty, but I didn't know better. Couldn't be better. Like the scorpion always says to the frog, it is my nature. Energized from the meeting with Mabuki, I made my way to the Kazekage mansion next. I'd face off with my siblings and end this silent tension once and for all. I walked in through the gate and entered the living room. I was unsurprised to see Kankuro and Temari sitting in the living room. It had become a habit to send my san scouting the environment whenever I was entering a place I did not completely feel safe in. It was telling that I didn't scan Mabuki's apartment, but I was scanning the home that bore the last of my family. Raza had done a thing. A stupid thing in keeping us so estranged from each other. The living room was large, multiple couches dominating the place, and Fuinjutsu script visible on every wall. Probably regulating the temperature within. It was the only way a building like this could be habitable in the heat of the desert. Too busy looking at the script, I paid no attention to my siblings, so I could not see them share a look before Temari ran right at me. For some reason, my san did not stop her. She clutched me in a hug, seeming to hold on to me for dear life as tears ran down her face. She was taller than me, so it was a bit awkward, but Kankuro, who dwarfed the both of us, came right behind her and wrapped the both of us up in his own embrace. What was this feeling? Is this what family felt like? It was similar to what I felt with Lord Naruheya. This feeling of completeness. I felt complete with the both of them, like a part of my soul had been searching for something and found this in this group hug. Gaara. We've missed you so much, Temari said, sobbing increasing, and Kankuro squeezed us even tighter as if to show his agreement. Missed me? How? They did not even know me. We barely met during a chaotic mission. How could they miss me? It was a lie. It had to be. Some sort of trick to make me let my guard down for them to take advantage of and pull the rug out from underneath me. If it was, why did it feel so perfect? Why was I so happy now? Why did my san not defend me? Why weren't the Umbu doing anything? Why? Why? Why were the feelings in the world itself disappearing? Where were they going? Gamer's mind. Why? I found myself inside my mindscape starting at a massive creature. Quest notification: you cannot turn off Gamer's mind to feel emotions fully until Shikaku is subdued. Subdue him. Objective: defeat and subdue Shikaku. Rewards: status, perfect Jinchuriki, plus 20 to all stats, plus 15 to san control. End of chapter. Chapter 26, start of the Chunin exams arc. I stood in front of the teams we'd be sending to Konoha with a smile on my face. The smile brightened as my siblings caught it and sent theirs in return. Well, Temari did. Kankuro was careful not to do anything with his face that might distort the war paint he'd spent the better part of the morning putting on painstakingly. The fact that Temari had refused to help because she thought it was stupid, and my clone had been little help because he'd ruined it on his first 3 attempts and gave up to continue practicing meditation. It was actually impressive that he could get that much paint applied all on his lonesome was impressive and fucking stupid. He was still going to have to spend a few days of travel before even getting to Konoha. Sure, it was paint that would survive the journey, but he still had days to spend in Konoha before the first stage of the exams would begin. What was the point in applying it now when he'd have to reapply later? I turned to the last 2 members of his genin team, and my smile bellied the depths of the pride I felt in staring at Shira as he stood near their sensei, Ebiso. His case had crossed my desk after I revised the academy's requirements, and I'd been quick to approve both his admission and graduation as they occurred months after each other. My record of 1 day at the academy remained undisturbed, but his 3 months there was something else. And I'd even looked in on a few of his training sessions, and he was good. Probably better than what Rock Lee was at this point. Unlike Lee, he was an actual genius. A genius of taijutsu only, but still a genius nonetheless. In 3 months under Ebiso, he'd become better at taijutsu than I was. Better than everyone I'd ever seen. Technically, at least. The other teams heading to Konoha also caught my eyes as I stood in front of them. We'd be sending around 11 teams this time to avoid drawing undue attention to ourselves by sending too little or too many. All of them were more than strong enough to survive the exams. I'd watched a few of their training sessions personally to make sure no Suna lives were being wasted by being tossed into the meat grinder that Chunin exams could be, needlessly. There was also the fact that this would be the last Chunin exams till I unleashed the hounds of war on Ta no Kuni and sent my elite Jounin and Umbu tearing apart the countryside in search of Orochimaru's hideouts. I'd spent months coming up with a war plan, having Umbu teams scout the areas to point out probable sites of bases, and getting the approval of the council. They hadn't needed much convincing to get to my side of things, especially after Chio had gotten some success in transplanting the cells of the dead bone pulse into a few fetuses at the hospital. We had a while to wait till we'd know if we succeeded, but they were hopeful. Luckily, Chio hadn't managed to infect them with her unnecessary paranoia. When the last team arrived, looking shocked to already see me waiting for them, I coughed to get everyone's attention as I walked closer to them. Most of them were older than me, but they all still stared at me with a mixture of fear, awe, and reverence. All except my siblings, that is. The most devoted of them seemed to be a toss-up between Shira and the white-haired girl from Team 17. My ninja, I said in greeting to all of them. Genin of Sunagakure, I stand before you as proud as any Kage can be. A greater gathering of potential than this one has never been seen before, and might never be seen before again. Standing before me are the cream of the crop. The brightest candles of Sunagakure. Go forth and show the world our strength. Don't let the wind snuff you out, and make me proud, I said before disappearing in a shunshin I was sure none of them could track. One benefit of being Kage was that I never needed to go on missions, so I'd had months to work on my skills. Mostly the subtle stuff that could be trained in the Kazekage's private training grounds, but I'd still gotten a few city busters under my belt. They weren't perfect, but they were a work in progress. Speaking of works in progress, I checked in on the clone working on meditation only to receive a feeling of disappointment. After 6 months, it was time for me to give up on that avenue of attack. My inner world seemed to be inaccessible without turning off Gamer's mind, which wasn't even an option to consider. It seemed the mission to subdue Shikaku has to be completed pretty quickly. I had another appointment for now, so I moved the responsibility of thinking through the conundrum to that clone. When I arrived at the training ground, I found Dragon waiting for me, Tanto in hand. Are you ready, Kazekage-sama? He asked, and I nodded. He disappeared in a blur and it was all I could do to block his attack with the sword I took out of my inventory. Dark Sister, the Valyrian steel blade of Visenya Targaryen, and her great-great-grandson Demon sang through the air as I pushed his attack back and tried to retaliate with one of my own. The blade had been left without use until 4 months ago when I'd gotten the idea to pick up Kenjutsu as a hobby. I mentioned it idly to one of my guards, and the very next day, Dragon, the Umbu commander, was waiting for me at my private training grounds. The spell-forged steel sang as it clashed against Dragon's own chakra steel. The blade, enhanced with fire-type chakra as it was barely enough to keep me in the fight. Without it, I'd be bleeding on the floor dead already. Why fire nature chakra? The blade refused to accept anything less. It took it in droves and rewarded me by giving me a blade that could cut through anything if given enough leverage. I'd returned Orochimaru's sword of Kusanagi to a noble in the land of grass that offered to pay millions for it, so I couldn't know for sure, but I still theorized that the Valyrian steel would come out the better in that encounter. Even now, Dragon was careful to avoid prolonged contact between our blades and stuck to parries instead of blocks. The first time I'd cut his sword in two, he'd looked about to burst in tears. Of course, I had 7 identical copies sent to him the very next month, specially ordered from the Land of Iron. It had cost a pretty penny, but since I became Kazekage, Grandfather seemed keen on tossing money at me like there was no tomorrow, and the bounty from Orochimaru had been a healthy addition to my personal coffers. Speaking of bounties, I had another idea on the back burner that was supposed to come into fruition today. The meeting should have been set for an hour or two from now, but I put it out of mind. Mabuki would remain on top of everything. It was what she'd proven to be an absolute goddess with. The same organizational talents that let her graduate top of her class from the Mednin training division made her hilariously overqualified for managing what was essentially an entire village. We'd both underestimated the job I was signing her up for, but hiring her still proved to be the right course of action. I leaned backwards, dodging out of the way of a wide slash that had been aimed at my head before I transitioned the movement into a backflip. My agility stat governed things like this, and the higher I pumped it, the more my body seemed to ignore the laws of basic common sense and things like leverage and body weight. At this point, the bullshit the Uchiha fuckers could pull off in the anime was possible for me. Jump in the air and twirl between 2 flying shuriken. Sure. Easy peasy. With the seconds respite I got, I bent towards the ground and shunshined forward till our blades met again. The higher perception went, the more usable the jutsu became in close combat. If I got it high enough, could I become the second coming of Shursue the teleporter? Maybe. Who knew? We'd find out when my level got high enough. That was just it. Dragon spun around my thrust before sending his blade at my neck. Dark Sister lashed up like a snake and sent his blade flying backwards, and I held it at the ready in both hands as I waited for his retaliation. Instead, he just sheathed his blade and said, "Our session is over, Kazekage-sama." I nodded and returned my blade to my inventory. I'd started using it publicly after becoming Kage, and so far no one had asked any questions. Chio had stared at me suspiciously for a while but just gave up without ever asking. The others hadn't even done that much. It had helped me understand the aura of mysticism that powerful ninja enjoyed even from their fellow ninja. I did strange shit, and everyone just ignored it, assuming it was beyond their level, or a secret jutsu only Kage could know or something equally ridiculous. I nodded as I received a message from the clone I'd left in the office. It was time for the meeting. XXXX. The gathered Jounin and special Jounin of Sunagakure were enough to fill up a whole hall in the Kage building, so I'd chosen to use a public training ground for this meetup. The fact that there was sand right at their feet should deter anyone stupid from living up to their nature. I wasn't expecting betrayal at this point, but that didn't stop me from realizing that this was the best time for anyone who'd gotten most of the Jounin on their side to spring a trap. Civil war wasn't coming to the best of my knowledge, but leaders rarely ever knew when they were going to be deposed. I thought my policies were popular, but how would I ever truly know? Everyone could have been lying to my face. It was more likely that they were than they weren't, if I was being honest. Is everyone here? I asked Mabuki and she nodded after consulting with our clipboard. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Every Jounin and Tokubetsu Jounin of Sunagakure within the village. Even the ones that had been on leave, I nodded, staring at them for a few seconds as I contemplated what my approach was going to be. Welcome everyone. I will be straight to the point. Today, I am announcing a new division of Suna's military and a change in how we operate. The bounty hunting office will be headed by Yura, Jounin of Sunagakure, and staffed by a team of Chunin handpicked by me, and their functions are why I have gathered you here today. Nothing greeted my words but dead silence. They were all experienced shinobi. Hiding their reactions and emotions was child's play to them. Besides, nothing I'd said really concerned them. The part that concerns you is that Suna will now back all bounty hunting activities. In fact, we will do more than that. Each of you is encouraged to form teams at will and seek out targets on the bingo book. Any ninja with bounties you capture or kill can be turned in at the bounty office and you will receive 70% of the bounties as yours to keep. This one sent a hush through the crowd. They'd been silent before, but the feeling of the silence was beginning to change. This one tasted of anticipation as they hung on to my every word. How will that work? One of the Jounin asked when I opened the floor for questions. Good question. First of all, Suna will distribute copies of the latest bingo book to each of you with a revised threat rating created and maintained by the Intelligence Division. Instead of just letters with vague lower and upper bounds, we will recommend strategies and numbers needed for each target. For those targets too dangerous to be approached by any of you, they will be marked as flee on sight. When you defeat any of them, you will turn over the body or captive to Yura-san's office, and then you will be instantly paid with 70% of the bounty while Suna works to clear the amount from the nearest bingo office. I said to them as I tried to be as specific as I could about what was coming their way and how the policy would work. Is this compulsory? Are we no longer getting missions? Becoming full-time bounty hunters? That isn't what I signed on for. One of them said, causing a hush to spread across the crowd. I fixed the brave idiot with a stare and a blast of focused killing intent. I am your Kage. You signed on for whatever I tell you to do. But to answer your question, no. You can take missions as you normally would. This is just open to those who seek to earn some additional income for themselves or who spot opportunity in the middle of another mission. Now, in the absence of further questions, I will outline the structure of a bounty hunting team. Each team is to have 2 Jounin, 1 ninjutsu, and 1 taijutsu specialist, 1 Chunin, who must have medical training, and 1 member of the Sealing Corps. XXXX. After fielding even more questions about the chosen team structure, I was finally making my way back to the office with Mabuki by my side. Have you done it? I asked her, and she nodded before speaking. I still don't understand the rationale behind removing all our bounties, Gaara. The elders might be right that it makes us look weak to others. Like I told them, I believe it will accomplish the exact opposite of that. Suna will now deal with her problems on her own. All our missing nin are to be hunted down exclusively by Suna nin, and those we'd see eliminated in the other villages will be done in by our own hands. I told her with a smile on my face. And the real reason? I asked no questions when you gave the order, but I admit curiosity. That's fine. I like curiosity. The real reason is that we don't have the money to pay off all those bounties we put up. There is enough in the village coffers to satisfy the total sum put up in bounties, Mabuki objected. Being able to afford something isn't the same as having enough money for it. The truth of it is that while we could pay all our bounties off, we'd have to wear a really tight belt for the next couple years if we did. Besides, with our ninja going out and hunting bounties from other villages to force them to put up the cash for us, we have to be wary of another village repeating our technique and robbing us blind. I see. I don't completely understand, but I see, she finally said after a few minutes of silence. Good. I told her as a platform of sand lifted us into the air and took us straight into my office through the open window that I'd had installed. Unlike virtually every other Kazekage, I had nothing to fear from the sandstorms that often plagued the desert. I was the desert itself at this point. What do you think about our teams? I asked her as I walked towards my desk and dissolved the clone sitting within it before sealing the sand that made him up into my inventory. The ones at the Chunin exams. They'll do well. I don't know much about fighting, but you have faith in them, so I'll do the same. she said, beginning to walk towards her desk outside the office. Thanks for the reminder. Please report to Squad Zero's training by 0500 hours tomorrow. I said, smiling as she whirled around on her heels to face me. What? You just said it yourself. You don't know much about fighting. We need to fix that. As key as you are to Suna's future, we can't have you being easily killed, can we? I asked and she scowled before biting out. My time is too valuable to Suna for me to invest so much in Umbu training, she bit out in reply. Your life is more valuable to me than your time, Mabuki. Report to their training tomorrow. That's an order, I said, and she scowled at me before turning around and marching right out of the office. Have a good night's rest, sweetheart. You have a big day coming tomorrow, I called out to her as she left the office and slammed my door behind her. I reached into my inventory the moment she left and took out a scroll before beginning to study. I had the clone that had previously been working on meditation begin Fuinjutsu practice and chose to join him, working on a different aspect of the art. Fuinjutsu was one of the few great equalizers out there, and masters of the art were both valuable and dangerous. As a Jinchuriki, Fuinjutsu would always be dangerous to me, so it did me well to learn it. Besides, I had a seal I wanted to recreate for my own use. What seal is it, I hear you ask? Tsunade's Strength of 100 seal. The ability to seal away vast amounts of chakra within myself to use whenever I needed some extra oomph was just what I needed as my next trump card. Natural energy wasn't going anywhere anymore, so I had to go for the next available mega move. After I got the ability to sense the chakra that made up the world, I hadn't managed to do more with it and was beginning to suspect that I'd need to find a summoning contract capable of teaching me senjutsu before I'd manage to get that particular card added to my deck. And when I did, the thought of making another Strength of 100 seal for nature chakra only gave me shivers just from thinking about it. Sage mode anywhere and everywhere, on demand. That was the goal. XXXXXX 1 month later. I stared at the crowd as they returned, all downtrodden and despondent. As they saw me, their faces fell even further. The first 2 stages of the Chunin exams had been a veritable disaster. The messenger hawk that had been sent to me had me squeezing my fist in anger at the thought. For some reason, IWA had shown up to the exams being held in Konoha and had targeted the teams from Suna with unusual viciousness. This seemed to be a little more than just a little butterfly effect, but I would have to see for myself later when I arrived in Konoha for the finals. Only Temari's team had been able to scale through the 2 stages of the exam and the preliminaries. The reports I'd received told me they'd basically repeated Kumo's stunt at my own exams. Except instead of sending a Jounin-level ninja under the auspice of being a genin, they'd sent multiple teams of Chunin-level ninja that had run roughshod through the exams. IWA hadn't been on my list before this, but they'd done a good job of adding themselves. Still, I did my best to put an expression of pride on my face as the teams began to walk through the gates. Some of them slumped further upon seeing me, but that changed once they registered the look on my face and the parade waiting for them. Gathering the citizenry for a welcome like this one had been easier than expected. I'd just told Mabuki what I intended and had come out to find them all waiting for the teams along with me. They didn't even flinch upon seeing me. My strategy of taking walks through the village whenever I could to acclimatize them to my presence seemed to be yielding some dividends. Welcome, Genin of Sunagakure. You have done your motherland proud. The shock on their faces was delicious to see. You drove such fear into the cowards of IWA that they had to send their Chunin hounds after you in great numbers, and you still prevailed. Each and every one of you is worth 3 of theirs, and you proved it at the exams. My pride knows no bounds. I said to them, fudging the truth a lot but still being broadly accurate. Thank you for your service, I told them before dropping into a waist-level bow. The villagers behind me followed my example as we welcomed the genin back to the village. When I straightened up, I wasn't surprised to see some of them already crying and others looking noticeably cheered up. Even the effects on the villagers were noticeable. This hadn't just been about the genin. Sure, cheering them up was important, but they weren't the main goal. The main goal had been confronting whatever preconceptions the villagers had had in their minds and replacing it with a different one. I needed them to believe in my love for Suna and her citizens. That was the only way to get their support in the long term. With that bit of drama complete, I was able to return to my office after an hour of mingling with the crowd and joining the impromptu welcome festival the villagers had started. The fact that my presence hadn't put a noticeable dampener on things was a victory. A sign that what I was doing was working, even if only a little bit. Mabuki welcomed me with a smile and a new stack of paperwork. I looked through the steel orders, adjusting them where I felt was necessary before putting them in the outbox to be sent back to Mabuki for confirmation before being sent to the Land of Iron. The next document told me our water usage was going up noticeably. Dropping the prices each household paid for water had led to an increase in year-over-year consumption, apparently. When compared to this time last year, we were consuming as much as 1.5x the amount of water. The utility department had flagged it as a red, but Mabuki had changed it to a yellow as she added a note saying that most of the increase had come from people no longer treating water as a luxury and actually using as much as they needed. I agreed with her and signed off on her request to monitor the situation but do nothing about it. Sometimes I felt pity for the other Kage who were forced to do this job without having Mabuki by their sides. But then I remembered that each of them would put my head on a spike if they could, and the pity quickly disappeared. The next piece of paper had the report from the bounty hunting department for the last month. Apparently only 2 bounties had been turned in and Yura was already writing about it being a failure. I signed off on Mabuki's return letter politely asking him to be patient and maintain his post. I had no idea what the foolishman had been expecting. For 70 bounties to be turned in on the first month. These things took time. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 4, 500/6000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 27, The Forest of Death. XXXXX, Temari POV. After Gaara's send-off, the rest of the trip to Konoha had been relatively simple and straightforward. Like everyone had seen coming, Kankuro was already complaining about his face feeling itchy on the second day of the trip. Idiot that he was, he didn't take Gaara's suggestion of waiting till he arrived in Konoha to apply the war paint, or even my own suggestion of foregoing the paint entirely. Sure, it had been hip 70 years ago, but now it just looked comical. But apart from that, everything about the trip seemed to be going well. The other genin were nice and friendly. We got more attention than everyone else, but we bore it with ease. Being the children of the 4th Kazekage and the siblings of the 5th, it was understandable that the other genin would find us a bit odd, and there was also the jounin who watched us too with inscrutable looks on their faces. I would have feared for my life if I wasn't the sister of the Kage that I was. Gaara wasn't popular with the citizens or even the ninja populace as a person. Perhaps he never would be. People held grudges for a while, and memories of the Ichibi no Shikaku were slow to leave. But as a Kage, he'd probably go down as one of the best. He'd already fixed a lot of the day-to-day problems plaguing the average resident. Having lived in the mansion all my life, I didn't have much of an understanding about how living outside of it could be. I mean, Rin and the rest tried to give me context, but some things needed to be worked through. At least, according to the group of girls that I'd made friends with in the academy, things had been looking up since Gaara took the hat. Things like water and electricity no longer needed to be rationed so strictly, and more citizens of Suna were being given jobs all around the Land of Wind. Rin's dad had even been employed as a surveyor to help in increasing the mining efforts in the mountainous regions of Kaze no Kuni. I still remembered the way Naki had swept me into a hug and told me to thank Gaara for her. Both her parents were in danger of losing their home, but Gaara's policies had gotten the both of them highly paying jobs in the mining and banking sectors. I didn't understand everything they said. Things like economics and business were for career genin like them, not future elites like myself. But what I did understand was that Gaara was doing a good job. That wasn't the reason I wasn't scared of anything happening though. Everyone was scared of Gaara. I'm ashamed to say it, but until recently, both Kankuro and I would have fallen under that umbrella as well. It was just too easy to be scared of him. A prodigy like him. A Chunin at 6. A fully trained medical ninja before he turned 8, and Kage at 12. He was the kind of ninja you heard tales about. Not the kind you woke up to and met struggling not to burn the kitchen down as he tried to prepare pancakes for you because you told him your period had been kicking your ass the night before. The fact that he was so sweet contrasted way too heavily with the reputation he had. I remembered one of the first things I'd heard about Gaara from Baki, your brother. He wouldn't recognize you as such, so abandon that idea now. Gaara of the Desert is a cold-hearted killer. Never have I met anyone so well suited to being a shinobi than him. He would stab right through you if he had to get to his enemy, Baki had said when I'd asked him about Gaara before we'd gone on that fateful mission. And then Gaara had proved him wrong by saving our lives. That was when I knew that the rest of the world was wrong. They'd never see the brother I saw. The Kage I saw. Gaara cared. He improved things in Suna because he cared about the village. He stepped in to help Kankuro and I because he cared about us as his siblings. He had a bigger heart than anyone who didn't know him would ever be able to guess. The sad part was that we didn't know him until a few months ago. It was what made me a bit happy about father's death. We'd lost one family member and gained another, because without having father around to keep us separate, Gaara could be our brother. He could be an actual part of the family. Enough of that though, it was time to set camp for the night. We'd make it into Konoha tomorrow, and after that we had 3 days until the first stage of the Chunin exams began. XXXXXX. The first stage of the Chunin exams. A written test. Of all the things they could go with, this had to be it. Bunch of weakling tree hungers. I'd heard of a Chunin exam where all the competitors were trapped in a death room, and whoever made it alive got to make it to the next stage. That was the kind of thing I was looking for, not this pansy stuff. At that thought, I did my best to clear my mind. Kankuro was clearly infecting me with his peculiar brand of Kankuro-ness more than I'd expected. When the sheets were passed around, finally, I just stared at the questions in shock. What was this? Barely anything here had even been covered in the academy. I mean, I could see some questions I could answer, but the knowledge for those actually came from the occasional conversation with Gaara. My brother was taciturn most of the time, but Kankuro and I had quickly learned that an easy way to get him talking for long periods was to ask a question about something academic that he had to explain. Sure, it wasn't the most entertaining way to spend an afternoon, but it was our brother. Our perfect little brother. Back to the questions, and after I answered the few that I could, I stared at the back of Kankuro's head, waiting to see what would happen. When something began to crawl up my leg, I did my best not to react as a puppet arm holding a piece of paper revealed itself. I waited till the examiner was busy sending someone out before I grabbed the sheet of paper and placed it right on top of mine on the desk. It had my name and exam number written in perfect script with all the questions answered correctly. I recognized the writing as Shira's and wasted no time in hiding my original paper and leaning back to watch the exam unfold. Of course Shira could answer the questions. The boy had been held back at the academy for so long, he'd studied the entire curriculum and then some. A few minutes later the proctor began to speak. I didn't pay complete attention, but I did hear the bit about those who failed this exam never being allowed to take the exams again. What a terrible clown. I almost actually laughed when people began to fall for it and resign. Who was this Jounin from Konoha who thought he'd be able to tell actual Kage what they could and could not do with their own military forces? As if. When a team from Suna actually fell for it, I was tempted to toss my shoe at the idiots as they walked away. Fools. When the blonde-haired loudmouth Kankuro had argued with yesterday stood up to begin shouting about how he'd become Hokage even if he had to do it as an eternal genin. What an idiot. But somehow, even his foolishness sounded inspiring. It gave me a lightness in my chest as he glowed with a light I couldn't see. Was this what it meant to be charismatic? He spoke like an idiot, but still, part of me wanted to believe in his blustering. Reality was too strong for that, though. Kage were unfailing prodigies in every way. Being a genin by 12, he looked 12, probably disqualified him immediately. Of course, the stupid proctor then went on to reveal that the whole thing was a bluff after taking off his durag to show some pretty gruesome scars on his head. Fuck. That was metal as fuck. Hold on. Metal. As fuck. And now Gaara was in my head. Of course, the foul-mouthed Kage just had to infect me with his way of speaking. XXXXXX. After some rest, we stood in front of the gate set aside for our team and waited for the nudist proctor to begin this exam. Just get another scroll and head to the tower at the center. Too easy. Of course, that just had to jinx it. It was only minutes into the exam. We'd barely traveled more than a kilometer into the forest as we tried to get as close to the tower as we could, when we were attacked. They came out from nowhere, dressed in Iwa's blood red that never ceased to make the inner rin in me clench at how it clashed with their varying skin tones. The very first one punched Kankuro right in the face and sent him flying. I ignored the impact and dropped to the floor before taking my fan out from the holster in my back and unrolling the first moon. This was the legacy Baki had left me, the training that led me towards the Sand Core. My wind affinity wasn't as strong as Gaara's. I couldn't just lift things up from across the room by controlling the air around them, but I had power in spades, and my brother had taught me a few tricks that these bastards would soon become very acquainted with. Kankuro proved my faith in him to be well-founded when Senbin shot out en masse from the treeline at the trio of ninja as they dropped to the floor in front of Shira and I. One of them, the fat one, went through seals before slapping his hand on the ground. The mud wall sprang up swiftly and surely, being just in time to shield them all from the Senbin. Shira looked at me before I nodded and he jumped right in the treeline. If there was anyone who had gained a lot from training with Gaara's clone on the days when he could be convinced to stop wasting his time meditating and actually be of use to us, it was Shira. He listened to Gaara's words like they were the words of Kami himself, and soaked up his teachings like a sponge while coming back for more like a hungry dog. The lesson we'd be showing these bastards. Flank Tactics 101. Gaara's lessons always had stupid names like that. When the rain of Senbin stopped, I swung my fan right at them, kneading my wind chakra within myself and folding it up on itself to amplify my output. The storm of cutting winds ripped the stone wall apart to reveal nothing but loose rocks. They'd substituted from behind the wall the moment it went up. What kind of genin were these? I heard a sound from within the forest and I turned my fan in that direction and unleashed a storm of cutting winds in that direction that felled most of the trees to reveal nothing. I see. They were trying to bait me out or something. The bad news for them was that I was the one in the open where I was best suited to be. In the forest with them were some of the most terrifying ninja I knew. Kankuro had taken the few hours of training Gaara could get him with Elder Chio most seriously, and Shira was Shira. The sound of bone breaking helped me identify their location, and I tore it apart with winds again. This time, along with the wreckage and remains of cut-up trees, there laid the slashed-up body of an IWA Nin. Good Shira was playing his role perfectly. The moment they retreated into the forest, we'd fallen into Tactic 12, and the stratagem there was simple. Shira would confront the enemy, create a noise or sound to draw mine or Kankuro's attention, and we'd be the ones to actually take out the opponent. A sound to the left showed me one IWA Nin running right out of the forest, eyes wide and looking like he couldn't see a thing in front of him. He was running right at me, but I was willing to bet a good chunk of my allowance that he couldn't even see me. The signs of Kankuro's poisons were obvious. That's why I waved my fan once to tear his body to shreds. It was mercy. Shira dropped from the tree lean with a scroll in his hands and a barely perceptible smirk on his face. The last one? I asked. His smirk widened and he tossed me a scroll. Earth, the kanji read. Good, we already had a heaven one. He was easy. Surrounded his fists in earth and thought that made us equals. The older boy scoffed at the notion and my smile rose to match his. After Gaara had given him the chance and taken the shot on him, Shira was always searching for opportunities to prove his value. To show that he was the equal of any ninja who could use nin or genjutsu. I knew Gaara had even given him some trump cards that made him confident in his odds. Gaara had given all three of us something, and until Kankuro and Shira told me what they had, I wouldn't be telling them what I'd been given. We were still competitors after all. It would be cruel for Konoha to make us face off against each other in the third stage, but it could happen. When Kankuro finally came out from the tree lean, Shira spoke, "We have our scrolls. Nothing else awaits us in this forest. Let's leave," and quickly, I agreed. Kankuro didn't. Why not help the rest of the Suna ninja? If we got ambushed, they might have also been ambushed. He said, showing unusual concern for our countrymen. Kankuro. Don't let your crush cloud your judgment, crush. What crush? It's not about that. It's about helping our countrymen. Didn't Gaara teach you about that? Yes, he did. But Kazekage-sama also taught me to think things through. How will we locate the other Suna ninja? What is the guarantee that they haven't already fallen to their possible attackers? And the longer we wait here, the more we open ourselves up to ambush from another team. Maybe a stronger, better coordinated team will show up the next time around, and it will be your dead bodies Kazekage-sama comes to Konoha to collect. Fuck you, Shira, my brother replied before jumping on a tree and starting to run. Luckily, he was heading towards the tower. Good. I looked at Shira but he just shrugged before joining Kankuro and I joined them with a sigh at the end. Men. XXXXXX. Preliminaries. Trust Konoha to make their exam so simple that too many people were able to pass it. We'd be getting a series of one-on-one battles to determine our places in the next stage of the exams. And the selection for who'd be facing who was supposed to be random. But after the Uchiha boy had faced down an IWA Nin and torn him apart with brutal taijutsu and fire release, before a Hyuga boy had come down and done the same, the rest of the IWA Nin seemed to face off against each other. I might have believed in the randomness but I was a ninja, not a clown. 3 fights. IWA Nin against IWA Nin all 3 times. Only an idiot would fall for that. Add to that the fact that the third Hokage sat on his throne above all of us staring down at the IWA Jounin with hard eyes, and it was clear to see that there was some subtext here I couldn't understand. At least I couldn't until Kankuro whispered the answer to me. IWA had sent way too many ninjas here, and they were stronger than the average genin. The fact that there was only one other San team here proved that Kankuro's worries had been well-founded. But Shira's refutation still stood. The Suna team were also quickly eliminated as they went against a trio of Konoha genin, one after another. Each pairing seemed perfectly decided, to give each foreign ninja the hardest path forward and the Konoha ninja the easiest path. Of course, Konoha ninja would end up being paired up against each other in the second round of these preliminaries, but this round seemed dedicated to weeding out the foreigners with the Hokage sitting proudly on his throne daring us all to say something. My first match was against one IWA ninja. Daisuke, his name read on the board. I smiled as I took my place center staged. The Hokage might have thought this would be enough to get us out, but he had to be underestimating us. We were the students of Gaara of the Desert, Ebizo of the Roaring Winds, and Baki. We wouldn't be stopped. When the proctor signaled for the fight to start, I unrolled my fan to the third moon and swung it in the same motion. Gaara said it best, overkill doesn't exist. Strike hard, strike fast, and leave chaos in your wake. The winds hadn't been made to cut, though. So far, no one had killed their opponent, and I didn't fancy being the first. Mercy is a gift. Give it often. The winds picked up my opponent, and carried him right to the end of the room before slamming him against the wall. When the attack ended, he was unconscious on the floor. I smirked right up at Kankuro and Shira as the Konoha Nin exploded into discourse. They could be so loud. A/N, now, I'll leave it there. The next chapter should finish the Temari POV though and get us back into action. Chapter 28, Plotting. We will need to draw a strategy for a possible invasion and counteroffensive of the hidden stone village. If we make a push, how far could we get? What challenges will we face? What would a preemptive strike look like? Is there any key infrastructure we can damage in a blitzkrieg attack? I asked my impromptu war council as I sat behind the Kage desk. IWA had recently made themselves more urgent enemies with their actions at the Chunin exams. Speaking to the genin after the festival had given me enough information to understand that while the IWA offensive had not been necessarily organized, they definitely sought out Suna Nin above all others. It spoke of a hostility between our villages that went beyond the norm. As I hadn't done anything to piss them off recently, I was willing to bet that they were planning to do something to me. Propaganda to turn the troops against the enemy was one of the preludes to war after all, and that was why I convened this group. Apart from all the counselors, we had the ANBU commander, Dragon, the Jounin commander, and the academy head, along with Mabuki and a representative from the hospital here to offer what advice they could as I drew up plans and discarded them. Blitzkrieg? Dragon asked, unfamiliar with the word. I cursed myself again. Too much freedom had me slipping more and more into terminology and language from my old life. It's a kind of surprise attack using rapid, overwhelming force to take the enemy by surprise and get them disoriented and reeling. It's basically just attacking something important with so much firepower that they're paralyzed from the effects. I explained with a wave of my hand, and the masked man just nodded, taking a notebook out of somewhere and jotting down something I couldn't see. Thank you, Kazekage-sama, he said, and I nodded, trying to move on to something else. I also need a concrete projection of what they can do if they were to flip those tactics on us in the first place. What vulnerable targets do we have? What can they take? What do we seek to defend with our last breath if the worst happens and the wolves break through the proverbial door? I asked the silent group of people. The counselors rarely ever contributed to these meetings, most of them content to watch silently and judgingly. It was how I preferred them, so I couldn't complain. That was why I was surprised when Yura was the first to volunteer an idea. The hospital, he said, and I nodded, having already had that on my own list. The water storage and treatment facilities, Ikanago responded next, the woman giving me a nod as she did so, showing that she was coming around even more fully to my reign. I thanked Mabuki in my head and I waited for the next idea. The academy. The younger generation is Suna's future, Tajiro contributed, adding his own 2 cents, and I nodded at the good suggestion. All these things were already accounted for in my own mental models. This was just to make everyone feel more involved in the decision-making process. If a surprise attack did happen, these targets would be prioritized over and above all else, so anyone who lost something or someone because of that would need a place to pin their blame. Making the decision-making a group effort like this would make the counselors much more unlikely to simply turn on me once winds swayed for my favor. Sure, they could just lie, but that went against the vibe I understood from them. Opportunistic bastards? Yes. Dishonest ones? No. The archives. Suna's records and forbidden techniques are of paramount importance. Goza chimed in and I recognized the suggestion with a smile and nod, showing my approval for his thinking process and idea. The medical Nin training division should not have taken this long before being mentioned. Chiyo sniped from her corner of the room, pinning the rest of the room with her gaze. Second to the hospital, it has the highest population of medical ninja, without the burden of so many vulnerable targets in the form of patients. The head of the hospital seemed keen to speak up at that, but I just raised a hand to quiet him. Chiyo was right. As a trained medical Nin, I could see just where she was coming from. With all due respect, honored elders, there is one target that you all seem to have failed to mention. The most important one of them all, Toshiro began, and I turned to him wondering where this was leading. It is you, Kazekage-sama, he said with a seated bow at me, and I noticed Dragon nodding enthusiastically from the sides. I am no target to be protected, Toshiro-san, I said. I disagree, Kazekage-sama. Blitzkrieg, was it? The word you used. It's about leaving the enemy paralyzed into inaction with shock and awe, is it not? All the previously stated infrastructure will wound Suna, but none would truly cripple her as thoroughly as the loss of a Kage with no viable replacement. At the end of his words, pretty much the entire council was nodding along with him in agreement. I need no protection, Toshiro. Do not forget to whom you speak. I am Sabaku no Gaara. He who is the desert itself. If you think I will hide while my home is invaded, then you are sorely mistaken. I am no ordinary Kage. I pledge it to you now, I will not cease to draw breath while the deserts move, I said to them, projecting myself to them with a smile. If I didn't dump so many points into my charisma stat ahead of all this, then the speech might have gotten me laughed out of the room. With it, the council looked swayed. They probably thought it a boast, but it wasn't. None would kill me while the deserts of Kaze no Kuni still moved. I had made sure of it. Now, let us leave such gruesome topics and sketch out our own invasion of Iwagakure. Dragon, tell me of the border situation. Mabuki, update us all on the geography before we begin. Focus on the key landmarks and possibly vital infrastructure. I dubbed this operation Blitzkrieg, and with the powers inherent to my position as Kazekage, granted S-ranked classification, I said, moving the meeting forwards, keen to begin the planning. XXXXX. Apart from planning a war, most of my time was spent in this very place. The Kazekage's private library. It seemed that all the past Kage had left some things of use here for their successors. The most useful by far were the third's writings on magnet release. While I wasn't going to go through the effort of learning to wield iron sand when my regular sand was already magnitudes more dangerous, he did include a lot of tips and tricks for defeating enemies from a distance with said iron sand. Not all of them were usable by me, but enough were that I could add a few things to my arsenal. Raza had written on gold dust and mining for gold in the mountains that made up parts of Kaze no Kuni's territory. Mining with ninja involvement had been limited in Raza's reign. As a result of my newfound affinity with the daimyo, he'd approved of me sending a clone out to the mountains every few weeks to help out with the mining. With me there, efficiency had nearly quadrupled, and now all I had to do was pop in twice a month to get the gold and other precious metals out in their crude form, and leave it to the miners and refiners to prepare it to be transported deeper into the country for further refinement and preparation for exportation. Jewelers from abroad were being subtly induced to either move manufacturing here or open outfits here. The daimyo had already passed strict border control laws, so not more than a fixed amount in unrefined precious metals could be exported every month. The real money was in refinement, and it was time to get our own share of the pie. Closer ties meant ninja could assist at every step, even beyond me, and civilians from Suna could be employed at the facilities. Already, the efforts were having effects across the board. Both Kaze no Kuni and Sunagakure were seeing the benefits of the new policies. And that was only from Raza's notes. The second Kazekage's notes were likely to have even greater effects. He was Suna's last true Fuinjutsu master, and while his work had never been on the level of the Uzumaki, whose teachings I was already working to devour, they were still useful in their own way. His grasp of barrier techniques was well beyond mine, and even if he hadn't managed to finish his magnum opus, he'd left enough notes and ideas behind that I could work to perfect it in time. As war was coming across the horizon, this seal was more likely to change the landscape of the world itself and Suna's place on the global stage. No, I am not exaggerating. In fact, I'm probably understating things a fair bit. The barrier he'd been working on was a miracle in writing. Not even halfway through before he died, but still done with the most important bit, he'd been working on creating a barrier that would allow the creator to change the climate and weather within a fixed area. No, that probably misstates things a bit. It lets the creator create a false climate within its range. His original goal had been to turn Suna from a desert into something else. Bold, but too ambitious, had been my conclusion after my first look at it. Sure, maybe if I was Mito Uzumaki or someone else, such a seal might have been within my abilities, but I wasn't going to have skill like that for a long while. Even months of focusing a single clone on Fuinjutsu and Fuinjutsu alone hadn't taken me to the level where it was feasible. Instead, what I could create were perfect glass houses, without the requirement for glass-domed ceilings. With the seal, I could set aside warehouses in the center of the desert that had Mediterranean-like climate and weather effects. Everything from rain to sunlight was going to be approximated by Fuinjutsu bullshit. It was going to take a shit ton of chakra to set up, but the good thing about a lot of barrier techniques was that maintaining them took much less chakra. The sealing core had gotten a lot of my attention for this very reason. I was having them scale up recruitment from the ninja populace so it would be possible to run an actual rotation of ninja that would power the seals. The logistics were coming together nicely, but I still had to do my duty of completing the seal itself. A clone had called me here because of the breakthrough, and I stared at him as he formed hand seals in front of a sealing circle. If this goes wrong, we'll be very dead people, I warned him. Not you, he said, and I shrugged in response. Of course, my life wasn't in any real danger. I watched in rapt attention as he slammed his hands down on the ground and flooded the seal with power. When it began to snow within the miniature house, he smiled at me and I smiled back. At least until he was blown to bits as the seal exploded right in his face. I transformed into sand and retreated to a safe distance away. I stared at the area where the clone had been before sand from the inventory transformed into a new one. One thing I'd noticed since the update had separated my chakra pool from Shikaku was that my chakra was growing. Some combination of age and constant stress from the clones I was always creating in my training was probably to thank for the consistent steady rise. XXXXX, Temari, at the Chunin exams. After my match, we only had to sit through 2 more snooze fests until it was Shira's turn to show these foreigners what he was capable of. When he jumped right over the balcony and stood in front of a brash boy with a dog by his side, I almost felt sad for the Inuzuka. Of course, Gaara had told us about the Inuzuka at his Chunin exams. To think that the same clan would run into misfortune at the 2 Chunin exams graced by her family. At least this time, this one's dog was in no danger. Shira was a softie unless someone was bad-mouthing Gaara after all. Oh no Akamaru, no need to be worried. He's from Suna. I heard their Kage is my age. They're totally a weak village, he said, making to reassure his mutt, but managing to seal his defeat in one stroke. Proctor, Shira said, gesturing for the proctor to hurry up and begin the fight. Ignore the stern look, Akamaru. He knows we're right, after all. What kind of village has a 12-year-old Kage? The Inuzuka boy had clearly been able to tell his first statement had gotten on Shira's nerves. Continuing on with that line of action was just stupid. Did no one teach him that pissing off enemy ninja whose abilities and techniques you have no idea about is a bad idea? Clearly they didn't, and I kept my eyes wide open once the proctor announced the start of the fight. As I expected, Shira did not move to begin the battle. Normally, he fought quickly and efficiently, trying to disable his opponent in as little time as possible to conserve his energy. But this boy had decided to strike at one of the few things that could get on Shira's nerves. When he was upset, his fighting style flipped right on its head. If I was someone like Gaara, I'd probably say something like how it was a holdover from his past of being looked down upon by people who were blessed with the things he was cursed to not have. When ticked off, Shira fought with arrogance. He stood still and allowed the Inuzuka and his dog to encircle him as they ran at him from different directions. I wasn't worried. Neither were Kankuro and Ebiso. We'd seen Shira fight, and I was willing to bet that when it came to straightforward combat, no one in this tournament would be able to measure up with him. He kept his gaze forwards, acting as if the dog and its owner were beneath his concern as he stared at the wall. The dog arrived first, jumping in an attempt to catch Shira's attention for the human's attack from the other side to progress. Shira moved. That's the best phrase I could use. 1 second the dog was in the air, mouth open and teeth flashing as it dove for Shira's throat. The next, and the dog was flying across the room before slamming into the wall with a worrying thud. Dog lovers across the elemental nations must have collectively winced at that. When the dog failed to get up, the human aborted his attack and ran right for it. Sloppy. Once again, Shira moved. He was next to the running Inuzuka in the space between breaths, and without a single word, twirled into a kick that sent the boy flying into the other end of the room. When he crashed into the wall and fell to the floor face first, he made to get up, but that was quashed when Shira appeared right above him and slammed his boot into the boy's head, smashing his face further into the ground. The sound of snapping bone was familiar to me, but the way it echoed around the room was harrowing. Winner, Shira of Sunagakure, the proctor said, not even bothering to check up on his countryman to affirm his capability to continue. Of course he didn't. No one would be getting up after a hit like that. The medical staff swarmed into the room dressed in their white overalls and wasted no time in gathering men and dog onto stretchers and leaving the room. What was that? The blonde loudmouth from the first exam screamed down at Shira, making to dive down and give my teammate a piece of his mind. Only the hand of his sensei on the back of his jacket, dragging him back, seemed to prevent him from jumping down the balcony. You bastard. Why would you do that to Kiba and Akamaru? He shouted, and Shira just stared at him, shocked. I couldn't deny feeling similarly. What was he talking about? These are the Chunin exams. He was lucky his friend wasn't even killed. Because I could. This is the ninja world. The strong rule and the weak are left behind. If you cannot accept that, I implore you to retire from these exams at once and return home, Shira said with a bow before jumping back up to his place next to the rest of us, ignoring the boy's return screams. Did you need to be so brutal with the Inuzuka? Gaara still wants an alliance with these people, you know that, right? I probed. He insulted Gaara-sama. Shira said with a shrug, and I just shook my head. It could be so simple for him sometimes. I longed to live in such a simple world. A world where Jounin from my own village didn't stare at me with greed and as if they were spotting a massive opportunity. A world where my brother was not constantly pressured to kill me to bring an end to the threat I posed to his reign. Gaara hit it well. Both Rin's cousin's friend had an aunt in the council, and that was where I got the direct report. Father had wanted me to be Kage. My thoughts were driven away once Kankuro's name was called. He was matched up against a stone nin, and he walked down the stairs with deliberate slowness while his opponent had jumped down the balcony. The older boy smirked straight at Kankuro when he finally arrived. I'm going to enjoy this, desert bastard, he said, and I almost burst into laughter at the absurdity of the nickname. Me too, stone fucker. Kankuro replied and Shira smirked while Ebizo coughed. The proctor signaled for the fight to start. If Shira was a prodigy, then Kankuro would be classified as the exact opposite of that. Shira only needed an hour or two a week with Gaara or Ebizo, but Kankuro had forced himself into every spare minute Lady Chiyo had in her day. He didn't need to be a prodigy to gain a lot from that. That's why the field with the both of them was consumed in a purple cloud in an instant, and when it cleared, the stone nin was on the floor unconscious. I could already hear the whispers from the audience. Poison, they whispered to themselves as Kankuro stood up and made his way to the balcony with the rest of us. They were right, of course, but only halfway. They thought the poison was the airborne smoke screen, none of them noticing the handprint around the stone nin's arm for what it was. Kankuro had clearly used the purple smoke to hide, unsealing his puppet, and using it to incapacitate his opponent in seconds. Kankuro's gift from Gaara, the minuscule sealing scrolls he hid in his clothing, were proving their use every day. Especially because he no longer needed to log around his puppet on his back in order to travel from place to place. XXXX. The second rounds of the preliminaries passed with very little fanfare, as we finally got to see the Konoha nin face up against each other for the first time. The most noteworthy of those fights had been the one between the two members of Konoha's vaunted Hyuga clan. There was clearly some bad blood on the part of the stronger one, the boy. Niji, he was called. He'd sent his clanswoman to the hospital with pathetic ease after a dance that lasted the better part of 10 minutes, before having to be stopped by Jounin from his own village from becoming a kinslayer in plain view of everyone here. And then the loudmouth had to jump down and swear a blood oath to avenge the girl that lost. This village was just filled with drama. None of the fights were particularly entertaining. None until mine, that is. I was paired against a boy, named Rock Lee. He disabled his Rock Nin opponent in the last round with a quick display of taijutsu and little delay. His fighting style was efficient and flowed in a way that reminded me of some of the kata I'd seen Gaara help Shira introduce to his fighting style. Even with all that, I had no fear in me. Taijutsu. I'd faced a superior taijutsu master every day for months, all in the name of training. The proctor began the battle, and my fan was out in a second. The chakra steel frame, allowing me to move it with speed that belied its frame. When the boy ran straight at me, I sent out a windstorm that he was just barely able to dodge away from. From another direction he came, and the same result followed shortly. I mentally prepared myself for him to try some nin or even genjutsu. Fire was the most common element in the land of fire, so I prepared myself to deal with it, until the boy ignored all the common rules of engagement and ran right at me again. I could hear his own compatriots questioning the action until his sensei let slip something that almost made me facepalm. Of course I had to be paired against Discount Shira. Another guarantee that this fight would be nothing to write home about. If he was just like Shira, then his only weapon was taijutsu, and he clearly was nowhere near my teammate's level. At least I thought so until the sensei screamed at him to take something off. I actually took a deep breath and prepared to close my eyes in case the last-ditch plan was for the boy to go nude to gain some form of advantage. Thankfully, all he removed were weights, as if a few pounds could make a difference in the chasm that existed between our levels. Of course, he just had to cause an earthquake once the weights hit the ground. While I struggled to keep my footing, he disappeared before appearing right next to me in a blur of pure speed. I dropped my fan to dodge out of the telegraphed kick before pushing out both hands and sending him flying with a sealless great breakthrough. Thank you, Gaara. He was able to spin in the air and land on his feet, but this time before he could bend his knees to move, I hefted my recovered fan and swept it across the room with my full power. The storm of cutting winds tore apart whatever stood between us and gouged scratches on the floor, but the boy was somehow able to outrun the winds as he ran across the wall of the arena before appearing right at the other end, behind me. No. I wouldn't lose. Not like this, I screamed as I forced even more chakra into the fan and executed my most powerful jutsu. Wind Hurricane. Already staggered from the sensation of losing so much chakra in one swoop, I was barely able to attempt dodging as the boy appeared right at my shoulder. I tried. I really did. But I just fell to the floor unconscious when his hand hit my neck. I'm sorry, Gaara. End of chapter. Chapter 29, The Trip to Konoha. I stared at the warehouse as my clone placed the final touches on the sealing script that surrounded it. After that experiment a week ago that ended up with a very dead clone, I'd had a clone spending every hour of every day working on the project, and now these were the fruits. We'd already had close to 10 demo tests to ensure that everything worked as it ought. Now that the seal was set up, the clone turned to me and winked before dispelling itself. I walked forwards on my own, ignoring the whispers of the small crowd that had gathered itself once the project had begun to get some attention. Ninja were naturally curious beings after all, and their presence had dragged the more daring of the civilians. At least they were all used to my presence, so none ran for the hills when I arrived hours ago to supervise. Now, I closed my eyes and dispelled all my clones across the village and began to fold my chakra in on itself. This was the first time ever bringing my chakra capacity to bear like this, so I was a bit taken aback when the wood in the buildings around me began to creak in place. Still, I didn't relent and began to go through seals as I prepared myself to power the seal. Dog, boar, rat, horse, tiger, I silently whispered to myself before slamming my hands on the ground and flooding the matrix with chakra. Dispelling all my clones ahead of time had proven to be a wise choice as the seal drank up the chakra I fed it and came back for more in no time at all. I felt it reach into me with greedy, grubby hands and suck my chakra dry like a vacuum pipe or something. When it was all over, it was all I could do to keep myself upright, resting against the floor as I was. If I were anywhere else, I'd have slumped to the floor and taken a nap. Here. A show of weakness like that could get me killed. So I steeled myself and stood up on my own 2 legs, operating off of pure willpower. I walked inside the warehouse and noted how the temperature and humidity were already noticeably different from how things were outside. Warehouse might have been a bad descriptor of the space that was to become the first of a dozen farms around Suna. It was about the size of 3 American football fields, and the others would probably be even larger to accommodate for the food needs of not just Suna but the land of wind in general. The goal was to supplement the foods we planted on the arable lands the Shodaime had been able to wrest from the leaf in the first Gakage summit and what we imported, not to completely take over food production. But if things went according to plan in a week, food immunity would be a done deal. XXXXXX. I stared at the seal in front of me with a scowl on my face. It was only about an hour until I was supposed to leave for Konoha, but I had a breakthrough coming. I could just feel it. Level 74 in Fuinjutsu had to be enough for this. The farmland problem was really bothering me. It turned out I'd vastly underestimated the amount of land that could be needed to grow crops to feed the whole of Suna. Even to meaningfully supplement it, I'd fallen short. I guess that was a lesson to involve actual professionals before attempting to revolutionize an industry. I'd had only 2 choices, either make the seal more efficient so I could use it on many more locations and increase the land available to us, or make the land we could get much more productive than any other. Option A had been a bust. That's what led me to my current project, Spacetime Fuinjutsu. If I could somehow accelerate the flow of time within the barrier when compared to that outside of it, I'd be able to ramp up production exponentially. Gaara. It's time to head to Konoha, Mabuki said from the door. No, I still have an hour. That's what you told me, I said to her in reply. That's what I told you an hour ago, she said, taking the wind right out of my sails. Fuck. XXXXXXXX Konoha. The first difference one had to notice between how Konoha and Suna appeared from the outside looking in was that Konoha had all the appearance of a sprawling metropolis. It was more city than village, at this point, and the Hokage did not seem to be shy of this fact. My best guess was that he was well aware of the conditions of Suna, and this little show right here was as much a show of force as it was an attempt to cow me into submission before negotiations even began. I'd sent a request through Ebizo to be allowed to arrive at Konoha some hours before the exams to negotiate with the Hokage, and while he'd allowed it, it was clear that he viewed our alliance with as much respect as I did. If not, why else would he give me such a welcome? Standing in front of the village gates waiting to greet me wasn't the Hokage, or even the Umbu commander. No, it was 1 Jounin and 1 Chunin, flanked by hordes of hidden Umbu. The Jounin. 1 Isejai Abirame. The Chunin. Hana Inazuka. If this was an attempt to take advantage of the familiarity I had with them from my first Chunin exams, then it was a poor showing. Those exams had no especially fond memories for me in much the same vein that my breakfast 2 weeks ago did. It happened, I remembered it, and that was that. Welcome to Konohagakure no Sato, the girl had greeted, with her Ninken companions conspicuous in their absence. I doubted she'd have been the one sent to do the welcoming if a certain member of the Yatsuki clan had been the one standing in my place. It's been a while, Hana-san, Isejai-san, I said, greeting them by name but not overly familiarly. Taking the hint, the Abirame had sent us moving almost immediately. That had been 20 minutes ago, and we were still yet to make it to the Hokage Tower. It would have been a statement about the size of the village if I wasn't aware that there were more direct routes they could have taken. Sending us through the bustling commerce district that probably saw more business in a week than all of Suna did in a month, at least before I took over, was an especially obvious piece of bolstering. I would have been more upset if it did not give me the opportunity to accomplish my own aims. On my back laid a new gourd of sand, and wherever we went, more and more grains of sand dispatched themselves to give me a comprehensive feel of the village and what was happening within it. Even with the sand practically baptized in my chakra, sensing through so many grains required a lot of concentration. That was why Hana Inazuka's attempts to stir up conversation mostly fell flat. No mention had been made of my father's death, our time at the Chunin exams, and anything they must have felt likely to set me off, so the available topics hadn't been particularly robust in the first place. It took us 40 minutes in the end. So close to an hour that I was sure no other village leader would have tolerated the disrespect. An attempt to feel me out. Now, the only question was, how would I react? Explode? Be visibly displeased. Allow it all to pass with no reaction. What to do, what to do. Thank you, Hana, I say Jai. And my condolences for your loss, Hana. I did not get the opportunity to convey them all those years ago. At least this time, there is no Inuzuka in the finals so we can avoid a repeat. It's always a shame, I said, taking a sick form of satisfaction in the way her face twitched and the way Jai's hand settled on hers to prevent her doing anything unwise. A relationship. Brought together by the corpse of a dead teammate, maybe. We are not enemies, Kazekage Dano, Jai said, looking at me. Are we not? The walk here would have made me think otherwise, I said in reply to him and began to walk into the tower, forcing the both of them to hasten up to walk by my side and guide me up the tower to the door to the Hokage's office. While we waited for the secretary to go in, another attempt to get on my nerves. Jai turned to me with an assessing look. Both of my Umbu guards similarly watched him. You do not want to find out what Konoha does to her enemies, he whispered to me as the secretary came out and waved me in. I just laughed in my head as I walked in. As if a village about to be raised had anything they could do to me. After going over my fight with Orochimaru, I'd been forced to come to the conclusion that there was no way the Snake Sannin was actually dead, and that meant that he'd pop up on his own sooner or later. Konoha was definitely on the hit list and this was the best opportunity to get to them. Welcome, Kazekage Dano, the Hokage began, rising to greet me as I walked into the spacious office. He stood behind the desk, and apart from the two Umbu that stood behind him, the office was empty. I guess it would be just us village leaders here for this one. Am I? I would have assumed otherwise, I started out swinging. Oh please, Kazekage Dano. I apologize for the long walk, but Konoha is quite a large village. We have been very fortunate over the years to gain such prosperity, but it has come with the cost of it taking an eternity to get from one point to another. It pains my old bones as well. Humph, I verbally grunted, allowing his poor excuse to stand as I walked deeper into the office and stood right across from him. We stood eye to eye, almost the same height. Me, yet to experience the growth spurts of teenagehood, and he, humbled by age. It was almost artistic how we represented two opposites of the ninja world. The aged veteran and the young prodigy. Please sit, Kazekage Dano. I would like to begin by offering my utmost condolences for your father's passing. Passing. You make it sound like he slept one day and did not wake up the next. He was murdered. By one of your own ninja. I said, enjoying the reactions of his Umbu as they nearly imperceptibly straightened up at the menace in my tone. If Hiruzen had any reactions, I could not see them. Orochimaru has not been an agent of the Leaf for a very long time, Kazekage Dano. You know this. After all, your ninja took great pleasure in cashing out his bounty. He said, and I shrugged before leaning deeper into the seat. We are ninja. My Kage lays dead by one of your own. You claim that he was no ninja of yours at the time, but you trained him. He used your techniques. And when he died, it was with a headband from the village hidden in the leaves around his head. Orochimaru is not dead, Hiruzen stated, shocking me with the admission. No. I can remember the way his body felt as I crushed it in my sand. I removed his head from his shoulders with my very own blade. I said, acting like I was surprised. I believe you, Kazekage Dano. But still, he lives. His presence has been reported by some of Konoha's own intelligence agents. How? I do not know. But I will find out. But let us first get to our reasons for coming together like this. You seek to renegotiate the terms of our alliance. He asked, and I was beginning to suspect the only reason he admitted to Orochimaru being alive was to get me off my guard ahead of the negotiations. Alliance. That is a strong word, and not the one I would use. What word would you use then? Superior subordinate relationship. The old contract bound Suna to Konoha in ways that I find undesirable and gave us little in benefits. A pledge to enter no other alliances without Konoha's consent without you promising the same makes me wonder for my father's sanity. It was an alliance forged in the fires of war. And now we are at peace. I completed it for him. Those terms no longer work for us. What do you want? A similar deal to that struck between the first Kazekage and first Hokage. Konoha has no lands to offer. My predecessor enjoyed that privilege, but now the lands of Hai no Kuni are under the control of the daimyo. And even if they were not, what do you have to offer in exchange? An alliance, of course. We can offer you a pact of mutual non-aggression, and a pledge to not join any alliances formed against you and warn you if we become aware of any, provided you do the same. You clearly skipped negotiation lessons with your father, Gaara-chan. What sort of deal is this? Call me that again, and I will walk away. It's a deal that takes your present circumstances into account. How many stone nin are in this village now? How many do you know about? Dozens. 100. More. What about the hidden sound? They've come in droves, have they not? Negotiation happens when the wolves are at the door. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, your village is on the brink of an invasion. I said, smiling at his telling lack of reaction to my statement about stone Nin and sound Nin. I guess he knew he was being betrayed but could see no way out of it without coming across as the aggressor. Konoha is well aware of the threats she faces. We will beat them back as we always have, and that will be that. A weak statement. Hokage Dano. Where are the Uchiha? How many Senju do you have? Your ninja force was gutted by the Kyubi attack. You will not survive both the sound and stone attack without help. That is a fact. Sure, you might force a retreat, but not without suffering catastrophic damage. What happen if we or Kumo decide to get involved in the fun too? We'll be picking over your corpse soon. To be honest, if I worked with IWA and Orochimaru then we could actually take down the village, but I would never honestly work with those guys. I just need Danzo and Sarutobi to die during the invasion, then I can form an ideal alliance with Konoha. And if we are so finished, why seek an alliance with us? Why not join Stone and Sound now? They are short-sighted. I am not. Konoha still has a key role to play in the future of the ninja world. And how much land do you seek? Everything from Soraku downwards. The village is abandoned and my examinations have revealed that the area is not particularly populated. That is preposterous, Hiruzen said. The most we can offer is 10 acres from the border. I am not here to haggle like a fishwife, Hokage Dano. My terms are my terms, I said to him. XXXXXXX. If there was one thing about teenagers, it was that they could grow in extremely short periods. When Temari latched onto me from the moment I opened the door to her hotel room, I was struck by the fact that she'd somehow managed to visibly gain an inch or two of height in just a month and change. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, she whispered to me as she held me, and I felt myself sigh before my hands rose up to envelope her in a return hug. You did not disappoint me, Temari, I said, making her rear back in shock. To make it past the first 2 exams in one's first try is commendable, and from all reports, you lost to a genin who fought like a Jounin-level taijutsu master. There is no shame in it, I said, but even as I spoke, it was clear that my words were doing a poor job of reaching her. Kazekage-sama is right, Temari-chan, Ebizo said, walking behind her and placing a hand on her shoulder. That was unusual. She seemed to agree in the way her face twisted to her sensei in surprise. Ebizo had never struck me as the most emotionally intelligent or caring of men, so this uncharacteristic show of support was definitely a surprise to behold. To pass one's first Chunin exams is all but impossible for even the most prodigious of ninja, and in my experience, one need not be a prodigy beyond compare to match up against them. Just look at me, he said, gesturing to himself. You. Temari sounded doubtful. I agreed. Ebizo was one of the most famous ninja in Suna's history. A wind-release ninjutsu and taijutsu master beyond compare who had been contemporaries with the second Kazekage in his youth. He and his sister were Suna legends who'd fought and torn Suna's enemies to shreds in 3 Sirate wars. Yes. Me. When do you think I became an officially recognized shinobi? He asked, and Temari racked her head while I didn't even bother. I'd checked. All the records from back then had been lost in the first raising of Suna. If the answers existed, we'd only get them from the horse's mouth. 80 years ago. She asked doubtfully, and I resisted the urge to snicker by turning my thoughts to more solemn matters. Ebizo's twitching eyebrows were not helping matters, but I did my best to act like I wasn't a wrong expression away from collapsing in laughter. Gamer's mind seemed shit at blocking out amusement, so I luxuriated in the emotion while I could. No. Not that. Back then, graduating from the academy was not what it is now. The exams were grueling and tortuous. My sister, the prodigy, did it on her first try. It took me 5. But in the end, it was the both of us the world spoke about. Your time will come. Just because you do not bloom so quickly, does not mean you will not burn just as brightly as your brothers. Besides, that was a bad matchup either way. Some way somehow, while I hadn't been paying attention, Ebizo had warmed his way into my sister's heart. That look on her face. He'd turned himself into some sort of role model figure for her, and part of me swallowed a bit of saliva at the thought. If Ebizo ever proves disloyal. She let go of me and enrobed the older men in a hug worthy of songs, and I was quick to excuse myself at the closest opportunity. XXXXXX Chunin exams venue. The time for the exams had arrived, and my senses told me Isagi and Hana had been sent to get me, once again. Ah. Isagi-san, Hana-san. What a surprise to see you here. These are not the accommodations Hokage-sama set aside for you. Yeah, needed to check up on a few things. Can we proceed? I said, smoothly sidestepping any questions either of them had. Isagi visibly held Hana back from speaking as the Inuzuka seemed about to bite my head off. Yes, Kazekage Dano. I just smiled at the taller teenagers as they led me out. This time, they seemed less inclined to waste my time and took me straight to the stadium that had been scheduled for the exams to take place within. And then at the stadium, we were led to a cordoned-off section and began to ascend multiple flights of stairs. I wasn't surprised to arrive at the Kage box and find that I was the last one to do so. The Tsukikage was already seated, as was the Otokage and Hiruzen. They all turned to me as I walked in and offered them all an incline of the head that they all returned. Anoki the fence-sitter, tales of your eminence precede you, I said, starting my greetings with the Tsukikage. You sure those are the tales you've heard, boy? He said, staring at me through narrowed eyes. Of course. Is there anywhere where you are not pictured as the epitome of distinguished calm and martial might? You flatter well, boy. I'm sure you've met my guards. He said, waving at Kuratsuchi and her pudgy teammate, Akatsuchi. Ah, Kuratsuchi-chan. It's been a while. 6 years. She replied instantly and I smiled. You have grown well in that time, I said admiringly, and it was true. Kuratsuchi had grown into a beauty. Black hair matched by back eyes that paid homage to her name. Black stone, indeed. Her features, angular and noble in bearing, helped to accentuate the beauty she'd been blessed with, and her body, lithe and dexterous. So have you. The 5th Kazekage, huh? It's a shame we did not get to meet for a match last time. She said, and I smiled at her. Maybe we will get the pleasure of clashing techniques sooner rather than later. With that ominous last note, I turned to the next guest. Kazekage-sama. It is an honor to meet you, the Otokage said, stretching a hand to greet me only for me to ignore it entirely. That may not be a mutual feeling, I said, leaving him where he was and moving to Hiruzen. The gesture might have been disrespectful, but I wasn't going to shake hands with Orochimaru, and letting the snake drip his poison into my ears would be phenomenally stupid. Welcome, Kazekage Dano, Hiruzen said, and I nodded before taking a seat beside him after dropping my ceremonial hat on the table before me. The robes, designed for comfort above all else, flowed with my form as I settled and waited. After a few minutes, at some unspoken signal, Hiruzen stood up and began his Will of Fire speech to the general public as he began the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams. The first fight, Uchiha Sasuke v Dosa Kanata, was called and both boys stood up and made their way to the field. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 500/7,000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 30, Chaos in Konoha. If there was one thing about the finals that I had to say stood out, it was just how much of it we got to see before the Stone Nin sprung their inevitable ambush. Sasuke and Dosa Kanata had spent 10 minutes dancing around the arena in a display of good taijutsu until the Uchiha fell prey to the sound Genin's device one too many times and ended the fight with a Chidori to the chest. I'd wondered if Kakashi would have taught the move without a psychotic Jinchuriki present to warrant the need for it. But maybe the incoming invasion from 2 rival villages was enough to give him the needed kick up the arse. Either way, the next 2 matches had been able to go on as planned, and after Uzumaki Naruto failed to even so much as land a blow on Rock Lee, and Kankuro forfeited after a long battle with Hyuga Niji, it was time for Shira and the Stone Nin. Daisuke, his name was. From the moment he stepped on the arena, I felt a tension in my bones. This was it. The Kage booth had been silent as the grave as we all watched the matches. The tension of what we all seemingly saw coming was enough to make things quite a bit awkward. After allying with Hiruzen officially, he'd been kind enough to let me know about the true reasons the invasion was being allowed to move forward. He needed the time to evacuate all the civilians, and he wanted to use the invasion as proper justifications for war reparations from Stone and Sound. I could see the reasoning. I wouldn't have done it if I sat in his place, but that was why he was the Hokage and I was the Kazekage. When Daisuke's match began, Shira jumped forwards to attack, and the boy smiled sardonically before my sand snatched my genin in a cocoon. It was not a second too soon as the Stone Nin exploded in the middle of the arena, covering the stadium in smoke from the shockwave. With my sand floating about, I could just about sense what was going on in the arena, and it was pandemonium. Ninja ran across the aisles touching people and making them explode. Stone Nin, then. Definitely Explosion Core. Of course. Some other ninja were already moving to intercept them, but I could already tell that the death toll would be well into the hundreds. I checked in on Ebizo and my siblings with the clone that they had with them, and they were already halfway out of the village. Good. When my attention fully returned to the situation, Hiruzen had already been tossed to the rooftop and was faced with both Orochimaru and Inoki. They'd ignored me. How drab. In a blur of sand, I reformed on the roof right next to Hiruzen as 4 shinobi, Kuratsuchi, Akatsuchi, and both of Orochimaru's hooded guards stood on all the corners of the roof and began to go through hand signs. I almost actually laughed as the barrier technique was formed. Guess the more things changed, the more things remained the same. Hiruzen, Hiruzen, Hiruzen. You've definitely lost it. The god of shinobi I knew in my youth would have seen this coming from a mile away and smited us all. He definitely wouldn't have needed an upstart to stand at his side to fight his battles. The Inoki I knew never needed such tactics. So I guess we've both changed with the times, the Hokage said with a smirk that shone through his voice as he took off his hat and robes to reveal his pure black battle outfit. The Tsuchikage, in a similar vein, floated into the air before removing his own coverings and appearing in a split-apart green coat divided into 4 sections with yellow trimmings and red collar. Floating in the air above us, he seemed to sneer. Orochimaru's reveal was much less dramatic. The Sannin just took off his hat while laughing hysterically. Such a surprise, Gaara-chan. Kukikyu, ignoring him was the best bet, and it was exactly what I did. When the battle began, it was on Hiruzen's terms as Orochimaru was forced to abandon his laughter in favor of weaving seals to form a water wall to shield him from the Hokage's great fireball. Spotting the opportunity, I weaved 2 seals of my own before slamming my palm forwards, enhancing and stoking the flames with my great breakthrough. Orochimaru's water wall was a poor defense in the end and he was forced to dive into the roof to escape the explosion from the fireball. Inoki, on the other hand, just stared at the rest of us, not weaving seals at all. In the end, it was Hiruzen that saved my life by kicking me in the chest. I was about to scream betrayal, until a blast of light flew right where I'd been less than a second ago. The blast hit the roof and continued on as everything it touched ceased to exist. Inoki the fence-sitter is not just a master of the dust release. Like his sensei before him, he is also capable of camouflaging his appearance with water release. As Hiruzen spoke, the Inoki that had floated before us collapsed into rocks as another one faded into existence a few meters away from me. Unlike his master, however, Inoki's technique is not perfect. Watch for a telltale haze or use that sand-sensing ability of yours to suss out his position. I almost did a double take at Hiruzen somehow figuring out that I could sense things through my sand. If either of you were going to live past today, I'd tell you that you'd get used to it. The monkey figures out techniques like yours in seconds. Inoki spoke with a scowl on his face, but this time I was ready for the surprise and my body flowed around the attack as I transformed my midsection into sand and let the light blast part as I opened space in my sandy form for it to do so. I shoved my inventory open and let the sand flow out around me and seep into the rest of the rooftop battlefield. It went around, forming a solid layer of sand on the flooring, apart from a 3-inch circle around where Orochimaru stood. Hiruzen seemed fine with letting my sand touch him, showing his faith in this sudden alliance of convenience. Inoki just floated, unhindered and unbothered by the sudden change in the situation. Do you know why I have been Kage for over 50 years, boy? Do you know why in 5 decades, none has taken this hat from me? Do you know why I have seen 3 different wars from beginning to end without succumbing while prodigies like yourself fell by the wayside? It is because I, Inoki of Iwagakure, am the strongest. Now, be a good boy and die quickly. I have a fight to watch. As he spoke, he weaved visible hand seals for the first time. Thankfully, I could recognize them from another fight I'd seen years before. When the lava balls shot out from his mouth like they were fired from a cannon, I quickly countered with wind release. A whole storm of it, solidifying the magma into stone before blocking with my sand and turning the attack aside. This was a big building, but I could already feel the space constraints. I barely dodged another lance of disintegrating dust as I ran towards my opponent's position before commanding the sand at my feet to lift me in the air. My taijutsu would be useless in this fight. At his age, Inoki would be a fool to let me close the distance, and the third Tsuchikage seemed to be everything but one. I was proven right when more hand seals heralded even more balls of lava being shot at my position. This time, it was child's play to dodge them all while keeping track of Hiruzen's fight to prevent Inoki's attacks from bleeding over the same way I was sure he was keeping track of my own fight. Of the 4 of us, Inoki was the most dangerous combatant in this situation. I counted myself as fortunate that he hadn't brought out the island-destroying attacks yet. It couldn't be because of Orochimaru. I'd eat my hat if the Tsuchikage gave a rat's arse about a Konoha missing Nin, ally or not dash, so my best bet was that he was keeping his reserves filled for either retreat or betrayal. Either way, it was good for me, and bad for him in that it turned nearly certain death scenario into merely dangerous one. The sand around us rose into the sky before launching at the Tsuchikage in a mass of tendrils, forcing him to move from his position for the first time since the fight began. This time, I paid keen attention for the telltale haze Hiruzen had warned about when he used his invincibility technique. That was the only reason I noticed when the real him swapped out with a clone. The clone did a good job of miming the chase, pretending to be truly trying to escape. When the sand inevitably caught up with it and captured it in a sand coffin, I was ready. Quick replacement with a sand clone let me escape the light cylinder that disintegrated my clone instantly. But it seemed Inoki had been similarly prepared as a fist of stone clashed with the sand spear I'd sent at him, scattering the sand in all directions. I quickly took control of those fine grains of sand and sent them into the gauntlet, crushing the man's hand in a second, and when he screamed, I appeared in front of him in a blur of sand as Dark Sister appeared in my hand before separating his head from his body a second later. When the body fell apart into water, I was less surprised than I should have been. Of course he substituted the moment his attack failed. When the water that splashed on my body began weighing me down, it was already too late. The disintegrating pillar of light hit nothing but a sand clone as I triggered my own substitution not a moment too soon. Well, that's one hell of a sequence, Kuratsuchi commented from within her place in the barrier. I just stared at her before commanding my platform to juke me to the right to avoid a stream of lava her grandfather had sent to take advantage of my seeming lapse in concentration. The lava stream, in danger of crashing into Orochimaru, ended up being swallowed by a river of water before the snake Sannin triggered his reanimation jutsu. The moment the coffins appeared, I knew shit was about to hit the fan. Could I prevent the summoning? Maybe. But I didn't want to. Part of me wanted to see the Hokages in action. Another part of me wanted to keep Hiruzen alive till the end of this. There was no guarantee Tsunade would keep his word, and having him owe me his life would be an invaluable bargaining tool for future use. So the sacrifices went ahead while Inoki and I flew through the skies in a constant dance of death. The third Kazekage had already seemingly decided to lay off the dust release for a while, preferring to instead blanket me with lava release attacks. It wasn't really something that people in the fandom, in my old life, ever bothered to take note of, but Inoki had to be the second greatest ninjutsu master after Hiruzen itself. It was a bit ridiculous that both of these men along with the third Reikage and third Kazekage had lived on this planet in the same time period. I guess they were the only ones who could keep each other in check and prevent any single one of them from just taking over the world with their army-destroying power. And then, I had to get some more exposure to army-destroying power as massive roots rose out from the rooftop and began to spread into the little airspace Inoki and I fought in the form of massive trees. Hashirama's deep forest emergence had come out to play. Fuck. I could barely dodge aside Inoki's flying form as he rocketed around a few trees, taking advantage of my reduced vision to get close to me. When he stopped on a dime and twisted around before slamming my head with a backhand, I decided that taijutsu with Inoki was only really dangerous to whoever he was fighting. If I couldn't turn my body into sand on a whim, I'd have been a very dead man from that one hit. As the Kazekage I searched his surroundings, I took advantage of him disregarding this body as a mere sand clone to rise up with an instant attack. The spike of sand I transformed my forearm into was able to get him off guard, but not enough to get the killing blow. Still, his blood flowed easily as I got a deep gash in on the side of his face. Drew first blood, old man, I said with a cocky smile that made the men growl. An actual, honest-to-God growl. Say your prayers, boy. They will have no body to bury when I am done with you, he said, and I'm not ashamed to say I ran. XXXXX with Gaara's clone. Well, we definitely hadn't seen this one coming, I thought to myself as I stared at the blonde man that floated before me on a clay bird. If we hadn't cracked the secret to separating our consciousnesses with this jutsu, then the boss would have been in a really bad spot. Piloting two bodies in two different S-rank fights would have been a hell of a tall task. So this is Suna's prodigy, huh? What do you know about art, kid? He asked, somehow managing to look down on me even though we were floating exactly the same height above the ground. Not much, I said with a shrug, answering honestly while preparing for the inevitable reaction. I'll teach you then. From one prodigy to another, EY. Lesson 1, True Art, he said, placing his hands behind his back for a second. Is an explosion. When the clay spiders flew at us, it was already too late for them. I collapsed the sand platform, letting Ebizo, Kankuro, Temari, Shira, and I free fall towards the ground before surrounding the explosives with the sand and essentially suffocating the explosives. The same sand flew into my control once again to wrap around my siblings and their teammates before sending them to the floor in a controlled descent. As for me, my legs themselves transformed into sand to keep me afloat as I stared at the IWA missing Nin. That was a bit of a dick move, you know that right? I asked him. Well, you're the one that asked for a lesson. No, I wasn't. That's irrelevant, he screamed as he flew right at me while tossing several clay caterpillars at me. You denied my art, so I won't rest till you become art, you fucking bastard. What the actual fuck? What kind of psycho was he? I transformed my entire body into sand before flying away and reforming on a rooftop some distance away. I took hold of the inventory and summoned enough sand to make another thick platform while I commanded the sand that had made up the first platform to follow me while I flew right at the mad bomber of IWA. His bounty would be a useful boon for Iwa's coffers, and I itched to see how I compared to the cannon Gaara who'd lost to this bastard. Coming right at me, huh? Good. Let's see whose art is superior, he screamed at me. Where the fuck did you even get that idea from? What in all the words I've said to you makes you think I give a flying fuck about art of any kind? I asked him honestly as his screaming began getting on my nerves. He didn't bother to reply as more clay creatures came flying at me. The sand that flew behind me lashed out in a single concentrated tendril that slapped all of them out of position. The explosion scattered a few grains of sand away, but they all returned to position shortly. The tendril flew right at me and turned into a thick wall that blocked the next volley of explosives before I tapped the wall, and it turned into a barrage of bullet-shaped projectiles that shot at the Akatsuki member. Proving that ninja guns really do exist, I guess, Deidara was able to command his mount to dodge away from the bullets in time, before turning to me in a smirk. Another mental command sent another volley of bullets, but this time, I used chakra flow to surround my sand and wind release. This time, the bullets flew fast and true. True to his rank, Deidara did manage to dodge the most of them, but I was able to score 2 scratches on his arm and side. You bastard, the mad bomber cursed at me as he flew upwards and I chased him. When his bird suddenly made a U-turn and dove right at me, I was ready. My sand platform boosted me into the air as I slammed right into Deidara and tackled him off of his mount. A kunai from my inventory found itself lodged in his right eye before I noticed the smirk on his face. It was too late as the clay clone clutched onto me and exploded in a massive conflagration. I honestly wondered what would have happened if I hadn't unlocked complete sand transformation before this. I gathered some of the sand around me into myself to heal the burns from when I failed to use the technique in time. In seconds, I was fully healed and unscathed from the blast. I enjoyed the look of the mad bomber's face as the smoke cleared to reveal me floating on a platform of sand, none the worse for wear. Is that the best you can do, Deidara of IWA? I asked with a smirk on my face that made my opponent scream in actual rage and toss several projectiles at me. This time, I sailed past them with ease as we rushed at each other once again. Like a medieval joust, when we clashed, it was with a ringing of steel as kunai hit kunai and I quickly retreated as the body I clashed with exploded in a blast of clay. I'd gone over what I knew of Deidara's technique in my head and found that the easiest way to neutralize him would be allowing him to exhaust his clay supplies. I already had workarounds for every single one of his techniques, so there was little utility to be found in going all out and risking much when I could just win in a battle of attrition. You want to see what happens when I run out of clay? He asks, prompting a blank look. What? You're trying to get me to run out of my shit so you can take me down, aren't you? No. Liar. Okay. You caught me. What are you going to do about it? I'm going to turn it up, of course. You've seen my C1, but did you truly think that was the limit of my art? Die, you bastard. C2 Dragon. For some reason, every time Deidara spoke, it was in a scream. It wasn't like we weren't both ninja with highly trained senses who could pick out whispers across crowded rooms or anything. I watched, fascinated as Deidara's mouth hands opened up and spat out massive amounts of clay. So this was how the technique worked. The clay clumped together and began to form into a massive dragon that easily dwarfed the bird Deidara had been flying on. When fully formed, it released a soundless roar and flew right at me. What I really wanted to know was how Deidara remotely controlled his clay creatures so easily. When the dragon was close enough, I weaved 3 seals and released a storm of cutting winds from my palms that tore straight through the creature before I collapsed my sand platform and fell into a free fall to outrace the inevitable explosions, and that was a thing of grace. Boom. I watched as several of the taller buildings around the neighborhood we fought above were reduced to burning rubble from the explosive material. Oh yeah, another reason I was content with letting Deidara use up his clay supplies was that it would cause the most possible damage to the village around me. Sure, the Hokage and I were allies, but we were still ninja in the end. I wasn't forgiving the stunt with the walk to the hospital, and even if I was, it wasn't in my best interests for Konoha to come out of this invasion in anything resembling a strong position. Sure, if I could trust them as allies then maybe, but they'd already betrayed Suna before and would do it again at the drop of a hat. That meant I had to put them in such a position that they could not even consider betrayal because they'd need us way too much. Honestly, Deidara was the worst Akatsuki member that could have come to Konoha in terms of wide-scale damage. It was a careful balancing act though. I could not overweaken them because that would make them useless allies and render everything moot in the first place. But I also could not let them be any stronger than they needed to be for my purposes. The room for error was large, but the potential payoff was infinite. That was why I did nothing as a scowling Deidara tossed clay figures after me, content to dodge and allow them to do what damage they would. Was that the best you could do? This time, I included a fake plate up yawn to get even more of his ire, and it was the right thing to do as Deidara began to swell. His mouth spat out a positively massive amount of clay that he actually began to mold with his own hands. Once again, stopping him wasn't particularly high on my list of priorities. You want to see art, huh? You want to see an explosion? Just let me cook. Let me cook. Sadly enough, those turned out to be the Mad Bomber's last words as a hand covered in lightning shot out of his chest. I looked behind him to see Kakashi of the Sharingan glaring at me with that red eye spinning menacingly. The both of you have caused a lot of damage today, Kakashi said, as Deidara's body fell. I would have not done that if I were you, Kakashi of the Sharingan. I almost laughed as the body turned black. Of course the Mad Bomber had a dead man's switch. As Kakashi began his retreat realizing the sudden danger, I scattered my body into sand particles. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. When I reformed, it was in a crater. A deep crater right in the middle of the Hidden Leaf Village. The entire neighborhoods and the surroundings were gone. It wasn't quite half the village, but surely about a third or more, and the academy and the hospital ended up getting annihilated in the blast, and I wasn't even the one to cause it. When I began to laugh, it was a full one that echoed in the empty space surrounding me. And then I sobered up and began to search. My siblings had already been evacuated out of the village by Ebizo before the fight had gotten intense, so my search wasn't for them. Instead, it was for one of the most notorious survivors of the anime. With everything for kilometers around being leveled, it was easy to find Kakashi of the Sharingan, or what remained of him. I scattered and reformed standing above him. His right leg was missing along with his non-Sharingan eye, and his arms were a mangled burnt mess. What a shame. One of my favorite characters, and I never even got to talk to him. And then his eye snapped open as he took several shallow breaths. How the fuck are you still alive? I asked him, and he opened his mouth and began to wheeze. Of course he couldn't speak. I bent down to him and tapped his chest. Internal bleeding in 7 different areas. His lungs were a mess, and the same was true for most of his organs. It was a miracle that he was still alive, and that meant I could actually save him if I tried. I stretched out my sand into the surroundings to make sure we were truly alone before I tapped his body again and sealed his body in my inventory. Oh, what secrets Kakashi of the Sharingan could tell. End of chapter. A/N, it's canon that Inoki hired Akatsuki at several points, so it does seem logical to me that if he was invading an enemy village with few ninja, he'd hire the S-rank mercenary group he has on speed dial. How does the fights look, though? Gaara v Deidara. Gaara v Inoki. Kakashi's death might have been a little bullshit, but I don't think he knows about Deidara's self-explosion, and I doubt he would survive being so close to it. Stats. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 4, 140/7,000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 31, Gaara vs. Inoki. Have you ever participated in one of those ridiculous anime versus debates? Where it goes, oh, he dodged those lasers, so he has to be light speed. Yeah, those ones. Well, as I flew down, around, and sometimes through Hashirama's forest of wood, I felt like one of those characters. I leaned heavily on my sand and the fact that my body was more sand than flesh to push myself to speeds I didn't truly know I could reach. And even in spite of that, it wasn't enough. The dust release favored by the fence-sitter and his sensei has only one weakness. It could take a while to form large-scale attacks. That was why Inoki had stuck to narrow tiny blasts in the beginning. Anything bigger would have taken a boatload of time and even more chakra. But apart from that formation time, it was for all intents and purposes, a perfect jutsu. That's why I began my retreat the moment he drew his hands together. And even with that, by the time I flew down to ground level, the box had already appeared, covering the entirety of the airspace within the barrier. In a blink, everything there had turned to dust. Hashirama's forest, my sand. All of it. Not just that though, like I said, I was too late. Fuck, I screamed out loud, unable to quite stop myself as I noted the change in my body. My legs. Fuck. Most of my lower body was gone. Just one attack. One cube of dust that I'd barely managed to get ahead of and I was already crippled. Fuck. Was this what it meant to fight one of the pillars of the shinobi world? Was I actually in over my head? I thought myself ready. Thought myself on their level. The level of those monsters who remade the world into their will, and here I laid on the floor, maimed and bleeding. Scratch that, not bleeding. Sand was what leaked from my wound. Guess I managed to instinctively transform my body before the dust release technique closed in. Not unexpected. Anoki said, looking down on me with disappointment. This is what has become of the title Kage in this generation. Granted to an upstart with shiny techniques but no experience. He said, turning his nose up at me. I just smiled at him before dissolving into sand. What was losing a limb to me? My body no longer existed. Not truly, at least. I am no longer Gaara of the desert. I am the desert itself. I reformed my body, whole, right on the other side of the rooftop, right next to one of Orochimaru's ninja. I couldn't place a name to his face, so he had to be a filler character or something. This is a good barrier, I said, placing my hand on the secondary barrier he'd created around himself to protect himself from attempts to kill him and end the barrier. Not bad at all. For someone with no idea what they were truly doing. With a hand gesture, I cleaved his body in half with a wave of my hand. The barrier remained intact. All I'd done was twisted ownership of it until it allowed my chakra to pass through with no resistance. After he fell dead, it was only a matter of seconds until the 4 violet flames formation barrier fell. Fighting Anoki in an enclosed space like this rooftop was a death sentence if he was going to be throwing around attacks like that. I turned to my side and saw him staring at me in a mixture of surprise and respect. All I'd done had taken only a few seconds after all. Anoki the fence-sitter. I am Gaara of the desert. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Let this battle be one for the ages, I proclaimed grandly as I dispelled my clone on the other side of the village and returned my chakra to close to full capacity, and began to leak sand from every pore. My clone had really fucked things up. It both annoyed me and made me happy. With Deidara and Kakashi dead so early, the canon plot, it was all fucked. No more living according to someone else's script, I guess. Fuck canon. Fuck it all. No more holding back. No more acting to preserve some future only I could see. No more letting this bastard run roughshod over me and acting on the defense. Anoki the fence-sitter will die today. This is the beginning of my legend. Quest notification. Finally taking this seriously, huh? Objectives. Survive. Kill Anoki the fence-sitter. Kill Orochimaru. Save Hiruzen. Bonus objectives. Prevent Kuratsuchi from escaping. Prevent Akatsuchi from escaping. Kill Shimura Danzo. Kill Stone Nin, 3/127. Rewards. 5000 XP. Legendary loot roll. Weighted boulder technique. Stone golem technique. Bonus rewards. Lava release affinity. Dust release affinity. I was drawn from my thoughts by a ping from the game, and as I read through the mission statement and rewards, I was almost overtaken by hysterics at that. Dust release affinity. Fuck. If there was one way to take things from 0 to a 100, then this was it. But there was also an alarming thought that this brought to my mind. What would have happened if I never decided to go for broke in this fight? Would I have never gotten the quest? And if I never got the quest, would I have gotten other opportunities to get access to all the rewards there? Most notably the lava and dust releases. Quests had been rare and scarce for a while. But this wasn't the time for such thoughts, as I was shortly interrupted by Anoki's arrival on the floor outside the stadium. With space to fight, this was shaping up to be the next phase of combat. Oh ho. I see you want to put up a fight, boy. Good. Make this as difficult for me as you can. I could use the exercise. If there was one thing Anoki had going for him, it was his trash-talking skills. No one could quite combine disregard with disdain in such a delightful cocktail while still making it sound badass at the same time. Admirable as it was, it still did manage to get on my nerves. You're going to regret those words, old man, I said in reply, still flooding the surrounding area with my sand. If I could, I'd turn the entirety of Konoha into a desert. My clone was a bit short-sighted in how he was willing to let Deidara blow the place to bits to soothe our wounded ego, but his heart was still in the right place. Konoha were still only allies of necessity to me. They'd only keep us around for as long as they needed us, and that was going to be for a good bit of time if I had anything to say about it. Anoki floated downwards and stood on a raised platform of earth before slamming his hand down on it. Multiple earthen spikes rose from the ground beneath my sand, but it only took a brief application of concentration for me to prevent them from rising any further, pushing down on the ground with the weight of my sand and chakra. A brief contest of wills followed until Anoki scowled and abandoned the efforts. I wanted to say something witty. To gloat. But I was cut off by multiple balls of lava firing my way. I didn't even raise my hand to command my sand to wrap around them and shatter them. The lava did well to melt a lot of the sand, but whatever was lost was quickly replaced from my inventory. I traced the origin of the lava to Kuratsuchi from her position still on the stadium rooftops. Anoki and I had since moved outside of the stadium entirely and began to move towards the village. Multiple spears of sand were sent flying at the girl, and I wasn't surprised to note the fat one moving in front of her to block the attack. Killing her would have been an easy way to prevent her from escaping, but I had the strong feeling that something like that might make my fight with Anoki go very differently. Getting the old man so pissed that he stopped thinking logically would be hella stupid. My sand rose without my input to block a massive spear of stone that the old man had tossed, clearly hoping to take advantage of my inattention. You'll have to try harder than that, old man. I am the worst possible match for you. This time, when he flew at me, I did the same, matching his speed and approach by transforming my lower body into sand and controlling it to make me float in the air. Since the original parts were gone, it actually felt easier to use the limbs in their sand form. I'd have to leave testing out what might have changed with my essentially brand new limbs for a different day as Anoki and I clashed in the middle of the distance between us. His fist passed by my head with so much force that the wind created by the approach sent my skin flapping. My own attack, a stab with Dark Sister, was similarly dodged by him as we began our dance. His hands flashed and a mud ball was fired at me from point-blank range. I allowed it to pass through my sandy form and used the opportunity to grab onto him with my hands transformed into sand claws reminiscent of Shikaku's. As I prepared to rip his body to shreds, both of the arms went limp as I was suddenly dragged towards the ground by their weight. Anoki's earth release, added weight rock technique. I fell to the ground for a few seconds before I suddenly detached my transformed hands from my body, forming replacements from the sand around me in an instant to allow me make seals for the wind jutsu I tried using to cancel out the lightning release jutsu Anoki had charged and fired in my seconds of inattention. Even with how fast I'd become, I was still too slow and the jutsu washed over me for a few seconds, sending me flying into the ground spasming. Zap. Even transforming my body to sand at the last minute had somehow seemed to make the effects worse as I felt my body fall apart at the seams, collapsing into sand and failing to coalesce no matter how much I tried. Fuck. Fucking ninja magic. Earth would ground lightning any day of the week in any other situation. But now. One blast and I was putty on the ground. Fuck. Anoki floated down. I could sense him through the sand particles I had flying through the air, Gamer's mind shielding me from the disorientation that would have accompanied falling prey to something like this. Still, it was all I could do to keep my concentration on so many things at once while still consciously trying to recollect my body into one piece. All talk. Anoki said, looking down on me with what I was sure was a sneer on his old wizened face. When I felt his fingers come together, I knew I had to do something, so I decided to go with the nuclear option. Sand rushed at him, forcing him to abandon the attempt for a few seconds while I abandoned my attempts to reconstitute my body, instead forcing the sand to take a different shape as it rose towards the sky. For some reason, this wasn't affected by the lightning jutsu. I took advantage and coalesced massive amounts of sand into one shape. One familiar shape that my sand took with little coaxing from me. The claws formed first and slammed into the ground with a quake. Sand from all over Konoha that I'd sent out joined in creating a truly massive structure. The body was next, squat and solid. The head followed, and as I formed the eyes, I got my first look at the battlefield since Anoki hit me with the lightning jutsu. The tail was last, and once it formed, I swung it in the air a few times to test it. Checking my chakra reserves with the game told me this entire thing had cost me just over 3,000 units and seemed to be costing about 250 every minute that went by. In a matter of seconds, the Ichibi stood over Konoha with a roar. Of course, I was the only one who knew that this wasn't truly Shikaku. But if there was one way to cement this battle in the minds of the world, announcing myself as history's second perfect Jinchuriki had to be it. Lie or not, the look on Anoki's face as I watched him take in my new state, was one for the history books. The only sad part about this was that since I wasn't truly a tailed beast, I couldn't toss out bijou bombs on whims. But since this was my body and not Shikaku's, I should be able to use ninjutsu just like I could with my normal body. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 4, 140/7, 000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45, 000/45, 000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 32, Fire-Style Raisin Shuriken. Good try. I have to commend you for it. Anyone who's never fought a tailed beast before might even be fooled. Your bloodlust is great, but nothing compared to those chakra monsters. If you had truly transformed into the Ichibi no Shikaku, then I'd be having a much more bigger reaction. My best guess. That technique of yours similar to the Hozuki's clan hydrification technique is letting you bring forth this facsimile. His smug voice was finally cut off as a massive arm of sand descended right at him. He dodged the attack, but that left him wide open for that same arm to shift into a cannon-like appendage that fired dozens of sand bullets. Inoki dodging them all was expected. Even anticipated if I was being honest. And it placed him in a position where his body floated right above the stadium Konoha used for the Chunin exams. When sand rose from that stadium and rushed at him, his dodge let the sand merge with my new body as I whipped my tail at him. He was fast. One thing about his gravity manipulation technique I'd noticed was that it was bullshit. It let the men just flow around attacks with such speed and flexibility that I found it doubtful that I was facing a man who'd been alive in the Warring Clans era, before hidden villages were even a thing. So willy and mobile he was. His movements accelerated as more and more sand flew at him in a bevy of attacks. He dove straight down, and as he touched the ground, I could feel an earthquake erupt on the ground beneath me as the rest of the world began to rise. What the fuck? No. Not the rest of the world. The ground beneath me was sinking in relation to the rest of the floor. Earth release, moving earth core, Inoki intoned when the ground stopped moving, and as I prepared to make my escape from the poor trap, Inoki and Kuratsuchi suddenly appeared in the air above me. Now, granddaughter, he said as they weaved seals together. It didn't take a genius to predict that whatever was coming for me would be pretty unfortunate if I let it hit me. So, I began to climb. The hole I was in was wide enough to contain my massive form, and claws made of sand ripped into the stone by my sides as I began my ascent. Of course, not as used to this body as I should have been, it took me a few seconds to get a good rhythm for the climb. I made good time, but in the end it was all for naught as they finished their seals in unison and began to spit out a whole tsunami of lava. The first time it touched me, I felt nothing beyond the strange sensation of losing control of a few grains of my sand. With the amount of the stuff they were flooding with, it wasn't much of a surprise that those few grains began adding up in no time at all. One hand was gone, and then my legs as the lava began pooling at the bottom of the hole and rising. I tried my hardest to escape the cavern with only one hand to climb with. The lava hit my knee first. The left one. I lost control of it, and had an even harder time making my way up. Sure, there was less bulk to lift, but the effect it was having on my balance was enough to force me to slow down even more, letting more and more of the lava get more and more of me. In the end, it was a matter of pragmatism as I decided to give up on the Shikaku avatar. I reformed my original body at the head of Shikaku's falling apart form and detached a large platform of sand to float me all the way to the top. When a cube of light captured the first sandy form to escape the hole, Inoki was successful in disintegrating the clone of me I sent to test out the situation. Instead, I tore right through the ground and appeared beneath Kuratsuchi's floating form. The golem her grandfather made to slow me down was barely a delay as Dark Sister cleaved it in twain and I was face to face with the older girl. Her lava balls were dodged in a split second as my body shifted around itself and I encased her in sand for my inventory. 2 hand seals was all I needed to turn the sand prison to an actual sealing barrier as Fuinjutsu script spread across it and bound her in the cocoon, with not even enough space for her to breathe. She was just sealed shut. When I turned to Inoki, his eyes had narrowed into slits as his body flushed. Good. I was getting tired of this fight, as well. It was exhilarating, but Inoki was a troublesome opponent, and in a similar vein to him, I could not actually afford to waste so much chakra. The fight between Hiruzen and Orochimaru was beginning to hit a crescendo, and I needed to make sure I interfered before the old man offed himself with the Reaper Death Seal. The good part was that I doubted he'd be so bold as to use a suicide jutsu with 2 other Kage in the village. She can't breathe in there, I told him, watching his eyes narrow even further. At her weight and age, I give her about 30 minutes with chakra enhancement. But you see the seal I put there? She can't use any chakra. She's got maybe 5 minutes at the most before she's dead. You will release her. Will I? I asked, tilting my head and purposefully adopting an uninterested tone. You will, he said as he weaved seals and stone began to pour out of his mouth. It shaped itself in mid-air, and when it landed, it was with an explosion of dust as the giant golem took the field. You will, if you don't want to die screaming, he said, as the golem let loose a heavily telegraphed punch. Well, that goes the first minute. I placed my feet on Kuratsuchi's cocoon as I dodged out of the way, riding it like a surfboard. Inoki's eyes narrowed even further at that, making my smile widen in turn. The golem moved even faster as its arms lashed out in massive swinging attacks that were a doozy to keep ahead of. 2 minutes. My sand rose to my aid again as a swarm of it crashed into the golem before worming into its seams and eating into the stones that made it up. I stretched out a hand and clenched it as I concentrated on the sand. In canon, Gaara could make a desert with only a grain of sand. With all due respect to him, I was quite a bit stronger than he was. So, was it any surprise that my sand wore the golem down to nothing but sand in a matter of seconds? 3 minutes down. Anoki's attempts to get me with blasts of dust release fell short as my makeshift surfboard carried me well out of harm's way. The longer the fight went on, the more desperate Anoki became to get me. I could see it in the way he chased me for longer before giving up. In the way he crashed through sand tendrils without hesitation as he threw caution to the wayside. Wide dust release attacks were no longer possible as they'd catch Kuratsuchi in their range if they got me, and that was enough to restrict his hand. 4 minutes. But even with that off the table, me pissing him off like this had brought something else on the table. Explosion release. His hand sparked as he tossed rocks at me at extreme speed. The first time I'd decided to just dance between them, the explosion had robbed me of my hearing for a few seconds until the sand could heal it. 5 minutes. I could see it as he increased his haste. He knew just as well as I did. The moment of opportunity was coming. I turned right around and flew right at him, riding Kuratsuchi's form. Just short of clashing with each other, when I knew his attention was fully on me, I flipped around and kicked Kuratsuchi's form right at him. His body twitched. He wanted to dodge. I could see it. The man was literally at war with his honed instincts as he had very little time to make a very tough decision. His hands twitched, and instead of moving aside, he caught her with a resigned look on his face, struggling to rip the sand off her face. And from there, it was over. The sand rose from her and encased him instead, the seal easily accomplishing its second function. Kuratsuchi's body fell to the ground while I watched the Kazekage fight off the seal with the weight of his chakra alone. The sand began to fall off of him, but it was too late. Dark Sister appeared in my hand again and I floated forwards before plunging the blade right where I knew his heart was as I carved him up. His struggles ceased almost instantly, as the third Kazekage of IWA, Anoki the Fence-Sitter, breathed his last. When I was sure he was dead, I tapped him once with my palm, sealing his body in my inventory, and turned towards Hiruzen's fight. I'd kept an eye on how things developed over there, so I'd noticed when exactly the battle had devolved into a chaotic mess with several of Hiruzen's Umbu and Orochimaru's people swarmed into the fight when the barrier went down. Of course, interfering in a battle with 4 Kage-level ninja was a quick way to die, and they got to experience that firsthand as the ground was littered with bodies. Both Konoha Umbu, IWA shinobi, and randoms with snakeskin belts that marked them as Odo shinobi. But even with all the chaos that had unfolded amongst them, the Kage-level combatants remained standing, most looking unfazed. Hiruzen had a nasty cut on his cheek, and the fact that he hadn't healed it himself told me enough to know that he was feeling the pressure of the fight. Good. I had no interest in helping him if he still believed it possible for him to win on his own. What would the point of keeping him alive be if he didn't realize that I was the only thing that kept him from a certain death? Sure of my approach, I sailed at the battle on my sand platform while gathering and manipulating wind chakra in my left hand, my dominant hand. I arrived right in time to interrupt Hashirama executing another wide-ranged wood-release jutsu. With this one sending multiple sharp branches of wood right at Hiruzen. Flying past the Hokage, I came to a sudden stop right in front of the attack and through the Rasen Shuriken I held. The amalgamation of millions of microscopic blades of wind tore right through the wood release and cleaved the men behind it in half in seconds. I clenched my fist at that, commanding the attack to execute its second stage by expanding a fair margin. My calculations proved right as I was right at the edge of the jutsu's radius. The expanded ball contained billions of microscopic blades of wind that tore apart everything within it, practically disintegrating everything within. When it ended, I was faced with nothing but barren earth and dust, Hashirama's trees being rendered to sawdust. I waited till I saw the telltale signs of Edo Tensei regeneration as it looked like bandages began to piece themselves back together from thin air. Raising my hands brought the sand around me under my control as it swirled around Hashirama's still form. I saw Tobirama flash towards me, but Hiruzen was in the way and a hit from his staff sent the second Hokage flying backwards before he weaved seals into a wind-release jutsu that instantly nullified the lightning release Orochimaru sent at me. Good. Once Hashirama was mostly reformed, the sand pounced, grabbing hold of him and holding him still as more and more sand pounced. When it was complete, I'd built a giant pyramid made of sand to hold down the first Hokage's reanimated body. Oxram Snake, I weaved the seals to complete the seal from the jutsu and Fuin jutsu script formed along the sand. Sand Mausoleum Jutsu complete, I said with a smile as the seal completed and locked, sealing away the undead first Hokage. When I could return my full attention to the fight, I found Orochimaru looking right at me with a snarl of deep hatred on his face. Well, messing up his plans twice would have that effect. You good, bro? I asked casually, walking forwards towards him as Hiruzen and Tobirama's fight went further and further away from us. I guess Hiruzen was going to leave me to finish my unfinished business with this particular bastard. I will enjoy ripping your skin from your flesh, boy, he snarled before darting at me so quickly it was almost beyond my ability to react. Luckily, my body was made of sand and responded to my desires just as quickly as my sand could, which was instantly. Dark Sister reached up and clashed against his blade instantly. I noticed it was the same sword of Kusanagi I'd taken off his body last time, and narrowed my eyes at him. "Like my new sword?" he asked, smirk on his face, and I responded with a smirk of my own as my arm swelled with increased muscle and strength before I overpowered him and slashed across his chest, letting the mud from the clone splatter across my face before I used the motion to turn around, weaving seals with my right hand as fire bloomed in my stomach and a giant dragon of flames bore down on the mud dragon jutsu he sent at me and blew up. "Ready to fight me this time?" he asked as his voice carried over, sounding like it was coming from every direction. Suddenly, mist covered the battlefield. "Have you ever faced the silent killing technique, boy?" he asked, and I just smiled before taking in a deep breath and blowing out a veritable hurricane of winds that tore through the mist. Yeah, fuck that. Of course, the effort turned out to be a waste as the corridor of free air I created was instantly taken over by mist once again, and then I felt a sword pass through my back, and right through where my heart would have been. If I was made of flesh and blood, that is. Turning my head 180 degrees, I turned to face his shocked mug as I let loose several bullets of wind that he had to backpedal to dodge. A lesser swordsman would have left their sword behind in their shock, but Orochimaru was of a much different breed as his hand remained attached to it all the while as he disappeared into the mist again. A variant of the hydrification jutsu, I see. But with sand instead of water. Fascinating. Just how fascinating. But the question then becomes, how? How can your body lose form when that body contains the Ichibi no Shikaku? Does the tailed beast become entrapped in one of the billion grains of sand that you transform into? No, that makes no sense. I see, then. I see the answer now. Thank you, Gaara of the Desert, you've solved a riddle that's bothered me for a while now. I'll honor you with a quick death as your jutsu has a single obvious weakness. His voice echoes through the mist, and I could hear the smug in his tone. Having already seen what Inoki could do to me, I had no interest in falling victim to the ninjutsu master of the Sannin. Copying what I'd seen from Hyuga Niji, I moved into a spin, sending out chakra from all my tenketsu, and forming a giant rotating shield of wind. When the mist electrified, my winds tore it apart and robbed it of its charge almost instantly. I finally stopped spinning, and was unsurprised to note that most of the mist had been blown away. Orochimaru was still nowhere to be found, but this time I could see my surroundings clearly. I turned to Hiruzen's fight and found that the second Hokage had the old man trapped in an actual river from his water release as the third tried his best to fend it off with his earth release. Transforming into sand, I flowed around the entire thing as I reformed mere inches from the man. When his kunai came for my head, it did nothing but pass through sand as I tapped him on the chest, placing a seal in the seconds of contact we had and then pushed him off as the exploding seal activated and tore apart pieces of his chest. Orochimaru's neck rushed at me as it stretched, but Hiruzen's staff was right in the way as the old man understood my request to switch opponents almost instantly. Just like I did with his brother, I once again forced my chakra to go through those 3 stages invented by their successor before I added my own flair, forcing the chakra to compress itself as it began to achieve combustion in the center. The regular Rasengan was in 3 stages, rotation, power, and compression. Rasen Shuriken had a 4th stage which I termed spin, which was adding the blades of wind at the end and making the entire thing with wind-natured chakra instead of the pure vanilla variant. Fire release, Rasengan was different. The product of months of work and theorizing, it was a multi-layered jutsu formed with the power of an S-rank ninjutsu and the control of a medical jutsu. First came the core, the spark, if you will. It was a dense core of supercharged fire nature chakra contained in a spinning shell of neutral chakra. Outside that core was a collection of spinning blades of wind sealed off in another core. In truth, the jutsu was more wind plus fire release than pure fire release, and it hit like a motherfucker. Jumping right at Tobarama's reforming body, I planted the jutsu right into his midsection before hightailing it out of that. Without me to stabilize it, the jutsu instantly began to fail. It was incomplete, but even at that, the failure was a massive explosion that instantly evaporated the ocean he'd created with his jutsu and took out a massive section of the stadium with it. Konoha's repair bill was going to be a thing of legend. Hiruzen and Orochimaru brawled it out, fighting their way through the stands in a dizzying display of Tai and ninjutsu, and I left them to it while I waited for the explosion to die down. When it did, capturing the second Hokage in his own grand sand mausoleum was easy. And at that, I collapsed to my knees, panting for breath as I allowed myself to truly feel the effects of the day. My chakra capacity was practically shot as I waited for it to regenerate while I watched Orochimaru and Hiruzen duke it out. To call it a fight would be generous as Hiruzen honestly looked like a pissed-off father giving his recalcitrant son the beating of his life. Orochimaru got a few hits in, but the tired old man was nowhere to be found and the traitorous Sannin was forced to contend with the might of the god of shinobi in full swing. A/N, did I do the fight justice? Did I flop at the end? Let me know wow. That's 2 fights over and done within the same chapter. How was it? Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 4, 140/7, 000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45, 000/45, 000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 33, The Aftermath. So, what do you want? The old man asked as he relaxed in his seat. If my perception had not been so high, I'd have been hard-pressed to see the minute twitch of his lips or in his cheeks that told of the immense pain he must be going through right now. After the fight yesterday, Hiruzen had only been able to remain standing long enough to invite Umbu to escort me to a hotel room, most likely so I would be too far to see what happened next. Of course, that was a thorough underestimation of my senses and range. I sensed at the moment when he collapsed to the floor once he was sure that I was some distance away. Fighting and beating Orochimaru to an inch of his life had taken a lot out of the old man, obviously, and when they finally got him the health care he needed, it was clear the man did not have long for this world. Not if he were to remain an active ninja at least. That was why I'd spent the entire night watching the Konoha medic Nin as they went through surgery after surgery to fix the myriad of injuries he'd suffered and the general wear and tear from pushing a body like his so far to keep up with relatively young S-rank monsters. Especially when two of those monsters had endless regeneration and practically infinite chakra to toss around. The fact that they were even capable of keeping him alive was worthy of praise, and it was why I ignored all the other pressing things that I could have done instead and focused on the Konoha medical Nin team. The entire ninja world knew and recognized that Konoha had the best medical Nina, the best medical techniques, and the best tools in the world. Tsunade had revolutionized and changed the entire industry and practice, and as I watched them carry on business with the kind of efficiency and smoothness that only Chiyo and Suna could even dream of matching. We had only one doctor on that level. They had what looked to be dozens. Fuck. If life could be more unfair. I watched and did my best to commit everything I saw and sensed to memory and prepared to replicate it to teach Chiyo and the medical Nin back home. If Hiruzen and the Konoha doctors were going to give me an unknowing front row seat to their best practices, then who was I to refuse? What it did mean though was that my original reason for watching the process was forced to be scrapped at the end. Sneaking a seal or something on Hiruzen's person while he'd be unconscious and unable to do notice was one objective that I'd hatched once he collapsed, but with the level of detail and care the medical Nin were putting into their work, and their visible level of skill, I was reluctant to risk it. Getting caught would just set me back with nothing to gain for it. We already came to an agreement, did we not? I asked him, leaning back into my own seat as well. Don't play games, boy. I haven't the patience for it. Yesterday, you fought off an S-rank missing Nin, the Tsuchikage himself and the reincarnated corpses of the first two Hokage. Far above and beyond what anyone would expect from any form of alliance. So the question becomes, what do you want? Or are you just an insane child drunk on his own power and seeking more and more tests until you eventually meet the one that kills you? Would fit, I guess. If you're going to take inspiration from the Hozuki's clan hydrification, then might as well add the Kagaya's bloodlust and insanity to it. God knows they'd intermarried enough times. He said, looking irritated at me, and as the seconds wore on, I could see some of that irritation turn inwards as he realized that he'd broken the facade of the genial old man, quite thoroughly. I guess for all the superhuman feats of ninja, having half your kidney and a whole lung replaced in the same night didn't leave one in much of a mood for political discourse. So, I decided to humor him. Fine. I guess the answer is a bit of a mixture of both. The fights yesterday were a good way to measure my own capacity. To see where I measured in the wider ninja world, and the answer was heartwarming to say the least. But it was not everything. I want to maintain my alliance with Konoha. Not just allies of opportunity, but true ones. Brothers in arms. Comrades. Suna and Konoha, working together to usher the shinobi world to an unprecedented age. Hashirama and Madara shook hands and the world changed. Why don't we do the same? To what end? He asked, covering up his shock well, but nothing beyond my capacity to detect. Peace. True peace in our time. A noble goal, but an impossible one. You think even together, we'd have the power? Yes. Yes, I do. IWA is basically a non-factor. They've lost their Kage, his heir, one of their most promising jounin and their entire explosion core in one fell swoop. Kumo will not keep us both at bay and Kiri is a mess that anyone with the time would pacify with ease. This is the time. Together we'd have it all at our fingertips. It would be war. One to end all the others. I riposted. That rhetoric, I've heard it a million times. Never from anyone whose war ended up ending anything beyond the lives of thousands and the hope for peace. A voice spoke out suddenly, and only Gamer's mind prevented me from jumping in shock or acting startled. I simply casually turned towards the toad sage like I knew he'd always been leaning against that window, while internally freaking out trying to figure out how he fooled my senses so thoroughly. Mine will be different. I'll make sure of it, I said to him. You will, won't you? Pretty sure they've all said those exact words as well. How different will it be when the world burns around you as you chase dominance? When the mothers wail as their children are killed by angry shinobi? When the Jiraiya, that's enough. That was the first time I heard Hiruzen raise his voice. The previously soft tone was gone, and replaced with a hard look in his eyes that quickly fell apart as he nearly collapsed into a coughing fit. I made it like I didn't notice. Ignored it, but I could see Jiraiya itching to go to his sensei's side. Only something like village pride and the desire to not show weakness before a possible enemy Kage had him hesitating. But still, I took the time Hiruzen's coughing gave me for what it was, an opportunity. Jiraiya being here changed things. I'd wondered as to his whereabouts during the invasion as I doubted that he'd just dedicated himself solely to fighting off giant snakes at the walls of Konoha. Part of me hoped he'd died. A small part, yes. The rest of me was just happy to see one of my favorite characters in the flesh. White long mane, flashy clothes, and a fierce expression on his face as he regarded me. He thought me to be a madman, and I could not truly blame him. I'd think myself mad too if I heard the things I'd said. I ached to run to me and tell him it was all a lie. A smokescreen to cloak my true intentions. After all, how could I tell Hiruzen that the goal was not to save his village, but to save the entire world as well? Sure, I didn't have much reason for wanting what I did. No reason beyond the fact that I didn't know if I could achieve it and that made me curious. In terms of long-term goals, beyond annihilating the Akatsuki, I had zilch, nada, zero. Nothing that drove me forwards. Sure, I enjoyed ruling Suna. Being responsible for so many lives must have been something the average person would have been scared of, shied away from. Not me though. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the tedium of rulership. Maybe becoming the ruler of all nations. That would certainly carve my legacy in the elemental nations. I would never die, not truly. No. But I wanted to be spoken of in even greater terms than Hashirama and Madara themselves. Let the world quake at my name and let it all crumble and fall until only I remained at the top. The sun will set on Gaara's empire, maybe. Nah, that was just insane. And way too much stress for a person who'd contributed to a Kickstarter campaign for someone to build a self-wiping toilet in his previous life. Nope, a quiet retirement would be it for me. When Hiruzen was finally done, he gave Ji-I a look, unspoken words passing between them before he turned to me. Kuratsuchi of IWA and her friend, Akatsuchi have escaped from captivity. What the fuck? That wasn't possible. I bound and captured the fuckers myself after they had the bright idea of attempting to run from me. The fight they'd put up hadn't even been worthy of note, so what the hell? We suspect that one of our own, Yakushi Kabuto, was actually an agent of Orochimaru's and is now seeking to rule over what remains of Odogekure with his master now in our possession. Wait, if he was able to get Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, why not Orochimaru? I asked, while looking between the both of them. It ended up being Jiraiya who answered. With Orochimaru's familiarity with the village, and the possibility of him having agents we were yet to discover or notice, I made the decision of keeping him captive in the Toad Realm instead of within the village. The Toad Realm? I asked, feigning confusion. You're unfamiliar with summoning realms? Well, that's a subject that deserves its own rather lengthy conversation. To put it simply, summon creatures use a form of energy that doesn't necessarily meld well with the elemental nations, so they form realms or domains around wellsprings of that energy they need to survive. The home of the toads, my summons, is called Mount Mayaboku. He said, explaining it. Me nodding along at all the right places was enough to convince him that I got it because he stopped after that. But the main question I have is, why are you telling me all this? With all due respect, we ninja are rarely ever so forthcoming. That was my idea. Jiraiya spoke up. You want to be allies, eh? Why not be true allies? Comrades in arms, maybe. You help us, we help you. Konoha and Suna working together for a common purpose. You did us a favor by getting rid of Orochimaru the first time and foiling his invasion yesterday. We've done you one by giving you information, and dealing with a missing ninja of your own. At the last words, he tapped his vambrace and unsealed a head that he tossed at me. Previously loosely spread grains of sand suddenly coalesced into a tendril that plucked it right out of the air before it got even close. I turned it towards me for a closer look and smiled at the familiar shock of red hair and the scowl on the face. "Hello Akasuna no Sasori." "It's a shock to see him looking so young," I said, poking to see what exactly Jiraiya knew. He had some fancy technique he used to turn his body into a puppet. "Once I found the core, it was easy to take him out though," he said, waving it off. I narrowed my eyes at that. Sasori had something in his possession that I'd been interested in. Something that I was now sure Konoha had. If Sasori had to resort to using his personal body for the fight, then that meant Jiraiya had dealt with all his puppets in one manner or the other. Konoha had the third Kazekage. Well, fuck. This isn't an equivalent exchange, though. Sasori was nothing to me. Nothing to Suna but a missing ninja we'd have caught up to one way or another. We could just as easily say the same about Orochimaru. Jiraiya riposted weakly. It was clear to see that his education had been just a bit incomplete. A weak lie like that had no place in a civilized conversation like this one. To make my point, I stared meaningfully at the third Hokage himself before looking out the window at the smoking remains of one of the high-rise buildings that had once ruled over Konoha's skyline. I smiled as I spoke. "Let's not deceive ourselves. Enough. This meeting has two purposes. First, to suss out what you want from us, and secondly to offer repayment for your services yesterday." "Repayment?" "Yes. We have it on good authority that your village is in need of all the cash it can get at the moment. Konoha will pay you the equivalent of 2 S-class missions for what you did for us yesterday and offer you some important information on a threat to your own life." 5. What? I fought 5 S-class ninja yesterday. I'll take the payment for 5 S-class missions. Look here, boy. Jiraiya started only for Hiruzen to interject. Done. Now the information. The missing ninja clone fought yesterday. The one with the explosives. Jiraiya was the one to speak, even though he was clearly dissatisfied with how quickly Hiruzen had capitulated to my demand. "Deidara. I know him." "Yes, him. The cloak he was wearing. Black with red clouds, it's the hallmark of an organization I've been keeping an eye on. And this concerns me how? I'm getting there. It's an organization of S-class missing ninja. Being S-class is the minimum requirement for joining, and their goal is to hunt down people belonging to a very exclusive group of 9 members, of which you're number 1. He said with a significant look. Huge surprise that they were just going to come out and tell me about the Akatsuki. My best guess was that they thought the Akatsuki were going to come after us in order, and me putting up a fight gave them more time to prepare their cute little savior of the world superweapon. "Oh, that must be so scary for you. In case you've forgotten, I beat 4 of them yesterday," I said, leaning back into my seat arrogantly. I was trying to sell an image here, and from what I could tell, it was working. Jiraiya was obviously suppressing the urge to march over and give me a good whack upside the head. "Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. From what I can tell, Deidara was strong, but not that strong, and yes, Inoki was impressive, but he was also old, and you did take advantage of his granddaughter to get the killing blow in. Both the reincarnated Hokage were shadows of their old selves. Hashirama or Tobirama at full strength would beat you black and blue. Besides, think about this. S-rank ninja are famously prideful creatures. Just what kind of monster do you think it would take to bring people like that together and command their obedience? You're a strong kid, but definitely not that strong," he said to me, walking forwards till he was leaning over the chair I'd sank deeper in. My sand pushed the chair backwards till it slammed against the wall and I was on my feet, looking up at him, directly in the eyes in seconds. "Think you can take me?" I asked with a scoff. "Anytime, any day of the week, kid," he replied, making me chuckle. Jiraiya had some tricks, but nothing I couldn't beat. Maybe I'd kill him and take his body to learn more about senjutsu from a corpse with the power to use it. Enough. The both of you. Jiraiya, the rest of your report, please. We stared at each other for a few seconds longer, until the Sannin backed off and I pulled the chair back with a tendril of sand before plopping on it again. The Akatsuki, to the best of our knowledge, has 8 remaining members: Kakuzu the Bounty Hunter, Hidden the Immortal, Kisame the Tailless-Tailed Beast, Clankiller Itachi, Noel the Laughing Storm, and 3 others we can't identify, along with their unidentified leader. "Noel?" I asked, narrowing my eyes at him. "What the fuck?" "Yes. Your opponent at your first Chunin exams, wasn't he? Word on the street is that he caused some mighty trouble up in Kumo and the Akatsuki guys bailed him out before the clouds could make him disappear the same way they deal with all their problematic ones." "I see," I replied, deep in thought. "Did I cause this? How?" Noel hadn't even appeared in canon at all, and now he's a member of fucking Akatsuki. It was a notable thing, but not something I could see myself agonizing over. After all, I'd beaten him as a 6-year-old, and if he thought I was anywhere near that level when we met again, his bones would make an excellent trophy for my room. XXXXX, Conan POV. The village hidden in the rain. Deidara is dead, Sasori said the moment his apparition appeared for the meeting. Nagato was silent. Not a word was said. Would have been glorious, complete silence if Haydn hadn't chosen that moment to burst into laughter. Guess we know whose art won now, don't we? Did you kill him yourself? The mad Jashinist asked before bursting into laughter again. The fact that we all turned to Sasori to answer the question was enough to almost drive me to tears. Where had Yahiko's dream gone so wrong? The Akatsuki, the Red Dawn of AIM. An organization of freedom fighters and idealists, now nothing more than a den for psychopaths and criminals. No. No, I didn't. The fool got into a fight with the Kazekage and didn't leave it alive. Sasori spoke in an unusually youthful voice. His Hirako puppet was gone, I noticed. A sign he encountered resistance of his own. The fact that he'd returned to report before fixing the shell was also a portent of nothing good. Nothing good at all. And you? What happened to you, Haydn's partner? Kakuzu said with narrowed eyes in his baritone. Jiraiya of the Sannin. He said, making me snap my head to Nagato in shock. Jiraiya-sensei. Is he dead? I asked, doing my best to prevent anything entering my tone. No. He nearly destroyed the third Kazekage and a few of my most important masterpieces, and after the San Jinchuriki boy ended most of the invasion, I judged it to be needless to continue the fight and faked my death to make my escape. Jiraiya-sensei. Still as strong as ever, I see. Oh, what would Yahiko say if he were here now? What would you say when you see what we've become? Yahiko's body suddenly spoke, but as ever, it was in Nagato's voice. Cold and unfeeling like those purple eyes that now dotted Yahiko's face. I'd agreed with it when Nagato first came up with the idea. To see Yahiko's body brought to life again was supposed to give me some measure of joy. It was supposed to make everything better. But no, it didn't. It only served as a reminder of what I'd lost. Yahiko wasn't alive. Those eyes that stared through his sockets were lifeless. Same with the voice, same with the expressions. That unfeeling, apathetic look that was so easy to Nagato these days was alien on Yahiko's face. What I'd thought would be a way to get the men I'd loved back had become nothing more than a constant mockery of who he'd been. His bright smiles, his cheerful eyes, his voice, his personality. All of it was gone, replaced with the cold shell that was all that remained of Nagato after Yahiko's death. We both grieved in our own ways and I hated myself for resenting him for it, but his way of grieving seemed to make my pain worse over time. And then I could never tell him because I knew that if I asked, he'd stop. He'd always stop for me. I loved Yahiko, and Nagato hid it well, but I know he did too. So the fool asked for a mission that ended up getting him killed. Not a surprise, it was Zetsu's voice that brought me back to reality. Oh, don't be so mean, the creature's other half spoke back almost instantly. Another one of the freaks that diseased this Akatsuki. I only agreed to send you both on this mission because Deidara assured me it would give us vital information on both the Kyuubi and Ichibi. Tell me, what have you learned? Yahiko's body spoke again in Nagato's voice and I buried my flinch with what had now become years of practice and experience with the sensation. Nothing much on the Kyuubi. A few of my agents got to see the boy during the invasion but he was nothing special. The Ichibi, however. It took out Deidara, and didn't just stop there. It also managed to kill Inoki the fence-sitter himself after transforming into its full form. Sasori spoke in the voice of a teenager that didn't fit with what I knew was the consciousness of a man my age inside that body. This gathering of freaks never ceased to unnerve me. A full transformation. And the boy maintained control. Kakuzu interjected. As best as I can tell, Sasori confirmed, making the monster of the mist burst into his own laughter. I guess Kumo is finally getting a run for their money, eh? He teased, looking directly at one of our newest members, Noel Yatsuki. That one. More sane than most of the monsters I worked with, but still displeasing to me. Not because of who he was but what he represented. He was the third one, after Kisame and Itachi, that the masked man had brought to us himself. Uchiha Madara was playing his own game here, and only Nagato's desire to adopt a wait-and-see approach kept me from killing them all where they stood. Madara thought of me and Nagato as his pawns. His tools in whatever grand plan he had. But he'd find that not to be the case eventually. Nagato was getting stronger. Soon, he'd be strong enough that we wouldn't need any of this. Maybe he'd one day even get strong enough that he wouldn't need Yahiko's body anymore. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 500/7, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II on Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 34, Interlude. POV, Random Jounin of Sunagakure. Jinpa and I raced through the trees as we did our best to escape with our quarry. The monster, ever since it became Kazekage, was extremely useful. Somehow, it had known ahead of time that the forests of Konoha were going to basically become free land during the Chunin exams and had authorized the lot of us to hunt to our heart's content within the land of fire. And it was right. No ANBU to be watchful about, and very little in terms of border patrol. It was like strolling into land marshaled by one of the minor villages, and not one of the Great Five. We'd made good use of the opportunity along with at least half a dozen other two-man Jounin teams. All the missions that we'd normally have been forced to turn down because of Konoha's strict rules about operating in their territory suddenly became possible again. Not just missions though, as we'd quickly found out. Bounties. Konoha was very strict about bounty hunting within their territory. By that, I mean it was a hard no on every request. When Jinpa and I first received the information that our target was within the land of fire, we'd given up and hung our heads as we abandoned weeks of work to find another quarry. But then, we'd been called into the monster parading as a Kage's office and told that we could do as we wished as long as it all happened within a certain time frame. Jinpa had been wary. Not me, though. I distrusted the monster, true. Everyone with a lick of common sense did. But I also knew one thing. The creature had the success of Suna as one of its priorities for the time being. All the policies, taking Suna from the edge of poverty to something resembling affluence within a year, was nothing short of miraculous. Its hold on the daimyo and its innovative policies meant we were all making boatloads more money than we used to. Bounty hunting had turned Jinpa and I from Jounin struggling to make ends meet to the richest people from our families in nothing but a few months. Jinpa had even saved up enough to propose to Jinpei. Wouldn't that be a sight to see? The spoil sport getting married. I couldn't wait. This last mission probably meant he had enough money to buy one of those fancy diamond rings they started selling in the capital. I could just imagine the look on my sister's face when she saw the thing. Jinpa's gasp drew me out of my thoughts and I turned to him, only for him to begin furiously signing at me in the Suna basic language. Fuck. A pursuer. Someone with a ton of chakra from the looks of things. Jinpa was never one to exaggerate needlessly, so when he advised me to pick up the pace, I did just that. We ran like our lives depended on it. Jinpa was right not to trust the monster. I'd gambled that it wanted our success, but now it was clear that it just lured us into Konoha to sick one of those tree-hugging monsters on us. Running at full speed, jumping from tree to tree, I was barely able to find the spare second to check Jinpa's expression, but when I did it was like a lead weight had dropped into my stomach. Dread. Pure unadulterated dread. We've got this, I whispered to him to reassure him. So what if we can't run? We'll just kill the tree-hugging bastard and go back and do the same to that monster of a Kage that put us in this mess in the first place, I said with confidence I didn't really feel as I came to a sudden stop on the next tree branch and turned around to face whoever was chasing us. Oh, is that so? I heard the voice come from above me and I was barely able to throw myself backwards quickly enough to avoid the black blur to shot through the space I once occupied and tore through the thick branch I'd occupied before landing on the floor. I got my first look at our assailant and cursed. Red clouds on a black cloak, black hair, and pupil-less eyes framing a face half covered by a black mask. S rank number 12 in Suna's bingo book, Kakuzu of Takigakure, the immortal bounty hunter. You two worms seem to have something of mine. Hand it over and your deaths will be quick. He said, staring me right in the eyes like he knew I was the one carrying the scroll. Jinpa was never known for his bravery. Neither of us had been. Even got called the cowards of the class when we both graduated all those years ago. Sure, we were the only ones who had made Jounin of the lot, but the insinuation still stuck. Both with them, and with us, that was why I was barely able to react in time when Jinpa suddenly dived into motion with a battle cry. His war fan was off his back in an instant before he swung the thing around, leveling most of the trees around us, but leaving our assailant standing right in the middle of a new clearing, completely unfazed. I jumped in, throwing my lot with my brother in all but blood as I weaved seals as I covered the space between us. Something flew at me, and I wasn't able to react this time as it collided with my neck. It was until it began to choke me and I noticed the black threads connecting it to the man's still form that I realized it was his arm. His very strong arm. Cutting winds flew across the space between me and him, tearing the ground apart, but doing nothing for my situation. The bastard just reeled me in. Another monster, just like the one back home. But no. I wouldn't fall like this. Not like Papa did to the Ichibi. I'm a Jounin. The first in my family, ever. I'm strong. I went limp, pretending to fall unconscious from the choking. It wasn't by much, but his grip slacked just a little bit, and I took the opportunity. My hand lashed out, kunai clutched in its grip and pumphead with lightning chakra. The blade with my unique affinity cleaved through his hand instantly, freeing me from his grip and letting me instantly jump backwards to retreat. I watched with a form of morbid fascination as his hand pieced itself together again, threads ripping through his body to reattach everything and keep it intact. No blood, Jinpa whispered to me as he landed by my side, and I scowled. I'd caught the realization too. No blood, no muscle or tissue. Nothing within his body but threads, it seemed. Think he can survive getting his head cut? He asked, and I almost chuckled at the reminder of one of the first things our Jounin sensei had taught us all those years ago. You first, I said, and we blurred into motion in unison. Jinpa had dropped his fan, as it was clear that it would do no damage. Instead, we held our matching chakra metal kunai tightly as we ran right at him. Jinpa got to him first, always that little bit faster, and slashed right at his eyes. When the monster leaned back, I was there with my own kunai poised to puncture its heart. It caught me with ease before heaving and tossing me over its head with one motion. What was that? I landed and shunshined back in to help my brother, but there was nothing I could do as his next attack was parried instantly and a kick slammed into his midsection with all the force in the world, sending him flying into the air. I switched positions and just barely managed to snatch him out of the air and land on the ground with him. Still alive, huh? I don't want to use any ninjutsu to avoid damaging my target, so I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. Its voice spoke out and then it just disappeared. I could do nothing when a hand appeared around my head faster than I could afford to think or even avoid anything. Jinpa, I whispered before I felt the pressure around my head build up as he began to squeeze. It began with pain. Intensive pain that got worse with every second, and then it stopped suddenly. XXXXX, unruly eye. And you are sure of all this? Darui asked, looking very doubtful as we received the preliminary report of what had happened at the Hidden Leaf's Chunin exams. From the moment the invitation for the exams came in with Inoki's request for a meeting, I'd known that something was off. From that point, it was child's play to figure out what the old men and the snake from Konoha were up to. Storm had had a field day when they discovered the plot to take Konoha out of the running in one fell swoop. Yes, I am, the agent replied almost instantly, continuing his explanation of just what had become of Inoki's plot and the aftermath. It was underhanded, tricky, risky, and definitely against human decency. It was just all the things the Cloud Council under my father would have approved of. Just like they sanctioned that nonsense with the Hyuga girl, they tried it again with this attack. Luckily, I've been able to find out about their actions in time, and my position was more than secure enough for me to dismiss the lot of them out of hand. Since then, we'd kept an eye on the developing situation, but did nothing beyond moving to secure our own borders even more heavily. If IWA and Odo succeeded in their plan, the chaos it was going to cause would have far-reaching consequences, and I had no desire to see that bleed into the hidden cloud. I wasn't a coward. Even those who whispered it behind my back knew it wasn't true. What I had was a healthy dose of caution and respect for Konoha. Only one man had ever managed to match my speed, and to destroy his village in such a dishonorable manner would eat at me for the rest of my life. Not just that, though, there was also the need to have a healthy level of caution. Inoki was being led around by Orochimaru like a dog chasing a bone because of his hatred for the tree huggers. What was the guarantee that this wasn't a long plot from Sarutobi himself? No Kage as wily as Sarutobi would ever truly let their own student turn into a missing ninja. What if this was the plan all along? Have the snake start a deep cover mission posing as an enemy to the Leaf's interests to draw in all the other enemies and eliminate them all in one fell swoop? I couldn't put it past the old man. One didn't live for so long as a shinobi without being a crafty bastard. Besides, even beyond the possibility of a trap, there was also the chance that Konoha could discover their next army killer in the attack. The village had a long history of being fucked and then managing to get right out of it at the last moment. The so-called Third Great Ninja War was one such example. They'd been on the losing end of a war on two fronts. Kumo on one side and IWA on the other, they'd been running Konoha's forces ragged, and then Namikaze Minato came out from nowhere. Previously a Jounin of middling repute, he smashed his way into the world stage in one day by killing thousands and routing thousands more in the course of a few battles. He changed the shape of the war all on his lonesome. Neither Kumo nor IWA would dare mobilize anything more than a few hundred ninja in the same area for fear that the army killer would get his hands on them. The monster knocked IWA off the board with a 1-2 combo. First was killing off an entire generation of shinobi at the Kanabi Bridge. Second was beating Rashi of the Four Tails and Han of the Five Tails so badly that an entire squadron of Iwa's explosion corps had needed to be sacrificed to slow him down to let them escape with their broken and battered Jinchuriki. With IWA knocked off, we had no choice but to end the war for peace, and that experience had taught me a valuable lesson. Never get involved in battle when the odds of victory are too unsure. That was the truth of the attack on Konoha. Too many things were suspicious red flags, and it turned out that I was right. The young brat that had beaten Noel Yatsuki all those years ago had now become the world's next monster prodigy. S-class at the age of 12 was impressive enough, but being a perfect Jinchuriki and managing to kill another S-rank ninja, the Kazekage himself and then somehow sealing away reanimated corpses of the first two Hokage. The fact that Orochimaru had a jutsu like that in his cabinet made me shiver at the thought. The dead were supposed to remain dead. It was just like the hidden leaf to engage in things like that. Another perfect Jinchuriki, huh? He said, making alarm bells ring in my head. Those words hadn't rhymed. The only time that happened was when he was deep in thought. And while I loved my little brother more than anything else in this wretched world, his thoughts were not good things. He could come up with the most outlandish and foolish ideas. I have to meet him, big bro, he suddenly announced, making dread fill me as I blurred across the room and smashed my fist on his head. Iron Claw, I proudly pronounced. My fist sunk deeper as I applied more force and realized how much I'd missed the feeling. B and I hadn't gotten a true conversation in weeks. You wouldn't dare. The Kazekage brat is much more dangerous than I ever expected, and beyond that, we need you here as Kumo's guardian. The world just became a much stranger place. IWA is bleeding, Suna and Konoha are closer than ever, and Mist is doing whatever Mist is doing. I said, pressing deeper on his head until he finally gave in. At that, I turned back to the agent giving the report and asked the question on my mind. What's happening next? I asked. Heavy militarization on the borders of both IWA and Suna. They seem about to break into full-on war between themselves even with both their respective Kages away from their seats. Kuratsuchi of IWA has returned home, slipping away from the grasp of her captors, but she is yet to be named Kage. Considering her age, lack of experience, strength, and the fact that her grandfather had died as a result of her being taken hostage, the elders of IWA are heavily considering stepping in and declaring their own Kage separate from Iwa's official line of succession. Kitsuchi of the Quaking Mountains is the frontrunner for the appointment. He's not even S-class, I cut in there. I knew the son of the third Kazekage well. He was a powerful shinobi, but still a disappointment. His father had full command over 4 of the elements, and he'd only managed to truly make one of them his own. Sure, he was famed for monstrous capability with the earth release and a command over his enormous chakra capacity that was unmatched by most ninja of his level. But all that was not enough to contest or compare with the present generation of Kage. Gaara of the Sand Waterfall was the first of the new generation and he was already making his name known and whispered in the same breaths as the greats. Mei Terumi was another of the new generation, but the fact that she was well on her way to managing a truly unified Kirigakure was impressive on its own. Sure, she probably didn't have the strength for the position, but very few Kage had been Kage level when they'd taken up the hats. The shoes just had a way of forcing the legs within them to swell to fill them up. Still, thoughts of the new generation of Kage made me turn my own thoughts to my succession. Darui was the one most likely to take the position after me. A sparring injury as a child ensured that I would never birth a son of my own to take the throne after my inevitable retirement or death. Darui had enough of the blood for it though. He was my third cousin, and father had practically taken him as an apprentice. He knew the Black Lightning, and had the Storm Release, Kumo's only truly native Kekkei Genkai. But in terms of strength, he wasn't there yet. Not even close. Come with me, Darui, B. We're going to go train. My blood is pumping. I declared, walking off and dragging the 2 of them behind me. I could think about Konoha, IWA, and Suna later. I needed the stress relief, and I wanted to spend time with my little brother while I could. Kage were dropping like flies, and I'd never be so arrogant as to consider myself immune from the disease that was taking them. Time would come for us all, as the changing of the guard would always be inevitable. If even Dad had been killed when his time came, then I'd be delusional to think of myself as any different. No, my time would come, but I would not leave my people unprepared for it. XXXX, the Lava Mistress. I stared out from the top floor of the Kage Tower at the quiet city beneath me. It was impressive just how much things could change in what was essentially just a couple of months. After losing an entire island to the actions of the power-mad child from Suna, things had taken a sudden turn for the better. The resistance suddenly saw an uptick in support from the populace. Yagura's decision to cover up what happened on the island had done him no help, as it had become accepted by many of the citizens of Mizu no Kuni that Yagura had done the deed himself. He'd weighed the effects of exposing that he'd negligently allowed a foreign S-ranker to operate within his territory with the effects of people thinking he'd done it and made the wrong choice. Yagura was mad, yes, but that particular decision went quite a bit beyond the pale. There was no reason with even an ounce of logic that I could find in it. Why not just blame the resistance for everything and move on? Still, Yagura's madness had worked in my favor. Eventually, even the nobles of Mizu had no choice but to call for him to resign. Bolstered by the support, the cowards had suddenly found their backbones and poured funding and support into the resistance. We were suddenly more equipped than the loyalists. We had better tools, funding, medical supplies, and then there were the trade sanctions from the Mizu nobles. They basically made it so not a single ship carrying goods ever made it to the major islands of Kirigakure. With all that happening, Yagura's own people slowly began to turn on him as hunger, disease, and thirst set it. We then began planning our final offensive. One last push to put paid to the reign of Yagura the Mad and the era of the Bloody Mist. That was the plan, at least. But then the reports came in. Yagura was dead. His body had given out on him and he died in his sleep, taking the sanbai with him. I won't lie, I breathed a sigh of relief when the news got to me. As the Resistance's only S-class combatant, it was more than expected that I'd be the one to take the helm in the fight against Yagura, and whatever confidence I had in my power didn't make me delusional enough to believe I had any chance fighting against a tailed beast. All those who would name me a coward for reasonable caution were mad. The report I was reading lent even more credence to the thought. Gaara of the desert. When I'd fought him, he'd been all over the place. Powerful, but also hesitant to use it. He'd had so many advantages that the fight should never have even been close. The fact that he'd so casually annihilated the majority of that island with one jutsu was enough evidence of how dangerous the boy was. And now it seemed that the boy I'd fought was well and truly gone. He'd grown into himself. Killing the Kazekage was the ultimate way to say to the world, I am here. The boy who'd been too unsure of whether to stand or fight or to retreat had suddenly been the one to kill one of the last bastions of the old guard. That's who I'd have to compare myself against. The 5 Kage needed to be on the same level, or at least close to it for the world to know balance. When Hashirama of Konoha had still lived, that balance had been non-existent and the world suffered for it. Sure, giving out the tailed beasts had helped, but it had also hindered his attempts for cooperation. He thought by handing superweapons to the other villages, they'd become less afraid of him and more willing to work together, but he'd had the opposite effect in his lifetime. What the villages had taken it as was a threat. I had no evidence that that wasn't his true intention beyond the words of my mother whose mother had known the man's wife, but it still made a great story and a lesson on how desiring to achieve one thing might oftentimes have the opposite effect. By giving out superweapons, he'd basically told the rest of the world that he had no fear of them. That he could so casually subdue Jinchuriki was one thing, and that he could then afford to give them out with no fear of them being used against him was another thing. The world had not truly made any progress until Hashirama was dead and buried. Since then, all the Kage had been on roughly the same level. That was the balance of power. Now, we had another monster ascending, and if I didn't want to see the world sent into another period of stagnation like what we'd had in the immediate post-warring era period, then I had to ascend right along with him. But luckily the position of Mizukage came with just the tools I needed to do so. I put the report aside and pulled the treatise written by the second Mizukage on mist-based genjutsu closer to me. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Danzo. Quest notification. Quest complete. Finally taking this seriously, huh? Objectives. Survive heavy checkmark. Kill Inoki the Fence-Sitter heavy checkmark. Kill Orochimaru X. Save Hiruzen heavy checkmark. Bonus objectives. Prevent Kuratsuchi from escaping X. Prevent Akatsuchi from escaping X. Kill Stone Nin, 42/127. Rewards. 5000 XP heavy checkmark. Legendary Loot Roll X. Weighted Boulder Technique heavy checkmark. Stone Golem Technique heavy checkmark. Bonus rewards. Lava Release Affinity X. Dust Release Affinity X. Explosion Release Affinity X. Bodies of members of the Explosion Corps X. I looked at the rewards with a dispassionate eye as I noted that I'd missed most of the value. Most of the real value at least, the weighted boulder and golem technique were cool, and the information that just got downloaded into my head came with a lot of ideas about the practical aspects of the move. How to implement it in combat, how to use it to fly, how to use it on others, and all that. It was fascinating, but still nothing too special. Why? I could already fucking fly. In my opinion, that was half the utility of the jutsu right there. I mean sure, what about the ability to increase my speed or to slow down opponents by increasing their weight wouldn't apply to a sane person. The problem there was that I could already move my sandy body quicker than my mind could even keep up with, so my body definitely wasn't the limiting factor. Weight didn't matter when you had telekinetic control over your body. As for slowing down or disabling opponents by increasing their weight, I still had to touch them to make it happen, and as good as my Fuinjutsu already was, in a few months, me touching anyone would be as good as a dead sentence for them. The Stone Golem Jutsu was even worse. It was a chakra hog, I could tell. And I could do roughly the same thing with my sand with only a quarter the chakra expenditure and even more utility, mobility, and flexibility. It was like being given an inferior version of one of my favorite jutsus. Maybe the actual truth was that the reason I wasn't looking at what I got with much value was because of how valuable what I'd missed out on was. The lava release affinity would have been real useful, but the real prizes were dust and explosion release. Sure, I didn't have a lightning affinity, but I was dead certain that getting the Keki Igenkai would come with the requisite affinity. Instead, I was stuck with 2 more jutsu that I'd probably almost never end up using. I tried to put it all out of mind, and focus on the future. Now, the next steps were unclear. Sound or stone? Suna had been getting ready for war for months now. I'd have to declare a target and let loose the hounds sooner or later unless the hounds would go crazy in their cages and attempt to eat me. It was a terrible image, but no less true. The tension at the village was already close to a snapping point by the time I left. If I delayed any longer, I wouldn't be surprised to return to a village in the midst of a civil war. I'd been mandating increased training, increased the reserves, called up all the inactive ninja and asked them to begin training again, changed the academy curriculum, and 1,000 other small policy changes. Only the blind and stupid could miss that Suna was preparing for something big, and now knowing what it was had caused a lot of raised tensions. People could only live with so much nervous energy for so long. But unfortunately, they'd have to live with it for even longer. Hiruzen and I had completed our agreement and the newly reviewed treaty between Sunagakure and Konoha. Now, all we needed was for our respective daimyo to consent to the deal. The fire daimyo had extended an invitation to both the wind daimyo and I to his court for the finalizing of the agreement. Normally, I'd disdain and ignore what was essentially a summons from a rival power, but now we were allies. And Hiruzen was also extremely weak. He probably had very little time left with the hat on his head. If I fucked up and offended the fire daimyo, I'd probably end up saddled with a new Hokage who'd go back on Hiruzen's deal and then there'd be a war on 3 fronts for me to fight. I loved Suna, but we weren't Konoha. A war on 3 fronts would wipe us off the map almost completely. Besides, the land that Hiruzen had essentially granted us wasn't truly his to give. Sure, once Hiruzen ceded it to us, we could occupy it without fear because there was little the fire daimyo could do to stop us. His armies of samurai. They wouldn't even be fodder for our genin and chunin. It was kind of a weird situation where the daimyo owned the land but only because Hiruzen and Konoha were there to press his claim. So while Hiruzen had no legal authority to grant the land, he had the actual authority over it. It brought another thought to my mind though. Why didn't he just kill the daimyo and take the seat for himself? From my own experience, that kind of thing wasn't that hard. Not too hard for the shinobi no kami himself definitely. The only reason I could see for not doing it was the fact that he didn't need to. Maybe his own daimyo was essentially a rubber stamp. But if so, why would he issue this summons? Racking my brain over it was not doing me any good. At the end of the day, I'd find out what he wanted and what was going on. The games would reveal themselves to me sooner or later. Suddenly, a knock rang out from the door. Surely it couldn't be them. The message had just gone out this morning. Besides, I'd have definitely been notified if my daimyo was within the village and on his way to my hotel room. Before I got the opportunity to so much as reply, the door swung open, and one of the last people I wanted to see during my trip to Konoha walked in. Danzo Shimura. The Konoha elder with leathery skin spotted with wrinkles and a frown that looked to have been carved into his stone-cold face. No expressions. No tells. No small micro-movements to mark the passage of time as the seconds ticked by with us staring at each other. Stone. That was a good word for him. He looked carved out of the thing. Like a figure, an effigy. Wrapped in bandages across one end of his body, leaning heavily on a cane, but still strong and unyielding. Like stone. Who are you? How dare you barge in here, I said, maintaining my sitting position but beginning to both flood the room with sand and preparing to transform into my sand form. Either I was more distracted in my thoughts than I'd thought possible, or Danzo had somehow found a way around my sensing. Both of those possibilities were equally frightening. I am Shimura Danzo, 5th Hokage of Konoha. He said in a voice that was just like his face. Stone cold. No inflections. None of the pride that I'd have expected accompanying a declaration like that. No expressions. So I did the one thing from my previous life that was just as useful in this one. I got on his nerves. Ha 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 ha, I burst into peals of laughter and giggles. I even doubled over, clenching my stomach with both arms, showing him the weakness to see if it would provoke any attack or reaction. But nothing. Not so much as a twitch. What the fuck was this, man? Was this even a man? You are the 5th Kazekage, an enemy to Konoha. My predecessor was weak in agreeing to a treaty with you. It is now rescinded. Do the wise thing and surrender yourself, Ichibi. Your death will go on to serve the great tree, he said, sounding like he was reading from a textbook and not basically declaring war on what was essentially his only ally in a big dark world out to get him. Another thing I wondered about was Hiruzen. Last I checked, he was alive and fine. Even had Jiraiya with him. So where was the Toad Sage and what was he doing? Oh, there he is. I disassembled my lower body and flew backwards out of the hotel as Jiraiya crashed into it from above, giant Raiznon in his hand. He smashed through the roof, and my penthouse suit before ending the jutsu and standing where I'd previously sat, staring at me with cold eyes that reminded me exactly of the man that walked forwards to stand right next to him. Well, shit. Something is pretty off with Jiraiya. Ichibi, do not make this too difficult for yourself. Surrender or die. Now. A voice spoke out from my side. I ignored it. Using chakra to throw your voice was a cheap trick I'd outgrown years ago. The first time I'd fallen for it, Baki had beaten me black and blue. And then, a hand grabbed a hold of my neck from behind before I felt myself being bound up and body slipped through the bindings as it crossed the boundary between flesh and sand, becoming something more and ether for a flip second before I reformed meters away. I could feel the bastard's body, so their attempts to run were useless as my sand chased them relentlessly. And then a beam of white light shot out of the thin air to reduce my sand to nothingness. What? Dust release. How? Whatever jutsu had been cloaking him disappeared and I was faced with a body contained in bandages. Wrapped up from head to toe was the Nullman himself. The second Kazekage, Mu. His eyes, black and pupilless, told me all I needed to know about just where he was coming from. Fuck. Edo Tensei. Something should have told me I'd get fucked by this jutsu sooner or later. I floated up a bit higher to get a good look at my opponents and as I took stock of them, I felt a smile break across my face. Danzo, Jiraiya, Mu, and several dozen members of the Umbu. This was what they'd brought to take me down. They thought this would be enough to kill me. Bold. Bold and very unfortunately stupid. My inventory flowed open as sand appeared all around me and began wrapping around my lower body in a half-dome as I used it as both a platform and gathering point to prepare myself for the fight that was coming. Danzo's hand whipped out in a blur as a wind-release shuriken was sent flying right at me. A single hand seal from him later, and one had turned into a few hundred as they tore through the skies. I became sand, allowing everything to cut through me and flow past. I could not be killed. At this point, it might as well be a fact of life. My body returned to flesh and I chose to return the favor as I flew right down at my assailants. Jiraiya's burning flame bullet whizzed by me as I dodged it by the skin of my teeth. In the next second, I was among the Umbu. The S-class ninja would give me a hell of a fight, but I'd always be watchful of them. These ones, when my guard was down, they'd be the most dangerous and were also simultaneously the easiest to take out. One slashed at me with a tanto that bit into my neck and did nothing more. The sand that made up my body held tight onto the blade. He wasted a second trying to pull it out like a bloody samurai and that ended up being the last second of his life. I tapped him on the chest with 2 fingers and shot my chakra straight through his heart like a lance. Hyuga Niji's gentle fist was a thing of beauty. My mimicry from days of observation from the safety of my hotel room was anything but beautiful. Functional though. That it was. The next 2 to run at me were cut down in the same motion as a swipe of Dark Sister enhanced with fire release chakra sent the fire flying at them and burned them to ash in seconds. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Another with purple skin touched 2 of his fellows making them run at me with hands outstretched. Ah. The Abiraim with the dangerous bugs. Nope. Not today, motherfucker. Dark Sister burned them to ash in a similar way. This use of the sword was just perfect. I felt like Yamamoto from Bleach as with every swipe of my sword I created massive streams of flames that cut apart my enemies. And then, right through the sea of flames I'd just produced came a man. Jiraiya, hair gleaming white and snarl on his face punched at me so quickly that I was barely able to transform in time. Where my head had been was an explosion of sand. Sand that I commanded to wrap around the man's fist. His chakra lashed out, and I lost control of my sand and it fell to the floor. I reformed my head and looked up at the pissed off Sannin. A Raiznon was building in his palm. Rotation, power, and containment came together in a beautiful mixture that he thrust right at me and I decided to try something risky. I met his Raiznon-clad palm with my bare one, stretching out my chakra and making it flow in the exact opposite direction. His chakra spiked for a second and the flow of his Raiznon changed in a split second before it tore through my arm and my entire left side. What the fuck? How was that even possible? That kind of chakra control would put him on the same level as some of the best medical nin I'd ever seen. Much better than mine, definitely. I retreated, reforming my body a few meters away before collapsing it instantly to escape the box of white light that encased the space I'd occupied less than a second ago. After I lost my lower body to Inoki, turning my body into sand had become even easier. Probably because I didn't even have a flesh and blood lower body in the strictest sense of the word. Instead of transforming my body into sand, sometimes it felt like I was transforming sand into my body, and turning into sand was just reversing that. That increased ease was the only reason I'd been fast enough to escape Mu's attack. The ground audibly rumbled as multiple spikes shot out of it. Each spike was a gigantic thing that stretched to the sky. Not a single of them managed to so much as scratch me. What a wasteful jutsu with no clear purpose, was my first thought. That was until I flew close to the first one while trying to dodge out of the way of Jiraiya's fist. Mu's hand stretched out from within and grabbed at me. I let him keep the hand he touched as purple insects began to crawl on it. Fuck. They were working together even better than before. They were improving as the fight dragged on. Getting used to my tricks and adapting to all my tactics in seconds. This was the danger in Kage-level opponents. I tracked the mastermind here, Danzo Shimura. He was still in my penthouse suite, staring at the fight with a watchful eye. I blurred towards him in a sandy shunshin, Dark Sister clenched in my grip and outstretched. When I finally reached him, I stabbed him right through the heart as I went for a killing blow, and felt a kunai enhanced with wind release stab right into my own chest. We both stood there, my chest had been turned into sand right before his blow landed, so I felt nothing from it. On the other hand, his breaths fell even heavier as he heaved and coughed out blood, about to breathe his last. Cursed seal, he shouted, hand leaving his grip on his kunai to tap my neck. The Fuinjutsu flowed across my body in seconds. Fuck. I staggered backwards, trying to rally my chakra to fight the seal's spread, but it was something that was nearly unstoppable. The seal just flowed through me and into my chakra. My chakra did its best to fight back, but the seal did not activate any of my body's defenses against intrusion. Fighting against it while my body didn't really care less was practically impossible, so I wasn't surprised when it ran its course and then activated. The only silver lining was that I knew it couldn't have been to kill me or to do me some serious harm. My body would have detected it. You couldn't lie to the human body like that. Not one with chakra at least. While the seal ran its course, I watched Danzo collapse to the floor and then his body disappeared into mist before appearing a few feet away. Fuck. Izanagi. Guess he was wise enough to activate it before confronting an enemy Kage in the middle of his village. This time, his second arm was visible and no longer hidden by the brace. The red eyes within it, all 9 of them moved and writhed as if looking at their surroundings. This fucker. At least, there were only 9 red ones now. The 10th had turned white with blindness from the effects of the illusion jutsu that changed reality. I know I've said this before, but Sharingan bullshit is such bullshit. Another storm of shuriken came from him, and once again, I turned my body into sand. Or at least, I tried to. It didn't. I flipped the internal switch that let me change my body from one state to another, and nothing happened. It was like the switch got disconnected. Fuck. The cursed seal. But how? My automatic defense made the sand around me lift itself and push the weapons aside without my conscious thought. I wasn't even sure I'd have been able to muster the concentration to focus on that as I tried to figure out what Danzo had done to me. My automatic defense activated again to block Jiraiya's Raizan as he jumped right at me from behind. I turned around, lashing out with Dark Sister, and just barely being able to nick his chest with the long blade as he instantly retreated. Mu was somewhere out there, I thought to myself as I stared right at both Jiraiya and Danzo as they walked in unison to place me between them. This was going to be a hell of a fight, I could tell. Sand transformation was no longer an option until I figured out to get rid of this seal. I clapped my hands together, calling on my chakra, and transforming it to wind in the same breath. A dome of cutting winds built around me before spreading across the room, tearing it apart and forcing Jiraiya to jump out of the way. Danzo, on the other hand, just made a single seal and tore a hole through my dome that allowed the jutsu to pass right by him. Hiruzen was such a fool, he spoke dispassionately. The gentle fist, the Raizan, and even some of the Inuzuka's sensory techniques. You've been spying on Konoha ninja throughout your stay here. What foolishness to allow the enemy remain in the heart of your home. Maybe he, correctly, didn't see the need to view me as an enemy and thus make me one. Everyone who isn't loyal to the great tree is an enemy. His marble-like voice rang across the room, and I felt the umbu blur into the motion. They all essentially jumped at me at once, forcing me into taijutsu, and they were all instantly given cause to regret it. Since I was no longer capable of turning my body into sand, I shunted all my chakra output into physical enhancement, going as far as my body could safely handle, and then some. Everything slowed down just a bit and I was ready. The first one to reach me led with a straightforward stab at my head. I leaned backwards, allowing it to stop short of me, and caved in his midsection with a sand-encased fist. A whistling from behind was all the alert I needed. My sand rose to block the kick that had been making its way to my head, and the same sand tore the offending leg from the ninja's body with brutal efficiency. Blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing my red hair and even deeper red. The remaining umbu were powerless as my sand boxed them in from outside and within. They tried to run. Tried to fight. Some even tried to attack me, but their destiny could not be denied. Dread it, run from it, destiny arrives all the same. A/N, that's the chapter, I guess. Don't worry. I'm going somewhere with this. Jiraiya got hit by Shirsui's eye if you couldn't tell. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 4, 300/7000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 36, Retreat. The first attack that came from one of the S-rankers was from the Toad Sage himself. He thought he could take me by surprise with the earth-release jutsu he'd been preparing since I killed the first Umbu, but I felt it beneath my feet. When his hands clapped the floor and the ground around me transformed to deep mud that reacted to gather whatever it touched into it, I remained stable. My own section of the floor, remaining untouched and unadulterated. Jiraiya's chakra was powerful, but not enough to overwhelm mine when he didn't even know the fight was happening. With the 3 or so remaining Umbu being put down by Jiraiya's jutsu, I bent my knees and shot right at him from his position across from me. Dark Sister appeared in my hands with only a twist of concentration and stabbed right ahead at him. He lifted his arms and the blade slid right off his vambrace, making a harsh grating sound as the Valyrian steel blade failed to so much as scratch the dark steel that made up the gauntlet-like guards the man wore around his arms. Our eyes met, and he lashed out with a headbutt straight at me. Sand from my collar lifted up into a shallow shield, the best I could do in such close quarters and at the speed we were fighting at. His head, clad in a headband that read only a single word, passed through the shield like it wasn't even there and slammed into mine with all the force of a train. What the fuck? My head began to ring as I stumbled backwards. I was lucky that my absolute defense didn't need any conscious input, or I would have died right then and there. Danzo, from the corner, sent several bullets of wind flying at me, that I barely noticed until my sand rose up to block every single of them off. Jiraiya's follow-up swipe, aimed at my head, was blacked in a similar way, except with way much more sand. ID leaned forwards, towards him and took conscious control of the sand and used it to push right against his midsection. The sand scattered before it even touched him and only another shield prevented his retaliatory kick from knocking my head off my body. I forced my sand to grab a hold of my body and lift me up and away from the range of the dangerous Sanin's limbs. My head was still ringing from that first attack he managed to land. I suddenly forced my sand to scatter and entered into free fall as a lance of light passed through where I'd once been. Moo. The fucking Kazekage. I fell towards the floor for a few seconds before I caught myself in my sand and avoided a splattery death. It was taking me a few precious minutes to calibrate my instincts to fighting without just being able to assemble and reassemble either my entire body or parts of it on a whim. It was almost like fighting with my hands tied behind my back. Or being blindfolded. I knew what I needed to do. My reflexes screamed at me to do it, but my body just wasn't cooperating, and this was all Danzo's fault. Made me wonder how he'd like to live without a head. I kicked off my sand platform, heading for the men, but Moo's pupilless eyes were in my way in less than a second. He reached out for me and I for him in unison. Heavy-weighted boulder jutsu, we both incanted in unison, having both our flight paths destabilized for the precious second that deactivating the jutsu cost. Ordinarily, we'd have been equally disadvantaged, but I wasn't the one with allies here. A massive bullet of flame screamed in the air, turning the air around it sweltering as it rose at me. This sure would be a good time to know water release, wouldn't it? Sand rose to my command, the trusted ally that had been by my side since my first day in this world. The shield I formed had 3 layers, each one a few inches away from the last to allow some air to exist in the middle. I felt the first layer entirely leave my control as the sand was glassed almost instantly. The second fell to the same fate in more time, and the third ended up being barely enough to protect me from the attack. In that time, Mu had come back into the fight and was already aiming for me with that nasty dust release of his. For the first time in this life, I was forced to face the facts. My sand would run out. My reserves were already slightly depleted after the fight on the day of the Chunin exams, and Jiraiya's and Mu's combined attentions were not doing them any good. I was already robbed of one of my major trump cards, the ability to transform into sand, and these were 3 powerful S-rankers. Adding to that was the fact that Danzo still had roughly 9 lives left to go, and Jiraiya had Sage Mode still up his sleeves. If I stayed, and in the increasingly unlikely chance that I managed to somehow win this, I would never be able to make it out of here alive. The ninja of Konoha were already swarming about on the ground below us, and while I doubted they knew much about Danzo or cared that much, killing Jiraiya was one way to get myself on their bad side. Legends like Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi would be deadly opponents on their own. Facing them while tired out and in the middle of their village, surrounded by thousands of their comrades, was a death sentence. There was no victory here. Not for me. Danzo had put me in the ultimate lose-lose situation, with only one way out. Retreat. Sure, it would be ceding victory to them, but I wasn't a samurai. No victory would ever be worth my life. So how was I going to do this? Retreat had to be both simultaneously quick and effective. I needed to make sure I was gone quickly and that they didn't have much of an opportunity to pursue. Although part of me really wanted Mu to add another Kazekage to my list, if he would. Without Jiraiya and Danzo to run interference, he'd be nothing for me to deal with. I blinked and activated one of my oldest jutsus. 2 clones of sand pulled themselves right out of the platform I was standing on. It had been a while since I used this jutsu in its truest form. Once I got the power to transform into sand, the just had taken on a more efficient, less chakra-intensive and more integrated form, but part of me still missed the threefold vision I could get from having 2 clones to my side. Just how great would this be when I figured out how to add the Sharingan to my vision? I jumped backwards onto a smaller platform while both my clones jumped forwards at the same time. One for Danzo, and the other for Mu. Jiraiya was the biggest threat here, and he was the one I most wanted to kill before leaving. If there was any way to weaken Konoha after their betrayal, it would be killing the last loyal Sannin. With Danzo in charge and Jiraiya dead, there was no way Tsunade would ever be returning. At the end of the day, the trip would still be a success. Rob them of 2 Kage-level ninja in one fell swoop while causing massive personnel and infrastructural damage. A sea of sand rose from the ground, more a pond than a sea, but the point still stood. It covered his view for a few seconds before falling right down on him. I clenching off my fist later, and the sand tripled in weight, accelerating even further as it bore down on the toad sage. He lived up to that name of his as a giant katana suddenly cut through the tightly packed sand, scattering some of it before a massive water bullet ended the attack in its tracks. Beneath the man's feet had appeared a giant red toad. "Is this what you summoned me for, Jiraiya?" The toad asked, not getting any reply from its summoner, making it lift an eyebrow in irritation. "Oi. Jiraiya. I asked you a question. Don't ignore me." The creature shouted again, getting nothing in reply, and I couldn't resist the urge to interfere in the comedic interaction. "He can't hear you, you know," I said, echoing words that had once belonged to a charming boy from a book series only I knew of. "What's ya talking about?" The toad screamed at me with narrowed eyes. "Oi, Jiraiya," a massive tongue shot out from the giant's mouth and almost slammed into the men before he jumped over it and jumped right for me. "Come back here, Jiraiya," the toad shouted at its fleeing summoner. "Did you do this, brat?" It suddenly turned its eyes to me with an impressive amount of killing intent. "Nah. He's under some genjutsu from that guy over there," I said, pointing to Danzo, who was currently engaging in blazingly fast taijutsu with one of my clones. For a bag of bones, he sure moved quickly. "Genjutsu, huh? I know just what to do," it said, right as Jiraiya crashed through my automatic shield with a Raiznon clutched in his hand. My blade shot out instantly as Dragon had trained me to do, and I aimed for the head, only for him to react at the last second and my blade to produce a high-pitched clang as it clashed against the horned headband the men proudly sported. The blade slipped against the oil inscription before hitting the base of the horns and coming to a sudden stop. Our eyes met for a split second, and that second was all Gamabunta needed to execute his idea. A massive plume of smoke erupted from where he'd been while the equally massive toad yelled out the words, "Summoning Jutsu." Since Jiraiya's summon seemed interested in taking care of his sudden madness, I could see the opportunity to retreat. I jumped backwards, and as the toad sage made to follow, 2 smaller toads, Ma and Pa, appeared by his side. It seemed Gamabunta had been very quick in briefing them. He tried ignoring them to make for me, but that failed as they both took deep breaths and erupted into song. More a scream than a song, if I was being truly honest. The music grated at my ears and bore down on my chakra like a sludge. The fact that I could even feel any effects from what was obviously mostly a genjutsu even when it wasn't directed at me told me all I needed to know about how terrifying the creatures could be. I took the opening for what it was and summoned a sand platform beneath my feet before taking off into the skies. The chance that whatever the toads were going to attempt to do was going to fail was much too high for me to stick around in the hopes of killing Danzo Shimura once and for all. Jiraiya was the biggest threat, yes. But the ability to continuously respawn with Sharingan fuckery and enough skill with curse seals as to apply them with only a second of contact was dangerous enough to warrant some element of caution on my part. My clones did their part and kept both the new Hokage and his underservant busy as I made my escape from the village's lines. Luckily, Danzo had not seemed to have accounted for this possibility and hadn't prepared anything to prevent my escape. XXXXX, Danzo POV, 7 hours ago. It's finally time, I said to myself and to the portrait of my master, the greatest Hokage the village hidden in the leaves had and would ever see. He'd only made one mistake in his lifetime, and that was giving the throne to Hiruzen over me when he passed on. But I understood that. I was the coward in that situation for failing the test and not volunteering to give my life for the village. But then, Hiruzen had proven that willingness to lay down one's life for the village and strength alone would not a good Kage make. After all, he was willing to lay down his life, but now in his old age, he had no willingness to lay down his morality and compassion on the altar of Konoha's strength and dominance. He had no grasp of what was necessary. The god of shinobi had been a fearsome Kage in his time, but now he stood as nothing but an old man well past his prime. His treatment of the Ichibi Jinchuriki exemplified that even now. Konoha had just been through its greatest test yet, and he allowed an enemy to roam with impunity within her walls, instead of mobilizing his ninja and taking the tailed beast to strengthen Konoha in the long term and deny their enemies of both their weapon and Kage in one fell swoop. That was what Sensei would have done. He surely would never have treated with the enemy and offered them land that would be useful in cultivating crops to feed the next generation. Hiruzen was too short-sighted. I was the one who'd lost an eye in the Second Great War all those decades ago, but he was the blind one. Not like the lack of an eye hadn't ended up proving to be a boon for me in the long run, but that was only because of just how resilient and resourceful I was. If Hiruzen had lost an eye, he'd have never had the strength to do what would have been necessary for Konoha's strength. Speaking of strength, I could feel it now. This eye was regaining its power. Shursue Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan, the greatest weapon in the shinobi world, was finally ready to use again. I tore off the bandages around my face and squinted at the mirror, seeing for the first time in years, the Sharingan return to its full glory. The Koto Matsukumi was finally ready to use again, and I had just the right target for it. He thought himself much wiser than he truly was. Yes, in his last visit he'd proven adept at discovering all my agents when I tried to sneak them into his bed at the whorehouses, but that was years ago. I was much better now, and so were they. I watched as they got him to drop his guard. 2 women, blonde and well-endowed, just as he preferred them, but fully under my influence as they got to begin touching him and making him more foolish even more than he should have. Ideally, I would never need to resort to such tactics to get him into my genjutsu, but Jiraiya was a wily man. All Sarutobi students had grown into disappointments with time, but the most disappointing in youth had become the least so in adulthood. His name drove fear into the hearts of Konoha's enemies, and his strength would be a useful tool. That was why I was personally seeing to this mission. As for my old friend, his fate had been sealed for years now, and it was just a matter of delivering the final blow. I watched them begin to undress, feeling nothing where there would have previously been a mixture of revulsion and anger. This was Konoha's S-ranker. A waste, shadow of a man who could not even tell the difference between whores and trained operatives. He kissed them wholly and without reservation, swallowing their lips and tongues, exchanging saliva with abandon. It was quite concerning. Did this man have no fear of disease? Back in my time, even the most lewd of shinobi would never have dared to get so free with women of the night. His left hand reached up to grope the one on the left, as the one on the right began to pull at his kimono, slowly undressing him. I did not avert my eyes when his left hand finally pulled off the skimpy excuse of a top that the agent was wearing and then latched onto her right breast with his lips and began to tease at them. I watched as the fluid dripped from her nipples into his mouth with anticipation. When he jumped in alarm, it was too late. I bolted, gathering chakra at the heels of my feet, and exploded into motion in an instant. His hair had already hardened and torn the 2 agents to shreds with their sharp needle-like blades, a testament to his quick reaction time and strength. Still, it was insufficient. When he turned to me with a snarl on his face and the 4th Hokage's signature jutsu in his hands, we met eyes, and the fight ended in an instant. We found ourselves transported to a mountain, the man's inner mental plane. He was nothing but a blank slate before me as the Koto Amatsukumi began to do its job. All I needed was a single order. One order above all else. Be loyal to me and obey all my commands above all else, I intoned, and when he nodded, I resisted the urge to smile in satisfaction at a job well done. Here, away from any and everyone else, I still could not show weakness. I couldn't afford it. Not now, not ever. The mountainous regions faded away around me, replaced with the red walls of the whorehouse that I'd taken over all those months ago. One of many. What are your orders, master? Jiraiya asked, dropping to a knee and ending all his active jutsu and defenses. Good. First of all, bring me Orochimaru of the Sannin. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 500/7, 000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 37, Flashback. XXXX Danzo POV. While my old friend's student was busy carrying out my orders, I went on with the next step of my plan. This was a plan years in the making and that had required decades of planning, foresight and patience. So close to the finish line, I could not bear to fail. It would have been inconsiderable 10 years ago. Now. To fail the leaf now would be to damn it with my death. There was no one who would be ready or capable to do what was necessary to keep the great tree alive and healthy apart from myself. I'd stress about finding a successor when this was all over. When the smoke cleared with me on top. Maybe that Psy boy that was tearing his way through training and completing mission after mission. A natural talent for Fuinjutsu and a unique ninjutsu technique like that would make a great Kage with the right combination of training and individual effort. My thoughts left me as I felt the air conditioning flow over my wrinkled skin upon crossing the door. I did it alone, unescorted. No mere elder of the leaf ought to have an Umbu escort. Root still loyally followed and watched over my every step, however. It was one compromise I could not make. Fu was doing a good job in his surveillance over the Suna Kazekage, but I would be a fool to act like the threat of him slamming his immense power on the hospital and killing us all was an impossibility. Hiruzen had been foolish in allowing the boy remain. In even allowing the boy live for a second longer after Jiraiya's arrival. The Toad Sage was a pervert and a fool, but he was also a powerful and skilled ninja. All of my old rivals' students were powerful but useless. I'd correct his mistakes when I took the seat. Please direct me to the Hokage, I said to the receptionist, a woman with the highest level of clearance to ensure that certain things in the hospital could be well looked after and taken care of. The doctors must have felt high and mightily while looking down on her, never knowing that she was more useful as a servant to the great tree than they ever would be. Of course, Danzo-sama, she said, bowing, and abandoning her post to save as my guide. Hiruzen had been a fool among fools to allow me so much leeway. The second Tsunade had left Konoha, ostensibly never to return. I began to work. I sunk my agents, feelers and tentacles into the hospital from all angles. If there was one place in Konoha proper that was under my complete control, it was this hospital. It was the only reason that full Kabuto had been able to go undetected by the Hiruzen's people for so long. The hospital was a blind spot that no Kage should ever have allowed, and was another display of Hiruzen's weakness and sentimentality. He thought of the wrong things and had the wrong priorities. She led me on a winding route that I knew was filled with Fuinjutsu traps just waiting to go off, and watched over by invisible and nearly undetectable Umbu agents. Hiruzen suddenly slumping earlier this evening had been the cause of much worry and panic. At least, among those high up enough in the ladder to know. The Umbu were running around like headless chickens and the rest of the village was in a state of confusion and uncertainty. The news was yet to be released, but people could be shockingly perceptive when they wanted to be. I walked past hordes of doctors, patients, and other staff who never hesitated to greet me with a quick bow, and at Danzo-sama. None of the supposedly undetected Umbu saw nothing wrong with the show of deference. If only Kakashi of the Sharingan could have been here to see this day. I was not a petty man, but the last student of the men that delayed my plans by decades being alive to see my ascension would have been a perfect addition to the day as it was. The day of perfection, May Ascension. Just outside the room stood another great disappointment that Sarutobi had allowed. His own son, Asuma. The boy watched me warily but said nothing as I stepped in. Inside, it was still. Deathly still. In his last moments, Sarutobi lay alone. I blinked. It was almost like I saw Biwako sitting next to him in this last moment. It would be painless. I'd made sure of that. After all, this man was still my friend beyond it all. He would not be the first friend I'd sacrifice for the great tree, Uchiha Kagame came to mind, but he would be the closest. It wasn't too late. I could slip him the antidote in my sleeve right here and now and call this whole thing off. Watching the men I grew up with. My friend, my rival, my brother, sit there made me ache to do it. It made everything that had previously been ideas on a drawing board suddenly become much more real and feasible. Could I lose him? The last echo of my childhood? My first and last friend? I asked the question internally, and the answer was a resounding yes. Yes, Hiruzen was my first friend, but Konoha was my first love. It was all for the great tree, I told myself that truth and steeled my heart. Shinobi, blade over heart, I recited mentally and stepped closer to him, out of the doorway. I would like to believe that I could see the moment when his body registered my presence and what I carried within myself, but I knew it was just a fanciful notion. The poison that did the great Hiruzen Sarutobi in was a subtle thing. Developed by our sensei himself in one of his variant interests. Nearly untraceable and entirely undetectable if one didn't know to look for it or its signs. It was a multi-stage poison, designed to operate separate independent doses of completely different components whose interaction would create the needed death, while simulating a completely natural one. As a sitting Hokage, any poison that was even slightly less complicated would have failed to the myriad security measures around him. In fact, I'd had to modify the poison itself to increase its speed to make all this possible. The first dose wasn't administered during the surgery. No, that was too obvious. And the doctors were watched by close to a dozen Umbu agents every step of the way. Instead, the poison had been introduced during the recovery, when things were far less likely to be so heavily scrutinized. Included in his medication, day after day, until today when the second to last dose brought him down, to this state. The final dose wafted off my person in an aerosol. This was the one bit of sentimentality that I would indulge myself in. If my brother was to be killed for the sake of a greater Konoha, then I would be the one to deliver the death blow. He deserved nothing less. I watched and waited as he inhaled the final ingredient. There was nothing to show any difference. For this, I'd allowed the original formula take precedence. This final ingredient would take hours to work, and I sat to wait. My agents were doing what was necessary for the future of Konoha. I would leave them to it, and sit here to watch my heart finally die. For the next few hours, at least. When Asuma entered again, it was clutching the hand of the Kyubi Jinchuriki. The normally exuberant boy's bright blue eyes landed on Sarutobi in the bed, and I watched as the finality of what was happening sunk into him. "Grandpa," he shouted before collapsing to his knees and crawling over to the bed to put the old man's hands in his. "How long?" he asked the smoking disappointment, and he replied. "A few days now." "He's been getting sicker since the invasion," the bearded Jounin said, answering the wrong question. "Not that." "How long does he have left?" the boy reiterated. "He won't survive the day." "That's what the doctors say," I replied instead, watching the Jinchuriki crumple in the face of that news and break into tears. Loud, ugly tears. Total and consuming. Normally, tears would irritate me to no end, but for some reason, they were perfect for this occasion. Sarutobi deserved these tears. To die while being sung to sleep by the wailing of the boy he would have given the world for. It was a fitting death that made me consider my own mortality. Who would sing at my grave? What eyes would weep at my passing? When he breathed his last, hours later, it was obvious. The doctors did not enter the room, pronouncing him dead from the doorway, leaving us to grieve. Those he had been closest to. The Kyubi's tears had long since dried, and just when I thought he could cry no more, the pronouncement had him wailing anew. I stood, and walked towards the boy, placing a hand on his shoulder. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a great man. A great shinobi. Konoha will never see his like again, I said, before turning and leaving the room. I had work to continue. XXXXX. The first thing I did after Sarutobi's death was move for the scroll of seals. It was now a race for who would secure the needed things to take the throne first, and unluckily for all the other possible claimants, I was the first in line and I had a hell of a head start. That was why I didn't head to the Hokage Tower first. My agents could do that for me, move and make sure. I also didn't make for any of the public locations like the Umbu Barracks or Academy in the hopes of gathering G allies. No, I'd leave that to all the idiots who'd think themselves capable of standing in my way. The best thing to do to cement my position was hand Konoha a much-needed victory, and luckily we had an enemy right here within our walls just waiting to be killed and taken for the good of Konoha. Would be awfully rude of me not to take him up on the offer. I walked into the underground headquarters of Root and accepted the parcel that had been waiting for me. The giant scroll was hefted onto my back as I walked the rest of the way to the interrogation room where I should have been expecting a new guest. Of course, I wasn't surprised to see Orochimaru of the Sannin sitting still, hands and legs bound in chakra-suppressing seals and mouth completely gagged, with his old teammate standing above him, watching with a blank expression. "Remove his gag," I said, exposing myself to the snake's acid tongue. "Ah. Danzo. I wonder what you've done to precious Jiraiya here to turn him to such a bore," he asked, looking amused and fully at ease with himself. "Are you aware of what this is?" I asked him, completely sidestepping the transparent attempt to lead the conversation and claim the power in the room. Orochimaru thought of himself as something special. But even now, in his 50s, he was still nothing more than a child struggling to be anything more than a pale copy of his sensei. Hiruzen could make you talk for hours without you even noticing the kinds of information you'd volunteered and just how little he'd given in turn. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was a clumsy conversationalist at the best of times. The only thing Hiruzen had succeeded with in all his students was turning them into fearsome warriors. But considering I, who was weaker than both of them by a wide margin, had them subjugated like this, strength was clearly not all that mattered in this world. The Scroll of Seals. I've seen it a few times. Here to offer it to me in exchange for my help in seizing the village? He asked, getting my intentions completely wrong. It was almost amusing just how he managed to get everything completely wrong. No. I am here to use it to put an end to the greatest threat to Konoha in the last decade. To do the thing Hiruzen refused to. I said, opening it with a flourish. There's nothing there that could take care of me. Nice threat, cripple. But you should probably only bluff with something that your captive has never seen before. He said, making me almost crack a smile. Hiruzen had clearly shown his students part of the scroll but not the entirety, and definitely not the most interesting part of it. Tobirama-sensei had mastered two arts beyond any other. Ninjutsu and Fuinjutsu. His jutsu were famous and world-renowned, at this point, but apart from the Flying Thunder God, most of his Fuinjutsu were more subtle and less well-known. This one, perhaps the most impressive, was completely unknown to much of the world as he'd cast it aside to this soul after he realized just what he had created. The first true cursed seal. The cursed seal of obedience. Spreading the scroll across the floor, I found the section that contained just what I was looking for and slammed my hand against it, unsealing the small scroll. Just by looking at it, one would never be able to tell that it contained the most powerful Juinjutsu in existence. Such a shame that it had spent so many years gathering dust when it could have been out there working for Konoha against her enemies. Another one of the things that Hiruzen allowed his pesky morality hold him back from using for the glory of Konoha and her safety. What is that? The Snake Sannin asked, looking at the small scroll with a small bit of apprehension hiding in his eyes. You reckoning, traitor. I opened the scroll, allowing it spread across the floor and began to weave hand seals. The scroll began to glow and the script rose up from the ground, a wall of red ink that began to circle the room and increase in speed over time. The jutsu of the second Hokage. Curse seal of obedience, I said, walking forwards and slamming my palm against the snake's forehead. The red ink, spinning and glowing, followed my hands and slammed right into his forehead, flowing around his body and forming script that spread across his body. First of all was the line of script around his neck. The ink then branched down in two streams. The first flowed down both arms to wrap around his wrists and the other encircled his ankles. The jutsu was complete, and I resisted the urge to double over as a wave of exhaustion hit me straight up. Unbind him. He'll behave himself henceforth, I said to Jiraiya, watching the men move to obey my orders with no hesitation. 2 out of 3. 2 of my goals were now complete. All I had to do was see to the third. Follow me, I commanded my friend's former students, wailing deeper into the root headquarters. Toryun, Sai, is it here? I asked the moment both young men dropped down in front of me in bows. Yes, Danzo-sama, they chorused. Good. Orochimaru had shown me just how useful the Edo Tensei Jutsu could be in combat, and that was to be the source of the reinforcements for dealing with Konoha's lack of powerful ninja. I walked into the chosen room, and was met with the mummified body of the second Kazekage. And the other teams? I asked. No word from them, but if things go according to plan they should all be returning with their quarries within the week. Toryun replied. Well done, my boy. I said to him before turning to the Snake Sannin. Use the Edo Tensei Jutsu to restore him, I commanded. I need a sacrifice, his reply was expected and I waved a hand, commanding Toryun to unseal the Earth Nation civilian I'd asked him to acquire on his way out with the body. He walked forwards and began the jutsu. Everything was just according to plan. Oh, I loved it when a plan began to come together. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 500/7,000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 38, Rewards. Flight was a hell of an advantage to have over everyone else. Especially when the flight was something I needed little in the way of conscious thought to maintain at all times. Why was I saying this? It meant I could study the salves that had been placed on my person while I traveled to Suna in safety and with some measure of luxury. After all, a quick application of May will had made the sand platform reform itself to have some shade from the blazing afternoon sun. My shadow clone was delightfully still as I picked over every line of script that surrounded my body. Examining my own naked body wasn't one of the things I ever expected to have to do, and doing it from the outside looking in was also unexpected, but the awkwardness of the situation was far overcome by the sheer curiosity spurred on by the seal that Danzo had placed on me. It was a cursed seal, of course. I'd not expected anything less, but the kind of cursed seal it was something that I could just gape out. My body had taken it in too quickly, so it couldn't be anything that had some serious negative consequences. For him to apply something like that, he'd have had to overcome my chakra in its entirety, not an easy task, I'd imagine. Instead, it had felt like he'd worked both with it in some aspects and around it in others. Now that I could see it, it was clear. Danzo used a different script language than I was familiar with, but enough of it was based off the Uzumaki style, like all the best and strongest seals tended to be. So there were a few things I could understand. First of all, if I was interpreting things correctly, then this cursed seal was, at least in part, based off on a medical stasis seal. It was designed to keep the subject in their base state and deny any attempts to change that. It was something else, ingenious and inspired, and just the reality check that I needed. I wasn't the only one in this world with a working brain and the ability to adapt to my opponents. I'd shown off my sand transformation willy-nilly, and people were already beginning to come up with workarounds and counters for facing me. It was a wonder how people like Minato Kamikaze and the Reikage were able to dominate the game for so long with their techniques out there and well known. It was a guarantee that people would have analyzed the living hell out of their techniques to prepare for facing them. But to them, it didn't matter. I guess that was where things like experience came into play. I'd only been in the game for about half a dozen years. These guys had been doing it for decades before they gained the degree of notoriety that they had later in life. I guess that was the difference between me and them. I needed to gain the necessary experience to make it so something as simple as having myself lose access to one of my principal techniques would no longer be able to essentially cripple me. I needed variety and adaptability. When it came to Danzo's seal, though, it turned out there was little I could do to deactivate it that would be more efficient than simply waiting for the seal to wear off. Like I initially estimated, it wasn't a permanent seal. My chakra would have fought that off much too harshly for such a quick application. No, it was a timed seal, and if I was reading things correctly, I had only an hour or so more to wait before it would run its course completely. I just drew the seal on a scroll from my inventory for later study and dispelled my shadow clone to focus on the other thing that the fight with Danzo and his fellows had left me with. This time, a positive thing, at the very least. Notice, hidden quest complete. Objective, escape Konoha alive. Bonus objectives. 1. Kill Danzo. 2. Free Jiraiya from Danzo's genjutsu ***. 3. Seal Mu. 4. Kill Orochimaru ***. 5. Prevent the daimyo and his caravan from being attacked. Rewards ***. 1. Legendary loot roll ***. 2. Hidden ***. 3. Hidden. 4. Hidden ***. 5. Hidden ***. 6. Hidden ***. Turns out that the game had turned the entire thing with Danzo into a retroactive quest of some sort. The fact that I failed literally all the bonus objectives was a tad annoying, but the sight of the legendary loot roll among the rewards was enough to draw all my attention and made me forget all about the bonus objectives and their lost rewards for the time being. A legendary loot roll. The last one had given me Dark Sister, the sword that I used as one of my primary weapons. It had literally been the weapon that did the deed for Inoki the Fence-Sitter, the third Kazekage. Needless to say, it was baller. Getting anything of that kind of class was just what the doctor ordered to improve my mood at this time when Danzo was making me nearly shit myself at the changes that I'd wrought by butterflying all over the elemental nations without a care in the world. I commanded the game to make the roll, and it did just that. The ethereal dice flew through the air and quickly changed into a wheel that spun at speeds so high that even I struggled to read its contents. It was in that position for minutes until it slowly began to slow down. Even then, the contents of the wheel were still hidden from me. I could catch the occasional glimpse of the idea of something, but then that would only last for a second or so before it was gone and replaced with something else. I mean, I was fairly certain I saw something like the dragon Smog there, but I had to be taking the piss. No way was the game going to gift me with a whole-ass mythical creature. That would be awesome, though. Very awesome. I could just imagine summoning a whole-ass giant dragon to the battlefield to run interference. Orochimaru and his snakes, and Jiraiya and his toads would be mincemeat in seconds. When it finally stopped, the wheel disappeared and was replaced by a floating piece of text. Loot roll complete, item, skill book, wet tinkering. I gaped. I fucking gaped at it because the game seemed intent on messing with every expectation that I had about it. Skill books. Literally, nothing had given me the idea that the game would be able to create skill books for talents that did not even exist in this universe. Sure, scrolls that conferred elemental affinities were one thing, but whole skill books able to give me parahuman abilities from an entirely different universe were a tad bit beyond the game. It made me revisit a question I'd once had: did the game have any limits? None that I could see right now. But how was this going to work? Was the game going to give me a shard of my own? Make me the host for an interdimensional entity with dubious intentions? I doubted it was going to do that. Gamer's Mind, at the very minimum, guaranteed that there was no chance of anything external being able to influence my mind or mental state. That was at least one worry that was gone. Another one that came up was wondering how the game was going to implement this particular skill set. Was I going to get a shard? Or was the game just going to pour a ton of knowledge into my brain? Well, there was only one way to know. The game had never let me down before, well apart from a few minutes ago when Gamer's body did nothing about the seal Danzo had placed on my person. I took the risk and lifted my hand to click the yes button next to the prompt asking me whether I wanted to integrate the skill book or not. The second I pressed the button, the ethereal book did a nice little animation of dissolving into flower petals before shooting right at my head. It took the better part of 10 minutes for the process to complete itself, but when it did, I suddenly knew. My mind was awash with ideas. A quick glance at my stat sheet told me that a wet tinkering skill had been created at level 50. Level 50 seemed to come with countless things I could already do. I had so many ideas of how I could improve my body as it presently was. Make myself stronger, faster, improve my reactions. I could already see 500,000 things I'd try with Kakashi's Sharingan before integrating it with myself to ensure maximum compatibility. I could probably even halt the blindness effect of the Manjikyu. What I could do to myself was impressive, but what truly awed me were the depths of improvements I could make to those who weren't me. My mind turned to Shira, and I was already having thousands of ideas of how I'd essentially alter his chakra system to begin to function. Fuck. The Shikatsumiyaku. I could see just how I'd integrate it into his body. What did it matter that Shira was an adult? All bodies were nothing more than clay for me to play around with. That was the power of tinkering at the end of the day. It wasn't science. Not truly. Tinkers sometimes operated within the bounds of science or the laws of physics, but when dealing with powers granted by interdimensional beings, those laws we held so dear became nothing more than mere guidelines. What did wet tinkering care for? Things like organ rejection and compatibility. I knew that if I made changes, they'd work. They'd stick. Simply because that was how the power worked. Another advantage of wet tinkering as a new skill was the 10 points it had immediately added to my medical ninjutsu skill almost instantly. Just lovely. Completely lovely. Had to be the best roll I'd got from the game since ever. I banked to the left as I noticed that my sand had carried me closer to my targets in the moments of inattention brought on by the new ability. I'd go full mad scientist when I returned to Suna, but for now, I had a daimyo to save. I drew closer to the position of the daimyo's caravan as I saw the bodies of dozens of samurai strewn about. Danzo had been thorough in his attention. While he'd personally come for me, he'd sent this hit squad of immortal ninja after the daimyo. Zabuza Momochi, Demon of the Mist, Haku of the Ice Release, and several of his root ninja were working their way through the daimyo's guards. All that remained were the 3 guardian ninja he'd brought with him and about a dozen samurai that surrounded his form. He remained sitting on his throne, looking bored at the happenings. I watched as Kenpachi, one of the ninja guards, maneuvered into the Demon of the Mist's guard, and cleaved his hand from his body before cutting said body in half. In that same instant, the guard was almost sliced in twain by Zabuza's return attack. A tendril of sand around his waist was enough to pull him out of danger before he was sent to the Pure Lands. All eyes turned to me instantly. Kazekage same, more than a few voices intoned in relief. It was obvious that they were much out of their league in this fight. Dealing with reincarnated ninja was a different kind of ballgame from what the daimyo's guards had to deal with on a more regular basis. Hello everyone. I heard you needed some help. Took you long enough, boy. I almost lost all my patience, the daimyo spoke, still seated on his throne. I apologize, my lord. I came as soon as I was aware that your company was being bothered by a certain pest problem. I was delayed in similar circumstances myself. I said, ignoring the surroundings for an instant as I focused on the daimyo. I see. I will assume that with you here, then the problem must have been dealt with at your end. Unfortunately not. It would have presented too much of a delay, and your safety shall always be the priority, so I allowed the pests to claim another day or two of continued presence on this plane. Such a shame. Well, there's nothing to be done about it at this point. Deal with these insects and escort me to my palace. I grow bored of watching them struggle. The daimyo spoke, dismissing me, and the moment he did I was forced to lean backwards on my sand platform to dodge out of the way of Haku's flying form as the young man came up, launched at my floating body. I looked down to see Zabuza holding the executioner's blade with the posture of someone who had just swung the sword as a means of launching someone else. I guess they were adapting well to undeath. Haku spun in the air and flashed his hands for a second. My sand platform lifted itself without any input and blocked all the senbon sent flying at me. I turned my attention to the ice release user for a few seconds and flooded the skies that he dared infringe upon with multiple tendrils of sand. His best attempt to dodge was insufficient in the face of my approach. My sand grabbed him by the hand first of all, and then began to crawl upwards. I only felt victory for a second before a swing of the executioner's blade tore it from my grasp. Zabuza had thrown his sword up at the ice release user and the young man, credit to him, had not hesitated for a second before cleaving his own arm from his body. I knew undead beings didn't feel anything in the way of pain, but still, it was something of an achievement to so carelessly mutilate one's form. Even the assurance that it was going to heal couldn't make anyone comfortable with that. Our brains had too many natural safeguards for any but the most insane or determined to engage in acts like that. Haku dropped to the ground and wasted no time in joining his master as they stood side by side, watching me. I commanded my platform to ferry me to the ground as it began losing altitude, and I finally alighted, placing my feet on the solid earth. Do you know who I am? I asked the reincarnated shinobi. The Kazekage. I heard rumors about a 12-year-old Kage before I finally kicked it, but I guess it's good to know it's true. We in the Hidden Mist weren't the only ones to make the mistake of appointing one of your kind as Kage, I guess. What was that thing the old fart loved to say? History repeats itself because the whole world is deaf, or something like that. The Mist Missing 9 spoke as he performed a few test swings of his blade. From what I could tell, whoever was responsible for this jutsu wasn't really keen on exercising fine control over their reincarnated ninja. They were probably just given objectives and then set loose. That was the only thing that could explain the way Zabuza was free to interact with me on his own terms. Fascinating. So either the user didn't have the expertise and control to control the targets from this distance, or more worrying, there were too many for them to bother to. I was already aware of 3. There could be dozens or even hundreds more. Danzo being the one in charge, if not necessarily the user of the jutsu, meant there really could be no limits to what the caster had access to or the means they'd utilize to achieve their aims, whatever those were. Fuck. I jumped in place for a second. I'd been fighting almost non-stop for the past few days, but this was the first time I was getting to do it with comparatively nothing on the line. Zabuza and Haku would never be able to beat me. There was no risk, so I could have an infinite amount of fun. And I couldn't deny that I needed the stress relief. Danzo had thrown a wrench into things and given me a lot to think about and plan around. The moment I returned to Suna, it would be working against Konoha and prevent them from working against us while we annexed what remained of Orochimaru's resources and took advantage of Iwa's weakness. I spread my feet about a few inches apart and lowered my center of gravity before smirking at my opponents. With a thought, Dark Sister appeared in my grip and I gave her a test swing before pointing her right at them as if to say, "Come at me." Unsurprisingly, Zabuza acquiesced. Flames danced across my Valyrian steel blade in the seconds it took Zabuza to cover the distance between us. His first slash was wide and aggressive. I leaned under it with no difficulty and used the opportunity to worm my way into his guard with my blade in my left hand. She licked at his side, hungry for blood as always. He dodged out of the way and swung Kubikirabocho at me again. Another dodge, but this time, the follow-up came quickly. Too quickly for me to close the distance. Dark Sister was not a small blade by any metrics, but the executioner's blade made her feel like a toothpick in my hand. My senses warned me of the shift in the air and I jumped backwards, performing a handstand before pushing myself further backwards onto my feet. It was luckily that I did, as several senbon littered the ground that I'd just covered. I ran forwards, moving in a zigzag to avoid Haku's attempts as I moved to close the distance with Zabuza again. This time, I was the one to swing first. I had bro hope of reaching him, or at least that was what he thought, until the flames that surrounded my blade like an aura shot forwards and followed the arc I slashed into the air. Getsuga Tenshu, I whispered into the air as the attack cut apart the swordsman's upper body while setting most of it on fire. I was forced to jump backwards again as a waterfall slammed down on the space Zabuza and I had previously occupied, dousing the swordsman. I looked up at Haku with a smirk as the demon of the mist stepped out of the waterfall, fully healed and intact. I cracked my neck from side to side, a wide smile on my face. Zabuza reached me first, with Haku on his heels. His first swing was midsection level. I lifted my legs and stepped on the blade for a second before using it to boost myself into a backflip. Haku had followers me into the air with 2 senbon in each hand. He'd done a good job of closing the distance, but not enough of a good job to figure out what he was going to do the moment he succeeded. In his defense, I don't think there were going to be many 12-year-olds capable of keeping up with him when it came to pure taijutsu. We were level in the air, and he reached out with a stab that I moved my head out of the way of before grabbing onto his outstretched arm with one of my own. The other came to interfere as he tried to stab into my hand, but it was nothing for me to reach for his chest and amplify his weight by a 100. The Kazekage jutsu proved its utility, as he was unable to move his body and crashed to the ground in seconds. My landing is more controlled as I practically floated down with precise control over the wind currents. Zabuza growled and jumped at me. I ducked out of the way of the sword, releasing Dark Sister out of the inventory into my hand and stabbing at him with the Valyrian steel blade. He was able to get the executioner's blade up in time to block, and the swords sang as they clashed. A beautiful rhythm if I was being honest. I reared back and swung her again, getting blocked by Zabuza's own blade a second time. I rotated my body to the left as I struck out at him, only to get blocked. A blade like his had many advantages, but there were two chief disadvantages I could take advantage of in a kenjutsu battle like this one. His blade had good reach, but was clumsy in extremely close quarters. That was why I practically hugged his body, not letting him send me more than a certain radius away from him. The second disadvantage was that its size made it unwieldy for close combat that required multiple fast movements. That was why I was a blur, taking advantage of his own momentum as I swung my blade, hitting at him from 101 angles at once. Even with all of that, he was nowhere near being on the back foot. He took a step back before slamming on the ground with his strength, triggering a mini tremor as several rocks were tossed in the earth from the impact. He used that to gain space and began to go through seals. I almost sighed at him turning this into a ninjutsu battle. It had been fun. But I guess fun things had to come to an end sooner or later, and I did have a village to run. He went through the 44 seals for the water dragon jutsu at blistering speeds, to him, and when it was time, he did impressively enough to take advantage of the fact that he essentially had unlimited chakra and created all the water from thin air. It was beautiful, but a flick of my wrist and an application of my chakra control created a whirling raisonnon that spun with millions of microscopic blades within. You should probably get some distance, I told the daimyo's guards, waiting for them to disengage with their root adversaries and run further away. The root fools, showing self-preservation deserving of a Darwin Award, began running right at me. I threw the raisin shuriken with a smile. And when the light show ended, I was alone in a valley of my own creation. XXXXX. That was one impressive ninja technique, the daimyo said for the upteenth time as I flew us to the royal palace in the capital. Luckily, we were only a few minutes away, and I could deal with the performative fawning while we made the journey. There was no delegation to welcome us on our arrival, but that was not unexpected. The rest of the daimyo's family were not in the capital. Southwest the place was filled with courtiers and the like, but little in terms of people of true importance. The Kazekage will escort me to my study. Leave us. We have much to discuss. The daimyo said to the approaching samurai and orderlies once they realized just who had arrived. The walk there was done in silence, and when we finally arrived at the giant double-sided red door, the daimyo seemed to let out a sigh of relief. We entered almost as one, with me leading the way, and after I spread my sand across every inch, careful to ensure that we were not being spied on, I broke down into laughter. I couldn't believe it had actually worked. That harebrained scheme. Across from me, my clone was similarly in fits. So no one have, actually no noticed. I asked, struggling to form words through the chuckles. Not a person. I just have to pretend to be an asshole, and not a single person has noticed that I've been pretending to be the daimyo for close to a year now. He said, reminding me of just how this came to be. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 500/7,000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Wet tinkering. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 39, Back to Suna. I returned home to little fanfare. There was no ceremony welcoming me or anything. After all, I'd pretty much returned in one of the worst situations ever, so I was not surprised to find no one waiting for me at the gate. What I was surprised at, however, was the meeting going on in the Kage building. The meeting of the Suna Council that I definitely hadn't called. Oh, this was going to be entertaining. I lifted my hand to my face and smiled at the unmarked skin around my wrists. My body then dissolved into sand and allowing the winds carry me across the air, and through the windows of the meeting hall directly opposite my office. I entered and formed in a second, taking note of the gasps of shock. A few of them were even sharp enough to prepare to defend themselves. I just smiled and walked forwards to the empty seat that customarily belonged to the Kazekage. None of them were any threat to me. At least, they had the good sense not to fill in my seat. I am at least 90% sure that I left orders that the next council meeting would be upon my arrival, and not before, I said, speaking to no one in particular, waiting to see who would respond. I wasn't too savvy with politics or shit like this, but my charisma stats leveling up made things like this come easier to me. I just knew the perfect things to say and how to say them. Well, not perfect. The stat wasn't at a 100 yet. Yes, Kazekage-sama. But the report from Elder Ebizo and his students was most pressing. The news that you were embroiled in conflict with not one, but two S-class shinobi, one of whom was the Kazekage himself, was enough to bring up some need for urgency. Yura replied, face giving nothing away as he spoke with an earnestness that I knew he wasn't feeling. Indeed. Urgency, I can understand. But plotting for my replacement before my death could even be confirmed was most unusual, do you not think so? I asked sarcastically, pausing for a second as Chiyo actually chortled and burst into laughter from her seat on the table. He's got you guys by the balls there, she said, cackling. I resisted the urge to turn to her, unsure if I wanted to smile or glare at the humorous interruption. Your treason, at that, objections rang out across the table. Or intentions thereof will be discussed at a later date. For now, I have news. The first and least important, of which, is that two Kages saw their lives end in the last week. Anoki of IWA lost his life at my hands. I said, enjoying the way the veteran ninja struggled to hide their shock. Telling them that there were two dead Kages was enough to get them reeling, but then immediately following with the fact that I was the one responsible for the death must have been scrambling their brains. They'd have a difficult time justifying their desire to remove me now. I'd proven that I could stand against the other titans of the shinobi world, and name myself their better in some cases. The other dead Kage is of course Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage of Konoha. He lost his life to Danzo Shimura, one of his advisors and former classmate. If Anoki's death had caused drops of shock to leak through their dams of composure, then Hiruzen snapped the dams in their entirety. That a Kage would die was a shock, that it was the one that most of Suna saw as an indomitable bastion of strength was even more shocking, and then that would have happened at the hands of one of his own ninja must have turned things up a notch. And that's the least important news. Ebizo said, with a look on his face that I found difficult to place. Yes. The more important bit for everyone here is just what exactly Danzo Shimura has been up to. He's made himself the most dangerous shinobi in the world in one fell swoop. I said, watching the doubt creep into their faces. How could one no-name from Konoha be the most dangerous in the shinobi world, they must have asked themselves in their heads. But how, Kazekage-sama? Dragon asked, walking into the hall just as I finished the previous sentence. I guess he'd found out about my arrival and had come on his own to ensure my well-being with his own two eyes. It was difficult to explain just how much of a mother hen the Umbu captain could be when he got it into his head to be one. He has a jutsu under his command. Edo Tensei, the Konoha nin called it. I had to face it during Sound and Stone's failed invasion. For some reason, the second Hokage had gotten it in his head to defy the path of the winds and find a way to return a soul from the pure lands with the sacrifice of a living being. I fought against a reanimated second and first Hokage during the invasion, I said, drawing looks of amazement from most of the room, but a few like Chiyo just looked doubtful. Thankfully, the user of the jutsu, Orochimaru of the Sannin, was not a master of it and I did not face them at their full strengths. That fight might have been a bit too much for me, I said, admitting that I wouldn't have been able to slap literal gods of the shinobi world with a shrug. No one here could criticize that. We all either grew up on the stories or got to watch the stories get written in real time. Chiyo had been a little girl when Hashirama had sealed the tailed beasts of the world and bartered them away like curiosities. It was something else. Orochimaru of the Sannin. But how? We all saw his head, a counselor objected from the left, looking at me with some measure of suspicion on his face. I'd known exactly how it would have looked to them. I returned his body to Konoha to receive the bounty for the good of Suna, and somehow this led to humbling return to life. The third Hokage and I were able to defeat him again, but now I fear that even that would have not been enough to ensure that he remains a non-threat. As a result, all shinobi will be placed on alert. Orochimaru of the Sannin is a Category 5 enemy of Sunagakure. Any information on him is to be pursued relentlessly over and above anything else. I said to nods from my waiting audience. But to think that they would dare to rob a soul from the grasp of the winds and bring it back to the mortal coil like that. Those damn tree huggers, Ebizo said, placing his head in his arms. The entire room was silent as the counselors stared at each other one at a time, realizing just what was at stake here. When I was attacked within Konoha's walls, it was with the reanimated body of Mu the Nullman. He regenerated from every attack. His chakra reserves refilled themselves instantly. The only way to defeat them is to seal them. In light of all of this, I will be implementing several new policies for the good of Sunagakure. First of all the graves in the village are to be given priority 1 security. The bodies of previous Kazekage and S-rank ninja are to be exhumed and destroyed. May the winds have mercy on our souls, someone said to the left. I ignored the interruption and continued to issue orders. Secondly, all ninja are to spend at least 30 hours in the next 3 months taking lessons at the SEAL Corps. The SEAL Corps are to increase their admission rates. Not a single team will leave this village without being escorted by a member of the Corps. For the lessons, begin with the Puppeteer Corps and extend to the rest of the village over time, I said, receiving a nod from Inasa, the head of the SEAL Corps. Thirdly, it is to now be the position of the Kazekage that all plans for war with the Hidden Sound be postponed and shunted to the wayside. We must instead turn our attention on IWA and Konoha. My present position is a blitzkrieg attack on IWA to knock them out of all war efforts in the short term. That will ensure that when we're faced with Konoha, we can handle the conflict with the full range of our attention and interest. I said to them, noticing the varied looks across the room. Kazekage-sama, I apologize. But I must ask. Are you sure this is to be the wise move? Why not retreat deeper into ourselves and prepare for Konoha? You yourself have admitted that Konoha is the biggest threat to us as it presently stands. Tsuyashiro, a counselor from the second Kazekage's administration, spoke out. She'd been his cousin, I believe. Yes, I agree with you. But on my way out of Konoha, I left a nasty surprise. Several key pieces of infrastructure, including the hospital, will find themselves spontaneously exploding. It was to be my trump card, a threat I would have held over Hiruzen in the long term, but once things changed, I made the decision to bring things to a head much more quickly. Unless Danzo wants to suffer mass rebellion in his ranks, he cannot turn his attention to us before putting out the fires in his own home. By then, we would have taken from IWA just what we needed. Techniques, Kekkei-genkai, and Kenjutsu that previously called IWA home, will all be ours. It is the best way I can think of to prepare us for Danzo when he eventually sets his sights here, I said. But will that truly be enough? Another counselor objected. I guess telling them that the opponent would have literal zombies at his beck and call must have spooked them. They've already brought out the first and second Hokage, what happens if they bring the fourth? Or even the previous Reikage, since they can get their hands on previous Tsukikage. You forget who you speak to. What is my name? Gaara of the Desert Waterfall. There is one fact that you must all hold as true. In these deserts. In this land. In Sunagakure, Gaara of the Desert will not be beaten. That is my promise to you. Trust me as your Kazekage. I have never led you wrong before. I said, receiving a nod of approval from Chiyo and a smile from Ebiso. My words seemed to have sated most of their fears. In canon, most of Suna had legitimately believed Gaara to be invincible, and if I was being honest, that version of me was nothing compared to where I stood now. He'd struggled with A ranks while I hung out in the same ballpark as fucking Kage. With that, the mission was over, and I wasted no time in latching onto Chiyo as we made our way to her lab. I'd had a breakthrough in dealing with and extracting Kimimura's Kekkei-genkai. And besides that, the body of Kakashi of the Sharingan had secrets to tell us. Well, beyond the Sharingan that I was going to be implanting into myself. I didn't have any Hashirama cells to stave off the blindness, but I had 1,000,001 ideas for dealing with that. XXXX, Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Pa, I said to them as I finally came to. Their genjutsu, enhanced by senjutsu as it was, had thankfully been enough to free me from the strangely powerful Sharingan genjutsu. Remembering just what I'd been forced to do and witness being done while under Danzo's control made me want to retch. It was sickening. Ma, Pa. Please grant me your aid, I said, bending down before them. I'd need Sage Mode if I wanted any chance of succeeding today. Of course, Jiraiya boy. We're here for you, Ma said, and I felt the impact as they both landed on my shoulders. The sound of them clapping their hands was music to my ears as my body began to get flooded by senjutsu. Knowing just what I did, there was no chance I was going to attempt to take Danzo on head-on at this point. He had hundreds, if not thousands of root ninja under his control, and that didn't even include the regular rank-and-file ninja of Konoha who'd surrendered to his reign and were now subject to his authority. Would I succeed if I tried to wrest control from him now? Accuse him of killing Sensei and placing me in genjutsu? Fuck. He killed Sensei. Sensei was gone. Fuck. Snap out of it, Jiraiya boy. Sage Mode or no, you will get killed if you do not move now, Pa said, and I nodded, swallowing the tears that threatened to spill forth. Sensei had been a father to me. Even more than that sometimes. I'd avenge him if it was the last thing I did. But not now. I had to be smart about it. Starting a civil war in Konoha's walls would be stupid. And I had no guarantee that the Kazekage kid would not be returning to bury us all in that sand of his for the attack on his person. Fuck. Jiraiya, I heard Danzo's voice bark out. But there was hesitance in it. A slight trace. And then things hit the fan. All around me, I could hear the sounds of explosions going off. Too many to count. The sound of stone rumbling drew my attention to the monument, and I watched with awe and disgust as the heads of the previous Hokage began to fall to the ground. Previous Hokage. Minato had given me one job. I won't fail you anymore, my blessed student, I thought to myself as I took advantage of Danzo's distracted form and jumped off the rooftop we were standing on. I ran across the village with the outstanding speed of Sage Mode, able to pinpoint the location of my target with ease. I dove through the window of the apartment building, having the glass bounce against my hardened skin. I found him in a corner. The ball of sunshine I'd come to know was gone, and in his place was the very image of despair. He was curled in on himself, shedding tears. Weeping with abandon. I couldn't even tell how long he'd been here. He hadn't startled at my entrance. He'd not even seemed to notice the property damage. Naruto. I called out hesitantly, getting no reply. Fuck. I could sense Danzo's root ninja scrambling to look for me. I almost vomited in my mouth. Even now, after all the damage that was just done to Konoha, he'd prefer to spend his time searching for me instead of trying to help. Naruto. I called again, still getting no reply. I reached down and touched his shoulder, but he was unresponsive to me. We do not have the time for this, Jiraiya boy, Pa said, and I agreed, despite Ma's objections. With a single seal, I summoned Gamakichi, Naruto's personal summons. Head back and have Bunta reverse summon Naruto to the Toad Realm. It's the safest place for him now, I said, receiving a nod from the tadpole as he disappeared. A few seconds later, Naruto himself was gone. Good. That was one mission accomplished. What next, Jiraiya boy? Ma asked. Next, we find our ally. The most unlikely of allies. I jumped through the same window I'd come in. Danzo had killed Sensei. For some reason, that thought never left my mind. He was Hokage now. For the good of Konoha, I could not start a civil war now. No, I'd have to come back with a kill squad of my own just for taking his head. From what I'd seen of his fight with the Kazekage brat, Danzo had been able to return to life from deadly wounds like they'd never happened. If there was one person who'd know about a jutsu like this, it would be that wretched former teammate of mine. I dove into the sewers with no hesitation after a few miles of rooftop running. The root agents were already beginning to locate me. Left, right, and left again, I mentally announced, following the route that Danzo had made use of when he'd brought me down here. Root headquarters. In the sewers of Konoha. I guess it was fitting for them to be based out of this place in particular. The first root agent I saw did not see me before he lost his life. I punched him in his midsection, caving in his chest with one blow, Sage Mode enhanced strength ignoring whatever pitiful chakra reinforcement he could come up with. I dove underneath the bridge before the rest of them could see me. The bridge was the connection between the entrance and the area of the base where my accursed former teammate was being kept. I used the tree walking technique and ran along the underside of the bridge, only switching to the top side when I was at the end of the bridge. I came face to face with a root ninja, and before he could sound the alarm, I covered his mouth with my hand. I reached out the other to the back of his head and snapped his neck in one smooth motion before he could react. Sage Mode was something else. My enhanced and improved Maisegakure no Jutsu was key in sneaking the rest of the way. I'd been hesitant to use it until now because of the technique's many drawbacks. When I finally reached the room, the seals covering it were easy to remove. I walked in, dropping my technique and looking at the still form of my former teammate. Ma, Pa, help him please, I asked. I really hope you know what you are doing, Jiraiya boy, Ma said before they began to sing. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 500/7,000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Wet tinkering. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 40, Experiments. So now that you've figured it out, what do you want to do? Chiyo asked as we both stared at the specimen in front of us. A floating mass in a vat that had bones sticking out of it. It was, all things considered, quite a disgusting sight. Just a massive lump of flesh with white bones poking out of it. But it was proof of concept. I ignored the notice that I'd gained 5 levels in wet tinkering from finally completing the project. My wet tinkering skill worked a bit differently than all the others. Instead of getting better on a daily, or even hourly scale as I continually practiced, it was more like the skill leveled up with completed projects. I couldn't intuitively do anything that was out of the range of my existing skills, but that also wasn't a hard cap. Not when it came to this skill. I couldn't do it intuitively, but with studying, experiments, and even by leaning on other people's skills like I did with Chiyo. This was as much her project as it was mine, even if it was only the wet tinkering skill that finally gave us the starting point to work things through from. Obviously move on to human trials. I answered, only to get a resigned sigh from the woman. I knew this was coming, she said as I felt her fingers move with the sand that always floated in the surrounding air. Puppets sprung into action, moving from my body at once. I did an excellent job of pretending to be startled, in my own opinion. Eyes wide, mouth slightly ajar, and taking a few seconds to react. Of course, when I did, it was with maximum brutality. Sand, sharpened with wind release energy, floated around me in concentric circles, slicing every puppet that dared attempt to lay a hand on me to pieces. What are you doing, Chiyo? I asked, adding hesitation and shock to my voice. You know precisely what. You think I'll just sit by and watch you turn into Orochimaru? You think I'd let you kill dozens of children for you to accomplish your goals? The fuck are you talking about? The clinical trials. I burst into laughter. Full-blown laughter. Doubled over, holding my stomach kind of laugher. You think I intend to experiment on children? What kind of idiot psychopath do you take me for? The wolves are at the door. Konoha is coming. IWA is stirring, and Kumo waits patiently for a chance to strike at us. With all this to consider, do you think I would spend the majority of my time? Hours upon hours, day after day for weeks on a project that would see no return for years on end? I asked, looking at her like she had an extra head. I saw the betrayal and attack coming, but the rationale behind it was just ridiculous. But how would you do it then? Easily. Why do you think we've been experimenting on dead cells? We've been perfecting the process for integrating the Kekkei Genkai into an already existing body. All we need to do is perfect the process, so chakra rejection is not a problem, and we will have no difficulty integrating it into teenage subjects at the very least. Adults might be far off with the fact that their chakra systems are fully developed, and such things do not take kindly to change. I said, explaining to her. I could see where she was coming from, even if I was fine with making her sound stupid. To be completely honest, if I hadn't just gained 7 levels to the wet tinkering skills, I'd actually have been forced to use infant test subjects for at least the earliest part of the project. But 7 levels up, and I could see ways to skirt around the body's refusal to be changed. I could see ways to force the Kekkei Genkai in. Sure, with what I had now, the best I could do was with someone whose chakra network was so terribly mutilated that it would have no power to reject the imputed Kekkei Genkai. Even better, I could heal the chakra network with the Kekkei Genkai. Transplant Kimimara's entire fucking chakra network along with the base genes for the dead bone pulse. It was ambitious. Ambitious and slightly stupid. Just the kind of project I'd love to undertake her, and thankfully I had the perfect specimen. XXXXX. Is the subject prepped and ready to go? I asked Chiyo, who was serving as my second set of hands for this surgery. Normally, there would be an entire team of medics attached to an experiment of this scale, but the truth was the team was small for a reason. I could not trust most of the village. Even those who were ostensibly on my side could be coaxed and cajoled into revealing something that they ought not to. No one would know what I was trying to do until I perfected it. When I finally figured out Kekkei Genkai transplanting, things could finally begin to move. The last 2 months have been a tense affair on the borders. We had both IWA and Konoha Nin at their respective borders, itching and raring to go. War would come sooner or later, but while Danzo cemented his rule, he would not strike. Doubly so for whoever ended up in the Kazekage seat at the end of the day. Almost 3 months since the death of Inoki the fence-sitter, and the best that the grumpy rockheads had been able to do was narrow down the list of potential replacements to 2. A father-daughter conflict it was to be. Kuratsuchi was the one chosen by Inoki. She was the one that the Kage who had led them for decades trusted to lead them to the future. Katsuchi, on the other hand, was the undisputed greatest ninja of IWA who didn't have a tailed beast in his belly. He wasn't S-ranked. But he was so high among their A ranks that the distinction might have simply been academic. I didn't have much of an idea as to his precise strength level, but what history had shown was that people could oftentimes grow into the seat. The secret techniques of the Kage who came before was a hell of a level up for any newcomer to the seat. Kitsuchi was the easy choice. The safe choice. But still, there were those who spoke that it was not Inoki's will. And when you add Kitch's reluctance to take up the seat himself, you had a conundrum on your hands. One candidate with no desire for the position, and another with all the desire in the world but very little in terms of support. I was proof of concept that a young Kage could work, but the fact that I'd not just beaten her grandfather, but also captured her and her bodyguard so thoroughly that it was only through the help of an outsider that she was able to escape, was a black mark on her record. And it was a stain that did not wash off easily. She was supposed to be the Tsuchikage's bodyguard at the end of the day. Letting him get killed was a failure on her part. I was not so blind that I did not see the similarities between her situation and mine. Yes, he is sedated and prepared for the surgery. The needed damage has been inflicted. Shall we begin? Chiyo asked me in return as we walked into the room. I kept my eyes on the specimen on the operating table. A young man. A boy, really. He could have been no older than 16. He was a genin from Iwagakure. When the need for test subjects became apparent, I'd sent a clone across the border to do some hunting, and of all the captured ninja, he was by far the least promising. That was why he got the rare pleasure of getting to go first. XXXXX, Temari. So, what do you think? Kankuro asked from beside her as they lay crouched with the rest of the Sand Special Force. She knew that she didn't belong there. Not with the greats that were assembled along here with her. From the left to the right, not a single person apart from her and her brother was below the rank of Jonin. Looking even further would give her a view of her Kage, standing at the very front, having a conversation with Granny Chiyo about one matter or the other. They were two peas in a pod. It made her a bit worried that her brother's closest friend apart from that Mabuki bitch was a woman old enough to have been his father's mother's mother. The old fart was that old, she was sure. About what? She replied, resisting the urge to tell Kankuro to shut up with the ease that came with long practice. The truth of the matter was that she wasn't even sure they should be talking. None of the Jonin were talking. Gaara was, but he was the Kage. And Kage's siblings or not, she was ill at ease with getting on any nerves as they were here. The mission, of course, he replied almost instantly in a whisper. At least her idiot brother was beginning to understand the situation. I don't think anything about it. Kazekage-sama has given his orders and we must obey. Yes, Kazekage-sama. We're in public, remember. Calling him by his name in this kind of setting would do him no favors. If even his siblings can't show him respect, why should anyone else? She said, explaining to him. But I mean, he only gave us permission to come because I asked Ebizo-sensei if we could get in on the super top secret mission they were clearly planning, and he somehow managed to convince Chie Kazekage-sama. At least he managed to correct the slip there. But he was right at the end of the day, she thought to herself. Kankuro had indeed been the one to convince Ebizo to ask for them to get on the mission. He was also right that the mission was the worst kept secret in Suna. All the Jonin and elders meeting up for hours on end about something, and then smaller groups of Jonin having private meetings with Gaara at different points in the past 3 months. It was certainly a worse kept secret than whatever the fuck was happening to Shira. He said he was sick. He certainly looked sick when Temari and Kankuro had got to visit him at the hospital yesterday. But the fact that they hadn't been allowed to see him for close to a month since he had a meeting with Gaara that the rest of us had been excused from. No, something was definitely going on there. And then there was this. They were going to be part of the first act of war. Sand was going to kick off the fourth Great Shinobi War, at least that was what Gaara said about it. They were to be the tip of the spear. A first strike and push into IWA to acquire priority targets and sabotage their infrastructure. The goal was to basically take them out of the fight as quickly as possible before rerouting to strengthen our borders and prepare for Konoha's own push. That was why this mission was given priority security. Gaara was paranoid about anyone finding out the details of the mission. If they did, we'd get buggered in the arse from behind, as one of the Jonin, Jihei, put it. With all the strongest ninja away attacking, if any other village, namely Konoha, got it in their heads to finally attack us now, then we'd be pretty much over and done for. Gaara had announced that Chiyo was to head the village's defenses in his absence, and after training under Ebizo-sensei for so long, Temari knew the old woman couldn't be a slouch when it came to fighting. After all, she'd been widely recognized as the stronger of the pair in their youth. Even the bingo book still gave her a higher bounty and threat rating than her brother, even though they both carried the gleaming red A rank at the top of their entries. It doesn't matter why we're here. All that matters is that we do our parts. We're under Ebizo-sensei, and Kazekage-sama would not have allowed us to come with if he felt that we weren't ready for the mission or to do what was necessary. Temari replied, hushing him finally as it seemed that they were going to move out soon. Gaara had left his conversation with Chio and was walking back towards us. The wind blew heavily as he walked, making his red hair wave about and ruining all my efforts to get it into some semblance of order this morning. His battle outfit, the red one, piece that he'd taken to wearing, moved little with the wind, with how closely it got to his skin. She wondered how comfortable that could have been in the desert heat. With clothing that close to his skin, any sand that managed to get under his clothes must have itched like crazy. At least it would have, if he wasn't Sabaka no Gaara. There's no need for fancy speeches or whatnot. You know your jobs. Don't die. Gaara said once he got close enough to us, having his voice carry through the winds to every pair of ears. We were a bit outside Suna's walls already, so we only had a few hours of travel between us and the Earth Country. Gaara lifted his hands, and with only a flex of his will, he reminded us all of why he was the Kage. Temari thought to herself in shock at the feet the sands around us rose from the ground, carrying us with them. It was a massive platform. Bigger than anything she'd ever seen him do. Big enough to carry all 30 of them, and it wasn't even cramped. No one reacted to the sudden change, as they began to float upwards, moving towards the sky. As Gaara had explained earlier, they would be approaching IWA from above to avoid notice for most of the journey and to preserve as much of the element of surprise as possible. There's no hidden village on the planet, including this one, that has a plan of what to do when enemies suddenly fall from the skies, Gaara had noted with a bright smile on his face during the planning sessions. XXXXX, the lava mistress. Mei Terumi was a beautiful woman. Breathtaking in every respect. She knew this. She never hesitated to use it to her advantage, but oftentimes it vexed her to no end. Whenever someone would underestimate her or cast aspersions on her skill as a shinobi, it all came from people who believed that she was nothing more than what they saw her as. A pretty face on the most amazing body to walk the earth. This was one of those times, she thought to herself as she stood across from her adversary. She cursed Ao in her mind for this idea. After Yogurt's death, the civil war had ended for the most part, but not in its entirety. There were still pockets of resistance across the country, and it was against the leader of the largest of those packets, Mangetsu Hozuki, that she now faced off. So, Mizukage-sama, he said the title with disdain, as if he had no respect for it now that she wielded it, Mei thought to herself as the Hozuki boy began to speak. What do you offer us for our allegiance? He asked with no small amount of audacity. His brother stood by his side, the young brat looking like he worshipped the very ground his older brother walked on. Your lives. You became rogue ninja of Kirigakure the day you fled after losing the war. But I will choose peace now. I will reunify our people, and this will begin once you bend the knee. Yagura is dead. I am Mizukage now. You serve me. She said, not bothering to be delicate about her words. These were rogue elements, and if that boy gave her that look for much longer, she doubted she'd be able to last much longer before plucking those eyeballs from his stupid head. Our lives. Ha ha ha, the brat had the audacity to laugh. To laugh in her face. She turned to Ao, only to see him shaking his head. He was advising patience. He saw a way to get what they wanted without consigning the mist to another war that she couldn't afford. He thought these boys, Mangetsu and his crew of wannabe swordsmen, could be reasoned with. She didn't. It was admirable of him to think so, but she was the Kage because of her superior judgment. And that same judgment was telling her to peel the skin from their bones. I will break you all over my knees, she said, threat clear. Fine then. Hozuki spoke instantly, straightening up and removing all traces of mirth from his face in seconds. I will duel you. If you win, I bend the knee. My swords, all of them, are yours. If I win, I become Mizukage, and you serve me, he said, smiling brightly. Oh, she was so going to enjoy dealing with him. He heard news from Suna and thought himself as Kiri's own Sabaka no Gaara. She'd enjoy breaking that misconception, and breaking the boy as well. I accept, she said, directing her ninja to give them space to fight as the Hozuki brat did the same. Ao walked over and whispered to her, please don't kill him. With the threats beyond our borders, Mangetsu Hozuki and his swordsmen are a vital tool for Kiri's future. She nodded. His counsel was wise, even if she found it difficult to completely agree with him. When the space was cleared and Ao stepped up to referee, she began molding her chakra in preparation. This duel shall be to yield or death, he said, getting some booze from the Hozuki brat squad. Of course, the bloodthirsty fools failed to see that the option to yield was for their benefit. On my mark, begin, he said, dropping his outstretched hand suddenly and jumping backwards.